In the first year of the cataclysm, countless abyssal horrors descended from the heavens, turning Earth into a slaughterhouse for the 10,000 races. In the beginning, humanity awakened special abilities, but their numbers were pitifully few, and their resistance was extinguished like a candle in a storm. Relying on thermal weaponry and nuclear deterrence, mankind barely managed to erect 10 great defense lines, struggling to hold back the tide of monsters. Yet, in a mere 10 years, 2 of those absolute defense lines had already shattered completely. Humanity stood on the precipice of extinction, forced into a desperate corner where the only choice was to fight or perish. Statistics painted a grim picture. Since the war with the 10,000 races began, just within the Eastern Alliance alone, the death toll of soldiers had skyrocketed to over 1 million souls. Today, with the exhaustion of conventional ammunition and the rising number of awakened warriors, nations have begun the great transition to legions of the supernatural. To reclaim their homeland and ensure the survival of the species, humanity had no choice but to expand these legions and throw themselves into the grinder of war. And so, the 10th year marked the beginning of the largest conscription event in the history of China. In the Eastern Alliance, at Ye City on the desolate northern border, the biting wind carried only the sound of weeping farewells. Chen Guohai, 19 years old. His life was extinguished at the first defense line of the 10,000 races battlefield. A Tier 2 lightning user, he faced a rotting titan and perished in a bloodbath, leaving behind nothing but half a severed hand. Su Lai, 22 years old, fell at the 9th defense line of the battlefield. A Tier 3 fire user, he strapped massive explosives to his body and ignited his own core, taking the bridge of the 10,000 races down with him. His corpse was never recovered. Behind me stands the death list, sent back from the front lines just last month. They were our friends, our family, our brothers and sisters. The man speaking through tears before the crowd is none other than the former mayor. His sorrowful words echoed through the ranks, striking a chord in every soldier's heart. It was the spark that ignited the powder keg of their emotions, surging their morale to unprecedented heights. In unison, they roared, "Protect our country, defend our rivers and mountains, enlist, enlist, enlist." Waves of young warriors surged toward the registration tables, their eyes burning with the desire to march to the front and slaughter the enemy. Amidst the boiling atmosphere, cries of hatred against the alien invaders grew louder. "Kill the filth, tear them apart, chop them to pieces." Hundreds of application forms were clenched in trembling hands, accompanied by vows to die for the cause. The recruiter's voice cut through the noise, calling names one by one. Suddenly, a young man with a face as dark as a storm cloud, head bowed low, approached the table. This young man is Nan Zisheng, and he is the protagonist of our story. Though a strapping young man of 20, when the recruiter asked if he would join the army, he chose to stay behind in the logistics division. Nan Zisheng's answer struck the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving the recruiter and bystanders stunned, their minds reeling. Because in this era, those who stayed behind as the rear guard were exclusively women, children, and the elderly. With the nation standing on a frying pan of destruction, Nan Zisheng's choice branded him as nothing more than a coward clinging to life. Have you forgotten the humiliation? Have you forgotten how the 10,000 races butchered your friends and compatriots? I have never forgotten, but this is my choice. His ice-cold reply, paired with a face that seemed to mock their patriotism, made the student's blood boil. Just as a hot-blooded youth prepared to rush forward and smash his fist into that arrogant mouth, the mayor's voice rang out, "Silence." The old man stepped up to the table and sighed heavily. Military service was voluntary. It relied on personal will and responsibility. It was just a pity. Nan Zisheng's academic scores were top tier. The army had simply lost a beacon of hope. Nan Zisheng's expression remained dark. Fists clenched tight, he walked away coldly, ignoring the venomous insults raining down on his back. They called him worse than a dog. The next day, the roar of 2 helicopters in the sky could not drown out the chanting from below. Whatever the cost, protect our kin. Victory! 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 The spirit of the soldiers was unshakable, and those remaining behind screamed in solidarity. Defending the country is the highest honor. Far away, a hooded Nan Zisheng watched the scene in silence. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He lifted it to check the latest urgent alerts. News number 1. The Great Eastern Alliance has launched its largest ambush operation on the battlefield. News number 2. A fresh graduate in Ye City refuses conscription. Everyone knows exactly who it is. News number 3. The 10th defense line of the United States has collapsed for the second time. Guangzhou has been recaptured, but the casualties are catastrophic. Nan Zisheng clicked on the news about himself. A torrent of curses, ridicule, and slander filled the screen. I do not know why that coward in Ye City chose to stay. I only know that he made the wrong choice. Once the defense line shatters, Ye City will bear the consequences. Even deep inland, there is no place left to hide. You scum. While true heroes bleed on the front lines, you hide here like a coward. Nan Zisheng stared at the screen, his face a mask of indifference, as he read the hateful comments. The world called him a deserter, but they didn't know the truth. He was a returner who had already lived through this hell once. In his previous life, he had been just like them, burning with foolish righteousness, rushing to the front lines to slaughter the enemy as soon as the war began. He had risen through blood and fire to become a high-ranking commander, a hero whose name brought glory to his lineage. But as humanity stood on the brink of extinction, he dedicated his final years to mastering the 5 great talents, embedding their seeds deep within his soul. If he could just awaken them, if he could maximize their potential, he would possess the power to rewrite destiny itself. Yet fate was cruel. Before his plan could come to fruition, humanity fell, and Zisheng was crushed by the supreme overlord of the myriad races. Back in the present, Nan Zisheng slumped onto a snow-covered bench, clasping his hands as he contemplated the treacherous path ahead. Whether by obsession or divine will, he had been reborn. And the most shocking part? The seeds of the 5 great talents had traveled back in time within his body. The Beast Sovereign Tree, a divine power that commands mutant beasts and evolves their bloodlines to god-tier levels. The Elemental Tree, the mastery of fire, wind, thunder, and water. The more elemental energy consumed, the more devastating the forbidden spells become. Then, the Asura Tree, a path of slaughter, where every kill strengthens his body, transforming him into an avatar of death capable of annihilating armies. The Formation Tree, the art of layering infinite magical arrays to create a defense and offense of immeasurable power. And finally, the Spiritfall Tree, an ability that awakens the slumbering dead from the earth, summoning powerful revenants to fight for their master. Awakening these 5 trees required a mountain of essence stones and precious time, but the potential reward was godhood itself. Even if all 10 defense lines shattered, even if he stood alone against the entire invasion, he would be invincible. He could save humanity single-handedly. But right now, going to the front lines would be useless. He wouldn't find enough high-level enemies to harvest essence stones, and his divine talents would wither away from starvation. A plan formed in Nan Zisheng's mind. To farm stones at the fastest rate, there was only one place to go: the trial grounds. It was a breeding ground teeming with mutant beasts, a hellscape that provided a ceaseless supply of essence for the city's defenses. Determination set, Zisheng stood up and marched toward the rear base, arriving shortly at the Ye City trial branch. Outside the station, a group of workers was busy butchering and sorting the grotesque corpses of the alien invaders. This facility, built in the early years of the war to train elite soldiers, had now become a grim necessity for survival. But with every able-bodied man fighting on the front lines, the labor force here consisted only of the elderly and women. One worker murmured a prayer, wishing these monster carcasses could be turned into rations for the soldiers, anything to help the war effort. Xiao Lu walked over, her face flushed from the cold. "Aunt Wang, take it easy. You'll hurt yourself if you rush." Aunt Wang didn't stop her hands, though exhaustion was etched deep into her face. She was terrified of missing this month's quota. The woman beside her let out a heavy sigh, nodding in agreement. "It's hopeless. We're too old and frail to even lift the alloy cleavers properly. These beasts have hides like steel. We have to saw through them inch by inch." Xiao Liu looked down, guilt weighing on her shoulders. "If only I were stronger." Their conversation was cut short as a shadow fell over them. Nan Zisheng stepped forward, offering a polite greeting. He scratched his head with a sheepish grin. "Excuse me, I'm looking for work. I'd like to help butcher the beasts." Xiao Lu's eyes lit up. A strong pair of hands was exactly what they needed. She eagerly guided him toward the warehouse to get his gear. The crushing weight of the workload lifted from her spirit. Zisheng thanked her politely, following her lead. Behind them, the older women whispered, confusion clouding their faces. Why was a tall, strapping young man here at the disposal plant? He should be on the battlefield, not doing women's work. Then, realization struck Aunt Wang like a slap. That face. He was the infamous draft dodger. Her companion blinked, completely clueless. Wait, the deserter? What is a coward like him doing in a place like this? Aunt Wang scowled, brandishing his photo on her phone. He's probably trying to hide his shame in the rear, living a pathetic life while others die for him. Her voice dripped with venom. She mocked him relentlessly, doubting a coward like him had the guts to even touch a dead monster, let alone butcher one. Inside the warehouse, Xiao Liu struggled to drag a massive alloy cleaver toward him, but when Zisheng donned the uniform, he didn't look like a worker, he looked like a king in disguise. He gripped the heavy handle, lifting the weapon as if it weighed nothing. As he strode toward the exit, Xiao Liu watched, her heart fluttering. Perfect, she thought. With his strength, we'll finish in record time. Staring at his broad back, Xiao Lu's face burned crimson. She couldn't help herself, he was devastatingly handsome, but her daydream was short-lived. Aunt Wang stepped in, shattering the moment with a cold sneer. "Don't fall for it, girl. That man is nothing but a spineless deserter." Hearing the toxic whispers, Xiao Liu kept his entranced expression fixed on the screen and asked Auntie Wang again. It was clear she held a deep grudge against the young man. She insisted that he was nothing but a spineless coward, refusing to believe he had the guts to handle the brutal job of beast disposal. Nan Zisheng didn't spare her venomous tongue a single glance. With eyes cold as ice, he stepped straight into the abyss without looking back. System alert. User has selected Grade A trial. Warning. No prior combat data found. Please confirm activation of Grade A trial. Zisheng's voice remained steady and devoid of fear. Confirm. Open the trial. The heavy gates slowly groaned open, accompanied by the screech of system alarms. Inside, a nightmare awaited rows of starving beasts lunging forward with jaws wide open. The long night approaches, and humanity has nowhere left to run. For the sake of human survival, Zisheng is willing to drape the darkness over his shoulders and become a silent shadow. Even if he must endure the world's ridicule, he will not falter. After the invasion of the 10,000 races, spiritual energy flooded the world, mutating animals into terrifying monsters. In his previous life, Zisheng didn't just hold the front lines against the alien races, he was a legendary exterminator of these mutated horrors, armed with decades of blood-soaked experience from his past life. Dealing with these sparrow beasts is mere child's play for him now. His gaze locked onto their fatal weakness, the nape of the neck. Seizing the split second, Zisheng channeled every ounce of strength into his legs and launched himself into the air. In a flash, he vanished behind the beast, his blade singing through the air to deliver a swift, merciless execution that sent the creature straight to hell. The carcass plummeted in freefall, while Zisheng landed with effortless grace, posing like a god of war. Without missing a beat, he extracted the origin stone from the fallen creature. Suddenly, the blue glow of the system interface materialized before his eyes. Talent: Beast Taming. Tameable quantity: 1. Tameable grade: 0. Beast Tamer class: Novice. Progress 1 out of 800. It seems the leveling mechanism mirrors his past life perfectly. The rules of this world haven't changed. Every sparrow beast slain grants 1 origin stone, and simultaneously increases his taming proficiency by a single point. Moments later, fatigue began to set in. His clothes were shredded, revealing fresh wounds across his body, but for Zisheng, this pain was nothing but a calculated cost. Yet, before he could even catch his breath, a fresh swarm of sparrow beasts launched a ruthless pursuit. They charged with frantic speed, roaring violently as if racing to claim his flesh as a trophy, desperate to steal his light. Zisheng knew he had to end this quickly. To slaughter the entire flock without exhausting, his stamina required absolute precision. With every clash, he minimized unnecessary movement, dodging their lethal strikes by a hair's breadth. He targeted their vitals, felling each beast with a single, decisive slash. Suddenly, a massive, feral sparrow roared, tearing through the pack to get to him. Sensing the killing intent, Zisheng spun around, planting one hand on the ground for stability. With the force of a coiled spring, he unleashed a reverse vertical kick straight into the beast's throat. The monster froze, forced to absorb the full, devastating impact. Zisheng prioritized the aerial threats first. Wave after wave, the sparrow beasts surged forward, attempting to encircle him in a wall of feathers and claws. But the veteran fighter was faster. He maneuvered behind them one by one, striking from their blind spots, until the stubborn flock lay dead at his feet. Zisheng exhaled a heavy breath, wiping sweat from his brow as the system notifications popped up again. Tameable beasts: 5. The tamer grade remained at 0, and the mutated beast tamer level was unchanged, but the progress bar had climbed to 5 out of 800. Just as he predicted, his killing efficiency was skyrocketing compared to before. Suddenly, a chilling sound erupted from behind. Zisheng whipped his head around just as a colossus descended upon him. This beast dwarfed the others by several magnitudes. He recognized it instantly. It was the Alpha, the Sparrow Emperor. Without a second thought, Zisheng shifted into his combat stance, his grip tightening around the hilt of his blade. He was ready. The Sparrow Emperor screeched, launching its massive frame into the air like a cannonball, signaling the start of a life-or-death duel. Zisheng raised his weapon, using every ounce of his remaining strength to parry the crushing blow. Having just slaughtered an entire army, his stamina was critically low. Fighting a boss-level monster in this condition, the odds were stacked heavily against him. Relentless, the Sparrow Emperor unleashed a second strike to crush this human insect. Zisheng gritted his teeth, prioritizing energy conservation. He weaved through the attacks, his eyes scanning for that split-second opening to slip behind the creature's defense. Caught off balance, the Emperor couldn't retract its claws in time. Zisheng seized the moment, flashing behind it. He summoned his remaining power and swung his blade in a lethal arc aimed at the neck. But the durability of the Sparrow Emperor in this timeline was different. Instead of slicing flesh, the blade collided with a sickening metallic clang, as if striking solid iron. He refused to accept defeat. Zisheng tightened his grip, eyes burning with a terrifying resolve. He launched himself into the air once more, preparing to shatter the beast. Meanwhile, outside the trial chamber, the facility speakers chimed. Attention. Lunch break has commenced. The two neighborhood gossips, Auntie Wang and Auntie Li, were still glued to the monitors like hawks, desperate to see Zisheng fail. Xiao Lu approached the spectacle and asked, Auntie Wang, Auntie Li, aren't you too hungry? The cafeteria is open. Auntie Wang's face twisted in calculation. Little Liu, save your concern. I just want to see how long Nan Zisheng can pretend in that trial room. Auntie Li waved her hand dismissively beside her. I bet he'll sneak out with his tail between his legs any second now. Like a comedy duo from hell, the two aunties fed off each other's doubt. They refused to believe a man like him had any real skill, just another opportunist fishing in muddied waters. Little Liu sighed, reminding them that an A-rank trial was hardly a walk in the park compared to the front lines. Her logic silenced them instantly. But before the awkward silence could settle, the mechanical chime of a system announcement shattered the air. Announcement. Announcement. Trial taker Nan Zisheng, A-rank trial, floor 1 concluded. Auntie Wang's face lit up with malicious glee. She turned to the others. Her bias confirmed he had surely given up. She marched forward, mouth still running, until thud. She slammed into a solid wall of muscle. She glanced up, legs giving out as she collapsed to the floor in sheer terror. Both aunties froze, their expressions shifting from mockery to pure panic as the shadow loomed over them. Nan Zisheng emerged like a demon crawling out of hell, his expression utterly indifferent, his body drenched in crimson. His clothes were shredded ribbons, revealing skin mapped with claw marks, yet his eyes remained colder than ice, daring them to speak. Above him, the system board flickered to life with a terrifying statistic. Trial taker Nan Zisheng. Kills. 2,000. A new floor 1 record. Auntie Wang shrieked, her mind refusing to process the reality. There was no way he cleared an A-rank trial. With dark circles under his eyes and blood dripping from his chin, Nan Zisheng whispered a hoarse confirmation. Did I pass? Auntie Li scrambled to help the trembling Auntie Wang up, while little Liu stood frozen, eyes wide as saucers, unable to comprehend the monster standing before her. Nan Zisheng didn't spare them a second glance. He walked past them like they were air, heading for the exit while they stared at his retreating back. Little Liu peeked into the open trial room and gasped. What was that? She couldn't believe her eyes. Inside, the corpses of monsters were stacked like a mountain of gore. Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng headed to the showers to wash away the stench of death. As the water rinsed the blood away, his chiseled six-pack abs were revealed. Lost in thought, the system interface materialized before his eyes. Daily summary, Tameable Beasts 2000. His beast taming level had hit rank 1, and his mutant beast tamer class soared to rank 2. Maxed out at 2,000 over 2,000. Suddenly, the base speakers blared. Battle report. A new wave of attacks is imminent. All units prepare. Nan Zisheng listened intently. The Son of Thunder Punishment rank 7 and the Flame Scholar rank 6 had arrived at the front lines. But Nan Zisheng knew the grim truth from his past life. Those so-called heroes would fall moments after stepping onto the battlefield. The slaughter would be absolute. His expression darkened. The 8th defensive line was on the brink of total collapse. I have to speed up my plans, he thought. It's a race against extinction. There was no time for rest. Next stop. Trial Tower, Floor 2. Back in the lobby, the staff cleared the beast corpses. Yet, Auntie Wang hadn't learned her lesson. She was still bad-mouthing him. Auntie Li admitted he could fight, but insisted he definitely won't come back for more. As if summoned by their doubt, Nan Zisheng reappeared, his aura suffocatingly dark. Auntie Li nudged Wang, but the older woman sneered, maintaining her arrogant facade. What now? Come back to beg? Ignoring her provocative tone entirely, Nan Zisheng dropped a bombshell. Open the second-floor trial. He walked past a stunned Auntie Wang without breaking stride. Furious at being ignored, Auntie Wang spun around, pointing a trembling finger at his back. She screeched that he was just putting on a show to impress them. Little Liu rushed forward, genuine worry in her voice. Mr. Nan, the second floor is full of giant beasts. Please, heal your wounds first. We can find a team to assist you. A nearby man agreed, but Nan Zisheng was deaf to their pleas. He gripped his sword, his resolve harder than steel, and marched straight toward the gate. Auntie Wang exploded, screeching insults about how he was a coward hiding in the rear while others died at the front. But watching his retreating back, little Liu felt a shift in perspective. Strange. He doesn't look like a coward running from death. With time running out, Nan Zisheng stepped into the abyss of the second floor. System alert. A-rank trial. Floor 2 initiated. The moment the doors opened, the air grew heavy with killing intent. A herd of massive bull beasts charged instantly. Nan Zisheng wasted no time. Facing the oppressive pressure, he launched a preemptive strike, slashing a devastating arc of energy toward the stampede. But the danger wasn't just in front. From the shadows behind him, a three-eyed bull beast lunged. Bam! It slammed into his back with the force of a truck before he could react. Nan Zisheng grunted in pain. He was sent flying, tumbling through the air. He skidded backward, barely regaining his balance using his agility, breath hitching from the impact. The minotaurs roared in unison, their crimson eyes locked on Nan Zisheng, muscles coiling to strike. Nan Zisheng rose to his feet, his own gaze burning with a red fury that matched their bloodlust. As the herd thundered toward him in a stampede of death, he shifted into his stance, channeling his inner energy. With a burst of inhuman strength, he launched himself into the air, driving his blade straight into the lead beast's skull. The massive creature crashed to the ground, dead on impact, sending a shockwave of terror through its pack. With the leader slain, Nan Zisheng stepped forward, his expression cold as ice. Mere level 2 mutated beasts? They were nothing but fodder for his growth. He activated his innate talent, Taming Suppression. An invisible wave of dominance exploded from his body, flooding the entire second floor of the trial tower. The mental pressure crushed the minds of every beast in the vicinity. In a split second, the entire herd collapsed, bowing before their new master. Nan Zisheng walked among the trembling monsters, their massive frames shaking with primal fear. "Behave yourselves," he whispered. Raising his crimson sword, his aura surged, pushing his cultivation straight to level 3. 3 days later, the silence of the Ye City branch was broken by the grunts of the cleanup crew dealing with mountains of corpses. Sweat poured down their faces, but fear kept them working at a feverish pace. One worker shouted a desperate command. "Move this meat, now. We cannot let it rot here." While the crew scrambled to clear the carnage, Nan Zisheng sat quietly in the shadows, recovering from his one-man war. His eyes scanned the holographic interface hovering before him. Tameable beasts, 12,000. Tracking level 6. Mutated beast tamer level 6. Progress, 12,000 out of 12,000. This run was different from the past. In just 3 days, he had slaughtered over 10,000 beasts. His efficiency had skyrocketed beyond imagination. With his taming talent now at level 6, the tutorial was over. Tonight, he would finally enter the wilderness. The wilderness outside Yi City was a death trap. "Look, we must be winning. The army is advancing." A veteran nearby shook his head, his face grim. "You fools. That isn't a victory salute. That is a distress flare. The front line is begging for reinforcements." Nan Zisheng gazed at the dying light above. He knew the truth. The defensive line would fall sooner than anyone expected. There was no time to waste. He donned his combat gear and secured his mask. The real hunt was about to begin. Gripping the hilt of his blade, he strode through the blizzard with the kind of swagger that legends are made of. The freezing wind bit at his skin, but he walked on, looking cooler than any hero had the right to be. Meanwhile, beyond the safety of the city walls, a convoy navigated the treacherous wasteland. Disaster struck a vehicle ground to a halt right in the heart of the danger zone. The driver stepped out to inspect the smoking engine, completely oblivious to the predator watching from the shadows. Behind him, a blonde beauty with a heart too soft for this cruel world leaned out from the lead vehicle. She desperately urged him to abandon the wreck right there and then. "Come back at dawn. The mutated wolves hunt these grounds at night." Her warning was grim. Sensing the death in the air, the driver didn't hesitate to agree. He turned to grab his gear, but suddenly, swoosh, a black shadow tore past him at godlike speed, leaving him standing there in total bewilderment. That blur of motion was none other than Sheng. He burst past the convoy like a gale-force wind. The blonde girl stared, eyes wide with curiosity. Who is that maniac? Running alone in the wilderness at night? Watching his retreating back vanish like a man fleeing a debt collector, she shouted a desperate warning. "Stop. The mutated wolves control that territory." But her words fell on deaf ears. Sheng didn't even flinch, charging straight into the jaws of danger with zero hesitation. His running form was a perfect 10, pure athletic dominance. But inside the car, reality intruded. A short-haired woman snapped at the blonde. "Focus! The mayor has called a dozen times already. The front line is collapsing. The casualty count is skyrocketing by the second. Those soldiers are dying while they wait for these supplies. We don't have time to waste on strangers." The blonde hesitated, her gaze lingering on the darkness where Sheng had vanished. Visibility was zero. Driving forward now was suicide. "If we leave him, he's dead," she murmured. Her partner, hardened by the wasteland, offered a cold dose of reality. "This is the nest of the giant mutated wolves. If they attack, we're history. We can't save ourselves, let alone him." Her voice was flat, carrying the indifference of a veteran survivor who had seen too much. "For 10 years, I've seen lunatics court death. Forget him. We can't save everyone." Defeated, the blonde gripped the steering wheel, preparing to move. The engine revved, but then, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. Both women froze, their blood running cold. It was a desperate, guttural cry for salvation that echoed through the snow. The blonde looked out the window. The driver from before lay in the snow, eyes bulging in terror, his face a mask of blood and gore. Trembling, she checked the side mirror. A nightmare reflected back. A mutated wolf, massive and monstrous, looming over the fresh corpse. "Drive, now!" the raven-haired veteran screamed. A steel wolf, even larger than the first, had emerged from the shadows behind them, hungering for fresh meat. Before she could floor the gas, a massive shadow slammed into the windshield. Crash! The glass shattered as a wolf lunged at them, sending their hearts into their throats. But the veteran didn't panic. Her survival instincts kicked in instantly. She leveled her rifle, signaling her teammate to drive while she unleashed a hail of bullets at the beast. Far ahead, Shang heard the thunder of gunfire and skidded to a halt. Gunshots? That's coming from the medical convoy. But as he focused on the distant chaos, the darkness behind him came alive. Hundreds of glowing red eyes ignited in the shadows, locking onto him. He realized the trap instantly. The pack wasn't just hunting the convoy, they were hunting him too. Shang turned, his gaze colder than the blizzard. The pack closed in, a suffocating circle of fangs and fur. He sensed the fluctuation in the air, the oppressive weight of their aura. The spiritual energy within the beasts was spiking, growing more volatile by the second. Back at the besieged convoy, the situation was critical. The reinforced glass groaned under the assault but held, a spiderweb of cracks spreading across the surface. The raven-haired woman reloaded with practiced ease. "Xiao Nam, focus. I don't care how many of these monsters I have to kill you, just keep that foot on the gas." Xiao Nam's face was pale with terror, but steel hardened in her eyes. She nodded, gripping the wheel with white-knuckled determination. Meanwhile, deep in the mountain pass, Sheng was a whirlwind of destruction amidst the wolf pack. As he danced through the carnage, he spotted it. The Alpha. A wicked grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. "If I slaughter this pack, the convoy survives." The Wolf King, a mountain of muscle and malice, charged straight for him. No time to think. Sheng dropped into a combat stance. Suddenly, a mystic light flared above his brow. Talent activation. Beast taming. Waves of invisible power erupted from him, rippling through the air like a shockwave. He channeled the energy, lashing out at the lesser wolves. The invisible force seized them, lifting the beasts and slamming them into the frozen earth with bone-shattering force. Seeing his pack reduced to broken ragdolls, the Wolf King's eyes blazed with fury. It unleashed a roar that shook the mountains. The beast's oppressive aura skyrocketed, driving the remaining wolves into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Under the king's influence, the pack became faster, dodging Sheng's attacks with unnatural agility. Sheng locked eyes with the Alpha, his killing intent spiking. "To scatter the herd, you break the shepherd. To end this war, I kill the king." As the words left his lips, Sheng exploded with power, launching himself straight into the heavens. A terrifying pressure descended, sending a chill of absolute dread down the spines of the entire wolf pack. Boom! His first strike didn't hit flesh, but earth. The ground shattered instantly, sending countless wolves flying helplessly into the air from the shockwave alone. But Sheng had only one target. He wasn't here for the pawns. He was here to confront the king directly and dominate the leader of these mutated beasts. The Wolf King looked up, locking eyes with the descending human. Its crimson eyes burned with primal rage as Sheng plummeted toward it like a meteor. Too slow. Before the beast could even launch a counterattack, Sheng was already upon it, aiming a devastating blow right at its skull. He struck with the force of a mountain and roared, "Steel Wolf King, submit!" Instantaneously, a crimson shockwave of taming energy erupted from his palm. In a split second, the red energy engulfed the massive beast. The struggle was over before it began. The Wolf King was completely overwhelmed. The transformation was immediate. The madness faded from the Wolf King's eyes. The blood-red glow of the mutation vanished, replaced by the clear, calm gaze of a loyal beast. With their king tamed, the pack bowed in submission. Meanwhile, by the supply convoy, the black-haired girl fired her gun and screamed, "Xiao Nan, drive! Go, go, go!" Xiao Nan didn't hesitate. She received the signal and slammed her foot on the gas, the engine roaring as she tried to accelerate. They expected to burst through the encirclement, but reality betrayed them. The truck lurched and stopped dead, leaving both girls frozen in shock. The tires didn't spin. The truck didn't move. It was paralyzed in place, and a cold dread crept up their legs. They were sitting ducks. The black-haired girl whipped around in panic. Thud. Thud. The wolves were ramming the chassis, rocking the heavy vehicle like a toy boat in a storm. Crack. The side window gave way, showering the blonde girl in glass. A snout jammed through the opening, bearing razor-sharp fangs inches from their faces. This was it. The end. She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the bite. But it never came. When she dared to look, confusion washed over her. "Am I hallucinating?" she whispered. The vicious monsters. Why did they look so adorable? The bloodlust in their eyes had shifted from crimson to a gentle emerald green. The wolf in the window widened its eyes, giving her a look of pure puppy dog innocence. The creature hopped down playfully. Like a retreating tide, the entire pack turned and trotted away from the convoy without a backward glance. Xiao Nan and her teammates sat paralyzed, drenched in cold sweat. Terror mixed with utter bewilderment. What on earth just happened? The same swarm that had threatened to tear them apart only minutes ago now gathered peacefully in the distance, forming a disciplined formation. High atop a massive boulder stood Sheng, with the Wolf King at his side. Below them, thousands of wolves lowered their heads, bowing in absolute reverence to their new master. Climbing onto the truck's roof, the girls stared at the silhouette against the sky. Did he just tame that entire army of mutated giant beasts? The teammate's jaw dropped. One man controlling 10,000 wolves? Just what rank of beast tamer is he? It was god-tier power. Meanwhile, Sheng sat casually on the rock, catching his breath as a holographic system panel materialized before him. Tamed beasts. Steel extreme wolves is greater than 1,000. Daily taming quota, 1,000. Observable beast level. Tier 7. Mutant beast tamer mastery, 7,000, 27,000. The system pinged with a new prompt. Limit reached. Expend elemental stones to continue taming? Yes, no. Sheng stared at the floating text, weighing his options. Elemental stones are too precious to waste right now, he decided. No need to burn resources when the job is done. As he mused, the massive Wolf King nudged him gently, rubbing its giant head against him like a spoiled house cat seeking affection. Hey, behave. And no biting humans, Sheng scolded lightly. He scanned the horizon, sensing the energy signatures near Ye City. 3 more nesting grounds remained. The further from civilization, the denser the monsters. A determined glint entered his eyes. He would clear them all. He would tame every last one. His gaze shifted to the medical convoy below. This was about more than just power. It was about the bigger picture. He needed a legion, tens of thousands of mutated beasts under his command and a secure supply line. The medical team's path had to remain open at all costs. Buzz. His pocket vibrated. A notification lit up his screen, a message from Xiaolu. It was urgent. Emergency council meeting. Your presence is required immediately. Trouble at the factory? Sheng frowned, reading the text. Scene change. The training grounds of the Ye City branch were in chaos, filled with the sound of scathing insults. A man in a gray suit was tearing into the workers, his voice dripping with venomous rage. This was the new chief officer, and he was making his authority known in the worst way possible. With a face full of arrogance and 2 hulking bodyguards looming behind him, he sneered. Pathetic. You can't even handle a few high-level mutants? The former mayor, drenched in nervous sweat, stepped forward, trying to defuse the bomb. Please, Chief, let me explain. Ye City has never processed Tier 4 mutants before, the mayor pleaded. This is unprecedented territory for us. Furthermore, our workforce consists mainly of the elderly. Processing high-tier beasts takes a physical toll and time to adapt. The chief's face twisted in fury. He hated being corrected. He stabbed a finger in the mayor's face, his expression becoming even more punchable. He didn't just speak, he screeched like a banshee. Excuses. The rear supply is running dry. If we want to keep the front lines alive, we need to process these powerful mutants, now. No more delays. The former mayor retreated in terror, bowing low and desperate. He frantically promised the officer that they would exterminate the beasts immediately to secure the frontline supplies. But the commander remained unsatisfied. With an arrogant sneer, he dismissed all of Ye City's blood and sweat as garbage. He accused them of sabotage, claiming Ye City wanted the front lines to starve. Nearby, Xiaolu watched in horror. Her eyes trembled with worry as she tried to reason with the tyrant. Commander, please listen. These mutant beasts are approaching Tier 4. They are monstrosities far beyond what our city can handle. The commander ignored her plea, continuing to berate them for the delays. He then brought up the sore subject of the deserter not enlisting. He feigned regret, but every word was a calculated insult designed to humiliate Yi City. Aunt Wang could take no more. Unable to stomach his arrogance, she snapped, screaming back at the official. My husband and 3 sons died on the battlefield protecting this country. Do you dare call that irresponsible? Her outburst stunned the crowd. Fear rippled through the onlookers. Aunt Wang didn't stop. With bloodshot eyes and tears streaming down her face, she pointed a shaking finger at the commander. We work 24/7. On what grounds do you declare our efforts useless? The commander didn't hear her pain, only the noise. He muttered a vile insult. You wretched hag. A subordinate instantly stepped forward, eager to curry favor. He threatened to beat Aunt Wang for her insolence. Seeing the guard charge, Aunt Wang shrank back, trembling in pure terror. The guard clenched his fist, a mad dog off its leash, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Everyone held their breath, fearing this was Aunt Wang's death day. But suddenly, Nan Zisheng descended like a guardian deity. His fist cracked against the guard's jaw with the force of a cannonball. The attacker was sent flying, knocked cold before he hit the ground. The commander's face went pale instantly. After delivering that lesson, Nan Zisheng stood as an iron wall before the factory workers. Smiles of relief broke out across the crowd. Xiaolu gazed at his back, her eyes filled with absolute worship. In that moment, no other man existed. Nan Zisheng's voice was ice-cold. "Commander, we can talk without breaking bones." The former mayor looked up, realizing the young man standing tall was none other than Nan Zisheng. He was floored. To take down an awakened guard with one punch? He wondered. Wildly, had Nan Zisheng finally awakened his ability? The commander glared at Nan Zisheng, veins popping. "Who the hell are you?" He drew his gun, aiming it with a sneer. But Nan Zisheng remained calm. He recognized this face from his past life. In the previous timeline, this filth used the war to amass a fortune. He would survive 12 years on the battlefield, only to become a traitor, hunted by the world, and eventually executed. This corrupt official was Lin Yukai, the infamous leech of the supply line. In the past life, this parasite sold military supplies on the black market. By the time he was caught, the damage was catastrophic. Nan Zisheng instantly deduced his game. Lin Yukai was targeting Ye City's slaughtering speed. He wanted them to kill high-tier beasts so he could steal the valuable materials and sell them for his own profit. Nan Zisheng's eyes narrowed. He began plotting the man's downfall. But first, he needed to use him. Nan Zisheng spoke up. "Sir, there are no traitors causing trouble here." Empowered by his presence, the workers chimed in, voicing their outrage against the corrupt official. Faced with this united front, Lin Yukai hesitated. This rebellion wasn't in his script. He scrutinized Nan Zisheng, and suddenly it clicked. This was the famous deserter. He finally had his leverage. Nan Zisheng let out a cold, mocking laugh. Ignoring the gun, he declared, "However, I have butchered tens of thousands of mutant beasts in the trial tower. If I die, your supply chain halts." The words struck Lin Yukai and the mayor like lightning. The butcher had spoken. Nan Zisheng attacked Lin Yukai's true motive directly. He listed the traits of the monsters. High-tier beasts use energy to corrupt the human mind. He emphasized the brutal truth: no one else in the region could handle the slaughter grounds but him. Lin Yukai began to sweat. How did a mere deserter know so much about the beasts? And that punch? Was he truly powerless? The old man scrutinized the crowd, his gaze landing on Nan Zisheng. The determination in the young man's eyes told him one thing: this was no bluff. A malevolent glint sparked in the old man's eyes. Slowly, a calculating grin stretched across his face. The trap was set. If he has a death wish, who am I to deny him? Lin Yukai stepped into Nan Zisheng's personal space, demanding the boy sign the military order immediately. The terms were absolute. Lin Yukai laid it out cold. Nan Zisheng must process 5,000 mutated beasts within a single week. Success meant life. Failure, however, meant a gruesome execution. Lin Yukai would collect every debt, new and old, with blood. The former mayor rushed forward, panic written all over his face. "Nan Zisheng, that's a military order. Do you have any idea what you're signing? If you fail, there's no coming back." The crowd murmured in fear, a heavy cloud of dread settling over everyone watching the young man seal his fate. Xiaolu couldn't stand by. He stepped up, his voice shaking but firm. "We won't let him do it alone. Everyone here can help with the mission." Facing the sea of worried faces, Nan Zisheng remained an island of calm. He raised a hand, silencing their fears. "Trust me, I will complete this mission." But in his mind, gears were turning. Level 4 mutant beasts were nightmares, high defense, and terrifying mental interference abilities. To a greedy merchant like Lin Yukai, these monsters were just walking bags of money, a fortune waiting to be sold. But to Nan Zisheng, they were something far more valuable. They were the perfect fuel to awaken his dormant Asura talent. A ruthless plan formed in Nan Zisheng's mind. First, he would slaughter every monster Lin Yukai provided to ascend his power. Then, he would use that new strength to wipe Lin Yukai and his filth from the face of the earth. The next morning, the nightmare arrived. 5,000 level 4 mutated beasts were delivered, courtesy of Lin Yukai. Officer Mu barked orders, demanding the Yecheng team inspect and sign for the cargo. Xiaolu stepped forward, dread weighing down his steps. Officer Mu raised his voice, reading the death warrant aloud. "Logistics soldier Nan Zisheng, you are tasked with the disposal of 5,000 level 4 beasts. You have exactly 1 week. Make no mistake, this is a wartime directive. Under martial law, Chief of Logistics Lin Yukai holds the power of life and death. You are already suspected of insubordination, inciting riots, attacking superiors. If you delay even a second, you will be executed without trial for multiple felonies." Officer Mu wore a punchable smirk, scanning the Yecheng group. He raised his hand, mimicking a gun, and pointed it right at Nan Zisheng's head. Bang! The color drained from Xiaolu's face. The word execution hung in the air like a guillotine blade. The fat official laughed, mocking them. Look at them tremble. Yesterday you were so bold signing the order. Where's that arrogance now? He could hardly contain his excitement. He was practically counting down the seconds until he could personally end Nan Zisheng. With a perverted, sinister expression, the fat man tapped the order against Nan Zisheng's shoulder. I'm going to enjoy watching you struggle, boy. Nan Zisheng didn't even flinch. He ignored the pig, snatching the order from his hand with zero hesitation. Then, he looked up. His eyes were cold, piercing through the fat man like icy daggers. Save your breath. You talk too much. The bodyguard behind them raged at Nan Zisheng's disrespect. His blood boiled. You little bastard, the fat man chuckled, waving his guard off. Let him be. Why get angry at a dead man walking? Moments later, inside the Ye Cheng processing chamber, the team braced themselves. Xiao Liu warned him, be careful. These aren't like the ones before. To handle high-level beasts like this, we need massive amounts of anesthetic gas. It's the only way to suppress them. The older uncle nodded, his face grim. He explained the critical problem: the chemical supply was dangerously low. Most of the raw materials were shipped to the field hospitals on the front lines. Our reserves in the rear are nearly empty. We don't even know if we have enough for a single day, let alone 5,000 beasts. The uncle sighed, helplessness in his voice. Just watch your back, kid. Nan Zisheng adjusted his gear, a calm affirmation leaving his lips. He wasn't worried about the gas. Behind the glass, the bodyguard watched with Officer Mu, confused. Where does he get this confidence? These beasts have mental attacks. Even in the arena, pros can't dodge them. With his limited intelligence, the guard made a guess. Is he a mental type awakened? Is that his secret? The fat man scoffed immediately. Impossible. I tested him myself with my own spiritual pressure. He didn't react at all. He's a dud. Officer Mu joined the mockery, sneering at the glass. He's just posturing. He can't handle them. I'm just waiting for the show so I can put a bullet in his head. His face twisted into a grotesque mask of anticipation. He imagined Nan Zisheng going insane, driven mad by the beast's mental waves. He'll lose his mind the moment he steps in there. The fear will consume him long before death does. The fat man clicked his tongue, almost regretting he couldn't kill the boy himself. Suddenly, a strange purple light flared around his body. A sinister grin twisted his lips as he imagined the aftermath. Once Zisheng was dealt with, every scrap of treasure would belong to him alone. He cast a dark, predatory glance at the bodyguard. The boss sent you to supervise. You do know how to report back to him correctly, don't you? The guard met his gaze, voice steady. Rest assured, I will report everything that transpires here with absolute honesty. Meanwhile, inside the trial chamber, the atmosphere was heavy. Zisheng stepped in to face the mutant beasts, which had already been sedated by potent drugs. Though their Tier 4 bodies were paralyzed, their spirits remained terrifyingly potent, radiating an overwhelming mental pressure. The psychic weight bore down on Zisheng, uncomfortable at first, but soon, a thrill raced through his veins as the illusions began to take hold. Not bad at all. The hallucinations projected by the beasts lunged towards Zisheng with ferocious speed. A crimson mist swirled and solidified, manifesting as a grotesque skull monster. It swung its massive arms, aiming to crush him in a vice-like grip. Caught off guard, he could not react in time. In a heartbeat, the monster squeezed, crushing Zisheng's body into oblivion. But this cataclysm existed only within his mind. Summoning his iron will, Zisheng fought back against the nightmare. He ignited his subconscious energy, driving a mental blade straight into the beast's skull with devastating force. The illusion shattered like glass. Zisheng launched his avatar into the air, driving his force down onto the beast, roaring, "Get lost! You are nothing but a fake." Taking the full brunt of Zisheng's mental strike, the beast perished instantly. Zisheng withdrew his blade, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he glared at the remaining herd, daring them to try again. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to shift ominously. Zisheng looked down, sensing a convergence of dark energy pooling rapidly beneath his feet, a trap set by the horde. He stood immovable, channeling his power to form a protective barrier, shielding his mind from the beast's intrusive mental spikes. A wave of psychic force crashed against his defenses, whispering seductively, "You are tired. Just let it all go. Humans should learn to live comfortably. Think of the price you have paid. Remember those who have fallen. Is it worth it? The 10,000 races are invincible. How can you hope to take revenge against gods?" The whispers seeped into Zisheng's consciousness, a poison meant to break his spirit and drive him to madness. But instead of despair, defiance flared. Zisheng reached out, his mental avatar gripping the intrusive energy with crushing force. He tore at the energy, trying to infect his mind, his voice thundering. "My vendetta against the 10,000 races will be settled by my own hand. The fate of humanity belongs to us. We alone decide our future, not some monsters in the dark. With a roar, he activated the Asura talent. Murderous aura exploded from his body, preparing to annihilate the monsters' minds. Zisheng pointed a trembling finger at the beasts. With the Asura talent unlocked, my physical and mental strength multiply exponentially. This killing intent. It is the fastest path to evolving my power to legendary heights. He flexed his hand, counting down. Zisheng released the full might of the Asura talent into the atmosphere. As the Asura power unfurled, Zisheng launched a devastating mental counterattack. The efficiency of his slaughter reached absolute perfection. Piercing into their minds, the monsters were left with nothing but hopeless screams echoing in the void. Meanwhile, in the opulent palace of Lin Yusai, the man was screaming in a fit of uncontrollable rage. His latest transaction had hit a snag, but his greed forced him to try and salvage the deal until the very last second. A voluptuous beauty in a bunny costume appeared beside him, pouring wine and cooing softly, trying to soothe his temper. "Come play with me," she purred. Lin Yusai took the glass, his face etched with gloom, completely ignoring her advances. Though a stunning woman sat beside him, his mind was consumed by business. The pressure was mounting. The goods he needed were becoming scarce, not just in Hua Nation, but globally. The situation was grim. Lin Yuqi frowned, racking his brain. He needed a way to secure the goods without spending a dime. Pure profit was the only goal. If this plan failed, all the mutant beasts he had stockpiled would go to waste. His thoughts drifted to his henchman, Fatty. Fatty was capable, certainly, but the cost of using him was becoming too high to bear. That man was just like him, a treacherous, greedy hyena who would turn and bite the moment Lin Yukai showed weakness. He also had to be wary of the investigators sniffing around the front lines. Lin Yukai downed the wine in one gulp. His expression remained sour, anxiety gnawing at him as he thought about the pending deal. Where could he find a secure location to process these high-tier mutant beasts without detection? Deep in thought, he was startled by his phone buzzing. The bunny girl handed it to him. Seeing a subordinate's name, he answered with a snarl. "Speak." The voice on the other end screamed a report about a military order at the Yecheng branch. Before the subordinate could finish his sentence, Lin Yukai cut him off, his voice dripping with boredom. He assumed the trash at Ye City had failed the military order. Speaking of that brat Nan Zisheng, he just wanted to know if the boy had been disposed of yet. But the report shattered Lin Yusai's expectations. The voice on the other end was trembling with adrenaline. "No, sir. We just returned to the Ye City branch today. We were only gone for 4 days," the subordinate stammered. "But the mission, it is already complete." Lin Yukai's face froze in shock as he recalled Xiao Liu's earlier warning. "Sir, those high-tier mutant beasts were approaching level 4, Xiao Liu had said. "It is a disaster far beyond Ye City's capabilities." Even as the long-legged beauty beside him teased and caressed him, Lin Yuchai remained paralyzed, unable to process the impossible news he had just heard. He demanded confirmation immediately. On the other end, the guard swallowed hard before repeating the report to Lin Yukai. "Yi City has fulfilled the military order. 5,000 level 4 mutant beasts have been eliminated, and every single kill belongs to Nan Zisheng." A roar of laughter erupted from Lin Yuchai. He grabbed the woman's waist with one hand, clutching the phone with the other, as if he had won the lottery. "What about the kid? Is Nan Zisheng dead or alive?" "He is exhausted from the slaughter, but alive," the guard reported. His mental state remained surprisingly stable. No signs of madness. Lin Yuchai's grin widened to a manic degree. He barked strict orders for the guard to watch Nan Zisheng like a hawk. Aside from killing beasts, if he shows any strange behavior, hand him over to the captain instantly. The guard immediately obeyed. Behind him, the fatty was fuming, his face twisted in jealousy. Nan Zisheng had actually succeeded. He remembered scanning the boy before they left. There was absolutely no trace of mental talent. His mind spun in circles, unable to comprehend how a piece of trash had achieved the impossible. While the fatty drowned in confusion, the team fussed over Nan Zisheng's health. Meanwhile, Auntie Wang shot a glare sharp enough to kill toward the obese man. At that moment, a system window materialized before Nan Zisheng's eyes. Asura talent level, 5. Progress, 5,000 out of 500. New skill unlocked, Malevolent Alloy. Skill description, adds/attribute to weapon. Ignores defense to a certain degree. Duration, 5 seconds. Nan Zisheng smirked internally as he read the attribute panel. His body and mind felt stronger than ever. He had not broken through to level 6 yet, but unlocking the first Asura skill was a massive win. He closed his eyes, feigning exhaustion. As the aunties doted on him with motherly care, his mind raced. Once he could tame high-level beasts in the wilderness, his army would be unstoppable. Suddenly, Auntie Wang's voice cut through the air. "Humph, Comrade Zhao Nan really saved our face. If not for him, Ye City would be a laughingstock to certain outsiders." Auntie Li chimed in, nodding vigorously. Every pair of eyes in the room turned to the fat man. It was obvious who the real leech was. They made no effort to hide their disdain. The fat Esper grit his teeth, humiliated to be the target of their scorn when he was supposed to be the superior one. With his enhanced senses, Nan Zisheng felt the shift immediately. Someone was deeply unhappy with his success. It seemed leveling up. The Asura talent had sharpened his perception to a terrifying degree. The fatty stood his ground, probing Nan Zisheng again with his powers. Shock hit him. The boy was a mental Esper. Rage boiled over. Nan Zisheng had cut off his income and made a fool of him. This kid was no background character. He was a threat that needed to be investigated properly. Sensing the fatty's malicious intent, the guard clamped a hand on his shoulder. Hey, have you forgotten? The mission is done. Don't play dirty. You know the boss's rules. Do not jeopardize his plans. The guard warned him that even if he had a grudge, he had to wait until Lin Yuchai was finished using the boy. The residual monster energy on him is too chaotic right now. Forcing your way into his mind is suicide, the guard hissed. But the warnings fell on deaf ears. The fatty only wanted to rip Nan Zisheng into 100 pieces to satisfy his rage. He snarled at the guard, cutting him off. Shut up. I will report to the boss myself later. Channeling his power, a crimson aura surged from the fat man, slithering toward Nan Zisheng to violate his mind. Nan Zisheng frowned as the foreign energy assaulted his mental barriers. But annoyance quickly turned to calculation. Perfect timing, he thought. Let's see what the Asura talent can really do. He lowered his defenses, inviting the enemy in. The moment the intruder breaches Nan Zisheng's mental defenses, the fat man's expression darkens instantly. Absolute darkness swallows him whole, black as ink. He looks around, bewildered and disoriented, assuming he has successfully accessed Nan Zisheng's spirit system. Normally, upon infiltrating a mental scape, one sees the target's spirit entity. Yet here, nothing exists but the void. While he trembles in confused terror, movement stirs in the distance. Nan Zisheng makes his move. The very entity the fat man sought finally calls out to him. Startled, the intruder whips his head around in sheer panic. Seeing the spy still hasn't located him, Nan Zisheng calls out again from the shadows. He condenses his overflowing killing intent into a tangible spirit form, grinning with predatory malice at the intruder. Facing this monstrous avatar, the fat man's soul nearly shatters. He stammers in terror, realizing Nan Zisheng possesses a hidden mental ability, a power that his previous investigations completely failed to detect. The spy feels Nan Zisheng's killing intent crushing his spirit like a physical weight. He screams in panic. Who the hell are you? Nan Zisheng commands the dark energy to coil around the fat man's limbs like a python. The avatar looms over him, speaking coldly. My identity is irrelevant. Didn't you want to explore my mental world? The killing intent strikes directly, making the spy writhe in agony like a dying animal. He begs Nan Zisheng for mercy, desperate and broken. Nan Zisheng delivers a cold reminder. I will show you enough to last a lifetime. After being utterly ravaged, the fat man begins coughing up blood within the mental dimension itself. In the physical world, his condition is no better. Having lost all reason, he laughs maniacally, drenched in his own blood. Like a junkie having a bad trip, he runs around screaming curses at Lin Yuchai. The nearby bodyguard watches, stunned and confused by the spectacle. The aunties stand frozen, their jaws dropped in shock and confusion. Aunt Wang wonders if her earlier argument caused this breakdown. A twinge of guilt pricks her conscience. The fat man continues chirping and running like a bird on a high branch. The bodyguard analyzes the situation. The residual spiritual backlash was too strong, driving the spy insane. Realizing this farce could ruin Lin Yuchai's plans, the bodyguard decides to act immediately. He clasps his hands and charges forward without a second thought. A single, cold-blooded punch sends the fat man on his final journey. He dies instantly, leaving the onlookers paralyzed with fear. Dusting himself off, the bodyguard offers a smooth explanation. Apologies for the scene. He was corrupted by a demonic spirit's power. He became a danger to you all, so I had to put him down. He approaches Nan Zisheng, observing the boy's condition and concluding he only suffered mental harassment. Furious at the incompetent spy, the bodyguard blames the dead man for the mess. Turning his back coldly, he barks orders. Get back to work. Someone will come to clean up this trash later. As the bodyguard walks away, a satisfied smile curls Nan Zisheng's lips. The system interface flashes into existence. With the spy eliminated, his rank skyrockets. Current Asura rank, killing stage, 5,500 out of 5,500. After dealing with the monsters and the lackey, Nan Zisheng falls into a deep slumber. When his eyes finally open, familiar faces surround him. Everyone beams with relief. Aunt Lee waves excitedly, announcing that Nan Zisheng has finally awakened. Sitting up, he rubs his forehead. How long was I out? Seeing his groggy state, she tells him 2 full days have passed. Aunt Wang immediately takes charge, shooing the crowd away. Don't worry about Nan Zisheng, go back to work or we'll fall behind. Aunt Li smiles warmly, urging him to eat something to recover his strength. Sitting on his bed, Nan Zisheng asks Aunt Wang if Lin Yucai sent more mutant beasts. Aunt Wang denies it with a heavy sigh, shifting the topic to the grim state of Yecheng. Half the substation staff have been transferred, while the frontline troops have just been doubled. The 9th defense line has finished. Humanity was utterly crushed at the 8th defense line. Nan Zisheng's eyes widen in shock. The situation is catastrophic. Whether in the sky or on the ground, the frontline army is no match for the alien beast hordes. Aunt Wang recounts the tragic details. She speaks of the Son of Thunder punishment, a promising level 7 Esper. His arm was severed, and he now clings to life by a thread. Aunt Wang shakes her head in despair. The level 6 fire giant sacrificed himself heroically for the nation. Concern shadows Nan Zisheng's face as he looks at Aunt Wang, his mind racing over the disastrous state of the war. He knew defeat was inevitable, but the collapse is happening much faster than in his previous life. Aunt Wang leaned in, her voice low, as she delivered the latest intel. The official verdict regarding the officer's final suicide mission had been sealed just 2 days prior. That corrupt, overweight officer, his death was ruled as demonic interference, a convenient explanation that absolved the Yecheng trial station of any and all liability. But suddenly, Aunt Wang's expression darkened. The wrinkles on her face deepened as she prepared to drop a far heavier bombshell on Nan Zisheng. Sensing the gravity in her sorrowful tone, Zisheng immediately pressed for answers. Instead of speaking, Aunt Wang turned and summoned Xiao Liu and the rest of the team. Xiao Liu hobbled into the room, leaning heavily on crutches, ready to deliver the announcement that would change everything. Every single staff member, including the support teams deployed outside. We have all cast our votes. You are the chosen station chief of our Yecheng branch. As Xiaolu approached the bedside and read the official appointment decree, Nan Zisheng froze. The news hit him like a physical blow. He was completely unprepared for this burden. Seeing his hesitation, Xiaolu's face broke into a warm smile. Don't look so conflicted. This is proof that everyone here acknowledges your strength. Even Aunt Wang stepped forward, her voice filled with remorse for her past errors. She bowed her head, hoping for Zisheng's leniency and guidance in the future. A radiant smile finally returned to her face. That's right. I suppose I can't just call you Comrade Little Nan anymore. It has to be Station Chief Little Nan now. No, wait. Just Station Chief Nan. The room erupted with hopeful energy, everyone looking toward Zisheng with eyes full of determination to work harder than ever. But reality arrived quickly. Xiaolu turned serious, reminding him that the leadership's assigned quota was far heavier than their previous missions. Half our workforce has been transferred away, yet the production demands and material quotas have doubled. Her voice trembled. Everyone is working without food or sleep. At this rate, I'm terrified to think how many of us in Yecheng will even be alive in a month. Nan Zisheng listened to their plight, his mind racing as he processed the dire situation. We can't squeeze any more blood from these stones. The workers are at their limit. The only one capable of carrying this weight is me. Level 7. Beast Taming Talent. Level 6. Asura Talent. If I combine my taming arts with my attribute slashing skills, my efficiency will soar by 200%. Zisheng sat in deep contemplation, calculating the perfect strategy to save the station. I can ensure the new projects finish on time, even if the workers return to a normal schedule. A confident smirk played on his lips. As for the original plan to drain Lin Yukai dry before eliminating him, my new identity as station chief gives me the perfect cover to operate. Meanwhile, Xiao Liu, unable to see a way out of their hellish workload, clenched her fists in frustration. Just as she turned to storm off and file a complaint with the upper management, Zisheng stopped her cold. I have a solution. His words hung in the air, leaving the room stunned. Xiaolu's voice rose in panic. She accused him of neglecting his own recovery, convinced that the pressure of his new position was forcing him to sacrifice his broken body. Nan Zisheng didn't argue. He simply slipped out of the hospital bed, his movements calm and deliberate. Standing tall and unwavering, he declared, I know you're all worried about me, but please, trust me. I will complete this mission. Failure is not an option. His absolute resolve swept through the room like a fresh breeze. Anxiety vanished, replaced by a roaring wave of support as the team cheered, ready to push forward together. But amidst the celebration, an anomaly occurred. Outside the door, a dark shadow flickered past. With his level 6 mental strength, nothing in this proximity could escape Nan Zisheng's senses. His eyes narrowed. That movement speed. That's no ordinary staff member. Without a second thought, he bolted out the door, pursuing the mysterious intruder. He burst into the hallway, but the corridor was empty. The target had vanished. Zisheng scanned every direction, hunting for a trace. Suddenly, cold steel pressed against the back of his neck. Chasing me out here? You've got some nerve, kid. The woman behind the trigger issued a sharp warning. One wrong move meant death. She demanded he answer her interrogation, and answer it well. Zisheng was genuinely taken aback. He hadn't sensed her positioning at all. He turned slightly to see a stunning, seductive woman with deep brown hair. Her gun didn't waver. You accepted Lin Yuchai's order. What is the quantity of the next shipment? And the logistics? Is he delivering, or are you retrieving the goods yourselves? Nan Zisheng didn't flinch. Shouldn't you be asking Lin Yuchai those questions? The woman's brow furrowed, detecting a lack of sincerity in his deflection. Don't play dumb. You're in league with him, aren't you? Now, answer the question truthfully, or else. She's distracted. Seizing the split-second opening, Zisheng's aura flared. He activated his Asura talent, spinning around with explosive force to strike, but she wasn't an amateur. Sensing the sudden spike in bloodlust, she recoiled instantly, weaving out of the path of his assault. Bang! She didn't hesitate, firing a round directly at Nan Zisheng's hand. Flesh met metal, but instead of shattering bone, the bullet deflected off his hand, leaving nothing but a superficial scratch. Radiating terrifying killing intent, Zisheng growled, "Get this through your head. The people of Yecheng are not accomplices of that scum, Lin Yuchai." Realizing the monster she was dealing with, the woman retreated to a safe distance, eyes narrowing. If you're not with him, then why is Yecheng aiding his operations? Wait, she's targeting Lin too? Realizing she was a potential ally, Zisheng extinguished his murderous aura instantly. He casually dusted off his clothes, his demeanor shifting from demon to diplomat. I'm not helping him. It's a mandate from the higher-ups. Yecheng has no choice but to comply. Nan Zisheng stood his ground, his voice firm. Even if Lin Yuchai was a traitorous parasite, he remained their commanding officer by law. Sensing the unwavering integrity beneath his words, the woman extended her hand. She decided to trust him and offered her cooperation. I am Zhang Yuan. I serve in the 2nd Intelligence Unit of the 8th Defense Line Supply Team. Nan Zisheng studied her outstretched hand in silence, analyzing her intent. Then, with eyes as cold as ice, he flatly rejected her offer. Suspicion immediately clouded Zhang Yuan's gaze. Did his refusal mean he intended to aid that villainous Lin Yuchai? Nan Zisheng met her stare with a resolute expression, and countered immediately. He assured her that Lin Yuchai would face justice, but the time was not yet ripe. He had refused for one simple reason. She was obsessed with toppling Lin Yuchai, yet she was completely blind to the devastation such a move would unleash. His sharp logic struck a chord, causing Zhang Yuan's confidence to waver for the first time. She frowned, confused, and demanded to know exactly what his strategy implied. He broke it down with brutal realism. To eliminate a man like Lin Yuchai, only 2 paths existed for her: assassination or internal denunciation. If she chose the path of blood, she had to remember the enemy was never just a single man. Could she guarantee total silence from his cohorts? With her status, a botched assassination would trigger a catastrophe she could not survive. The truth hit Zhang Yuan like a sledgehammer. Her previous plans now seemed laughably naive and childish compared to his foresight. Nan Zisheng slid his hands into his pockets, stepping closer to her with an imposing, masculine presence. Then there was the bureaucratic route. Internal investigations dragged on for eternity, and humanity had just suffered a crushing defeat on the battlefield. If rumors of betrayal in the rear reached the front lines now, it would be interpreted as a total collapse of unity. The consequences would be dire. Panic would spread like wildfire, plunging the entire rear guard into absolute chaos. Nan Zisheng could already visualize the nightmare scenario, the elderly and vulnerable abandoning their homes in terror. Zhang Yuan realized the terrifying accuracy of his analysis. She sighed, defeated, and shook her head. Then what is the correct move? I will handle it. His answer stunned her. Disdain quickly replaced her shock. If an elite officer like her was helpless, what could a branded deserter like Nan Zisheng possibly achieve? Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent exploded from Nan Zisheng's body. His power surged exponentially, his eyes darkening into an infinite abyss. He forced her to recall the overwhelming strength he had displayed during their duel. Confronted by his suffocating aura and internal energy, Zhang Yuan instinctively stepped back, wary of the danger he radiated. She frantically reviewed his file in her mind. The difference in his strength compared to just 1 week ago was impossible to ignore. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Did he possess a limitless enhancement ability? As quickly as it came, Nan Zisheng retracted his aura. He cut through her spiraling thoughts, warning her sternly not to make a single move on her own. He swore to dispose of the trash named Lin Yuchai himself. Though hesitant, Zhang Yuan nodded, submitting to his plan. Yet she added a sharp warning. Failure was not an option. He had to succeed, no matter the cost. Nan Zisheng turned to leave, his confidence unshakable. He left her with one final task: handle the necessary mutant beasts once Lin was gone. The request baffled her. She called out, demanding to know exactly how many beasts he intended to hunt. His power was undeniable, even for a veteran. She needed absolute confirmation that his blade would never turn against humanity and where his true loyalties lay. Nan Zisheng paused, glancing back with a gaze as cold as steel. He affirmed his loyalty to the human race. But to drive back the darkness completely, his current strength was still far from enough. He walked into the distance, offering only a casual wave. Zhang Yuan watched him go, a knot of anxiety tightening in her chest. There was something about him that made one deeply uneasy, like a predator in disguise. Yet, his eyes held no deception. With no other choice, she decided to place her faith in this enigma. Several days later, within the walls of Ye City, Lin Yukai was singing Nan Zisheng's praises. Not only had the boy returned unscathed, but the mission was flawless. Lin urged everyone to maintain this momentum for the battles ahead. While Lin Yukai prattled on about logistics, Xiao Liu and Aunt Wang whispered in the back, dreading the new mission's difficulty. This wasn't like the level 4 beasts from before. They were facing monsters approaching level 5. The danger had spiked dramatically. Xiao Liu approached Nan Zisheng, concern written on her face. He had been injured by weaker beasts last time. How would he survive this escalation? Nan Zisheng merely smiled, his face radiating absolute confidence. He assured her the mission was well within hand. As he signed the acceptance form, Lin Yuchai watched with a greedy, triumphant grin. The corrupt officer began calculating the profits he would reap. To a man like him, this man, Nan Zisheng, is leagues above that dead tub of lard. Best of all, he doesn't cost a single cent. Even the rats from the intelligence division have fallen silent, too afraid to cause trouble anymore. With the front line collapsing, military supply orders have doubled. To him, this isn't a tragedy. It is a golden ticket sent from the heavens to fill his pockets. The mere thought makes him grin like a maniac. He steps forward, clapping a heavy hand onto Nan Zisheng's shoulder. He plays the benevolent boss, offering help while demanding the next mission be executed to perfection. Nan Zisheng ignores Lin Yukai's barking. Without a word, he turns, commanding the team to get to work. His command sparks immediate action. The air fills with the sounds of industry as everyone throws themselves into their assigned tasks. Watching the efficiency, Lin Yuchai wipes his mouth with a handkerchief. The work environment here in Ye City finally gives him peace of mind. Nan Zisheng remains silent until the parasite leaves. Only then does a cold smile touch his lips. He unleashes his killing intent. Those high-level beasts Lin Yuchai hoarded, they are nothing but fodder for his ascension. He activates his talent. The terrifying Asura alloy wicked blade materializes. He steps into the cage. Level 5, mutant beasts, eyes burning crimson, lunge at him with savage hunger. He shifts into stance. His blade hums, radiating a suffocating wave of pure murderous aura. Nan Zisheng charges. As he strikes, the Asura killing intent system floods his vision with notifications. Asura killing intent plus 1.5. Plus 1.5. His eyes glowing scarlet. He becomes a blur of death, slaughtering wave after wave of mutants. The beasts stand no chance. They are decimated instantly under his relentless assault. His talent evolves. The system chimes. Current Asura, level 6. Progress, 16 out of 7,200. On the 20th, the Eagle Nation's 8th defense line falls after 4 hours of hell. 800,000 soldiers and 50,000 espers slaughtered. The front collapses. Yet, inside the training room, Nan Zisheng continues his blood-soaked grind, focused solely on increasing his power. With burning eyes, he unleashes Alloy Explosive Blade and Asura Slaughterer to execute the beast. Meanwhile, on the 22nd, the Northern River defense line crumbles. 10 different alien species breach the northern glacial region. 600,000 warriors perish in the snow. Ignoring the chaos outside, Nan Zisheng fights on, driven to complete his mission. The 24th, the southern glacial river's 8th line faces the brutal steel race. In one short hour, 500,000 soldiers are wiped out. Yet, Nan Zisheng's skills only grow sharper with every kill. He has finally unlocked the Alloy Lance. On the 26th, the French defense line and the nation of Kawasaki's 8th line suffer total collapse. In mere 30 minutes, humanity falls. A soldier lies dying, blood gushing from his mouth, eyes wide with helplessness. Yet his will to exterminate the aliens burns until the very end. Only now does Nan Zisheng cease his slaughter. He channels his energy, red and black auras intertwining around his body like a demonic shroud. He whispers the incantation. Full killing intent release. Asura returns. The surrounding beasts tremble in primal fear. This time, Nan Zisheng's Asura form has reached its absolute zenith. He triggers the hell on earth state. A crimson shockwave explodes outward. The terrifying beasts recoil, retreating in terror. Nan Zisheng glares at them, his gaze identical to the god of death. He raises his voice, daring them to attack. He points his blade at the horde. The killing intent, radiating from the steel, feels strong enough to swallow the world whole. A devastating blast of energy erupts. In a fraction of a second, the entire herd is obliterated and sent straight to the afterlife. This power is exponentially greater than before. Standing atop a mountain of corpses, he deactivates the Asura state, returning to his human form. Azure crystals float in the air, the spoils of war. A look of pure excitement crosses his face. With this harvest of essence stones, he has enough to conduct another round of beast taming. His thoughts turn to Lin Yukai, his voice dripping with venom. That man may have money, but he won't have the life to spend it. As Nan Zisheng exits the trial room, he finds the workers frozen, their attention glued to the loudspeaker announcements. The 8th defense lines have fallen everywhere except the Eastern Alliance. The Rice Nation and Bear Nation are barely holding on. The Eastern Alliance has issued a total mobilization order. The conscription age has been lowered to 16. Covered in fresh wounds, Nan Zisheng listens intently. The front line is collapsing faster than he predicted. He needs a new plan. Even with the Asura talent, he is just one man against an apocalypse. Aunt Wong turns around and jumps, startled to find him standing right behind her like a ghost. Supervisor Nan. You finished everything already? Right on cue, Lin Yukai approaches, checking his watch. He showers Nan Zisheng with praise, his greedy face lighting up with satisfaction at the incredible efficiency. Lin Yukai sat back comfortably, dangling a tempting offer in the air, asking exactly what high-ranking position Nan Zisheng desired for his promotion. But Nan Zisheng didn't look grateful. His eyes burned with suffocating murderous intent, staring straight at the official. What I want is you. The sheer audacity made Lin Yukai jump in his skin. The official stammered, asking him to repeat himself, terrified by the double meaning. Even the elite bodyguard standing nearby felt a cold sweat drench his back under that heavy killing aura. Suddenly, the ice melted. Nan Zisheng flashed a harmless smile and dropped the act. He politely requested that Lin Yukai travel to the northern wilderness cliff tonight to capture a pack of iron giant wolves and bring them back to Ye City. But his smile didn't reach his eyes as he added a dark warning. Make sure you slaughter those beasts as quickly as possible. Lin Yukai's soul, which had nearly left his body, finally returned. He laughed nervously, praising Nan Zisheng for his decisiveness and sharp vision. Relieved the tension was over. Unexpectedly, Nan Zisheng bowed deeply in gratitude. The sudden gesture nearly gave the corrupt official another heart attack from the mood whiplash. Inside his mind, Lin Yukai swore viciously. If this brat is playing games with me, I'll send him to meet his ancestors tonight. Nan Zisheng glanced up, watching the man leave with a hidden sneer. Foreign enemies are invading our world, yet trash like you rots us from within. You deserve 1,000 deaths. Later, under the freezing full moon of the northern wilderness, Nan Zisheng stood amidst the snow, looking like a descended god of war. He gazed into the distance, memories of his past life flooding back. The moment high-level espers began to awaken was exactly when the 10,000 races launched their assassination protocols. He reminded himself to tread carefully. Turning his attention to the wolf pack he had already tamed, he issued a mental command. Call them. Bring every pack in the vicinity to me. The order was absolute. The wolves raised their heads, howling a haunting melody that signaled their kin. Shadows shifted in the canyons as thousands of wild wolves began to emerge from the darkness. Nan Zisheng checked his interface. Class: Beast Tamer Level 7. Tamed Beasts. Iron Giant Wolf. 5 out of 1,000. Spirit Stones. 100,000. Tameable Level. Tier 6. Next level requirement. 270,000 stones. The numbers for the Iron Giant Wolves remained low at 5 out of 1,000, with only 100,000 Spirit Stones, and the requirement for the next level sitting at a massive 270,000. The gap was huge. Staring at the stats, Nan Zisheng realized the cost to upgrade his class was increasing exponentially. Meanwhile, Lin Yukai's convoy rumbled through the wasteland. The driver shouted back to Lin Yukai, reporting a cluster of 1,000 mutant wolves ahead within teleportation range. In the back seat, Lin Yukai's hands were busy exploring the curves of a seductive woman. Barely looking up, he lazily ordered his henchmen to capture them using the nano cage. Suddenly, a deep rumble shook the earth, making him jerk his head toward the window. The bodyguard peered out, his face draining of all color. He mumbled in pure terror as he realized it wasn't a small pack. Tens of thousands of iron giant wolves had completely surrounded the convoy. Lin Yukai's heart stopped. How could a beast tide of this magnitude appear without a single warning alarm? Panic took over. "Teleport! Get us back to safety now!" he screamed. But the bodyguard wiped sweat from his eyes, delivering the death sentence. "We can't. The teleportation range is only 1 kilometer. This beast tide. It spans for miles." Their only option was a suicide charge straight ahead. Breaking through the encirclement was the only slim chance of survival they had left. Hearing this, Lin Yukai's face went white as a sheet. Without hesitation, he screamed the order to break through. The bodyguard floored the accelerator immediately. From his vantage point on the ridge, Nan Zisheng watched the prey enter the trap. "It begins." He turned to his wolf king. "Go, kill those 2 disgusting insects. Leave no trace." After issuing the kill order, Nan Zisheng unleashed his divine beast talent. His energy exploded outward, sweeping past the fleeing convoy and crashing directly into the wild wolf pack. The wild wolves absorbed the aura. Their eyes glowed brighter, their bodies swelling with newfound power as they accepted his dominion. The system notifications went wild. Beast Tamer Level 7. Tamed Beasts, Steel Spine Giant Wolf, 10,000 plus. Spirit Stones for Taming, 0. Max Taming Tier, Level 6. Progress to next level, 170,000 out of 270,000. Down in the valley, Lin Yukai's men cheered as they saw the wolves suddenly freeze. Look, they stopped. There must be a powerful beast tamer ahead. Lin Yukai pressed his face against the glass, ecstasy replacing his fear. We're saved. This is perfect. The bodyguard frowned, suspicious. Yi City didn't have a tamer capable of controlling a tide this size, but Lin Yucai was blinded by optimism. It must be a hidden master. Drive over there. If we make connections with him, we'll be unstoppable. But Nan Zisheng wasn't there to make friends. He channeled his energy, his eyes cold and unforgiving. Crush them. He commanded the 10,000 steel spine giant wolves to annihilate the convoy. Not a single car was to escape. Receiving the will of their master, the wolf tide surged forward like a tsunami of fangs and steel. Inside the car, the celebration died instantly. They looked back in horror. Realizing the tamer hadn't failed, he had turned the weapon against them. As the beasts crashed into the metal, Lin Yusai let out a final, despairing scream. Give the order. Unleash full firepower. We need to suppress these beasts now. Desperation took over as the guards leaned out of the convoy, unleashing a storm of bullets to shield Lin Yukai's vehicle from the encroaching dire wolves. But the beast tide was overwhelming. The guards struggled in vain as they were torn apart, while other wolves hurled their massive bodies against the car like battering rams. The vehicle shuddered violently under the impact, panic erupting inside. The bodyguard screamed a warning to Lin Yusai, sensing the imminent threat. Terror drained the color from Lin Yukai's face. Trembling, he shrieked at his men to get him to safety immediately. Suddenly, a suffocating black aura materialized, wrapping around Lin Yukai's throat like a noose. At that exact second, a dire wolf slammed into the car with the force of a truck. Death seemed certain, but in a split second, the bodyguard activated his ability, teleporting them both several meters away from the wreckage. Seeing their prey escape, the wolves let out bone-chilling howls to summon their pack. It was then the bodyguard finally unleashed his true power. He sneered at the beasts, preparing to show these mongrels the terrifying might of a level 5 awakener. Dark energy surged as he cast a volatile wave of black aura toward the monsters, activating his nanocage domain to shift space itself. Space warped, displacing the wolves meters away, but it was futile. An endless tide of fangs and claws continued to surge forward, wave after wave. With Lin Yukai paralyzed by fear, the bodyguard took charge. Since the nanocage had reached its limit, he was forced to use a standard spatial transfer skill. Space twisted around them, and in a flash of light, he and Lin Yukai materialized at the designated extraction point. But they had walked right into a trap. Waiting in the shadows was the very man they feared, Nan Zisheng. As they appeared, a chilling voice echoed from behind. I've been waiting for you. You are much slower than I calculated. The blood froze in their veins. They spun around to see the young man calmly remove his hood, revealing his face with a polite yet terrifying smile. It was Nan Zisheng. Realization struck Lin Yusai like a lightning bolt. The wolf attack was orchestrated by this man. He knew without a doubt Zisheng was here to end him. Zisheng let his murderous intent explode outward. A suffocating pressure that confirmed Lin Yukai's worst nightmares were true. His voice dropped to a lethal whisper. If you dare to provoke me, it won't just be you. Tomorrow, your entire bloodline will be wiped from existence. Faster than the eye could follow, Zisheng blurred into motion. Before the bodyguard could even twitch, Zisheng's hand was already clamping down on Lin Yuchai's throat. Lin Yuchai gasped for air, his face turning purple as he desperately croaked out his bodyguard's name for help. The loyal dog reacted, summoning a teleportation gate in a desperate bid to save his scumbag master from death's door. But escape was not an option. Nan Zisheng unleashed his ultimate technique, the Asura Dragon Slayer art. The spirit of the Asura manifested, condensing pure killing intent into the form of a dragon. It dominated the space, crushing all mental defenses instantly. The Asura dragon shattered the bodyguard's spatial technique like glass. Terror dawned on the guard as he realized Nan Zisheng was a high-tier awakener beyond his league. Zisheng's grip tightened, and the sickening crunch of bones echoed through the air as the bodyguard's hand was pulverized. Agony ripped a scream from the guard's throat, cut short by a devastating punch. Blood sprayed into the snow as his life was extinguished instantly, right before Lin Yuchai's horrified eyes. Trembling, Lin Yukai opened his mouth to beg for mercy. But Zisheng didn't even let him finish, releasing his grip and letting gravity take him. He fell into the abyss, where a sea of hungry white fangs and razor-sharp claws waited to welcome him. Lin Yuchai's screams pierced the night before, being abruptly silenced, sending him straight to hell to join his bodyguard. Meanwhile, at the Ability Investigation Bureau, a woman relaxing in a bath suddenly froze. She sensed a massive surge of energy erupting from Ye City. There was no mistake. The supreme power she had detected days ago had surfaced again. The strongest Esper had finally revealed himself. Su Ling, a level 5 sensory awakener, wasted no time. She sprang from the water, dressing rapidly. She had to report this to the Bureau immediately. Back in the frozen wasteland, amidst a biting blizzard, the convoy of vehicles came to a halt in the endless white. A warm, commanding voice cut through the cold wind. "Open the doors. It's safe now. You can come out." The doors swung open, and the pack of dire wolves leaped out. Their sharp, predatory gazes locked onto the man waiting for them. But instantly, the terrifying beasts transformed into oversized puppies. They bounded over, wagging their tails and nuzzling affectionately against his legs. The man chuckled, pushing them back playfully. "Hey, quit the licking. I said that's enough." But one stubborn wolf ignored him, tongue lolling out for another slobber attack. In a flash, the man's expression shifted. His eyes glowed with an intense crimson dominance. "Sit down, now." The command fell from his lips, with the weight of an absolute ruler. Terrified, the wolves broke into a cold sweat. Ears drooping, they scrambled to sit in a perfect, disciplined line. Seeing this, the man sighed, a helpless smile returning to his face. I really can't stay mad at you guys." He looked down at the pack, his eyes softening with pride and satisfaction. "You all did excellent work today." He approached them, hand extended. "Your reward is head pats. Don't push, everyone gets a turn." The wolves vibrated with joy, tails thumping against the snow, eyes shining with pure adoration. Under their master's touch, the fearsome predators melted, utterly content with their reward. Suddenly, the man leaps atop a nearby vehicle, his expression hardening into stone. "Listen up, your next mission awaits." His voice booms with absolute authority, commanding the pack toward the northern wasteland to hunt origin stones. High above, the silver moon casts a spotlight on his silhouette, highlighting his unyielding resolve amidst the fierce, biting snowstorm. The wolf pack howls in unison, a symphony of predators accepting their new orders. The scene shifts to the slaughterhouse in Ye City, where snow continues to bury the world in white. Zhang Yuan steps forward, her voice heavy with gravity as she addresses Sheng. Lin Yu has just received devastating news. His entire squad was wiped out by monsters in the northern wasteland yesterday. Yet, Sheng just lowers his head, calmly munching on a steamed bun, as if he hears nothing. Zhang Yuan refuses to let it slide, pressing him for answers. "Did you have a hand in this catastrophe?" With an expression of utter indifference, he simply shrugs. I merely told him I planned to hunt a few variant beasts." Zhang Yuan's eyes widen in shock. You have the ability to control monsters?" Sheng instantly presses a finger to his lips, silencing her. "Shh, some secrets are better left unspoken." His cryptic words only plunge Zhang Yuan deeper into confusion. A moment later, having processed the shock, she waves her hand to dismiss the topic. "I submitted all the evidence of Lin Yu's corruption this morning. His assets will be confiscated in no time." Sheng finishes the last bite of his bun, his tone flat and uninterested. "Oh, good." Zhang Yuan offers a polite, inviting smile. "Regardless, I owe you for this. Let's grab a drink tonight." But he rejects her instantly while chewing. "Skip the drink. I have zero interest." Suddenly his footsteps halt. He turns his head, locking eyes with Zhang Yuan. A cunning smile plays on his lips, his voice dropping to a low, meaningful register. "But if you truly want to thank me, perhaps there is another way." Zhang Yuan feels a flicker of unease, forcing a stiff smile. "What way is that?" Sheng seizes the moment, flashing a thumbs up with eyes full of amusement. "I want to transform this place into the largest slaughterhouse in Ye City. It needs to handle 10 times, maybe even 100 times the volume of mutant poultry compared to current facilities." The audacious proposal makes her sigh in defeat, before reluctantly agreeing. "Fine. The front lines are desperate for supplies anyway. The higher-ups will likely be pleased with this request. Leave it to me." The scene jumps to the next day at workshop number 4, where countless mutant carcasses float eerily on the water's surface. Sheng finishes his work, blade in hand, his gaze sharp and contemplative as he surveys the carnage. Transforming this slaughterhouse was a masterstroke. Harvesting origin stones from mutant poultry here is practically free experience. A blood-red aura begins to radiate from his body, like darkness encroaching on the light. Looking at the piles of corpses stacked like mountains, he stares down at his own hands. He whispers to himself, realizing that with the capture of the giant iron wolves, a massive beast tide is inevitable. 2 days later, the system notification flashes. Beast Tamer, level 7. Giant iron wolves count, 10,000. Taming origin stones, 190,000. Progress toward next level, 17,000 out of 270,000. The scene shifts to the vast northern wasteland, where Sheng's powerful voice echoes across the dunes. The rise and fall of the world is every man's responsibility. Today, the Sheng faction invites you all to hold the northern wasteland and protect the Blue Star. The system chimes again. Beast Tamer, level 8 reached. Number of level 5, giant iron wolves, 50,000. Taming origin stones, 150,000. Progress to next level, 24,000 out of 540,000. The panorama reveals a vast desert teeming with 50,000 giant iron wolves, the moon above slowly bleeding into a crimson red. A cold, eerie light bathes the land, signaling a brutal omen. Suddenly, from the horizon, a stampede of giant yaks with glowing red eyes charges like a hurricane, aiming straight for Sheng without hesitation. Sheng maintains his terrifying composure. He raises his right hand, unleashing sharp tendrils of red aura, his eyes blazing with focus. His voice cuts through the chaos, decisive and commanding. Level 6, Tibetan yak submit. Instantly, power explodes from him, forming a massive ring of energy that pierces through the giant herd. The muscular legs of the charging beasts lock up mid-stride. Dust billows into a choking cloud. Strange, glowing markings begin to etch themselves onto their hides, the brand of submission. One by one, the massive Tibetan yaks obediently bow down before Sheng. He raises his hand high, his voice booming. You will garrison the Whitebone Plains. Hunt origin stones for me. Do not harm humans. Do not attack the city. Await my summons. Hearing the command, the herd quickly disperses to execute their new mission. Immediately, the system interface rings with a crisp notification sound. Beast Tamer level 8. Beast count, 50,000 giant iron wolves, 50,000 level 6 Tibetan yaks. Taming origin stones, 100,000. Progress to next level, 74,000 out of 540,000. The scene pans across the northern wasteland. The formation is set. 50,000, level 5 iron wolves and the Whitebone Plains, now guarded by 50,000 level 6 Tibetan yaks. The view shifts to the treacherous Lichuan Canyon. Sheng walks silently through the heart of the conflict. His mind calculates rapidly. 100,000 origin stones remain enough to tame a troop of level 7 mutant apes from this very canyon. He contemplates the move, his eyes shining with fierce determination. These creatures are on a different level entirely, radiating a pressure far more terrifying than the wolves or yaks ever could. The heavens suddenly tear asunder. A blood-red moon ascends, bathing the world in a chilling, violent, crimson light. Suddenly, a colossal ape descends from the heavens. Its eyes burn with savagery, razor-sharp claws poised to strike. Thang glances upward, impressed. Not bad, he thinks. The beast's speed is godlike, and its aura is overwhelming. But before the beast can land a hit, Thang explodes with his own dominance. He roars a single command, submit. With a casual wave, he delivers a thunderous slap, sending the behemoth crashing face-first into the dirt. Thang exhales, relieved. Good. It is still within my taming range. However, there is no time to rest. A barrage of shadows dives from the sky. The wind screams like a banshee. Thang looks up, his eyes widening in shock and alert. What in the world is happening? He mutters. His muscles coil tight, ready for the unknown. Suddenly, a crushing weight slams onto his back. An ominous pressure bears down on him. He spins around. The beast he just defeated is roaring again, leaking a terrifying aura. Impossible, Thang gasps, disbelief etched across his face. Taming failed? No matter. Thang's blood begins to boil with excitement. His fighting spirit surges to new heights. Fine then, his eyes flash with resolve. I will beat you into submission first. He charges. His blade pierces the four-eyed monstrosity, blasting it backward. Saliva sprays everywhere as Thang unleashes a primal roar. Asura, violent slaughter. His blade strikes the earth, triggering a catastrophic explosion that shatters the very ground beneath them. System alert. Beast Tamer skill level 8 activated. A ring of energy, more potent than ever, pulses from Thang's hand. Crimson light floods the battlefield, warping reality and filling the air with spine-chilling howls. Out of the haze, an army of berserk apes emerges, baring their fangs in a frenzy of bloodlust. Hearing their screeches, Thang understands. So, the taming failed because of this interference. He leaps back to gain distance. A horde of level 7 beasts? Killing them would be a waste of good resources. I need to take out the alpha first. In a flash of crimson light, he rockets into the sky, leaving the lesser apes stunned. Mid-air, his hand snaps onto a hanging vine. His body radiates pure, suffocating, killing intent. Glancing down at a pursuer, he lets out a cold laugh. Not bad combat power. Suddenly, Another ape swings onto the vine behind him. Thang shakes his head, unbothered. Pity you lack the brains to use it. He pivots, causing the two beasts to smash into each other and plummet to the earth. The beast falls, gnashing its teeth in rage. Meanwhile, Thang grips his blade, smirking. This weapon is quite handy. There is no respite. Another foe lunges from the shadows, aiming for a cowardly backstab. Thang vaults upward instantly, causing the deadly claws to slash through empty air. Landing gracefully, his voice drips with ice. You underestimate your new master. He vanishes, moving faster than the naked eye can follow. He halts at a vantage point and bellows with imperial authority. Show yourself. From the abyss, a titanic entity materializes. Darkness cloaks it, save for two blood-red eyes that freeze the soul. A voice, deep as the earth and sharp as steel, booms. It is time for a change in leadership here. Against this titan, Thang looks like an ant. Yet, his gaze remains razor-sharp. He scoffs at the monster. Compensating for something with that size, the pressure from the level 9 Ape King makes the air heavy as lead. Without the Asura power coursing through his veins, the sheer gravity of its aura would have forced him to his knees. Instead, Thang detonates his own aura. He pushes back with everything he has. The Ape King's colossal hand descends to crush him. Thang blocks with his blade, the impact sending shockwaves of pain through his arm. So fast, he thinks. The maw opens to swallow him whole. But Thang withdraws his blade in a split second. A plan forms. Hungry? I am not so easily digested. A terrifying surge of power erupts from his sword edge. He ignites the Asura violent core. The explosion of force shocks the Ape King, forcing the behemoth to recoil. Yet, those obsidian claws still loom dangerously close to Thang's vitals. The king leaps, crashing down with apocalyptic force. The earth shatters, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Moments later, Thang drags himself from the rubble, coughing up dust, gasping for air. But the Ape King is waiting, eyes burning with promise of further violence. A fire of pure rage ignites in Thang's chest. Pain throbs from his wounds, but he grits his teeth, his gaze turning demonic. If I do not teach you mutts a lesson, you will never learn respect. His voice drops, then explodes into a shout. Asura, living hell state. A crimson aura erupts from his body, becoming denser and more suffocating with every passing second. With a sharp motion, he discards his coat, revealing a physique carved from steel. Killing intent blazes in his eyes as he activates his power. A vortex of violent spiritual energy spirals around him, shaking the very air. Meanwhile, at the investigation bureau, a weary voice breaks the silence. Hey, sister, are you sure your senses are accurate this time? It is past 3 in the morning. If we keep doing this every night, how am I supposed to grow? The speaker is a girl with twin pink tails, arms crossed in frustration as she glares at her partner. The blonde woman, focused entirely on her monitor, whispers back. That killing intent was massive. My instincts are never wrong. This is Su Leng, a high-level sensory esper. Her expression remains stern. Headquarters warned us to watch Moon City. Just endure it a little longer. She turns, adding a gentle reprimand. Besides, we are the same age. Why do you keep calling me sister? Just because you have not hit your growth spurt yet does not mean you can act like a child forever. The pink-haired girl scoffs, eyes dropping to her partner's chest. Look at those 2 massive arguments on your chest. I am being polite by not calling you something else. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the moon pierces the thick fog. Su Leng freezes. Shh. It is here. Her gaze snaps to the horizon, barking orders. Prepare to track the signature. Target, Nan Zisheng. Location, Lai Chuan Canyon. The pink-haired girl, Zhao Keir, nods instantly. She claps her hands together, a ring of spiritual energy manifesting as she chants. Heaven and earth boundless. All things revealed. Pierce the veil of time. Zhao Keir, a level 5 sensory esper, snaps her eyes open. Her pupils morph into spinning bagua symbols, radiating an eerie glow. Back on the battlefield, the man unleashes his ultimate technique. Living hell. A pillar of crimson light pierces the heavens. His power explodes outward, sending shockwaves ripping through the valley. His blade strikes with apocalyptic force. The Ape King can only howl in agony before the impact silences it. A critical hit knocks the beast backward. But the man has changed. He is no longer human. He is a demon incarnate. His eyes burn blood red, sharp and predatory. His teeth sharpen into fangs, glistening with savage hunger. Adrenaline floods his system. He charges forward like a crimson storm, obliterating everything in his path. Miles away, Zhao Keir is thrown back, her eyes wide with terror. Su Leng catches her, panic in her voice. Keir, wake up. What did you see? The spinning bagua symbols fade from Zhao Keir's eyes, but her face is deathly pale. The blood has drained from her skin, sweat mingling with tears. Her body shakes uncontrollably as she gasps out the truth. terrifying. He is the Asura demon. Back in the canyon, the man stands tall, his blade gleaming with cold light. He looks down at the Ape King kneeling in defeat. His voice is cold, dripping with absolute authority. Do you yield? His oppressive aura suffocates the air. The massive beast, once a tyrant, now looks small and fragile. Blood trickles from its mouth. Its eyes roll back, foam dripping from its lips. It is the picture of utter exhaustion and fear. It sits motionless, terror etched into its very soul. The man stands firm, his sword steady. He speaks again, a dark promise in his tone. If you refuse, we can continue. But next time, I will not show mercy. The Ape King coughs up another mouthful of blood, yet, deep in its fading gaze, a spark of resolve flickers. Seeing this, the red glow in the man's eyes softens. Your spirit is strong. It would be a waste to let you die here. His tone shifts from arrogance to an invitation. Why not become my comrade? Together, we shall rule over all races. The Ape King's eyes widen. It falls silent, staring at this small human who possesses such overwhelming spirit. Between two beings who were just fighting to the death, a heavy silence falls, a moment of destiny. Slowly, the Ape King raises a massive fist, pausing right in front of the man. Smiling, the man raises his own fist to meet it. Bam! A pact is sealed. Wise choice. Instantly, the terrifying aura vanishes. He sheathes his sword and issues his first command with regal calm. Hear me, million-strong ape army. From this day forth, the Violet Ape King leads you to occupy Lichuan Valley. Secure the origin stones. But remember, do not attack the city. Do not harm the humans. Thousands of glowing eyes stare back from the darkness, hanging on his every word, ready to serve. Moonlight floods the canyon, casting long shadows over this historic alliance. Suddenly, a blue screen flashes before his eyes. System alert. Evolution detected. Priest class level 8. Iron Wolf level 5. 500,000 Tibetan Yaks level 6. 50,000. Tier 7. Violent Apes. 1 million Primal Beasts. Patrol count. 74 out of 540,000. Northern Desolate Desert. 500. Tier 5 Giant Iron Wolves. 500,000 Tier 6 Tibetan Yaks. 1 million Tier 7 Violent Apes in Lichuan Ravine. Inside the psychic investigation room, Su Leng collapsed onto his chair, exhausted but mind racing. Kier, he whispered, eyes narrowed. That energy spike last night. It wasn't normal. It was catastrophic. Zhao Keir paused her meditation, her aura dimming. Don't overthink it. My sensory ability has a 24-hour cooldown and lasts only 3 seconds. She sighed, shaking her head. Even I couldn't capture the full scale of that power. It was beyond us. Su Leng turned, his expression desperate. You know that's not what I mean. The two energy signatures. I suspect both anomalous readings came from a single entity. Kier paled. Impossible. We've monitored the charts for years. The rank 10 spot in the Eastern Alliance has always been empty. Reserved for the hidden ancient families. Su Leng pressed on. But this. Asura. Hit rank 10 the moment they appeared. That is terrifying single-target power. Kier realized the truth and sighed heavily. Fine. You might be right. Let's publish the list. The system announcement flashed across screens everywhere. The awakened power rankings updated, drawing the eyes of the entire world. Ranks 1 through 9. Redacted pending. Rank 10. Mysterious black-robed man. Class. Asura. Level. Unknown. Rank 11. Lan Bingning. Class. Ice Elementalist. Tier 8. Rank 12. Chu Tian. Class. Spatial Master. Tier 8. The next morning, the news hit like a nuclear bomb. A mysterious figure in black had descended upon Lichuan Ravine in Ye City. His destructive force instantly secured him the 10th spot in the Eastern Alliance. The internet exploded. Forums and social feeds were set ablaze with speculation. A user named Stan Don't Kneel commented, "The final list is out. It's actually happening. Years ago, only the West had Asura-class Awakeners. They were monsters. I never thought the East would get one. Asura abilities are terrifying. They kill to prove their Tao, but usually go insane. I just hope he isn't from Ye City. The only real men from Ye City are already dying on the front lines." Another user replied instantly, venom dripping from their words. "I'd rather be a mad ghost than be someone from the Nan family camp. Those cowards think they're royalty." The comments grew more toxic, fear mixing with hatred. A being that powerful could save them or doom them all. Meanwhile, at a slaughterhouse, Xiao Liu tossed a towel to Nan Zisheng. "Wipe your face, brother. Your phone's been ringing off the hook." Nan Zisheng grabbed the towel, but froze. A hologram notification materialized before his eyes. Alert. The Eagle Union and the Bear Empire have fallen. Defense Line 8 has been breached. On the TV, a news anchor's voice trembled. To protect our homeland, Defense Line 5 has officially initiated the Veteran Recall Protocol. Cold sweat drenched Nan Zisheng's back. His heart pounded against his ribs. This timeline, he thought, panic rising. The defeat is happening faster. The recall is starting way too early. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up. A message from his mother. Brat, if you're free tonight, come home for dinner. Mom misses you. Nan Zisheng exhaled, the tension easing slightly. He made his choice. Back at his childhood home, Nan Yuanshan was busy in the kitchen. Apologies, reporters, the older man said softly. My son and daughter are coming home tonight. I need to prepare a feast. Sorry to keep you waiting. He took off his apron, smiling warmly. If you don't mind, stay and eat with us. The reporter sitting behind him smiled politely. You are too kind, sir. But we are strictly here to discuss the veteran recall. Nan Yuanshan's face turned serious. I am ready. Ask away. Fang Li, the star reporter for the Eastern Alliance, signaled the cameraman. We were live. Mr. Nan Yuanshan, we heard that the moment the recall order dropped, you signed up immediately. What was going through your mind? Nan Yuanshan's eyes were steel. Duty calls. There is no escaping it. Fang Li pressed harder, her voice sharp. However, your son, Nan Zisheng, he publicly refused the draft. How do you feel about his decision? Nan Yuanshan's expression darkened. Just then, the front door clicked open. A woman walked in, grocery bags in hand. Da Xiang. I met Xiao Ying and Xiao Shan at the gate. She stopped dead, seeing the cameras and lights. Wait. An interview? Now? Nan Yuanshan turned, forcing a cheerful smile for his family. You're back. Sit at the table. I'll just be a moment. She nodded, masking her impatience. Fine then. Proceed. Nan Yuanshan turned to Fang Li, his voice steady but firm. Comrade reporter, as you can see, this is my sanctuary. It has been months since our family could gather like this. He gestured proudly to the woman beside him. This is my wife, a tireless volunteer at the factory. The woman who had just busied herself in the kitchen was Qin Shuimei, the mother of our protagonist. Next, the father's gaze shifted to his daughter with a swell of pride. My daughter is a rescue doctor and an awakener. She sat with the grace of a warrior, the older sister of Nan Zisheng, named Nan Zisheng. Finally, the father's eyes landed on the silent young man, Nan Zisheng, who sat motionless before the feast. The atmosphere grew heavy. My son may not wield a blade on the battlefield, but he fights his own war at the slaughterhouse, securing supplies for the front. Nan Yuanshan's voice did not waver. To me, he is a good child. Nan Yuanshan looked at his son, eyes burning with protective fire. No matter his path, as long as he keeps his humanity, I will back him against the world. The statement caught Fang Li off guard. Nan Zisheng remained stoic, his thoughts a deep, unreadable ocean. But the reporter recovered quickly, her voice sharpening like a knife. Mr. Nan Zisheng, Defense Line 8 of the Eastern Alliance has fallen. Rumor has it many of your former classmates died in that bloodbath. As a survivor staying behind, surely you have thoughts to share? The audacity stunned Nan Yuanshan. He slammed his hand down. Enough! Do not push him! He turned his glare on Fang Li, the temperature in the room dropping. Comrade reporter, when the call for veterans came, I was assigned to the safety of Line 6, yet I demanded transfer to the hell that is Line 7. Is my sacrifice not enough for you? His fury left Fang Li speechless, her arrogance shattering. Nan Yuanshan was not finished. He roared, My son does not stand on the front lines, true. But butchering mutated beasts is a dance with death. We provide the very fuel that keeps the vanguard alive. Is that not glory? Is that not service? You media vultures ignore the backbone of the war to chase headlines. What is the meaning of your truth if it ignores the foundation? At this, Nan Zisheng, the fierce older sister, could remain silent no longer. Her aura flared with irritation. If that is not enough, take me. I have just volunteered as a combat medic for Line 7. Qin Shuimei joined the fray, shouting, and if that fails, I will take my son's place myself. The room fell into a deathly, suffocating silence. After a long moment, Nan Yuanshan whispered, defeated. I apologize. We are leaving. Under the table, Nan Zisheng's fist clenched until his knuckles turned white. Father. Nan Zisheng stood up, his presence suddenly dominating the room. He looked at them with eyes like frozen pools. I will be heading out now. His mother's heart skipped a beat. Zisheng, it is so late, she stammered, anxiety trembling in her voice. Where could you possibly go? His sister watched him, sensing a shift in the air. Nan Zisheng merely bowed his head, his voice calm. Please, finish your meal. There is a matter at the factory I must resolve. Qin Shuimei reached out, uneasy. What matter? Can it not wait until morning? Must you go now? Nan Yuanshan sat frozen, then sighed the heavy sigh of a father who knows he cannot hold back the tide. Let him go. The boy has his own burdens. At least we saw him today. Nan Zisheng stepped out into the night, leaving the warmth of the home behind without a word. The scene shifts to the primeval forest, a place where sunlight fears to tread. Darkness reigned supreme, broken only by the savage hues of the wild. Nan Zisheng moved like a phantom, his sword a blur of steel as he sprinted along the narrow path. His mind was clear as crystal. Tonight. I still have time. He glanced back at the scattered war elephants, a plan forming in the darkness of his mind. He skidded to a halt in a clearing, his voice booming like thunder. Stop hiding, show yourself. Instantly, a colossal war elephant emerged from the gloom. The earth groaned under its weight, rocks shattering like glass. Its massive trunk lashed out, snapping an ancient tree like a twig. Nan Zisheng did not flinch. He drew his blade faster than the eye could follow. Slash. A crescent of sword energy tore through the air. It sliced through the falling tree and severed the beast's trunk in a single, devastating motion. The monster shrieked in agony. The elephant reared back, desperate to crush him. But Nan Zisheng had already ascended. He landed on its head, his voice cold as death. I am short on time. Terrifying power erupted from his palm, forming a crimson vortex that engulfed the beast. The elephant's eyes turned blood red. It ceased its struggle, overwhelmed by a domination deeper than fear. The taming had begun. He pressed his blade against the creature's skull. Go. Tell your kin. Submit to me. Or face execution. Cold sweat slicked the beast's hide. It dared not disobey. It turned and thundered into the depths of the forest, a messenger of absolute power. Moments later, the ground began to tremble. They came like a landslide, dozens of giant war elephants charging from the shadows. Suddenly, a roar pierced the air from within the herd. The beasts froze, eyes widening in sheer terror, instinctively bowing to a greater predator. Nan Zisheng stood before the stampede, his aura exploding outward until the very air distorted. He spoke, his voice carrying the weight of a sovereign. 1,000,000 war elephants. He extended his hand, palm glowing with arcane energy. His expression shifted, no longer the sun, but the ruler. Guard this primeval forest. Harvest the origin stones. Prepare for war. System alert. A blue screen flickered into existence. Class. Beast Tamer. Level 8. Total tamed. 3 million. Taming skill. Level 7. Origin stones. 0. Experience to next level. 274 out of 540,000. The path to godhood lay open before him. The northern wasteland map was a nightmare of epic proportions, crawling with 50,000 level 5 giant iron wolves and 50,000 level 6 Tibetan yaks. Meanwhile, the Lai Chuan Canyon was a death trap, overrun by 100,000 violent apes and an army of 100,000 level 7 war elephants from the primordial jungle. But against this overwhelming tide, the Array Master system had finally finished its calculations. 1 point of spirit energy for an ability upgrade. 10,000 level 1 arrays were now unlocked, including the Flash Step Array, the Killing Array, and the Sword Chi Array. However, there was a catch. Each activation required 10 spirit stones as a base consumption cost. But the true cheat code lay in the fine print. Arrays could be stacked infinitely to multiply their power. Nam Tuthong's eyes lit up as he read the notification. His talent tree had finally bloomed. Time to power level, he muttered. But first, I need resources from the slaughterhouse. Behind him, a legion of tamed war elephants stood like silent sentinels waiting for his command. With a sharp turn, he led the beasts back toward the Ye City slaughterhouse, where mountains of twisted carcasses awaited processing. The system chimed again. Available spirit stones, 100,000. Deployable arrays, 10,000. Nam Tuthong tapped the air, a smirk playing on his lips. More than enough to evolve. Let's test the Sword Chi Array first. The scattered beast skeletons on the floor became his canvas. He closed his eyes, chanting the ancient incantations of heaven and earth, summoning the blade. At his command, the air shimmered. Countless blades of pure energy materialized from the void, forming a terrifying vortex that swirled overhead. Sword Chi Array, he roared, his will dominating the flow of energy with absolute precision. The number of blades multiplied by the second, transforming into a colossal tornado of destruction. Like rain from hell, the energy swords plummeted, slashing through the air to strike the skeletal remains below. But then, the impossible happened. Despite the flashy display, the skeletons remained completely scratches. They lay there, mocking him with their durability. Frustration boiled in Nam Tuthong's chest. A level 1 array was garbage. The damage output was pathetic compared to his expectations. He refused to accept mediocrity. Determination hardened his gaze as purple light erupted from his eyes. He channeled his spiritual power for a new approach. If one isn't enough, he bellowed, his voice shaking the facility, then I'll stack them. 2,000 Sword Chi Arrays. Activate. The air screamed as 2,000 layers of sword formations overlapped instantly. The pressure was suffocating, a heavy gravity that threatened to crush reality itself. Rings of spirit energy rippled beneath his feet, the floor groaning as he struggled to maintain the terrifying output. A dark grin spread across his face. If he set this up in every workshop, the slaughterhouse would run on autopilot, no more manual labor. While he worked, deep within Workshop 2, a cold voice dripped with murderous intent. Bullying the weak with numbers? Ha! The 2,000 killing arrays roared to life, but Nam Tu Thong didn't flinch. He pushed his limits even further. One by one, the formations locked into place. An hour later, the sweet sound of the system notification rang out. Array Master System level up. 10,000 arrays deployed. Ability upgraded to level 2. New powers unlocked. The Blazing Hell Formation, the Tenfold Speed Array, and the Elemental Sword Chi Array. The system continued. Note: each array now costs 200 Spirit Stones. Infinite stacking remains active. Next upgrade requires 50,000 deployed arrays. The upgrade was complete, and power surged through his veins, but there was no time to celebrate. The long night had passed. The first rays of the sun pierced the horizon, illuminating the city with a harsh, revealing light. Perched on the rooftop of a skyscraper, Nam Tu Thong sat alone, the wind tugging at his clothes. He took a bite of a meat bun, his gaze distant. Morning is here. Time to say goodbye. The front lines are calling. Down below, Xiao Liu limped into the courtyard, waving cheerfully. Morning, Aunt Wang. Morning, Aunt Zhang. She paused, looking at the open warehouse. Did Director Nam work all night again? Sister Li sighed, shaking her head. That kid. He probably went home to eat and came right back. He's working himself to death. How can a human body withstand that kind of punishment? She added, her voice thick with worry. But Aunt Wang wasn't having it. She slammed her hand down, furious. It's those vultures, those heartless reporters spreading lies. Sister Li blinked. What news? Aunt Wang shoved her phone screen forward. You haven't seen it? I watched the live stream all night. Dark circles under her eyes told the story of her rage. On the screen, a headline about Nam Tu Doan was burning up the internet. The article read, Nam Tu Doan's father answers the call. While the son hides, the father marches to Defense Line 7. Historically, Mulan joined the army for her father. Today, a father joins the army for his son. The post already had over 4,500 likes. Aunt Wang scrolled through the toxic comments, her blood boiling. I've slaughtered countless beasts, but these keyboard warriors make me sick. They sit there typing while others bleed. I can't stand them calling Nam Tu Doan a coward. One comment stood out. If I were him, I'd rather die on the battlefield than hide like a rat. 3,600 likes. Aunt Wang typed furiously, her fingers stabbing the screen. Then why don't you go die then? Stop barking from your couch. But the internet mob was relentless. The narrative was set. A hero father and a trash, useless son. 2,800 people agreed. Little did they know, the trash was already on his way. Aunt Wang's sharp tongue didn't stop. She sneered, comparing their family to others, spitting out words like unloved orphans with venomous disdain. Little Liu read the toxic comments, his blood boiling. Rage took over as his fingers flew across the keyboard, launching a furious counterattack online. These people have crossed the line. Sister Li sighed, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Little Liu. But the director, a voice cut through the air, making all three jump. Nan Zisheng emerged from the shadows, his expression unreadable. It is time. I need to hand over my responsibilities. Little Liu stared in shock, his mind racing. Hand over your position? Director, surely you don't mean. Nan Zisheng gripped the letter delivered by the stranger. A cold premonition settled in his gut. He tore it open, and with every line, his heart sank heavier into the abyss. The letter read, Zi Ying, my son. By the time this reaches your hands, your sister and I will have already marched onto the battlefield. I know these words might only fuel your anger right now. But listen, this is not just duty. It is glory shared by our family, our nation, and all of humanity. Your old man might be a god-tier chef, but never forget I am a soldier first. Do not underestimate me, brat. Or your sister. I may not know what scheme you are hiding, but I know it is something massive. You were never one to retreat. When trouble comes, you face it head on. Ha ha ha. You stinking brat. That Asura sitting at the top of the rankings. It is you, isn't it? Did you really think a mask could hide you from your own father? We have endured in the shadows for so long. Why break cover now? Because we have reached our limit? Ignore the noise of the outside world. Let them talk. Humans are complex creatures with many faces. Son, remember this. If one falls into disgrace, the whole family crumbles. You must persist. Do not let your blood, sweat, and tears be in vain. Your mother remains in the city. I leave her safety in your hands. Yours truly, Nan Zisheng. Nan Zisheng lowered the letter, a heavy silence falling over him. He could feel the burning resolve in his father's words, a fierce love that transcended the paper. But the thought of the hellish battlefield awaiting them choked him with emotion. Little Liu watched, noticing the shift in his aura. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke up. Director, please. Do not let the pressure crush you. Sister Lee stepped forward, her voice firm. He is right. You control the slaughterhouses for all the neighboring cities. If you stop the supply chain now, the front line collapses. We need you here. She placed a hand on his shoulder. You must stay strong. We all believe in you. Aunt Wang suddenly roared, slamming her fist. Exactly. With Auntie Wang here, who dares slander you online? I will keyboard smash them into oblivion. Aunt Wang, I will handle them. Nan Zisheng turned, a melancholic smile touching his lips. Thank you, everyone. Truly. I am fine. I was just reflecting on some old wisdom. Wait. Little Yu frowned. Didn't you mention rebuilding the 5th defense line just 2 days ago? Nan Zisheng's smile sharpened. Rest assured, it will not interfere with our operations here. The scene shifted dramatically. Outside, beneath the shadow of a colossal statue, an ocean of people and vehicles had gathered. Nan Zisheng stood amidst the chaos, his gaze intense. Father, every word you wrote is burned into my soul. You think I should charge into battle? If I go now, I might slaughter a few aliens. But it would change nothing. I would fail the bigger picture. I would fail to protect Mother, and I would fail this family. Blind bravery is not enough. Without a master plan, humanity is destined for extinction. I refuse to let that happen. The 10,000 races. They are carbonless life forms. Killing them yields no essence stones. It means leveling up on the battlefield is impossible. The enemy grows stronger by the second, while humanity merely struggles to survive. Without preparation, we are walking into a slaughter. The cold winter wind bit at his face as he walked. There is only one path to victory. I must construct the 5th defense line. That will be the final graveyard for the alien races. Father, I swear on my life, I will not let you down. 3 days later, the air filled with the roar of machinery at the construction site. Chief Nan, you truly are a prodigy in architecture. A man in a blue uniform and yellow hard hat approached, beaming with excitement. Look at this beast. The 5th Reserve Defense Line. Based on your designs, 30 meters high, 10 meters thick, stretching 300 kilometers northwest. It connects 200 cities. Even a tank couldn't scratch it. It is a masterpiece by the legendary architect Li. Nan Zisheng nodded, but his eyes were cold. Good work, Architect Li. But let us be honest. This steel wall? It is nothing but a decoration. It cannot stop the alien hordes. The real weapon lies deeper. His gaze sharpened like a blade. The key is the formation. And to activate it, I need essence stones. A mountain of them. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Countless crimson essence stones rained down from the heavens like a bloody storm. Nan Zisheng stood amidst the deluge, unwavering. System alert, available essence stones, 35 million. Formation construction ready. Level 2 array cost, 1.75 million. Level 1 array cost, 3.5 million. The wasteland, between Ye City and the 5th line. Deserted. Perfect. A cruel smirk played on his lips. This is where the slaughter begins. Heaven's track, Earth's fire. Fierce Yang origin. Nan Zisheng whispered the incantation, his hands weaving the formation. A sphere of pure energy materialized in his palm. Golden light erupted, illuminating the darkness. The chain flame incineration array took shape. 500,000 formations layered within a single kilometer, weaving a dense net across the earth. Each array acted as a protective shell. Linking together, they formed a colossal, impenetrable defense system. From the scorching flame arrays to the sharp elemental sword chi arrays, they stacked upon each other like the silk threads of an indestructible armor. This was the shield of humanity. Nan Zisheng stood atop a newly risen stone pillar, his eyes burning with resolve. His lips moved again. Sun and moon in the void. Yin and yang punishment. With every syllable, a new formation activated. Step by step, a solid barrier rose between the human race and their enemies. Layer after layer, the magical defenses were embedded into the ground. Elemental sword chi arrays, 500,000 strong per kilometer, followed by another 500,000 chain flame incineration arrays. He didn't stop there. Another 500,000 sword chi arrays. Then, yet another layer of scorching flames. The formations stacked infinitely. A defense system of absolute solidity was being constructed right before his eyes. The system notification chimed. Formation Master has deployed 500,000 arrays. Ability upgraded to level 3. Activated, Bone Freeze Array and Earth Spike Array. Formation range increased by 200 times. Note: each array consumes 30 essence stones. Stacking is unlimited. Next upgrade requirement: 5 million arrays. Available essence stones, 25 million. Nan Zisheng read the notification, his heart steady as stone. He stepped down from the raised platform. He spoke into the comms. Currently, level 2 formations cover a 10-kilometer range. This is enough to stop low-level Xenorises. No need to waste stones on level 3 arrays yet. We will save them for the second wave. Tonight, I will deploy a 35-kilometer defense line around Ye City, 1.2 to 5 million. Level 2 arrays. Fully stacked. The scene shifts to the next day at the construction site. Li Gong rushed in, phone in hand, panic written all over his face. Director Nan, it's bad, Nan Zisheng asked calmly. What is it, Li Gong? The older man pointed tremblingly at the screen. Look at this. Breaking news flashed across the display. Ye City activates Emergency Defense Plan Number 5. The Western Front has collapsed. Experts confirm resistance is futile. The comments section was a war zone. Director Nan is a useless waste of money. Stop the project. Attack is the only defense. Cowards. We're going to City Hall to protest. Li Gong's voice shook. Director Nan, public opinion is toxic. If they start a riot. Nan Zisheng remained unfazed. Li Gong, don't worry. Continue construction as planned. I'll think of a reinforcement method. Li Gong exhaled, relieved. All right. I'll listen to you. Nan Zisheng paused, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. This defensive line was never just a wall. It was a trap. Intended to lure the beasts in, lower their guard, and let them walk straight into the killing formations. Once inside, there would be no escape. But Nan Zisheng realized something. He needed the trap to be more practical. Not just an illusion, but a slaughterhouse. He snatched the file from Li Gong's hands. Pen hit paper as he furiously scribbled his new strategy. He thought to himself, my elemental forbidden curse isn't fully awakened yet, but I can set up a nasty surprise in advance. He handed the file back. Li Gong, dig a canal in front of the steel wall and another behind it. Fill the front with water. Fill the back with crude oil. Li Gong scanned the notes. The older man looked up, confused. What? What is the meaning of this? Nan Zisheng smiled a cold, predatory grin. Simple. When the Xeneraces attack, we electrify the steel wall connected to the water. We electrocute the first wave. And when the elites break through, we ignite the oil and drown them in a sea of fire. Li Gong's face lit up with realization. He clapped his hands excitedly. Brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. I'm heading to City Hall immediately. They must be desperate by now. He turned and sprinted away. Nan Zisheng stood alone, gazing into the distance. Just wait, he thought. Once my elemental forbidden curse awakens, this defense line will become a graveyard. Suddenly, the system chimed again. Available essence stones, 90 million. Nan Zisheng smirked. The slaughter and hunting from the past 2 days had paid off. Enough to hit level 4. He didn't hesitate. Teleporting to a nearby mountain peak, he unleashed his spiritual power. Crimson energy exploded outward, embedding formations into the earth. Wan City, Chu City, Gan City, a 75-kilometer defense line. 3.7 to 5 million arrays stacked. The system voice roared. Formation Master has deployed 5 million arrays. Ability upgraded to level 4. Activated. Thunder Soul Array and Undead Enhancement Array. Formation range increased by 40 times. System alert. Each tactical formation consumes 50 origin stones and can be stacked infinitely. Next upgrade requirement, 25 million. Current balance, 15 million. The young man landed softly on the ground, his spiritual energy rippling outward. He pondered the cost. It seems the next upgrade won't happen anytime soon. But suddenly, shadows tore through the sky above him. He spun around, his eyes narrowing. That aura. It belonged to elite warriors of the alien race, but intertwined with their killing intent was the signature of a human prodigy. Not good, he cursed internally. Without a second thought, he dove off the cliff, sprinting through the canyon. The aliens were hunting a heaven's chosen. Scene shift. Deep within the hidden mountains of the Chu family estate, snow fell silently over the ancient, desolate ruins. Silence was shattered by a sudden explosion. Dust billowed near a massive boulder where an old man stood watch. As the smoke cleared, the elder spoke, his voice trembling. Xinghe, why have you exited seclusion 2 years early? Wasn't the agreement to wait until the 12th year of the era of 10,000 races? Standing before him was a youth radiating terrifying power. The clan leader, Chu Yangxiang, stared in disbelief. This was Chu Xinghe, the grand genius, number 307 of the Heavens list, walked calmly from the cave. He replied coolly, I sensed a massive domain fluctuating in the northwest. I gained enlightenment and broke through early. The elder frowned, skeptical. The northwest is a barren wasteland for spiritual energy. How is that possible? But Xinghe remained unmoved. His eyes burned with determination. That is exactly why it is suspicious, uncle. I must go to the northwest personally. Chu Yangxiang tried to stop him, fear gripping his heart. The aliens are hunting ancient bloodlines. If you leave now, you walk into a death trap. Xinghe simply shrugged, fearless. In this doomsday era, danger is omnipresent. If I meet a grandmaster there, the risk is worth it. With a burst of energy, Chu Xinghe leaped into the sky, riding his domain winds toward the northwest. 1 hour later, Xinghe arrived at the misty borders of the mountain range. He looked down, stunned. Massive crimson formations glowed from the earth, illuminating the fog. Such exaggerated power. Is this the work of one man? I have never heard of a formation master of this caliber. There truly is a hidden dragon in the northwest. Suddenly, Xinghe's eyes flashed. His instincts screamed danger. Behind him, the air distorted. A mechanical nightmare covered in razor-sharp blades lunged at him. What is that? It was Subject 3578, the Steel Slaughterer. A biological weapon of the alien race designed for one thing: death. Metallic claws slashed the air. Xinghe dodged by a hair's breadth, his heart racing. An alien ambush? He maneuvered rapidly, spiraling down to the ground to create distance from the metal beast. But the trap was perfect. The ground beneath him erupted. More monsters clawed their way to the surface. Panic set in. These auras. They are all elite captains. I was targeted the moment I left seclusion. The aliens held a deep blood feud against the ancient families. A three-eyed monster with a mutated tongue stepped forward. Subject 1324, the Rotting Giant. It had locked onto the 10th-ranked elemental prodigy and was ready to feast. The Steel Slaughterer attacked again. Xinghe was now pincered between two monsters. The situation was critical. You underestimate me, he thought, grit in his teeth. Do you think I have no domain? Xinghe slammed his palms together, forming a seal. Sword, domain, activate. A shockwave of energy blasted outward, crashing into the encroaching alien elites. Blue Flame Spirit Slash, Xinghe roared. You dare touch me? I will bury you. His sword struck like lightning against the Steel Slaughterer, but the sparks flew in vain. The enemy's defense was overwhelming. Meanwhile, amidst the canyons, the mysterious man was running like a madman. The world is changing too fast. The defensive layers are collapsing. Father is already at line 7. Now, even the timeline of the prodigies has shifted. In his past life, the ancient heavens chosen didn't emerge until year 12. That delay allowed humanity to regroup and ignite a spark of hope. Their strength bought the human race an extra 8 years of survival. It wasn't until year 200 of the era of 10,000 races that humanity was finally extinguished. The aliens had sent assassins to the blue planet early, hunting these sleeping dragons before they could wake up. He pushed his speed to the limit, his mind racing. Aside from my own plans, the world needs them. I cannot let history repeat itself. I must save him. Meanwhile, on Chu Xinghe's side, the situation had spiraled into a nightmare. He was locked in a death match with the Steel Slaughterer, its razor-sharp pincers effortlessly deflecting every ounce of his sword energy. Suddenly, the rotting titan smashed through his defense, forcing Chu Xinghe to cough up a mouthful of blood. Fighting two alien warlords at once? He was completely out of his league. Thoughts raced through his mind amidst the chaos. But the enemy gave no quarter. The Steel Slaughterer slashed, while the Titan threw a bone-crushing punch, a devastating combo attack. Chu Xinghe couldn't dodge. He was launched like a rag doll, his body going limp as he crashed into the dirt. Blood spilled from his lips, his heart filled with bitter regret. Cough. Is this it? I just started my journey, and I'm going to die here like a dog? The two monsters charged again, intent on finishing the job. Panic turned to rage. Chu Xinghe forced himself up, refusing to accept this fate. No. Not today. He bit his finger, drawing fresh blood. Get out of here, he screamed, his eyes burning with madness. If I have to die, I'm taking one of you down to hell with me. Instantly, his body vanished into thin air, leaving only a desperate, echoing war cry behind. Dodge, now! Boom! A massive explosion tore through the forest. But Chu Xinghe wasn't dead. The mysterious expert had pulled him from the blast zone just in time. Leaning the battered boy against a tree, the savior stared grimly at the thick smoke rising from the crater. Gasping for air, Chu Xinghe asked, Are you the legendary senior I sensed earlier? The man didn't answer directly. Can you still move? Can you still fight? Hearing this, strength returned to Chu Xinghe's legs, and he stood tall. With your help, senior, I can fight forever. The expert smirked. Good. I'll take point. I'll handle the Steel Slaughterer. You keep the Rotting Titan busy from a distance. Be careful, these are Apex-class assassins. Chu Xinghe didn't hesitate. Understood, senior. He launched himself into the air, drawing the Titan away. The expert strode toward the Steel Slaughterer. A system alert flashed. Unknown anomaly detected. Eliminate. He formed a hand seal, his energy surging. Long time no see, ugly. You're the perfect test subject for my new formation. Earth Spike Array Level 3 activate. The ground trembled. Instantly, jagged stone peaks erupted from the earth, surrounding and trapping the Steel Slaughterer. The expert scoffed coldly. So, a Level 3 array isn't enough to hold you? His voice boomed across the battlefield. Fine then. Gravity field increased by 50,000. Frozen snow array layer up. He slammed his palm onto the earth. Power exploded. Razor-sharp stalagmites shot upward again, this time infused with biting cold, piercing straight toward the monster. The beast couldn't react. It was helpless against the onslaught, suspended in a prison of ice and stone. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe was frantically kiting the rotting titan, leading it away from the danger zone. Glancing back, he froze in shock. That array, it's the one from before, but magnified 100 times. How can he be this strong? I never imagined power like this existed. Doubts raced through his mind. Why would a master like him hide in the desolate northwest? His techniques don't match any ancient clan I know. Who is he really? What is his purpose here? The jagged mountains had transformed into pillars of unbreakable ice. The steel slaughterer hung suspended in the air, frozen solid. Chu Xinghe stared, awestruck. He turned the battlefield into a freezer, but admiration cost him focus. That single second of distraction was all the rotting titan needed. The expert looked up and roared, "Focus, kid, don't get distracted." Too late. The rotting titan smashed its massive fists into the earth. Crash! The shockwave blasted Chu Xinghe into the dirt with bone-shattering force. Dust and rocks flew everywhere. The expert's eyes glowed crimson with rage. He wound up a terrifying punch. Asura violent strike. He didn't hesitate. His fist slammed into the rotting titan with the force of a meteor, sending a shockwave through the forest. Lying in the crater, Chu Xinghe's mind reeled. Asura? Did he say Asura, the mysterious rank 10 expert from the legends? The expert calculated rapidly. I rarely get a live combat scenario like this. I could kill it in one hit, but that's a waste. Better to use this beast to sharpen that kid's skills. He has God-given talent, but he's too raw. If I want to speed up his growth. Suddenly, he paused. A crazy idea formed. Wait, my amplification arrays. Usually, I cast them on the ground. But what if I inscribed one directly inside a human body? Chu Xinghe struggled to lift his head, voice trembling. I'm sorry, senior. I'm just a burden. The expert cut him off coldly. Don't move. He pressed a glowing finger against Chu Xinghe's forehead, tracing a rune. Senior, what is this? Tenfold amplification array, the expert replied calmly. The moment the seal completed, Chu Xinghe's eyes rolled back, turning pure white. Agony ripped through him, a scream tearing from his throat as power flooded his veins. The expert just watched from the side. Endure it. Evolve. Just then, a blue screen flashed before his eyes. System notification. Warning. The mortal vessel cannot withstand a tenfold amplification. To force this power is to invite death itself. The body will detonate from the strain. Chu Xinghe collapsed, his body completely spent, every ounce of strength drained away. Sheng slowly retracted his aura, gazing down at the broken youth with a heavy sigh. As expected, the amplification array places a heavy burden on the flesh. However, this tenfold boost was the only way to snatch his life back from the jaws of death. Nearby, the rotting colossus remained motionless, silenced by the devastating impact of Sheng's iron fist. Sheng's gaze returned to the prostrate figure of Xinghe, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He had hoped to temper the boy through combat, but given his wretched state, Sheng realized he would have to dirty his own hands today. With a crack of his wrist joints, Sheng prepared to unleash hell. Suddenly, a sonic boom tore through the air. Sheng's eyes widened in shock as he looked upward, a gasp escaping his lips. Impossible. Chu Xinghe had risen, floating in the void with unconscious grace. His hands formed a seal, and his lips moved in a trance. Sword domain. Awakening. Around the rotting colossus, gravity seemed to collapse. The ancient power of Xinghe's domain crushed down, amplifying the weight upon the beast. Terror seized the monster for the first time. Meanwhile, the steel slaughterer shattered its icy prison, erupting from the frozen shards with a deafening roar. The mechanical beast descended from the heavens, blade raised to cleave Sheng in two, but Sheng reacted instantly, weaving hand seals with blinding speed. Fourth tier formation, Thunder Soul Suppression Array. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended, slamming into the steel slaughterer like the wrath of God, halting its aerial charge instantly. Noxious green energy erupted from its chassis, a desperate attempt to counter the suppression. But resistance was futile against Sheng's might. At the same moment, Chu Xinghe's sword domain obliterated the rotting colossus in a symphony of destruction. Sheng looked at the boy with newfound respect. Not bad. That is the kind of fighting spirit a warrior must possess. Chu Xinghe dropped to one knee, bowing his head in reverence. Xinghe, thanks senior for the life-saving grace and for the enlightenment you have bestowed upon me. From this day forth, the entire Chu family pledges its loyalty to your command. Sheng was taken aback by such absolute devotion. He scoffed lightly, hiding his embarrassment. Stand up first. We can talk later. But Xinghe did not waver. His eyes burned with intelligence. Senior, you are the mysterious Asura, are you not? The one who deploys shadow arrays and conceals his face behind a mask. You must be planning something monumental, a grand design that requires absolute secrecy. The time is not yet ripe for the world to know the truth. Your arrays are meant to shield your movements from the investigation of the alien races. As we all know, there is only one priority in this era, the extermination of the invaders. By setting up your formation here, dare I guess, you intend to make this the site of the final, decisive battle. Sheng stared at the boy, stunned silence filling the air. He never expected this prodigy to possess not just monstrous talent, but a terrifying intellect. Sheng could not help but feel a shiver of admiration for the boy's sharp intuition. Seeing Sheng's silence, Xinghe smiled confidently. Judging by your expression, I have hit the mark. Then, dare I ask, does your true identity begin with the letter N? Sheng's surprise morphed into pure horror. His eyes rolled back in shock as his mind screamed, "Holy sh!" Sheng's reaction was all the confirmation Xinghe needed. It connects perfectly. A mysterious figure constantly trending on the Hunter forums, combined with your operational range. It wasn't hard to deduce. The Asura, who walks the path of slaughter, known to the world as the Butcher. Regarding the tactical formation at the 5th defensive line, someone submitted a suppression application just days ago to avoid probing. I need not elaborate further. Senior, Xinghe added, bowing his head lower. Of course, these are mere deductions based on my intuition. If I am mistaken, I pray you do not take offense. Sheng stared at Chu Xinghe as if he were looking at a demon in human skin. It's like this kid installed a surveillance camera inside my brain, Sheng thought, trembling internally. And his eloquence is flawless. Wait, didn't geniuses like him spend years in closed-door cultivation? How does he know current events? Seeing Sheng's stunned silence, Xinghe spoke again. To be honest, although I have been in seclusion for 10 years, I haven't touched the internet or watched television once. Sheng felt completely defeated. There was no arguing with this monster. He sighed deeply. Fine, you win. Chu Xinghe struck his chest with a fist, his voice ringing with sincerity. Senior, I, Chu Xinghe, will lead the Chu family to reinforce the 7th defensive line. I do this to fulfill my own vow, and to buy you the precious time you need to prepare for the Great War. Sheng gazed at him in silence, a profound respect blooming in his heart. He thought, to think such a person exists. An intellect that rivals the gods. A true soulmate. After a long pause, Sheng reached out and placed a firm hand on Chu Xinghe's shoulder. Thank you, Xinghe. I truly do need time. But understand this, the front lines are 10,000 times more hellish than here. My only hope is that you survive to stand by my side when the end comes. Chu Xinghe suddenly interrupted, placing a finger to his lips. Shh, I understand your will. I swear to you, I will survive, and I will protect every single life entrusted to me. Sheng fell silent, his mind racing. 3 younger sisters? Sheng mused internally. Then his eyes hardened with resolve. Xinghe, take me to the Chu residence. Before you depart for the hell of the front lines, I will grant your family the power of the amplification array. Chu Xinghe immediately responded with reverence. Thank you, Senior Nan. As the wind rushed past them in midair, Chu Xinghe spoke up again. Oh, right, Senior, I actually have a younger sister. She may be mute, but her space teleportation powers are quite formidable. Once she receives a buff, I plan to have her stay by your side. I hope she can be of some use to you. Just then, a holographic system panel materialized, flashing urgent news that caught both their eyes. Alert. Heaven's chosen of the Chu clan, Chu Xinghe, has officially descended. He has successfully counter-killed the alien race assassins. Achievement: slayed over 10 level C giant corpses. Rank increased to number 9 on the Mystery Mage leaderboard. Counter-kill rating upgraded to Iron Slaughterer, advancing to number 8 on the ability leaderboard. Current status: Chu Xinghe is leading the Chu family to reinforce defense line number 7. The atmosphere on the bustling streets below exploded into chaos as pedestrians recognized the legendary aura above them. Whispers turned into shouts of awe. Heavens! Is that the ancient prodigy from the legends? Regular soldiers take trucks, officers take planes, but look at them, they are flying directly to the battlefield. At that speed, they might reach the front lines even faster than the last wave of veterans. Another voice chimed in, trembling with excitement. I've only ever seen a scene like this in the era of 10,000 Races novels. With a Heaven's Chosen joining the fray, surely we can push those filth back to where they came from. The scene shifted to the Butcher's Square in Ye City. Chu Xinghe stood before Nan Zisheng, his expression solemn. Senior, I entrust my sister, Chu Tian, to your care. I am absolutely certain she will be able to support you. Nan Zisheng stood there, casually gnawing on a meat bun, completely speechless. He felt a spark of surprise. Humph, he said, Sister, And he really meant a literal sister. He asked again, eyebrows raised in disbelief. Chu Xinghe, are you sure you want me to babysit this child for you? As soon as the question left his lips, the cute little girl with double bun hair sucked on a lollipop and looked up at him with glittering, doe-like eyes. This was indeed Chu Xinghe's sister, Chu Tian. Suddenly, disdainful glares shot toward Nan Zisheng from the bystanders nearby. They looked at the glorious heavens chosen, then looked at the guy eating a bun, and felt a wave of second-hand embarrassment. One scoffed. Look at him. The audacity to stand there and seduce a child. Exactly. That girl has talent and bloodlust. But him? What does he have? Hearing this, Chu Tian's face darkened. She frowned and pointed a single small finger toward the two gossiping old folks. From the finger holding the lollipop, a terrifying burst of dark energy exploded forth. In an instant, the old couple was sucked violently toward Nan Zisheng's direction. Nan Zisheng watched, his face blank with confusion at the sudden shift in atmosphere. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Help! Someone come quick! 2 people just fell into the cesspool. Nan Zisheng jumped, startled. Was that Chu Tian? He quickly pulled up the system interface, scrolling through the list until he found her name. Number 11. Blue Ice, Level 8, Elemental Ability. Number 12. Chu Tian, Level 8, Space Ability. Nan Zisheng's attitude did a complete 180. He beamed with enthusiasm, aggressively shaking the little girl's hand. Chu Tian, my apologies. I was blind to your greatness. The little girl happily shook his hand back, replying with a simple, satisfied nod. Nan Zisheng's mind raced with possibilities. With this kid by my side, travel time becomes 0. I can take over the entire slaughtering operation at defense line number 5. With that kind of volume, my necromancy summons won't need a fake profession to hide behind anymore. His gaze sharpened as he recalled past humiliations, then focused intently on the system panel hovering before him. System interface. Ability. Undead summoning. Rank. Level 0. Initial. Upgrade condition. 100,000 undead. Available summoning points. 9,500,000. Current undead summons. 0. A smirk played on his lips. The 4th talent. Undead summoning. It has finally awakened. Nan Zisheng felt a surge of exhilaration, ready to devour the challenges ahead. The scene shifted to a narrow alleyway, buzzing with tension. A loud voice echoed in disbelief. What did you say? You're telling me you want to handle the butchering duties for all 200 cities along the 5th defense line? Zhang Yuan could not believe her ears, struggling to find the words. How is that even possible? Leaving aside the sheer astronomical workload, the physical distance between cities is immense. Nan Zisheng leaned silently against the wall, in no rush to explain. He simply raised a finger to his lips. Shh. I have a solution for those problems. You just need to get the management to register me. Zhang Yuan, sensing his confidence, softened her tone. Well, technically, there is no issue with submitting the application. Besides, the massive influx of carcasses has been putting pressure on the butchers in every city. She seemed satisfied, if not puzzled, by his request. Nan Zisheng turned to leave, waving his hand dismissively over his shoulder. Then I have you to thank. I have business to attend to. Leaving now. Zhang Yuan stood there, frowning as she analyzed Nan Zisheng's retreating back. She thought, his aura is far more potent than before. He certainly doesn't look like a coward anymore. But why choose the rear lines instead of fighting for glory at the front? Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng was already calculating the massive haul of origin stones the slaughterhouse would yield. Combined with Chu Tian's instant teleportation, I believe my next level up and strategic layout will proceed faster than anyone could imagine. With his mind made up, he turned to the girl. Time to move. His voice was steady, eyes locked on Chu Tian. The little girl, lollipop in mouth, simply raised a finger swirling with ominous black energy in response. In a flash, the scene shifted. Nan Zisheng and Chu Tian materialized in a barren wasteland, surrounded by a pack of wolves. While Chu Tian absently stroked a wolf's thick fur, Nan Zisheng inspected the pile of origin stones the pack had gathered. A satisfied smirk tugged at his lips. Excellent work, he praised, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Keep pushing forward. We need more. The system chimed with a crisp notification. Origin stones, 99,500,000. Summoning class. Level 1. Initial stage. Upgrade condition. 100,000 summoned spirits. Exchange points. 99,500,000. Current spirits summoned. 1. Nan Zisheng stared at the glowing screen. The resources were finally sufficient. A confident smile spread across his face. The time has come, he thought, his heart beating faster. Time to summon the first true spirit warrior. He turned to the girl, adrenaline pumping. Chu Tian, we're moving out. Destination, the Qinling Mountains, 100 kilometers from here. She glanced back, reluctant to leave the wolf's warm fur, but duty called. Slowly, she raised her small hand, dark energy crackling at her fingertips once more. In an instant, they vanished into thin air, leaving the confused wolves behind. Moments later, reality warped, and they rematerialized, teetering on the edge of a precarious cliff. Nan Zisheng stumbled, eyes widening in shock. Huh? This isn't the Qinling range. Did you mess up the coordinates, kid? He looked down at the girl, realization dawning on him. Ah, so her teleportation range has limits. Even with the amplification, could she only jump 100 kilometers at a time? Chu Tian ignored him, her expression intense as she concentrated on channeling her spatial ability again. Space twisted once more. Finally, the majestic peaks of the Qinling Mountains loomed around them. Nan Zisheng instructed, Chu Tian, go find a safe hiding spot first. But when he looked down, the spot beside him was empty. The little girl had already vanished. He stood there, utterly speechless. Well, she's certainly sharper than her brother, he mused. He let out a long sigh, his demeanor shifting from casual to deadly serious. It was time to begin the ritual. Awaken, he commanded. From the earth beneath him, the soil churned. The great soul of Qin began to rise from the depths behind Nan Zisheng. A crimson aura erupted from beneath his feet. Swirling blue energy from the surroundings began to flood into his blood-red summoning circle, the air vibrating with raw power. Nan Zisheng's eyes snapped open in alarm. He glanced sideways, a cold sweat breaking out. Something felt terribly wrong. A majestic spirit materialized, clutching a sword, his voice booming like thunder. Who has the audacity to disturb my slumber? The system immediately flashed a warning. Summoning spirit. Target. Qin Emperor. Yingzheng. Spirit level. 10. Warning. Current host level is insufficient for control. Nan Zisheng gripped his sword hilt, his heart pounding against his ribs. He's been dead for millennia, yet his presence is this overwhelming? Is this the power of an emperor-class spirit? Can I even reason with a being like this? Doubt crept into his mind. He inhaled deeply, steeling his nerves. Drawing his blade, he bowed slightly. Senior, a great calamity approaches. This junior humbly requests to borrow your strength. Yingzheng tightened his grip on his imperial sword, his eyes blazing with fury. Insolent wretch. How dare a glorious soldier of Wei allow himself to be commanded by a petty demon like you? The emperor unsheathed his blade, the metal singing a song of death. With a roar, he unleashed a devastating slash. If you desire Wei's army, you must first prove you are worthy. Nan Zisheng barely managed to leap backward, the shockwave grazing him. His eyes transformed, pupils narrowing into slits. If that is your will, your majesty, he hissed, then forgive this junior for the offense. Asura state, activate, he roared. Yingzheng scoffed, his arrogance towering like a mountain. We united the 6 states. There is nothing under the heavens we have not witnessed. A babe still reeking of mother's milk dares to brandish an axe before the master carpenter? The blades of the necromancer and the emperor collided. Boom! A terrifying shockwave exploded outward, flattening the surrounding earth. Cold sweat drenched Nan Zisheng, but his grip remained ironclad. Even if you haven't seen it, he gritted out. You'll understand once you bleed. Presumptuous cur! Yingzheng roared, his fury spiking. Nan Zisheng didn't flinch. He channeled his energy. Asura art, Dragon Slayer. He unleashed a strike of catastrophic power, aiming directly for the emperor's spirit form. Yingzheng threw his head back and laughed. You call that a dragon slayer? Ha! Open your eyes, child. We shall show you the true meaning of the dragon. A colossal true dragon materialized behind the emperor, its scales shimmering with imperial might. Supreme sovereign art, he intoned. True dragon's judgment. The beast opened its maw, descending upon Nan Zisheng to swallow him whole. Asura demon slaughter. Nan Zisheng screamed in defiance. Countless alien warriors manifested behind him, charging forward. But against the true dragon, they were nothing vaporized instantly by a single snap of its jaws. Nan Zisheng grit his teeth, the pressure crushing him. This is the power of an emperor. It's insane. Asura manifestation. The ground split open. A gargantuan skeletal avatar rose from the abyss, radiating a suffocating pitch-black aura of death. The skeleton loomed over the true dragon, debris swirling in the chaos. Yingzheng sneered, unimpressed. Mere parlor tricks and illusions. A confident grin cut across Nan Zisheng's face. Is that so? Suddenly, the crimson aura of the skeleton seeped into the golden dragon, corrupting it instantly. Yingzheng's eyes widened in genuine shock. What? How is this possible? Seizing the opening, Nan Zisheng brought his blade down with apocalyptic force. Senior, forgive me. The blade connected. The Emperor of Ages cried out as the strike tore through his defenses. Ha! Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Zisheng swung his sword again, aiming to finish the duel. King Qin Shi Huang frantically waved his hands, his voice booming like thunder. Hold it. Stop right there. If this battle continues, the imperial mausoleum will be reduced to rubble. Hearing this, the young man instantly sheathed his blade and bowed. Thank you, senior. The Dragon Emperor let out a heavy sigh, resigning himself to the situation. Fine. The victory is yours. To think I have slumbered for so many eras, only to wake and cross blades with a mere mortal before even discussing the loan of my army. His gaze sharpened. But first, explain the situation. Tell me everything from the very beginning. After hearing the tale of the current world's peril, Qin Shi Huang finally retrieved a sacred artifact. He handed it to the young conqueror. If this generation faces such calamity, then there is no reason for us ancestors to stand idly by. Take this tiger tally. With your power combined with this artifact, summoning the great Qin generals will be child's play. The young man received the artifact with both hands, his expression solemn. My deepest gratitude, senior. At that moment, the tiger tally erupted with energy. Strands of azure spiritual aura surged forth, illuminating the dark tomb. He raised his voice, commanding the spirits. Soldiers of Great Qin, heed my call. Foreign enemies have invaded. I ask you to join me and defend our homeland. The aura intensified, expanding outward to form a massive spiritual domain. A thunderous chant shook the earth. Great wind. Great wind. Before the young man's eyes, countless glowing figures began to rise from the earth. The system immediately triggered a notification. Necromancy ability level 3 activated, summoning 10 million Qin spirits. Special trait. True immortality. These spirits can regenerate infinitely. Annihilation condition. A level N spirit will only dissipate if killed N times consecutively within 1 minute. The system continued. Upgrade condition for zombie summoning, 40 million troops. Current origin stones, 89.5 million. Suddenly, orbs of pure energy materialized around the young man, forming a perfect mystical circle. Each orb bore an ancient rune: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, void, darkness, wind, lightning, and sound. His eyes lit up with triumph. The talent tree. The forbidden elemental curses are finally complete. A holographic panel flashed. Forbidden elemental curse. Level 1. Beginner rank. Talent. Condensed from the 10 full elements. The higher the level, the more devastating the power. Draws force from heaven and earth to multiply damage output. Cost. 10,000 origin stones per cast. Usage limit. Infinite. Upgrade requirement. Cast forbidden curses 100 times. Meanwhile, in the forest outside, the sky turned dark as countless beasts took flight in a panic. The young man's expression darkened. This is bad. I sense foreign races. They are hunting down the ancient geniuses, and the attacks are coming from two opposite directions. I can't save them all by myself. Suddenly, Qin Shi Huang's voice cut through the tension. Wang Jian, Meng Tian. Two spectral generals materialized instantly, bowing in unison. We await your command, the emperor pointed outward. I order you to slaughter the foreign invaders. The young man nodded respectfully. Then please, seniors, head east. I will handle the west. He then shouted to the air, Chu Tian, teleport sequence initiate. Space warped, and the scene shifted 200 kilometers to the east of the Qin mausoleum. A horde of powerful foreign races was charging forward, their war cries shaking the ground. Damn it all. I just wanted to visit the Qin mausoleum to see who caused that massive commotion. In the chaos, a young man was struggling desperately against the alien beasts. He fought back using only a thin, glowing energy thread to parry their attacks. This was Su Changjia, the heavens chosen of the Su family, and a brilliant spirit controller. His crimson thread danced through the air, entangling the monsters. Su Changjia manipulated the threads, screaming in frustration. I'll kill every single one of your ancestors. But the beasts were fearless. They roared and lunged with even greater ferocity. Su Changjia leaped aside, barely dodging a fatal blow. There's too many of them. Damn it, why won't you ugly freaks cooperate? Suddenly, his red thread snapped tight, wrapping around the arm of a massive alien warrior. Su Changjia smirked, tugging the string. Don't be scared. He's your brother. He wouldn't dream of hurting you, right? But the red-headed alien didn't hesitate. He raised his blade and swung viciously at his trapped comrade, the green alien. Su Changji's eyes widened. You savage bastards. Do you have no humanity at all? He's your own flesh and blood, and you cut him down like nothing? The green alien, betrayed and enraged, roared and launched an immediate counterattack against the red-headed traitor. Su Changjia shook his head but kept his focus. Fine then. You've got thick skin anyway. Show me what you've got. Slice him up. The two monsters clashed violently. From the backlines, Su Changjia frantically pulled his threads, assisting the green alien in the duel. But he lost focus on his surroundings. Without warning, another beast leaped from the shadows, aiming straight for Su Changjia's back. He desperately retracted his red thread to yank himself out of harm's way. Meanwhile, the green alien charged blindly at the red-headed one. Boom! A terrifying shockwave of power erupted from the red-headed alien, blasting Su Chang'e backward like a rag doll. He scrambled to get up, panic setting in. Damn it, I've only got 2 hands. How am I supposed to fight 4 of these things at once? The red-headed alien raised its massive blade, gathering energy for a killing strike. Su Chang'e gritted his teeth, fury burning in his chest. Worst case scenario, I'm taking you all down with me. You scumbags won't get a cheap win today. Just as the blade fell, a streak of steel flashed through the air. Clang! The alien's sword was blocked. Su Chang'e looked up, stunned, as he recognized the familiar silhouette standing before him. Suddenly, a legendary figure blocks the path. King Qin, Yingzheng himself, descends. He speaks with regal calm. Junior, I have accepted the plea to save you. Su Chang'e's eyes widen in disbelief. It's Qin Shi Huang. The Dragon Emperor raises his sword, unleashing a crushing pressure. Rise. We shall end this battle swiftly. Su Chang'e is still reeling from the shock, but gratitude floods his heart. I'm still processing this. But thank you, Senior. Yingzheng gazes at the horde of abominations, his eyes burning with ancient fury. Filthy creatures daring to defile the land of my descendants? Slaughter them all. Show no mercy. Instantly, a spectral general materializes from the void. With a single, devastating strike, an abomination is obliterated. More ancient generals emerge, a symphony of steel and blood as they purge the monsters with surgical precision. Meanwhile, the camera shifts. The sky darkens as a massive swarm of beasts converges on the forest, 200 kilometers west of the Qin Mausoleum. In the desolate wilds, 2 figures stand back-to-back against the world. The young man's voice trembles with urgency. Sui, I'll hold them back. You run, don't look back. This is Qin Ying, a prodigy of the Qin family and a spirit summoner. Beside him stands his sister, Qin Sui, also a spirit summoner. But her eyes burn with resolve. No, brother. We leave together, or we die together. A tide of monsters surges toward them. Qin Ying grits his teeth in desperation. Sui, for once, just listen to me. He slams his palms against the earth. Spirit summon. Ancient trees erupt from the ground. Massive roots coil around the beasts like pythons, locking them in place. Qin Ying screams over his shoulder. Now, run, get out of here. But fate is cruel. A red-headed monstrosity tears through the wooden prison, shattering the defense. Qin Ying frantically summons more vines, a desperate wall of nature. But suddenly, warm blood spatters across his face. Time stops. Qin Sui stands before him, taking the fatal blow, meant for him. A deep gash tears across her back. Panic claws at his throat. Sui, seeing his little sister fall. Something snaps inside him. A primal scream tears from his lungs. You dare hurt my sister. Killing intent explodes. Qin Ying unleashes a tornado of pure energy, blasting the steel slaughterers away. Sui wheezes, forcing a smile. Brother, I'm okay. Watch out above. Qin Ying looks up, despair hits. 2 more beasts are diving straight for them, but just as death seems certain. Slash! A familiar blade of energy cleaves the sky, bisecting the attackers. Qin Ying. Qin Sui. A calm voice echoes. Chu Tian here, let's move this trash 1 kilometer away. In a blink, the swarm vanishes. A mysterious man stands before them, radiating absolute control. Don't move. Don't speak. Qin Ying is bewildered, mumbling in confusion. Who? What is this? The man explains nothing. He extends a hand, pouring raw spiritual power into them. I'm boosting your stats, 10-fold. The surge of power is too immense. Agony rips through their bodies. They scream as their veins burn with overflowing energy. When the light fades, the man commands coldly. Now, use that power. You kill half the herd. He gathers a terrifying sphere of energy in his palm. The other half? They are test subjects for my forbidden spell. He thrusts his hand forward. Thunder, primordial ancestor. Forbidden curse. The sphere shoots out like a meteor. High above, storm clouds churn with apocalyptic power. A crimson pillar of light crashes down. Lightning obliterates the monsters before they can even scream. The system chimes. Tier 2 Elemental Forbidden Mage. Cost: 20,000 origin stones per cast. Infinite stacking possible. Usage: 200 forbidden spells. Qin Ying stammers, awestruck. Benefactor: didn't you say we should handle half? Qin Sui nods weakly. Please, leave the rest to us. The man turns, scratching his head. My bad. A slip of the hand. He thinks to himself, I didn't expect the forbidden spell to be this devastating. Suddenly a warning shout. Careful! One slipped through the net. Qin Ying and Qin Sui spin around. A lone beast charges from the blind spot. The siblings move as one. Perfect synchronization born of blood and bond. Qin Ying unleashes Alloy Vine Kill. Qin Su follows up with Hellish Slaughter. Razor-sharp vines impale the rotting giant. Black sludge oozes from its wretched form. The Steel Slaughterer tries to resist, but the enhanced vines bind it tight, crushing its armor. The man nods in approval. Not bad. I've seen your potential. Leave that last demon soldier to me. He clenches his fist. Earth Element Forbidden Spell. The energy sphere stacks 50 times over. The ground trembles as a massive, twisted earthen pillar erupts. The beast is launched into the sky. The man whispers one word. Burial. Boom. The pillar implodes. Dust and lightning swallow the monster whole. When the smoke clears, only the mysterious man remains, standing amidst the ruins like a god. Hiding behind a jagged rock, Chu Tian watches the spectacle unfold. To him, the scene resembles nothing less than a mosquito being obliterated by a high-voltage zapper. The girl is left utterly speechless by the man's overwhelming dominance. Beside her, Qin Ying and Qin Sui stand with their mouths wide open, unable to believe the devastation before their eyes. Qin Sui breaks the silence first. Brother, this reminds me of a specific idiom. Qin Ying nods rapidly. I was just thinking of a saying myself. In perfect unison, they shout their thoughts. Earth-shattering destruction, the seas changing into mulberry fields. Their idioms do not match at all, yet their awe for his terrifying power is identical. With the alien filth eradicated, the man named Ying turns to them. I assume you know what happens next? Without hesitation, Qin Ying and Qin Sui drop to one knee. On behalf of the 6 Qin families, we thank our benefactor for saving our lives. Ying sighs internally, feeling a wave of helplessness. Why do these ancient families always insist on such dramatic formalities? Qin Ying clasps his hands together with intense fervor. Oh, benefactor, our lives belong to you now. Whatever orders you have, we will execute them without question. Qin Sui nods vigorously in agreement. Absolutely. Ying looks at the pair, exasperated by their stiffness. He points a finger at his own chest. You say you will listen to my orders, but do you even know who I am? The question wipes the intensity off their faces, leaving Qin Ying and Qin Sui looking completely blank. Qin Ying scratches his head. Well, that is a bit unclear. Qin Sui flushes with embarrassment. Apologies, benefactor. We should have asked for your great name first thing. A wave of relief washes over Ying. No, that is not what I meant. It is actually better that you do not know. It seems I was overthinking things. It seems the attribute boost does not increase intelligence, he muses. Not every Heaven's Chosen can be as sharp as that guy, Chu Jinghe. The bystanders freeze in shock as Ying suddenly bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha! You little rascals really have a temperament like mine. You are worthy to be friends of this emperor. His bold declaration draws everyone's gaze. Among the crowd, the entourage of the Qin King notices a familiar figure, Su Changje. One of the followers whispers, Brother First Emperor, is that masked man, the one you mentioned? The First Emperor nods with a hearty grin. That is the man, indeed. Su Changje steps forward. Brother, thanks for the save. By rights, I should bow, but I am not really built for these stiff traditions. Su Changge owes you a favor now, and I hate being in debt. So, speak up. What do you need me to do? Ying glances at him, a spark of interest in his eyes. Finally, a Heaven's Chosen with a bit of an abnormal personality. He drops all pretense. Good. I have 2 requests. First, take me to your clans so I can perform a mass power amplification. While Su Changge looks confused, the Qin brothers instantly clasp their hands. Thank you, benefactor. But Su Changge is not convinced. Amplification? Boost what exactly? And why do you two look like you just joined a cult? Ying wastes no words. He taps Su Changje's forehead, transferring spiritual power. This is the boost. 10 times the power. Su Changge cannot handle the sudden surge. A scream tears from his throat. He collapses to the ground, twitching from the pain. Ying looms over him like a classic villain and adds, and there is this, too. Qin Ying shouts eagerly, ignoring the scream. Benefactor, do you have any other orders? Even if we must walk through boiling water or tread on fire, we will not hesitate. Ying observes them, weighing his options. Should I send these 2 ahead? They are inland prodigies, not battle-hardened like Singha. The war from my past life will not reach their families for another year. I am currently stationed in the rear, he thinks. If I demand they go to the front lines to fight, would that be considered a moral kidnapping? Finally, he sighs. Just remember to protect yourselves properly. From the ground, Su Changje manages a pained, excited grin. You know, you are a truly dishonest person. Wearing a mask does not hide your nature. Is it really so hard to speak your true thoughts? He begins to analyze Ying. You can summon undead spirits to defend our homes. Do you think us standing here makes us nothing but a burden? Or do you plan to act in the shadows and become some lone hero of the ages? Su Chang'e leans in close, his words rendering Ying momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Qin Sui steps in, barking at the prodigy. Silence. I will not allow you to speak so rudely to the benefactor. Ying raises a hand to stop the outburst. He is not wrong. Ying shoves his hands into his pockets, his demeanor shifting to casual command. I need you to lead your families to the 7th defensive line. Buy me a few days. As for your little analysis, the battlefield of 10,000 races is not child's play like that assassination attempt just now. If you are truly heaven's chosen, then struggle, fight, and survive until you reach the 5th defensive line. He pauses for dramatic effect. Meet me there, and I will show you my true face. The Qin brothers slam their fists against their chests, their voices ringing with absolute resolve. Benefactor, the Qin family will not fail this mission. Su Chang'e finally broke the silence. Nan Zisheng extended his hand, passing the tiger tally to him. His voice carried the weight of a mountain. 10 million Qin soldiers. I am entrusting them all to you. A grin spread across Su Chang'e's face as he grasped the token. Received. He bowed low, a gesture of profound respect and gratitude to the group. Qin Ying hurriedly waved his hands in panic. There is no need for such formality, benefactor. Meanwhile, Su Chang'e jokingly raised his hand like an emperor, signaling them to rise. Watching this scene, the first emperor, Ying Zheng, felt a surge of pride. The bloodline of Yan Huang continues to thrive, endless and strong. Suddenly, the system interface materialized before his eyes. The notification flashed. Inland Heaven's Pride, Su Chang'e, along with the Qin family twins, Qin Ying and Qin Sui, have successfully led their clan to the 7th defense line. But then, a darker string of messages followed. The Zhuge family prodigy has emerged and been assassinated by the alien race. The Northwest Lin family prodigy assassinated immediately upon emergence. The Southwest Xiao family prodigy assassinated. The atmosphere grew heavy. Nan Zisheng, Chu Tian, and the gathered kings could only sigh in frustration. What kind of cursed era is this? Someone cursed. Our greatest talents are slaughtered the moment they reveal themselves. They are supposed to be humanity's future. The front lines are already at a breaking point, yet our reinforcements in the rear are being hunted down like dogs. If even the strongest among us are falling, who is left to protect the hope of mankind? Nan Zisheng absorbed the news, his brow furrowing in deep thought. The heavens' prides of this generation. They have appeared far sooner than fate intended. Running around to put out fires is not a strategy, he realized. Even if I dash across the world without rest, I cannot guarantee that every single one of them will survive. He turned his gaze toward Chu Tian, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Instead of trying to stop the soup from boiling by stirring it, Nan Zisheng declared, "It is better to simply pull the firewood from beneath the pot." Chu Tian grinned, his eyes sparkling with understanding. "We are going to the northern desolate desert," Nan Zisheng commanded. "We will wait for the 5 great prodigies to emerge and use them as bait to drag every single alien assassin out into the light." Spiritual energy surged beneath his feet. Chu Tian stood ready, prepared to transport him across the very fabric of space. A look of absolute confidence and cold resolve hardened Nan Zisheng's face. "Just watch me. I will wipe them all out in a single stroke." His voice echoed through the silent night, a promise of destruction. Chu Tian. "First, take us to the vicinity of the Han tomb group." Darkness swallowed the land, broken only by his thunderous invocation. "I am Nan Zisheng. Your descendant has awakened. The great era has arrived. Any descendant who dares to insult the true scholars shall face divine punishment." He slammed his palm against the earth. Crimson lightning exploded from the impact point, shaking the very foundations of the world. The ground cracked open, heralding the return of an ancient, terrifying power. Nan Zisheng's voice boomed, summoning the legends. "Emperor Wu of Han, General Wei Qing, Champion Count Huo Qubing, whoever dares to violate the sanctity of this world, we shall show them no mercy." The pressure in the air became suffocating. Under the gloom of night and the glare of red lightning, the scene was both mystical and terrifying. A massive system panel materialized in the sky. Skill: Undead Summoning, Level 3. Summon Count: 10 million Qin soldiers. 20 million Han soldiers. Trait: Infinite Regeneration. Annihilation Condition: if a unit is destroyed, in times consecutively within 1 minute, the level in spirit will perish. Upgrade Condition: summon 400,000 spirits. Available Essence Stones: 11.3 trillion. Nan Zisheng's command rolled out like thunder. 20 million soldiers of Han. Heed my order, march to the northern desolate desert and slaughter the alien race. The time for the 5 great prodigies to emerge was now. Power burned within him like a supernova. The heavens flashed with blinding light. The Asura stepped forward, his power climbing to the absolute maximum level. His body radiated a terrifying energy, hair whipping wildly in the wind, as the earth trembled beneath him. Far away, at the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, Zhao felt the violent fluctuation. "It's him, the mysterious Asura," she gasped, her eyes widening in shock. "This aura. It is far stronger than before. I fear he may have fallen into chi deviation." Beside her, Su Leng's face paled. "We must alert the military immediately. He is at the northern desolate desert." Deep in the desert, Nan Zisheng did not stop. He began to lay out a grand formation, arranging the front, rear, left, and right according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Using lightning as the conduit and ice and fire as the fuel, he triggered a cataclysm. The entire sky detonated in a web of blinding electricity. Nan Zisheng roared, flames manifesting in his palms. The sheer pressure of his power caused the desert floor to fracture and split. Amidst the glittering crimson light, the formation took shape. Thousands of troops and horses materialized, sealing off 100 miles in every direction. The array was majestic, oppressive, and undeniable. Watching from a distance, Su Leng's sharp eyes narrowed. She detected a second surge of formation power rising from a completely different direction. A realization struck her like a physical blow. She stammered, "Wait. Could that be the power of the mysterious formation god who once topped the leaderboards?" Zhao Ke clutched her head in frustration. She had pushed herself too far. Her spiritual energy was completely drained. "I can't sense anything anymore," she sighed, a look of deep regret filling her eyes. She was missing the most important moment. Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng's masterpiece was complete. He bellowed the incantation to the heavens. "Undead summoning, soul of the great Han, slaughter the aliens, display the might of Han." Space tore open. From the void stepped the legends Wei Qing, Emperor Wu, and Huo Qubing, leading tens of thousands of spectral cavalry. The mighty army surged forward like a dam bursting, crashing into the battlefield with unstoppable momentum. Nothing would stand in their way. Watching from a distance, Su Leng gripped her binoculars, her soul trembling at the unfolding chaos. Her voice cracked with pure dread. "What in the world is this?" Beside her, Xiao Er's eyes went wide as saucers, mirrored shock on her face. "Is that an undead spirit? I have never felt an aura of death this potent, this overwhelming." Su Lenglong's voice quivered, his composure shattering completely. First the mysterious Asura, then a divine array master. And now a heaven-defying necromancer genius too? The energy fluctuations are exponentially higher than anything recorded. This completely transcends the standard power rankings. Su Leng stood frozen, petrified by the realization. God rank? The words felt heavy on her tongue. Zhao Ke's face drained of color, her eyes bulging in disbelief. God rank. That meant 3 divine-tier awakeners were gathering in the northern wilderness desert. They exchanged glances, a suffocating tension filling the air. "We have to move. The supreme commander of the mainland forces must be notified immediately." Deep in the desert, Nan Zisheng stood like an imperious god. Arms spread wide, his crimson eyes blazed with ferocity, hair spiking up like sharpened blades. A forbidden curse erupted from his hands. Light elements compounded hundreds of times over, birthing a massive Taiji halo that turned the pitch-black night into blinding day. In a distant city, the sky suddenly blazed with noonday brilliance, throwing citizens into chaos. "Huh? Is it morning already?" a man muttered, checking his watch in confusion. "Impossible. It's only 10 at night." Murmurs of panic rippled through the crowd as they sought answers. Could it be a demon attack? Just then, the emergency broadcast system screeched to life. "Attention! Breaking news! 4 mysterious god-rank prodigies have gathered in the northern wilderness. Military fighter jets are scrambling to investigate immediately." The announcement sent shockwaves through the populace. God-rank prodigy? I've never even heard of such a terrifying tier. Another citizen let out a long, trembling sigh. Could this finally be the rising hope of our Eastern Alliance? Everyone felt the gravity of the situation settle in their bones. Even the land forces were mobilizing. This was no ordinary event. The event triggered a massive, seismic wave of panic. At the central mainland, the first defense line declared a state of maximum emergency. Military helicopters tore through the night sky, their rotors screaming as they raced toward the northwestern border of the desolate sands. The commander in the front seat barked orders, adrenaline spiking. "Faster, push it to the limit. We only have 1 hour to get there." The pilot responded, voice tight with anxiety. "Sir, even at top speed, it will take at least 60 minutes. The commander roared, "Cut the excuses. Maximum velocity, now." Meanwhile, at the desert's eye, Nan Zisheng continued his domination ritual. From his outstretched hands, legions of the undead materialized. 500,000 steel giant wolves, 500,000 armored bulls, 1 million violent apes, and 1 million war elephants. Red lightning crackled as the earth groaned under the weight of these titans, their eyes burning with hellfire. At the communications center, a report capable of shattering sanity was transmitted. The Northwest is in turmoil. 4 massive beast tides have erupted, seemingly commanded by a 5th god-rank prodigy, a beast tamer. The populace stood paralyzed. Some sighed, others scratched their heads in bewilderment. Is the northern wilderness imploding again? One man stared blankly into the distance. 5 god-rank prodigies appearing at once? Memories of past beast tides surfaced, fueling the panic. Since when has our city ever been safe from the monster hordes? What is going on? Elsewhere, at a pharmaceutical plant, Su Xiaonan turned to Chen Lianyi. Have you seen the news yet? Her eyes held a tremor of fear. Do you remember the massive wolf pack assault in the northern desert last time? Chen Lianyi fell silent, deep in thought. How could I forget the one who commanded 10,000 wolves? Could it be him again? If it is, his power is far more terrifying than we ever imagined. Meanwhile, at the supply center, Zhang Nuan clutched his phone, dazed. He recalled his encounter with Nan Zisheng, a beast tamer. Could it really be him? His mind reeled as the image of Nan Zisheng flashed vividly in his memory, shaking him to his core. Scene shift to the East Sea, Lan family territory. A bizarre red sphere swirled endlessly in the sky, churning the waters below into a frenzy. Prodigy Lan Changkong abandoned his vehicle, surfing across the waves with aura alone. Beast tamer Nan Zisheng. I must witness this power with my own eyes. Determination hardened his gaze. Deep inland at the Zhuge estate, prodigy Zhuge Yuan mounted his spirit beast, charging toward the northwest. A forbidden spell of this magnitude? This could be the great destiny our clan has been waiting for. He urged his mount faster, eyes burning with the flames of raw ambition. Approaching the northern wilderness, the titans of the Xuanyuan, Huang, Yu, and Shu families converged on Nan Zisheng's location. But the path ahead was paved with danger. Nan Zisheng sensed the approaching powerhouses. A dangerous, knowing smile curled on his lips. Only an alien threat could force all the prodigies to gather like this, he whispered, crimson eyes glowing with resolve. Perfect. I was waiting to crush them under a little more pressure. Meanwhile, on the ground, prodigy Huang Xuan was fighting for his life against a horde of mutated giants. Is this where I, Huang Xuan, fall? No. I refuse to accept this fate. His mind is a battlefield of conflict. Yet his lips curl into a provocative sneer. Come at me, you mongrels. Do you have any idea who you are dealing with? Suddenly, the horde of undead beasts freezes in their tracks. As if obeying a silent, mysterious command, they turn and retreat, leaving Huang Xuan standing there, completely dumbfounded. What is this? Are they running away? But Huang Xuan's shock is merely the prologue to the true spectacle. Across the entire battlefield, the undead stop their assault. They swarm together into a massive legion, bowing to the will of one man, the commander, whose eyes are cold as ice and voice drips with absolute authority. He issues the decree. The time has come. Undead beast tide, advance. Let the slaughter begin. Seizing the perfect moment, he does not hesitate. He swings his blade, a strike so powerful it paints the sky blood red. An explosive wave of energy erupts, obliterating everything standing in his path. The Asura slaughter slash cleaves the giant beast instantly. It is sliced clean in two, sending a tornado of blood and blinding light spinning into the air. He doesn't stop there. He immediately unleashes a technique of even greater devastation, the Asura living hell. The strike triggers a catastrophic earthquake. The vast land trembles violently, whipping stones and debris into a raging hurricane. Nothing can survive. Every obstacle in his path is crushed into dust. Standing amidst the chaos, the commander looks like a god of war who has lost all control. His hair falls wildly, his face sharp and cold, while his eyes burn with a crimson fury. Beside him, the beast tide and undead legion go berserk. They begin tearing each other apart in a scene of chaotic brutality that no one expected. Bodies collide, filling the desert with maddened howls. The very earth seems to shake with the vibration of pure terror. Suddenly, from the heavens, a white warhorse descends, bearing a majestic general, resembling the Han Martial Emperor. The commander looks up, watching the figure standing on a floating white cloud. Although his undead army grows stronger by the second under his command, the chaotic infighting leaves them vulnerable to the alien races. Corpses pile up like mountains, and the senseless fratricide is wasting his forces. He realizes he must act fast. He needs to reorganize the Legion to prevent further useless sacrifices. The commander barks out orders instantly. Undead Legion, listen. I will be the bait to draw their fire. Scatter and form a perimeter around the aliens. Encircle them and wipe them out. Beast tide. Target the steel slaughterers and giant demons. Undead, you are immune to poison. Destroy the venom men and rotting corpses. Words spoken, he slams his fist into the earth. a pillar of crimson light erupts, piercing the clouds and shaking the foundation of the world. The explosion rocks the ground beneath them. As the battle reaches its fever pitch, the commander turns to his teammate. Chu Tian, coordinate with me. If any enemy breaks through the formation and heads for the city walls, you must intercept them immediately. Chu Tian grins, a lollipop in his mouth, while his hands weave a spell of terrifying magical power. The sudden surge of magic is so intense that the beast tide turns their heads in confusion. The commander breaks into a cold sweat at the awkward timing. For a moment, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Regaining focus, he unleashes a forbidden wind spell. It twists into a vortex of blazing red fire. The energy tornado roars, hurling the massive beasts high into the sky. As they crash back down, the smaller beasts swarm them, tearing them apart in a spectacle of gore, tragedy, and suffocating tension. Chu Tian dances through the battlefield, laughing. Haha, look at those giant demons. How pathetic. The commander looks at him, a mix of praise and warning in his eyes. Good work, Chu Tian. But next time we move, we need to be a bit more careful. However, reality strikes. The commander is suddenly surrounded by a horde of hideous giant demons. He gives a faint, calm smile. This deadly situation, it is just another Tuesday for him. He charges back into the fray. Forbidden lightning spell, 50-fold stack. He obliterates the giant monsters one by one. The prodigies are approaching, and the government won't be far behind. I need to end this now. He activates the Forbidden Earth repulsion spell. Massive red rings expand like shockwaves, crushing and repelling every monster that dares to stand against him. A cataclysmic explosion shakes the heavens. From the distance, a stranger gasps. Who is that, to wield night arts to such a legendary peak? It is the genius prodigy, Zhuge Yuan. But his awe is cut short. A blinding light roars towards him from the horizon like a falling meteor. The flickering red light assaults his mind. Zhuge Yuan feels like his skull is being split open by a hammer. The commander materializes instantly, amplifying his power. Lightning coils around Zhuge Yuan, forcing the prodigy to scream in agony, his eyes rolling back in terror. After the surge of power settles, Zhuge Yuan regains his senses, trembling. Senior, please, stay your hand. May I ask your great name? I, Zhuge, will never forget to repay this debt. The commander turns, his voice cold. We are leaving a message for you and the army here in the northern desert. If you want to repay me, just do exactly as I say. With those final words, he vanished faster than a bolt of lightning. Zhuge Yuan looked up, but the mysterious figure was already gone. He realized the senior wished to remain anonymous. Turning to the troops, he roared, "Listen up, we follow the senior's orders. Target, the northern wilderness. Move." High above, the sky swarmed with combat helicopters, their blades slicing through the air. The choppers touched down in a desolate clearing. Standing amidst the biting snow, the commander-in-chief of Chu Yang frowned. Are you certain this is the place? Why is it completely empty? Where are the heavenly prodigies? Where are the alien beasts? A soldier behind him stammered. Commander, coordinates are confirmed, but I don't understand why it's barren. Suddenly, the earth groaned. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ground before shattering completely. Colossal alien beasts erupted from the depths, roaring for blood. Zhuge Yuan wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a forbidden spell, burying the assassin beasts back into their earthen graves. The commander demanded answers. Zhuge Yuan explained the ambush thoroughly, but deflected questions about the 5 great heavenly prodigies. No, he lied smoothly. We were just en route to the prodigy formation. That man wore a mask. His identity is a mystery. He buffed our stats and disappeared. Zhuge Yuan mused, maintaining the ruse. The others quickly corroborated the story. A warrior in yellow added, It's true. We saw the same. The Xuanyuan family representative nodded. The senior only left us a message. In the distance, Lan Changqiu spotted something, a stone slab engraved with writing. His shout drew everyone's attention. The commander immediately ordered the inscription to be photographed. This was urgent. He summoned the generals and the patriarchs of the ancient families to Defense Line 5 for an emergency war council. Watching from the shadows, the mysterious man whispered a silent apology. Not yet. I cannot reveal myself yet. To get the army's support, I had to do it this way. He knew that despite the current lull in attacks, if the enemy discovered the 5 great prodigies had united, they would launch a frenzied counterattack. Suspicion is a deadly poison in war. One wrong move, and the alliance crumbles. Exposure meant failure. Cutting off his thoughts, the man commanded, Chu Tian, return to the slaughterhouse. He sank back into silence. His current disguise as a weakling was the perfect camouflage. Neither humans nor aliens would suspect the grand plan he was orchestrating in the dark. Just then, a new report arrived. Prodigy Xianhong was leading a squad to support Defense Line 7. Meanwhile, Lan Changkong stayed behind to guard against the East Sea Beast horde. The internet exploded with theories. Why are so many prodigies gathering at line 7? Is this related to the 5 god-level figures from last night? The public buzzed with curiosity. Why were their identities hidden? Surely, they were the secret weapons destined to turn the tide of war. At the military command of Defense Line 5, the atmosphere was suffocating. The commander outlined the strategic map, highlighting critical issues. The targets: origin of the volcano, sky-reaching water, forest of steel, and the burning heaven vein. With the shift at Defense Line 7, the situation was critical. The commander demanded input on the next move. Xuanyuan Rulong, patriarch of the Xuanyuan family, stepped forward. This, the old master declared, is a battlefield setup of massive proportions. The god-level prodigies are likely preparing for a final, decisive stand here at Line 5. It was an all-in gambit. He pointed to the map. The volcano origin holds enough artificial magma and crude oil to unleash apocalyptic destruction. Sky-reaching water is a canal connecting directly to the East Sea. The steel forest is a maze of mutant metal trees, and the burning heaven vein implies a massive stockpile of energy stones. General Fang Biao of Line 2 narrowed his eyes at the photo of the stone. That blade stroke, it resembles the style of Asura. Chu Zhou interjected grimly. Asura treads the line of madness. He could succumb to his inner demons at any moment. General Li Fei of Line 3 agreed. It's too dangerous. Betting the nation's fate on a cryptic message from an unknown source is madness. Fear rippled through the room. Could they trust these unverified prodigies with the fate of humanity? The room erupted into argument until the commander coughed, demanding silence. Zhuge Chengming, patriarch of the Zhuge family, stood up. Allow me to speak. The carving may belong to Asura, but he is not alone. Other prodigies were present. They healed our people. They left this message. Look at the requirements. Volcano, water, steel. These aren't random locations. They are components for a forbidden formation. They intend to borrow the power of heaven and earth itself. Xuanyuan Rulong nodded in agreement. After hearing the fierce debates, the elder slammed his hand down. He emphasized that the 5 great heavens prides chose seclusion for a reason to prepare for the grand design. Elder Zhuge spoke the harsh truth. The front lines are collapsing one by one. We have no choice but to go all in and gamble everything on this final strike. My intuition tells me this will be the most brilliant move the East has ever made. Our ancient clans stand united in this decision. Xuanyuan Rulong's words sent a ripple of agreement through the war room. The resolve was set. Every ounce of the nation's resources would be poured into the final battle. Xu Chuyang stepped forward, his aura radiating steel-like determination. In less than an hour, the 5 great heavens prides annihilated thousands of level 10 assassin beasts. This is a miracle unmatched in history, a feat no other human could rival. For our shared bloodline, for the survival of our race, we must stake our lives on this chance. His speech ignited a blazing fire in the leadership's hearts. Even the commander-in-chief's face hardened into a mask of iron resolve, signaling a fight to the death. Moments later, sirens wailed across the nation. The emergency broadcast declared the immediate launch of the grand projects: the Four Fires Fortress, the artificial volcano, the Grand Canal strategy, the Steel Road, and the Origin Stone Mountain. All systems were officially online. Shockwaves rippled through the populace. Was this madness or a stroke of genius? Panic and confusion spread like wildfire. Humanity was already starving for resources and manpower. Yet the government chose to burn everything on these colossus projects. High above, Nan Zisheng watched the chaos, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. The swift decision displayed the terrifying might of the nation and their absolute faith in the final war. He smiled to himself. Congratulations, you placed your bets on the right horse. I will not let this trust go to waste. Suddenly, Tu Ligong, the chief engineer, approached Nan Zisheng. These blueprints, they bear a striking resemblance to our own secret plans. It seems the higher-ups have finally recognized the brilliance of our vision. But just then, the atmosphere shattered. On the horizon of the 7th defense line, the sky ripped open. A crimson vortex began to swirl, sending tremors through the earth. Nan Zisheng and Tu Ligong froze in horror. It was the void gate of the alien race. It had opened 2 full years earlier than Nan Zisheng's memories predicted. The terrifying truth hit him like a physical blow. A mountain of pressure crushed down on his shoulders as he thought of his comrades, Chu Xinghe and his loved ones trapped on the front. The tension in the air became suffocating as the void gate expanded, tearing the sky apart. It signaled a catastrophe. A tidal wave of alien monsters was about to crash into the 7th defense line. Everyone realized the nightmare scenario had arrived. The front line was about to face a massacre of apocalyptic proportions. Nan Zisheng felt the urgency burning in his veins. He immediately formulated a rescue plan, rushing to join forces with Chu Tian. They had to reinforce the line before it was too late. Desperation fueled his command. Nan Zisheng summoned his ultimate army, 20 million Great Han undead, and a massive tide of 3 million beasts. But a cruel reality stood in their way. The 7th defense line was thousands of kilometers away. Moving such a massive army instantly seemed impossible. He turned his eyes, filled with hope and desperation, toward Chu Tian. His voice trembled with urgency. Chu Tian, is there a way? Can you mass teleport us and the beast tied to the front lines? However, one look at Chu Tian made his heart sink. She was visibly withering away. Her face was pale as death, her hands trembling violently. The lollipop she always carried shattered in her mouth as blood spilled from her lips. Seeing her condition, Nan Zisheng's heart overflowed with worry. He shouted, Chu Tian, don't force it. If you can't handle it, stop now. The distance is too vast. I won't let you burn your life force for this. But Chu Tian refused to listen. She forced herself to stand tall, her eyes burning with an unyielding fire. She declared to the world, I can do this. Even as her body failed and blood continued to drip, her will to fight remained unbreakable. This was her moment. She channeled every ounce of her soul, defying death itself to protect her homeland and her comrades. In that heart-wrenching second, her resolve spread like a shockwave, igniting courage and faith in the hearts of every warrior standing beside her. Back at the 7th defense line, hell had arrived. The void gate yawned wide, unleashing an endless flood of alien horrors. The sky turned the color of blood. A blinding blizzard swept in, making the heavy atmosphere feel like the crushing weight of the grave. Yet, the human defenders stood like statues of steel. Every soldier knew the truth. This battle would decide the fate of their entire race. The commander of the 7th line roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Even in death, we defend this ground. His words were a war cry for the brave. The heavens' prides charged first, their powers flaring, followed by legions of espers and the thunderous roar of artillery support. This was no longer just a clash of weapons. It was a war of wills, a battle for the very right to exist. Old Zhang and Nam Zisheng stand sentinel beside the heavy artillery, grim shadows cast across their faces in this hour of desperation. Old Zhang's voice trembles with the weight of despair as he speaks. Our nuclear arsenal is depleted, and even our standard shells are running on empty. Is there any meaning left in dragging out this fight? Nam Zisheng, a warrior forged in the fires of countless battles, instantly shoots back. Old Zhang, swallow those hopeless words. Look down there at the heavens chosen. He reminds him of their darkest hour. Last time, we stared into the abyss of total defeat, yet those very prodigies pulled us back from the brink. They even commanded a legion of 10 million undead to turn the tide. We snatched victory from the jaws of defeat once, and now we stand on that precipice again. You must trust that when the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a path. Yet, despite his brave words, anxiety gnaws at their hearts as they watch the young heroes prepare for the slaughter. The heavens chosen are powerful, but they are still mortal flesh and blood. They bleed, they tire, and they die. Old Zhang gasps, fear gripping his throat, though their resolve remains unbroken. Old Nam steels his spirit, reassuring his old comrade. We must hold the line mentally. We exist to provide cover fire until the bitter end. Even if it costs us our lives, we will not falter. Finally, the moment of reckoning arrives, and the entire battlefield erupts into chaos. Both sides collide in a frenzy of violence. Chu Xinghe, a shining star among the prodigies, begins to unleash his true power. With his sword domain activated, he conjures the myriad heart-piercing swords technique. Razor-sharp steel manifests in the sky, descending like a torrential rain of death, plunging straight into the horde of alien beasts. Explosions bloom like hellish flowers upon impact, creating a scene of absolute devastation, turning the battlefield into a chaotic symphony of destruction. Meanwhile, Su Chang'e locks horns with the colossal alien beasts, each one a towering mountain of lethal intent. He doesn't hesitate for a second, spitting out a curse with wild abandon. Damn it all, foreign clan bodyguards, get out here and swarm them. Let dog eat dog. Su Chang'e displays an indomitable spirit. Despite being surrounded on all sides, he charges forward with the ferocity of a madman, refusing to take a single step back. Qin Shi Huang of the Eastern March is no less formidable. With a mere wave of his hand, countless monsters crumble beneath the imperial majesty of Great Qin. He proves he is not just a supreme ruler of history, but a warrior of terrifying power that strikes fear into the very souls of his enemies. Elsewhere, the siblings Qin Ying and Qin Sui find themselves trapped in a circle of death, hemmed in by thousands of alien beasts with no escape in sight. Even Chu Xinghe is pushed to his limits, cycling between attack and defense in a breathless rhythm. The giant monsters blot out the sky, suffocating the space around them. Suddenly, Old Nam's voice thunders. Target locked. Direction 4 o'clock, distance 3,375 meters. Fire. A blinding flash ignites the artillery position, signaling the wrath of the heavy cannon. The shell screams through the air, detonating amidst the alien horde and sending earth and stone flying into the heavens. The shockwave rattles the sky itself, shifting the tide of battle. Old Nam doesn't stop, barking orders with surgical precision. Direction 8 o'clock, distance 2,978 meters. Fire. Another round shrieks out, walling off the new wave of enemies. Shell after shell tears through the atmosphere, their explosive fury halting the relentless advance of the alien reinforcements. But just as control seems within reach, a colossal shadow swallows the light, emerging from the void. The previous beasts were 10 times the size of a man, but this new nightmare dwarfs them all, a titan hundreds of times larger than anything they have faced. The commander freezes, a single terrified thought echoing in his mind. What in the world is that? It is a species never before recorded. Its massive frame is bound in thick steel chains, clad only in a simple loincloth. But the true horror lies in the magnificent, demonic bull horns crowning its head and the savage giant blade gripped in its hand. This titan charges across the battlefield, sending prodigies and soldiers scattering in blind panic, utterly unable to cope with its presence. Su Changge, mounted on his warhorse, feels cold sweat drench his back as he stares up at the behemoth. He cannot mask his shock. Mother of God, what kind of monster is this? It's as high as a fortress wall. Su Changge rubs his eyes in disbelief. The entity before him shatters every concept of monster he has ever known. With brutal power, the giant demon swings its blade, smashing the earth. The ground groans and splits, sending tremors through the core. A massive fissure tears open, cutting off the escape route for everyone. Screams of absolute terror tear through the air as panic takes hold. Seeing the critical danger, Qin Shi Huang spins around, barking an immediate command. Bai Qi, protect Su Changge at all costs. The legendary General Bai Qi does not hesitate, moving instantly to fulfill his emperor's will with unwavering loyalty. The demon does not stop, locking its murderous gaze onto Su Changge and giving chase. Every step it takes kicks up a blinding sandstorm, making the very earth tremble and sway under its weight. Yet, with terrifying calmness, Su Changge screams out, "I'm fine! This monster is no joke. Go help Senior Emperor Qin immediately." At the same time, Qin Shi Huang rallies the prodigies and generals around him. His voice booms like thunder. "All forces, follow me. We fight!" The warriors charge as one, igniting a merciless clash between the army and the Titan. But the demon counterattacks with apocalyptic force. Its strikes are so savage, so overwhelming, that it seems no mortal can stand against its wrath. Suddenly, the beast froze. It realized the truth. A critical clue had been exposed. Fury exploded within the monster's eyes. With a heaven-shaking roar, it decided to unleash its full, catastrophic power. Yet, Emperor Qin Shi Huang stood immovable. His presence loomed like a legendary mountain, the might of Great Qin radiating from his very being. Souls of Great Qin, we fight until the end. A translucent green sphere expanded, a barrier shielding everyone from the coming storm. The Emperor's voice thundered, "I have returned from death itself. What reason is there to fear?" Great Qin's might. With godlike speed, he vanished, teleporting instantly behind the beast, weapon raised for the kill. But the behemoth was not so easily outmatched. Sensing the lethal intent, it spun around to counter in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Feng Meng and the commander were on their last legs. Their bodies were ravaged by grievous wounds. Soaked in blood, uniforms in tatters, they refused to fall. Gripping their weapons, they ordered the Psychic Legion to hold the line at all costs. The soldiers charged, clashing endlessly with the lower-tier beasts. The commander raised his blade, eyes burning. "Heavenly prides, follow me! We hunt the king!" The elite forces launched a synchronized assault, throwing their lives into a desperate final stand against the alien horde. Elsewhere, 200 kilometers from Defense Line 7, Nan Zisheng carried Chu Tian on his back. She was completely drained, her energy spent. Nan Zisheng looked at her with frantic worry. She was fading fast. "Chu Tian, stay with me. Can you hold on?" Chu Tian's face was deathly pale, covered in sweat and cuts. She forced the words out through grit teeth. "Just 200 kilometers. My brother. He is there." Blood poured from her lips, but her spirit remained unbroken. She would complete this mission, or die trying. Surrender was not an option. Back on the battlefield, Su Changge and Qin Shi Huang were gods of war, tearing through the relentless tide of alien beasts. Seeing the situation turn critical, Su Changge turned to the emperor. "Senior Qin, lead the undead army to block the fodder. Leave the boss to us." Qin Shi Huang's eyes flashed with understanding. "Agreed. The spirit shall follow my command." Command was transferred instantly. Su Changge charged forward, his weapon manifesting scarlet threads that lashed out like viper strikes toward the giant beast. The crimson wires extended, wrapping tightly around the monster's limbs. A binding formation took shape. The beast struggled, but the trap held firm, creating an opening for the others. "I can hold it for 30 seconds. Strike now." Su Changge screamed as the wires dug into the monster's flesh. On the other flank, Chu Xinghe stood his ground. Sword domain, activate. He unleashed a torrent of supreme techniques, his blade moving so fast it created a defensive perimeter that no enemy dared to cross. But this opponent was a nightmare made flesh. It refused to fall, soaking up damage with terrifying resilience. Qin Ying wasn't faring much better, sweat pouring down his face. Every attack from the enemy forced him to burn his very life force to defend. Alloy vines erupted, wrapping around his body. He combined his power with Qin Sui for a devastating combo. Forest of poison wood. Strangle. Trapped, Qin Sui shouted, their energies merging into an impenetrable formation, denying the enemy any chance to counter. High in the sky, the commander soared alone, diving straight toward the colossal monster like a meteor. Keelin fire. His blade ignited with mythical flames, slashing downward to create a blazing inferno that swallowed the beast whole. No matter how strong you are, you cannot survive our united might, the commander declared, his voice defying the heavens. But the giant monster raised its massive twin blades and slammed them into the earth. A deafening boom shattered the air as the razor-sharp edges tore the ground apart. The surrounding flames roared higher, fueled by the chaotic energy of the impact. The shockwave from the twin blades acted like a bellows, spreading the inferno outward in a catastrophic wave of destruction. Hovering in the air, Qin Ying shouted to his sister, "Sui Sui, focus, keep fighting." The commander refused to retreat. Even as the scorching heat threatened to melt his skin, his resolve was iron. "Do not waver, advance," he roared, pushing down the fear. The beast, unyielding, unleashed its ultimate technique. It spun wildly, generating a gargantuan tornado that devoured everything in its path. The violent vortex sucked in nearby soldiers, their screams lost in the howling wind as they were thrown like ragdolls. The tornado grew stronger by the second. The casualty count was skyrocketing. "Watch out. That wind will tear us apart." Terror began to spread through the ranks. Suddenly, the roar of a helicopter cut through the chaos. Reinforcements had arrived from the sky. "Clear the area. I'm blowing this thing to hell," the voice of Nan Zisheng echoed from the chopper. A beacon of hope for the surrounded warriors. Though heavily wounded, Chu Xinghe looked up, recognizing that voice. Senior Nan Zisheng. He's finally here. A spark of hope reignited in his heart. They might just survive this. 3 minutes earlier, Nan Zisheng looked at Old Zhang with steely determination. "Old Zhang, I need a favor. Man the auxiliary fortress cannon." Old Zhang was stunned. "In the middle of this battle? What are you planning?" Nan Zisheng's voice dropped, grave and serious. "This alien threat is far from ordinary. Deep within our arsenal lies a final resort. A carrier equipped with a miniature nuclear warhead. We must be prepared for the unthinkable." Old Zhang broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. "Old Nan, that weapon is a one-way ticket. We can only unleash it in the face of absolute despair." But Nan Zisheng's resolve was harder than steel as he replied, "This is that moment of despair. Our lives are forfeit, but if the Sky Pride squad falls, humanity has no future. The entire nation's hope rests on their shoulders." Seeing the fire in Nan Zisheng's eyes, Old Zhang felt his own blood boil with passion. He finally nodded. "All right, I will follow your lead." Meanwhile, above the chaotic battlefield, a lone helicopter roared toward the Colossus. Nan Zisheng glared at the monstrosity, his eyes burning with hatred. "You filth of the alien race! Today, you will taste the precision and fury of human artillery." His voice echoed with the weight of a man walking toward his grave. Below, Chu Xing, he gazed up at the helicopter, his eyes widening in horror. "No, you cannot do this." His scream tore through the despair. The commander, engulfed in flames yet standing tall, roared with authority. "Do not just stand there. Focus every ounce of power to control the beast. Do not let his sacrifice be in vain." Inside the cockpit, Nan Zisheng sat alone. His hands were steady, but his heart was a storm of emotion. "My son, the battles to come will rest upon your generation." He whispered into the void, a final message to his flesh and blood. "Father is going ahead of you." Nan Zisheng reached for the red button, prepared to atomize the helicopter. He would turn his own death into a weapon to obliterate the beast. A final sacrifice for his country, but in that split second, a familiar voice thundered from the earth. "Curse art. Wood element." A titanic vine erupted from the ground, coiling around the helicopter and halting its death dive. Nan Zisheng had arrived just in time to defy fate. Clutching Chu Tian tightly, he shouted to Chu Xinghe, "Pull that machine back, gently. Do not let it crash." Nan Zisheng heard the voice, his son's voice. He could not believe his own ears. He peered through the glass to see a masked youth gliding past, a young girl in his arms. "Is that my boy?" Shock and overwhelming emotion flooded his heart. On the battlefield, the Sky Prides looked up, recognizing the aura of the masked warrior. "It is him. Our savior has returned." Whispers of awe spread like wildfire. Pride swelled in their chests as his presence brought a tyrannical momentum to the fight. Nan Zisheng descended like a god right before the colossal beast. He gently set Chu Tian down, entrusting her to Chu Xing, his care. Kill all satellite communication signals immediately. Chu Xing. He caught his sister and moved without hesitation. The command was absolute. Understood. As he executed the order, the commander could not hide his confusion. Who is that masked fighter? Why demand a blackout on satellite feeds? Chu Xing, he replied instantly. Commander Wang, follow the order first. You will understand who he is soon enough. Meanwhile, at the Interior Defense Command Center, the Supreme Commander was directing the war effort with intense focus. Why has the signal from the 7th Defense Line vanished? Send a recon team immediately. The Supreme Commander's voice cracked with urgency. Yes, Supreme Commander. The officers scrambled to obey. Anxiety gnawed at the Supreme Commander. That giant beast just summoned a catastrophic tornado. The Sky Prides face grim odds. Has the 7th line already fallen? His voice was heavy with dread. A breach at that defense line would mean total catastrophe for the nation. Back on the battlefield, the duel between Nan Zisheng and the alien beast had erupted. He unleashed a barrage of devastating strikes. Nan Zisheng let out a primal roar. His eyes blazed with the intensity of a raging inferno. Asura state. Full release. An explosion of power shattered the very air, creating a shockwave that tore through the atmosphere. The sound was deafening, as if the sky itself was ripping apart. Witnesses stared with eyes wide as saucers. They could not comprehend the sheer magnitude of his power. Nan Zisheng anchored himself against a pillar, his aura cracking the surrounding walls like spiderwebs. He stood immovable, a fortress of flesh and blood. The beast, an A-rank bloodline blade giant, possessed earth-shattering might. But Nan Zisheng's body began to undergo a terrifying metamorphosis. His shirt shredded into nothingness, revealing muscles carved from steel. His hair spiked upward, and his crimson eyes glowed with a lethal light. Crimson lightning crackled around him, forming a cage of pure energy, the mark of a fully awakened supreme talent. Nan Zisheng had transcended humanity. He stood now as a god of war, overflowing with supernatural might. His voice was cold, sharp as a blade. Long time no see. A blue-haired man, head wrapped in bandages, froze in disbelief at the sight. Could it be? Is this the mysterious Asura from the legends? He muttered, recalling the first time that figure appeared. Back then, he clearly used a forbidden curse to unlock such power. But this feels different. Impossible. Is he actually a rare dual element awakened? His mind raced, unable to process the reality. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he asked again. Does he really possess two distinct powers? Su Changge replied instantly, his voice sharp with realization. Humph. Look closer. It seems this monster holds far more than just two elements. The man gasps, stuttering a question in sheer shock. Su Changge only shakes his head, his eyes wide. Even he cannot believe the miracle unfolding before them. At that instant, the Blade Titan looms overhead, a colossal monstrosity radiating pure, suffocating killing intent. The beast locks its gaze onto Nan Zisheng. Eerie green energy erupts from the void, crushing the atmosphere with an unbearable weight. The observer realizes the truth with a shudder. This isn't just a physical monster. The Titan is cloaked in wailing spirits formed from that vile green aura. He nods, shouting. That was his plan all along. Emperor Wu of Han spurs his phantom steed forward. He roars a command that shakes the heavens. Han Spirit Army, follow your emperor, slaughter the enemy. He points his blade, his voice thundering. Qin Spirit Army, unleash your fury. Do not let the Han troops outshine you today. High above the battlefield, Nan Zisheng stands like a god of war, signaling his spectral warriors to attack. All prodigy soldiers, heal your wounds and rest. The order goes out. Leave this alien trash to us. Chu Xinghe scoops up an injured girl, turning to retreat. His voice is firm. We fall back now. Trust in him. He can handle this. The Blade Titan roars, swinging its massive sword at Nan Zisheng. Its teeth grind together in fury. A genius like you must die here. Nan Zisheng weaves through the air. The colossal blade grazes him, leaving only a faint scratch as death misses by a millimeter. A smirk curls on Nan Zisheng's lips. Asura Tyrant Slash. His hand moves faster than light, slicing the Titan's arm into ribbons of falling flesh. He doesn't stop. Nan Zisheng unleashes the Asura Dragon Slaughter, followed by the Demon Slayer Strike. Every hit is a critical blow, dismantling the giant piece by bloody piece. The creature howls as it loses its limbs one by one. Finally, he channels his full power into the ultimate technique, Asura Living Hell. The Titan shatters into confetti, raining down upon the earth. The spectators below can only stare, mouths agape in horror and awe. Impossible, one mutters. 5 of us combined couldn't scratch it. How did he obliterate it in seconds? But the nightmare isn't over. The scattered flesh of the Blade Titan begins to squirm, pulling itself back together to regenerate. Panic spreads through the crowd. He's strong, but that monster, it's immortal. It's even stronger than before. Terror grips them as they realize the truth. The Blade Titan isn't just healing, it is evolving, growing more terrifying by the second. Nan Zisheng watches calmly as the enemy morphs into a grotesque sphere, bristling with countless eyes and jagged blades. Nan Zisheng scoffs. Just as I predicted. An extreme defense form. He analyzes the weakness instantly. It trades mobility for power. Its core is trapped right in the center. The sphere begins to rotate, whipping up a catastrophic storm. Nan Shan screams a warning. Watch out, kid. It's becoming a tornado of destruction. Nan Zisheng doesn't flinch. Forbidden spell, wind element. He commands the system. Stack 50 layers of tornado force. A crimson blade manifests in his grip. The air crackles as he escalates. Forbidden spell, thunder element. Stack another 50 layers. He dives straight into the eye of the storm. Asura demon blade. The red steel flashes, slicing through the enemy's defenses like butter. The core, a heart pulsing with black corruption, tries to flee in terror. But Nan Zisheng blocks its path, his voice cold as ice. And where do you think you're going? Forbidden spell. Wood element. Red spikes of earth erupt from below, targeting the heart with lethal precision. The attack slams into the enemy with the force of a raging hurricane, overwhelming the dark energy completely. A blazing red cross slashes across the sky, scarring the heavens. The crowd below screams, witnessing power beyond human comprehension. Is he even human? They can't believe their eyes. Qin Ying murmurs, realizing the depth of the magic. That wasn't just the wood element. Nanshan trembles, cold sweat pouring down his face. I've never felt fear like this before. A sovereign voice echoes. Undead vanguard, beast-tide encirclement, cover a radius of 13 kilometers. Nan Zisheng stands amidst the rubble, his eyes glowing. Time to end this. He slams his palm onto the earth. Formation. Open. System. Stack 1.5 million layers. Sword Chi formation. Red runic circles expand rapidly, covering 30 kilometers in a crimson glow. He continues the chant. Stack 1.5 million layers of the assassination array, followed by the frozen bone array. And finally, stack 1.5 million layers of the thunder slash formation. Range. 30 kilometers. Forbidden spell, earth element. The ground groans and rises beneath Nan Zisheng's feet, elevating him like a king. A massive earthen dragon bursts from the soil. He recites the ancient mantra, "Heaven and earth are mysterious and yellow. I alone am king." The red circles expand further, consuming the horizon. Stack 3 million layers. Spirit amplification array. Range, 300 kilometers. The surrounding spirits surge with renewed power. Nan Zisheng's expression is absolute. Total annihilation. Unprecedented destruction. The soldiers raise their weapons, their morale exploding. Long live the Yan Huang bloodline. Long live the king. System alert. A holographic screen flashes before his eyes. Class upgrade, level 5, Array Master. Giant Beast Slaughter Formation activated. 50 times amplification confirmed. Each activation consumes 60 origin stones, allowing for infinite stacking. The array capacity has finally hit 50 million. Nan Zisheng grins like a gambler hitting the jackpot. This level up couldn't be more perfect. Laughing maniacally, he unleashes his ultimate move. 3 million Giant Beast Slaughter Array activate. Yes, but the system blares a crimson warning. Insufficient origin stones. The formation cannot be completed. His reserves have dropped to a mere 36 million. Nan Zisheng's celebration dies instantly. His face falls. Not enough? Did I rush the upgrade too much? A wave of frustration crashes against his chest, but he ruthlessly suppresses it. His expression turns icy. Fine. If we're broke, we play efficient. A demonic smirk curls his lips as he eyes the enemy. System. Amplify the 3 million single-target beast array tenfold. The atmosphere screams as the array activates, its power multiplying exponentially in a heartbeat. The kill zone expands, creating a gravity well of destruction. The surrounding beasts buckle, their bones shattering under an invisible weight before they can even twitch. They can only howl in madness as the earth churns into a meat grinder, blood and debris painting a chaotic masterpiece of violence. Still not enough. Nan Zisheng tears through the wind, soaring above the battlefield. 6 million stones left. I'll dump it all into the city defenses. He raises his hand, ready to play his final trump card. The decision is made total fortification. A shockwave of spiritual power erupts from his core, shaking the very fabric of space around the stronghold. Nan Zisheng remains suspended in the air, cold and godlike. Seal the wall, he commands, coating 30 kilometers of the city barrier in pure energy. On the ground, the survivors tremble. The vibration of his power resonates in their very marrow. They gaze up at the sky, disbelief written on their faces. Look, the benefactor is weaving a superclass amplification array right on top of the wall. The energy density. It's suffocating. Truly terrifying. Su Chang'e stares at the glowing runes in the sky. He's leaving a permanent trump card for our 7th defense line before he moves on. The one-eyed soldier beside him shudders, his voice laced with anxiety. I finally understand who he really is now, and I get why he severed the satellite connection. He had to hide this. A monster combining 5 S-rank talents. Forget the aliens. To humanity, a being this powerful is the real anomaly. Su Chang'e's expression darkens as he nods. It is the irony of our race. We pray for a god to save us, but when a true deity descends, awe turns to terror. We fear what we cannot control. Qin Ying chimes in. The benefactor is holding nothing back. It's not just desperation. As he speaks, Qin Sui steps forward to finish the thought. It's trust. He trusts us frontline soldiers with his secret more than the cowards safely tucked away in the interior. Su Chang'e nods solemnly. If he says leave it to me, then we trust him with our lives. No questions asked. Nan Zisheng glances at the horizon and projects his voice. 3 hours until dawn. Use this time to heal and recover. Don't let my effort go to waste. Silence falls over the battlefield. Nan Zisheng gathers his aura, descending slowly like a falling star, out of origin stones. But my stamina is full. He smiles a confident predatory grin. The Asura arts are more than enough to exterminate this trash. He waves his hand casually. Instantly, the nearest row of aliens is bisected, their upper halves sliding off in a spray of gore. He begins the slaughter. No magic, just brutal efficiency. The battlefield falls silent, terrified by the sheer violence of his advance. Nan Shanhong watches from the shadows. Cocky brat, the old general mutters under his breath. A soldier nearby pales and whispers urgently, Sir, that brat just saved your life, calling a Supreme Heaven's Chosen a brat. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? He's a legend. The soldier continues nervously as the blood flies in the distance. I mean, we can't call him old man, right? Nan Shanyong chuckles. Fair point. While the war rages outside, the hospital remains a sanctuary of quiet tension. Nan Zishan stands over a bed, her voice a soothing balm. She is just suffering from spiritual exhaustion. Her life is safe. With years of medical mastery, she comforts the family. I am guarding this room, and my brother is guarding the world outside. There is nothing to fear. Dawn is coming. You've been awake for 2 days, go sleep. Despite her reassurance, Shan Xinghe paces the room, his heart heavy with unease. He stops and sighs. I'm glad he came. But a being like him shouldn't be wasting his time and spirit on a lost cause like us. Let's be honest. We are only in this mess because we are weak. Nan Zishan places a firm hand on his shoulder. Have you ever heard the legend of Kuafu chasing the sun? Never mind. I can see I won't change your mind tonight. Figure it out yourself. She turns, her lab coat swishing. I have other patients to save. Shan Xinghe replies coldly. Go. But Nan Zishan pauses at the door, glancing back with genuine warmth. Just know this, my brother doesn't fight for people he doesn't respect. Moved by her raw sincerity, Shan Xinghe turned back slowly and replied, I understand. Just then, a stir from the hospital bed shattered the silence. The moment the girl opened her eyes, she captured Shan Xinghe's full attention. Her voice was faint, barely a whisper. Brother. Shan Xinghe. Love and concern saturated every syllable. Shan Xinghe rushed to her side. Tian'er, you're finally back with us? But she ignored his concern, her mind consumed by the chaos outside. Brother, how long was I out? The battle. Is it over? Her voice trembled with urgency. Is the fighting still raging? Brother, his skills. They devour massive amounts of origin stones to activate. We arrived in such a rush. I'm afraid that. Shan Xinghe's eyes went wide as the realization hit him. Origin stones? The clue struck him like lightning. He turned to her urgently. Tian'er, stay here and rest. I need to go. Now. Meanwhile, outside the walls, Nan Sheng stood amidst a sea of carnage. The alien horde completely annihilated. Corpses paved the ground around him. He panted heavily. Exhaustion etched into his bones, yet his voice remained calm. Phew. Slaughtered them all night. This wave of monsters. 2 is finally clean. As he muttered to himself, heavy footsteps approached from the shadows behind him. Shan Xinghe emerged. Tian'er has awakened. You people, you can go now. Nan Sheng turned, a look of confusion on his face. Shan Xinghe? Shan Xinghe began his analysis, his tone sharp. Ahead lies the vermilion slaughter array. Behind it, the undead beast tide waits. I have arranged everything perfectly. He paused, looking around the devastation. But there is nothing here that you need. His gaze hardened. Return to your battlefield immediately. That is where the future of humanity lies. Shan Xinghe pointed to the rear, his resolve ironclad. We will do everything to buy time. We will fight to reunite with you. The city wall augmentation array is our final trump card. If it falls, only then will we retreat. Witnessing the fire in Shan Xinghei's eyes, Nan Zisheng turned back. You have always been this way. Your words. Always so complete. So perfect. He asked softly. Don't you ever get tired? Shan Xinghe replied, his expression unyielding. If it brings peace to others, then I am more than willing to bear it. Nan Zisheng fell silent, offering only a sincere nod of gratitude. Thank you, brother. Suddenly, Shan Xinghe remembered something. He called out to Nan Zisheng. Ah, right. Before you leave. A veteran asked me to pass on a message. He recalled the words of Nan Zisheng. Brat. Our future is long. Let us meet again when this war ends. I'll cook you my specialty dishes then. Nan Zisheng smiled faintly. I understand. He thought the farewells were over, but Shan Xinghe pulled out a small slip of paper. One more thing. This note is from Nan Shan. Nan Zisheng read it, a helpless look crossing his face. Little Shan. That damn brat. Meanwhile, at the slaughterhouse arena, Nan Zisheng stood in the storage vault. He surveyed his stockpile, sighing. Remaining origin stones. 80 million. Relying solely on the slaughterhouse array to harvest. The yield is far too low. His expression darkened. We must neutralize the next wave of beasts, as soon as possible. The gravity of the situation weighed on him. The summoned undead are already at the front lines. We need reinforcements, fast. Although the front is prepared, the alien counterattack will only grow stronger. We can't hold out forever. The 6th defense line is practically useless. I must finish the 5th line before the 7th collapses completely. Elsewhere, Xiao Liu chatted with Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang's voice trembled with worry. Tell me, isn't this year strange? Last night, the 7th defense line satellite broadcast. It was heart-stopping. Then suddenly, cut off. Xiao Liu nodded. Speaking of strange, I woke up this morning feeling strong. A massive number of aliens just dropped dead. Huh? Sister Li chimed in eagerly. No way. I suspect it wasn't a ghost market at all. Aunt Wang scoffed. Ghost market? Asking for death? The dead ones are all aliens. If it's a market, it must be a celestial market. Sister Li nodded vigorously. Right. A celestial market. The gossip pulled Xiao Liu in deeper. Then, Xiao Liu lowered his voice. There are even stranger things. The plants in the Northwest District. They're mutating. Aunt Wang interrupted excitedly. Even the roadside grass is getting lush and sharp. Aunt Wang continued, eyes wide. And it's not just the flowers. I feel like I've awakened something. My work has never been this smooth. Others began to join the discussion. It's true. I feel an endless surge of energy inside me. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Nan Zisheng approached silently, his mind deep in thought as he processed their words. Nan Zisheng sensed the shift immediately. Ever since the unsealing of the Void Gate, the spiritual energy of Blue Star had become suffocatingly dense. The myriad races were accelerating their invasion, their hunger for this world growing by the second. Yet, humanity was not falling behind. The rate of awakening across the planet was exploding to match the threat. He paused, weighing the scales of fate. This might not be a curse after all, he mused. With that thought settled, he raised a hand to greet Xiao Liu and her team. She flashed a knowing, friendly smile. Director, another night of slaughter? You really need to watch your health, you know. Even monsters need sleep. Nan Zisheng chuckled softly, shaking his head. Rest easy. I was just planning to head home for a nap right now. The world plunged into twilight. A bright, cold moon climbed high into the sky, casting its freezing, silver light over the hardened earth. But rest would have to wait. Standing in the biting winter wind, Nan Zisheng turned to his ally. Chu Tian, pack your gear. We are going to Meteor Star Valley. There is a grade 7 mutant giant eagle waiting to be tamed. This was no ordinary beast. It was a titan of the skies, possessing feathers black as a brewing storm and demonic purple eyes that radiated pure malice. A true windstorm aberration. This mutant eagle was a calamity given form. Its razor-sharp talons were instruments of death. Mere mortals could only scream in terror when facing such a nightmare, their voices lost in the howling wind. The valley defense had collapsed. The retreat order screamed over the comms. Suddenly, the beast dove with terrifying speed. Its talons snatched up a panicked Huang Jia in the blink of an eye. The crushing pressure was inescapable. Huang Jia was trapped, his ribs groaning under the immense force. With one arm pinned against the razor claws, he channeled every ounce of his strength into his free hand. Grand Crimson Fist. But the strike bounced off like a pebble on steel. Shock flooded his mind. I am a grade 5 ability user. How can my attack not even leave a scratch on this monster? Pain tore through him as he struggled uselessly against the beast's grip. Desperation took over. Arg, someone, save me. But his hope turned to ash. He turned to see his so-called comrades running for their lives, sprinting away without looking back for a second. Rage boiled in his chest. Bastards! Is there no honor among you? But his screams fell on deaf ears as they vanished into the distance, leaving him to die. Suddenly, space itself tore open. A teleportation gate materialized directly above the soaring eagle, leaving Huangjia wide-eyed with shock. Before his brain could process the miracle, two figures emerged from the void like avenging gods. Nan Zisheng and Chu Tian had arrived. Nan Zisheng wasted no time. With a casual motion, he slammed his fist into the giant bird's skull. He seized the stunned beast and whispered a single, absolute command. Tame. Crimson light exploded, engulfing the heavens. The pact was sealed. Nan Zisheng's voice cut through the wind. Listen to me, beast. You are forbidden from attacking cities or harming humans. Garrison yourself here in Meteor Star Valley. Hoard origin stones and await my command. A holographic interface shimmered into existence before his eyes. The system was updating his status in real time. Class, Rank 9 Beast Tamer. Tamed beasts, 130 million. Max taming level. Field Officer Rank 8. Requirement for next tier, 50 million. Nan Zisheng looked at the holographic readout and smirked. Finally, something has reached the maximum cap. Released from the jaws of death, Huangjia stammered in awe. Senior, you must be the legendary beast-taming god of the Northwest. But Nan Zisheng's eyes drifted to the eagle's talons, which were still locked tight around the boy. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Hey, drop him. The eagle obeyed instantly. Gravity took hold. Huangjia's joy turned to horror as he plummeted from the sky. You have got to be kidding me. Once again, he was knocking on death's door. Help me! Nan Zisheng watched him fall and sighed. You stupid bird. You are massive, but do you have a brain the size of a walnut? Do you think the kid grew wings? Go get him. The eagle blinked, confused. Nan Zisheng smacked its head again. Don't just float there. Move. The mutant eagle screeched and dove, snatching Huangjia out of the air just before he became a splatter on the ground. Back on solid earth, Nan Zisheng looked at the shaken boy. You're still in one piece, right? No broken bones? Huangjia exhaled, his soul slowly returning to his body. Phew. Thank you for saving my life, senior. I am unharmed. Nan Zisheng hopped off the eagle's back, dusting off his hands. So, who are you? This zone is crawling with high-level monsters. Why are you wandering around alone? My name is Huangjia. And I wasn't supposed to be alone, he said bitterly. But the others. They abandoned me the moment danger appeared. He bowed respectfully. We serve Huang Xiao, the heavenly prodigy of the Imperial Huang family. Our orders were to march northwest to explore and seize control of the Spirit Mountain. Nan Zisheng's expression darkened instantly. The atmosphere grew heavy. Seize the Spirit Mountain, you say? That is correct. Senior might not know, but in the last 48 hours, the spiritual energy in the northwest ranges has skyrocketed. It is a cultivation paradise now. Every major clan from the interior is sending their heavenly chosen here to claim a peak for themselves. Nan Zisheng narrowed his eyes. He knew the truth. This sudden energy surge wasn't natural. It was the aftershock of the myriad races' void gate opening. His mind raced with a terrifying plan. If I summon a legion of undead tonight, I can trigger a necrotic resonance across the entire region. I won't just claim a mountain. I will dominate the Northwest and ascend to godhood. He would surpass them all. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he turned back to Huangjia. Turn back immediately. Inform the royal family that every spirit mountain in the Northwest now belongs to me. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. No one is permitted to claim even a single inch for themselves. Huangjia hesitated, trembling. But seeing the sheer terror reflected in the man's eyes, Nan Zisheng delivered his ultimatum with bone-chilling clarity. Disobey my advice, and it matters not which heaven's favorite you are. He paused, the silence heavy, before his voice thundered. I will slaughter every last one of you. Screech! 3 mutated steel eagles plummeted from the sky, their aura suffocating. Terrified by the display of power, Huangjia scrambled back, bowing frantically. I'll go. I'm leaving for the teleportation circle right now. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the forest silence. Nan Zisheng frowned, his gaze shifting toward the Spirit Mountain. A scream? Could that be the royal family rats who tried to escape earlier? Without hesitation, he leaped onto the neck of a giant eagle. Let's go. Take me to the source. The beast soared upward instantly. From the skies, the scene below was gruesome. A massive, mutated beast loomed over a half-dissolved corpse. Nan Zisheng's eyes narrowed. A mutated poison lizard. Seeing such a prime specimen, a hunter's grin spread across his face. He shifted into a combat stance. A fat prize delivered to my doorstep. I'm taming this beast today. The mutated poison lizard sensed the threat from above. It whipped its head around, locking its deadly, vigilant gaze on Nan Zisheng. Determination hardened his voice. Among the 10,000 races, there are always rotting corpses in the middle. I need a poisonous counterforce to balance my army. Whoosh! He dove straight at the beast. It wasn't a fight, it was domination. In a mere 2 seconds, the creature bowed in submission. The system chime rang out. Beasts tamed. 10 million level 7 steel giant eagles. 10 million level 8 mutated poison lizards. Nan Zisheng wasted no time issuing commands. Mutated poison lizards, heed my order. You are forbidden from attacking the city. Do not harm a single human. Garrison yourselves in the Meteor Valley. Gather origin stones and await my signal. He glanced at the remains of the runners with cold indifference. They're dead. Forget them. People without loyalty are worthless trash. If they live only to fear death, their lives hold no meaning anyway. He turned to his companion. Chu Tian, let's move. We're heading to the Tang Mausoleum. Riding a poison lizard. Chu Tian nodded. Understood. Moments later, at the Tang Mausoleum, Nan Zisheng stood at the center, his voice resonating through the void. Great Tang Empire. Awe-inspiring might across the 4 directions. 10,000 nations pay tribute, and the world submits to your heart. His aura flared as he shouted. This junior respectfully invites the immortal kings and generals of the Great Tang to rise and face the enemy together. Boom! The ground trembled as spectral generals emerged from the tombs. First to appear was the founding emperor himself, Li Yuan. More legends materialized from the mists of history. Li Shimin of Zhenguan is present. A majestic female voice followed. Empress Wu Zetian has arrived. Nan Zisheng stood firm within a blazing red circle, his presence commanding the very souls of the past. His voice boomed with imperial authority. The Great Tang's might has spanned 300 years. Undead soldiers, hear my call. Awaken from your slumber. Tens of thousands of spectral soldiers rose alongside their generals. But he wasn't done. I summoned the Dragon City Flying General. Let no barbarian horse cross Yin Mountain. The system interface flashed blue. Undead summoning activated. Ability level 6. Undead summoned. 10 million Qin army, 20 million Han army, 30 million Tang army. Special skill activated. Undead resonance. Next upgrade requirement. Summon 70 million undead. Seeing his legion complete, a satisfied glint crossed Nan Zisheng's eyes. He raised his sword, pointing to the horizon. I ask the 3 immortal kings to lead your armies. Distribute your forces evenly across the 3 northwest mountain ranges. I will await you at the Blade Mountain Road, surrounded by the 3 great mountain veins. As you command. The spirits roared in unison. Nan Zisheng's expression darkened. If anyone blocks your path, show courtesy first, then force. But if they remain stubborn, kill them all. Just as the order fell, a muscular youth stepped forward elsewhere, laughing scornfully. Ha! Ridiculous! These spirit mountains belong to no one. Whoever seizes them first becomes the master. That is Prince Yao, Huangjia stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. He is the lightning genius of the royal family. Young master, please, that man is a god-tier beast tamer. For our safety, we must flee the northwest immediately. Prince Yao cut him off, his voice dripping with arrogance. God-tier beast tamer? Please. That's just media hype for a fraud. I am Prince Yao, a level 10 lightning genius, the chosen son of heaven. Others may fear this tamer, but I fear nothing. Midnight. Prince Yao led his subordinates to the Blade Mountain Road. Standing atop the peak, he looked down with a sneer. I already control the beasts in Meteor Valley. I could have left that place to him. But this is Blade Mountain, surrounded by the 3 great peaks of the northwest. This place holds the strongest spiritual energy. It is the ultimate cultivation ground. Prince Yao threw his head back, laughing at the heavens. The other families have already agreed. This mountain is mine. If that so-called beast tamer dares to show his face here to rob me, I'll make sure he never returns. Oh? A chilling voice whispered from the shadows. You say I will never return? Nan Zisheng and Chu Tian stepped out from the void, directly in front of him. Prince Yao flinched, eyes widening. You're that mysterious beast tamer? The one everyone talks about but never sees? Huangjia went pale, rushing forward. Senior, I delivered the message. I swear. However, Prince Yao's gaze sharpened like a blade, locking onto the traitor with lethal intent. His fragile ego pricked. He roared in fury. Huangjia, you have utterly disgraced the royal face. Get lost. If I see your wretched face again. But Nan Zisheng cut in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Honestly, I think even he has more brains than you. Prince Yao, already humiliated, glared at him, his eyes burning with hatred. Nan Zisheng showed zero fear. Gripping his sword, he stepped closer. As a superior heaven's chosen, I ask you one last time. Are you ignoring the bigger picture to hog these mountains for your own selfish greed? Prince Yao stood his ground, eyes full of arrogance as magic surged in his hand. I am no ordinary genius. I am a half-step king. If you know what is good for you, leave now, and I might spare your miserable life." He continued to gloat, his voice swelling with pride as he listed his achievements. "Do not think a mere beast tamer can touch me. Every beast on this mountain was either slaughtered by my hand or fled with its tail between its legs." Nan Zisheng's reply was ice-cold. "Since you are stubborn enough to choose death, do not blame me." He gripped his blade, and sudden lightning crackled around the steel. Prince Yao's jaw dropped. "Lightning? Aren't you a beast tamer? Why do you wield thunder?" Nan Zisheng stared him down with freezing eyes. "Cut the crap. Thunderblade?" Sensing immediate danger, Huang Jia screamed, "Young master, look out!" But before he could act, Prince Yao grabbed his loyal servant. He ruthlessly used Huang Jia as a meat shield to block Nan Zisheng's lightning strike. Seeing the loyal guard sacrificed so callously by his own master, Nan Zisheng frowned, his voice trembling with rage. "You call yourself a heaven's chosen? You are worse than a beast." Prince Yao tossed the guard aside like trash and scoffed. "Servants exist to die for their masters. Who cares?" An energy sphere formed at his core as he sneered. "So, you know lightning? Let me show you what true lightning power looks like." The sky rumbled. Prince Yao laughed maniacally, looking down on Nan Zisheng with pure contempt. "Haha, scared? Want to beg for mercy? Too late." Nan Zisheng scoffed. "Scared? I am just hesitating to dirty my blade on filth like you. For a scumbag who thinks he is above everyone else, today is your lesson." Immense power exploded from Nan Zisheng. Ever heard the phrase, giving someone a taste of their own medicine? Prince Yao remained delusional. "Humph. My lightning is invincible. Your little spark cannot compare to me." Nan Zisheng smirked, his tone mocking. "Oh? Is that so?" His hands moved in a blur, weaving a forbidden spell. Elemental lightning level 2. Prince Yao, too arrogant to defend, froze. Forbidden spell? Before he could react, a massive bolt of lightning from Nan Zisheng crashed toward him. The prince could only gasp in agony. Impossible. Nan Zisheng glared at the fallen foe, defeated in a single move. He raised his sword, eyes cold. "Damn it, I told you I would teach you." He showed no mercy, stomping his foot onto the prince's ugly face. "I don't care if you are a half-step king. You are nothing compared to my tier 2 power." Prince Yao panicked, terror filling his voice. "No!" But before he could beg, a booming voice echoed from afar. "I am Huang Jutian, patriarch of the Huang clan." Nan Zisheng looked up curiously, but kept his foot firmly planting the prince's face into the dirt. The voice thundered again. "What bandit dares to run wild on my Huang clan's spirit mountain?" Nan Zisheng thought. "Another group? Does this clan want to go extinct today?" Huang Jutian's voice continued to resonate. "Prince Yao said we were moving here for a great opportunity. Who would have thought our genius would be?" Another man stepped forward, furious. "Who are you? Why did you strike a descendant of the Huang clan?" The man ranted passionately. "Patriarch, isn't it obvious? He is here to steal the Spirit Mountain. My son claimed it first, and this outsider refused to accept it." Huang Jutian frowned. "The Huang clan values justice. Let him explain. If he is truly in the wrong, I will personally arrest him." The angry man hesitated. "Patriarch." Nan Zisheng looked at Huang Jutian calmly. "As expected of a clan leader. Fine, let's talk logic." He slowly announced his identity. "I am one of the Northwest's 5 great heavens chosen. The divine grade forbidden spell mage." The words struck the crowd like a thunderbolt. Huang Jutian gasped, his voice shaking. "The legendary divine grade forbidden spell mage?" Another whispered in awe. "I saw it on the news. The Northwest's 5 great heavens chosen, who slaughtered thousands of alien assassins." Nan Zisheng did not hesitate. "Because of the looming war, all spirit mountains in the Northwest are under our command. No one is allowed to hoard them for private use. I warned your son to retreat, yet he advanced out of pure selfishness, nearly destroying our grand plan." Huang Jutian's brows furrowed in disappointment. Xiao was simply ignorant of the situation. Huang Xiao's father roared, unwilling to accept defeat. "Patriarch, are you all truly cowed by this man's reputation? You may fear him, but I do not. Even if it costs me my life today, I will stand for my son." But his words were cut short by a thunderous roar from the patriarch. Boom! A heavy blow struck him from behind, forcing him to his knees. "Xiao acts this way because you have spoiled him rotten." Humiliated and in pain, Huang Xiao cried out, "Patriarch, third uncle, how could you? Silence!" Huang Jutian bellowed, his voice shaking the hall. "Do you have any idea what is at stake here? The Huang family did not occupy Spirit Mountain for mere cultivation. We seized it to prepare for the day we must stand against the alien races. But your actions today, you are betraying your own humanity." Huang Jutian turned to Nan Zisheng, bowing deeply with hands clasped. "The Huang family has offended you greatly. I await your punishment, sir." If this mountain is useful to you, sir, we will withdraw immediately. Nan Zisheng bowed in return, impressed. The patriarch is a man of great honor. Without hesitation, Huang Jutian issued his command. Bind them. They will face the full severity of family law. Nan Zisheng thought to himself, once the Huang family is truly united on the battlefield, I will grant them my blessing. Meanwhile, at Dragon Ridge, the undead emperor issued a decree to his phantom army. By order of the Northwest's 5 great god-tier prodigies, the Dragon Ridge shall not be claimed for private gain. The greater good comes first. The remaining family prodigies retreated instantly. At the same time, on Mount Hua, the undead soldiers fought with ferocious intensity. A cold voice echoed through the chaos. Those who ignore the big picture. Those who refuse to listen. Kill them all without mercy. High atop Mount Kunlun, 3 ancient spirits gazed at a tombstone. One spirit spoke softly. Our descendants finally understand duty and honor. There is hope for them yet. The female spirit beside him nodded. Diqing speaks the truth. Moments later, at the peak of Blade Mountain, Nan Zisheng stood above thousands of undead, his voice booming like thunder. Time is running out. Undead resonance. Level 6. A massive surge of energy erupted, swirling around him like a hurricane. Nan Zisheng began the ancient chant. The 4 seas rise in storm. The 1,000-year virtue flows clear. The army's healer has yet to arrive. But today, the decree is set. Gazing down at the legions of souls, his chant resonated through the vast emptiness. The 4 seas. The eternal waters. Miles away, a hospital shook as the invisible energy washed over it. Patients looked around in confusion. Where is that music coming from? Is this the Wang Qin breaker song? Another patient gasped, clutching their chest. Why do I suddenly feel power? An overwhelming strength is rising within me, as Nan Zisheng's chant continued to shake the heavens. Inside a reserve defense base, workers stared at their hands in disbelief. Is this an illusion, or did I just awaken a superpowered ability? Me too. I can feel it coursing through my veins. Moving this steel used to break my back. Now, I can toss it around like a toy. The ancient chant continued to echo from the sky. When the army halts, peace shall reign. In a local slaughterhouse, the butchers froze. This is no hallucination. We have truly awakened. Auntie Wang stepped forward, her eyes glowing with newfound confidence. I can wield this alloy blade as if it were a feather. I could slaughter a mutated beast right now. Little Liu grinned, flexing his muscles. It's not just you. I feel stronger than a bull. Even Nan Zisheng laughed heartily. And this old bag of bones. It seems I finally have some use left in me. The very next day, breaking news shook the nation. According to preliminary reports, 8 million civilians on the northwest border. Most were women, children, the elderly, and the sick. They had all awakened the spirit-killing talent, reaching Foundation Level 4 instantly. It was the most magnificent awakening event in history, sparking wild debates across the region. No one could have predicted it. Those on the brink of death, living in pain, had been granted a miracle of cosmic proportions. One citizen cried out, "This is the blessing of the gods. Heaven is protecting the Northwest. The Lord is watching over humanity." Another voice rang out with determination. "With this power, we can finally join the 5th defense line." The excitement was palpable. It wasn't just the military. Civilians now possessed the strength to skyrocket production efficiency, contributing massively to the war effort. The news broadcast continued with an urgent update. Last night, during the Great Awakening, the primordial forest sea underwent a catastrophic mutation, turning into a jungle of steel. Superpowered investigators have been dispatched. For your safety, citizens are strictly warned. Do not enter the restricted zone. Meanwhile, standing on a high cliff overlooking the chaos, Chu Tian spoke up. "Brother Nan, you're incredible. Did you cause the mutation in the primordial forest too?" Nan Zisheng shook his head solemnly. "No, that wasn't me. The mutation of the forest sea. It's likely connected to the alien void gate. The situation at the 7th defense line is deteriorating. We must act fast." He gazed toward the metallic horizon. "Since the forest sea has mutated, we need to pay it a visit." The little girl nodded obediently. "Okay, teleport." In an instant, they vanished. Deep within the primordial forest sea, the ancient trees had twisted into grotesque forms. They could move. And in the center of every trunk, a terrifying eye snapped open. A voice cut through the tension. The nightmare was far worse than they had feared. These weren't mere plants. They were mobile titans, organized and marching with the ferocity of a beast tide. Their target? The city walls. This was no joke, it was an invasion. Panic began to set in. "Should we retreat?" someone stammered. But 3 figures charged forward, led by Li, a wood elementalist. He barked orders, his voice steady amidst the chaos. "We need intel on their combat patterns before we fall back. Hold your ground." They tried to blend in with the foliage, moving stealthily. but the forest had eyes. Suddenly, the earth erupted. Vines shot up like spears, targeting the trio instantly. Li unleashed his power, trying to counterattack. But against these titans, his skills were nothing more than scratches on steel. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Damn it. My control. It's useless. The mutated trees shifted, boxing them in with terrifying precision. Terror gripped Li's heart as he realized the truth. They aren't just mindless monsters. They have consciousness. They're using battle formations, back to back, death staring them in the face. It's too dangerous, Li screamed. Unleash everything you have. Combine our strength. Trapped in the wooden cage, their desperate shouts seemed futile. But then, the squad roared as one. Kill! The sheer force of their combined counterattack caught the giant tree off guard, knocking the behemoth backward in a shower of debris. But hope was fleeting. This monster's power level. It had to be at least level 78. They were ants fighting a dragon. We have to send the data back, Li cried, his voice trembling. The attack only enraged the beast. It charged, a tidal wave of timber and fury, promising nothing but destruction. Is this it? Is this where we die? The scouts exchanged one last terrified look, but then, the impossible happened. The tree froze. The killing blow never came. Li and his team watched in disbelief as the giant tree's eyes shifted from chaotic yellow to a glowing crimson. Slowly, heavily, the titans lowered themselves. They weren't attacking. They were kneeling in absolute submission. High atop the mountain, a crimson radiance pierced the sky. A commanding voice thundered down. Steel treants, hear my order. Siege forbidden. Harm no humans. Li gasped, watching the monsters bow toward the light. They're worshipping him. What in the world is happening? The voice echoed again. Absolute and regal. Guard the forest of origin. Gather essence stones. Await the call to war. Meanwhile, blue screens cascaded before a young man's eyes. System, taming successful. Level 8, steel treant. Value, 80 million. Class, level 10, beast tamer. Total tamed beasts, 100 million. Requirement for next tier, 500 million. The notifications didn't stop. Unlock talent. King's deterrence. Ancient beast aura active. Nan Zisheng stared at the panel, his eyes cold and calculating. The power flowing through him was intoxicating. Talent. Ancient resurrection. When a beast tide reaches 100 million, ancestral spirits can be summoned for battle. But the next talent made even him pause. Forbidden spell. Tide of calamity. Resonance between sea and land beasts unlocked. A terrifying possibility formed in Nan Zisheng's mind. With this, he could control the very oceans. He began to calculate the sheer destruction he could unleash. I'll use the remaining essence stones to set up the array for the 5th defense line, he muttered, his mind racing with plans. Suddenly, agony split his skull. Nan Zisheng clutched his head, his face twisting in pain as the backlash hit him. Brother Nan! Chu Tian's panicked voice rang out. She rushed to his side, activating a teleportation scroll to whisk them back to the dormitory. Nan Zisheng groaned, sitting up heavily in his bed. What happened to me? Beside him, Chu Tian's face was pale. You're finally awake. Brother Nan, you scared me to death. You passed out in the forest of origin this morning, she said, her eyes red from crying. I was out for a whole day, he asked, panic rising. Don't blame yourself, she soothed, forcing a smile. Necromancy. Taming. Resonance. You haven't rested once. She pushed him back gently. You've been pushing your limits. Seeing him try to stand, she stopped him. You may be powerful, Brother Nan, but you're still human. Nan Zisheng sighed. You're right. Compared to the alien races, humanity is so fragile. Chu Tian looked down, her voice trembling. You always carry the weight of the world alone. Isn't it heavy? I want to help you so badly, she whispered. But I feel so useless. Nan Zisheng's expression softened. He patted her head gently. My silly girl, I'm not doing this alone. I have you. I have family. I have millions of comrades. He smiled warmly. Besides, you've saved me more times than you know. Without you, I wouldn't be here. A smile finally broke through her tears. Well, since you put it that way, since you called me your silly girl, I guess I can stop worrying about your ego. No more treating me like a kid, okay? Now, she said, her determination returning. We need to get to the 5th defense line, don't we? Night fell over the 5th line, but the silence was about to be broken. Scorching flame array, level 2. Sword Chi formation, 10 million layers. Range, 200 kilometers. Nan Zisheng floated in a sphere of blue light, a cold mask concealing his face. The air crackled with energy. A communication spell flickered to life. Supplies from the slaughterhouse in Essence Valley have been teleported. Is it enough? It's enough, Nan Zisheng replied, his voice calm but authoritative. Time to build the ultimate defense. He surveyed the frozen wasteland ahead. Level 3 formation, frozen bone glacial prison. The Earth defense array hummed with power, 20 million layers superimposed, stretching across 300 kilometers. His gaze shifted skyward, watching lightning coil like dragons. The 4th tier thunder guiding array, 30 million layers stacked, 300 kilometers of pure destruction. A holographic interface instantly flashed before the Formation Master's eyes. Ability class, level 7. Formation activation sequence initiated. Hellsword Chi array, Hellfire array, Abyss Thorn array. Warning: 70 Spirit Stones consumed per array. Infinite stacking available. Next upgrade requirement. Formation deployment must reach 70 million layers. Sheng clenched his fist, his voice dripping with iron resolve. This fortress of a formation is finally complete. The Formation Master has leveled up. The 3 great projects are nearing completion. When the time comes, we will borrow the momentum of heaven and earth to unleash high-tier arrays and forbidden curses. As for the Prime Stone Mountain, the great nation prepared for me. That can wait until the 5th defense line opens for war. Meanwhile, on the internet, the trending searches were exploding with controversy. Ever since the country's awakening, infrastructure construction in the Northwest had accelerated at a terrifying speed. The massive canal project diverting the East Sea to merge with the West Sea, covering 10 cities and spanning 1,000 kilometers, was officially finished. But the public was furious. Confusion reigned as people questioned the purpose of this canal, screaming that the Northwest was wasting precious resources. Instead of supporting the front lines, they build ditches. It is time for our domestic geniuses to step up and stop this madness. A booming voice echoed through the city streets. Unbelievable. The Zhao clan has emerged, and the first thing they see is this wasteful grandeur. Just how insane has the Northwest gone? The crowd's anger reached a boiling point. Brother Qian has also appeared. Justice will not be silent. Su Li stepped forward, his voice cutting through the noise. I, Su Li, am willing to join you. We will march together and shatter these 3 useless projects. A handsome young man with brown hair stepped up with a smirk. Brother Qian, Brother Sun, why don't we live stream the entire process? Let the whole nation witness our righteous act. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Brother Sun grinned. Brother Zhao, excellent proposal. The suggestion instantly detonated the internet, shooting straight to the top of the hot search. Netizens flooded the comments section. Finally, domestic geniuses are standing up to question the Northwest projects. Magnificent. But I wonder how strong they really are. I heard they are all king-tier peak powerhouses, but can they handle the monsters of the Northwest? Meanwhile, on the desolate Northwest coast, Sheng and Chu Tian stood atop a massive boulder, their eyes burning with determination. Sheng whispered, "Worthy of a great nation. The time has come to borrow this momentum and lay down the forbidden curse." This was it, the most terrifying killing trap in the human world. Sheng's eyes glowed a blood-red crimson. His voice thundered with absolute authority. 5th tier forbidden spell. Water element. Lightning crackled between his palms. Water dragon heavy strike. A catastrophic wave surged from the ocean floor, devouring everything in its path. Within the roaring waves, a colossal water monster with glowing red eyes materialized from the abyss. Sheng raised his hand, commanding the beast. Rise! A gigantic water dragon breached the surface. Its scarlet eyes locked onto the target. The order was given. Attack! The surrounding ocean water erupted violently, propelling the beast forward with crushing force. Chu Tian held his ground firmly behind Sheng, his voice calm amidst the chaos. Asura mode activated. The water rises like the great flood of legend. Droplets of water scattered in every direction, catching the light and creating a blinding, glittering spectacle of lethal rain. Sheng raised his hand higher. A blazing red magic circle materialized before him, his eyes burning like hellfire. He roared, "Water element forbidden curse. Extinguish." With a powerful motion, he slammed his hand onto the snow-covered ground. A wave of crimson energy exploded outward. The violent torrents began to recede, replaced by snow falling gently like shards of a shattered masterpiece. Sheng smiled faintly. Not bad. Just this 5th tier forbidden spell alone weakened the Asura Hell defense significantly. If we combine this with the forbidden curses and the canal, it will create a killing formation of legendary proportions. He clenched his fist, the red aura flaring around him like a warning to the gods. 5th tier forbidden spell. Water Dragon Strike. 5,000 layers stacked, Sheng declared. Instantly, a system notification flashed. Level 6. Elemental Forbidden Curse Mage. Consumption. 60,000 Spirit Stones. Stacking limit. Infinite. Upgrade capability. 6,000 Forbidden Curses. The crimson energy surged, saturating the air with overwhelming power. Red rings rotated continuously, interlocking to form a titanic protective barrier. Chu Tian watched the progress from behind. The curse mage has reached level 6. Perfection is imminent. Suddenly, a voice cut through the broadcast frequency. Greetings, audience. We have arrived at the Grand Canal, one of the so-called 3 great projects. 3 young men appeared on screen, one in red, one in purple wearing sunglasses, and one clad in silver armor. The man in red spoke, "Now, we will destroy this waste and reclaim justice for the people." The livestream comments went wild. Amazing. These are the heroes this era needs. The 3 domestic kings are taking responsibility. So powerful. The man in red held the camera. "I will personally demolish this canal and make those responsible pay." The man in purple interjected, stepping forward. "No, Brother Zhao, let me take the lead." But before he could finish, the silver-armored youth laughed, stopping them both. "Wait a moment, brothers." Silver Armor roared, unleashing his true fire. A pillar of flame erupted from the earth, violently swallowing the entire battlefield in a sea of crimson. Brother Zhao recoiled, terror gripping his heart as he stammered, "Brother Sun, what on earth is this power?" Brother Sun laughed, his eyes wild with battle lust. "Forget martial ethics. If they want to fight, let's give them a war. We strike together." The inferno raged as the waters churned in chaos. Rocks shattered into dust. From the heavens, a colossal sword descended, piercing the earth like divine judgment. A voice boomed like thunder. "Army breaker slash. Reverse the flow. Let the mountains rise and bury the sea." The livestream chat exploded. "Whoa, that's insane. A true king rank prodigy." The netizens went wild, witnessing a battle of legendary proportions. 3 titans of power. Island, united to annihilate the Channel Island. Meanwhile, atop the peaks of Blade Mountain, darkness choked the sky. The wind howled as a lone man stood upon a precipice, watching the destruction below. He spoke, voice low. Spirit Mountain's support makes the necromantic energy overwhelming. Chu Tian stood beside him, deep in thought. "Brother Nan, can the awakened townsfolk evolve from this energy?" The man, Zisheng, nodded slowly. "Indeed, power comes from chaos." Chu Tian's gaze shifted to the horizon. Red streaks tore across the sky, 4 falling stars, but their movement was impossible. He stared at the heavens in confusion. The red lights weren't falling. They were gathering, coalescing into a single ominous beacon. Zisheng's expression darkened. "This is bad." His voice tightened. A familiar, deadly sensation washed over him. A grade A alien species? Or a new breed of assassin? Zisheng's face grimaced, anxiety etching deep lines into his brow. The canal's forbidden water spell screamed in warning. Had the aliens discovered the core secret? Were they trying to shatter the seal first? Zisheng's eyes turned to ice. Killing intent surged. "If they are at our doorstep, there is no need to hide anymore." Forbidden spell. Sea canal. Water dragon impact. Below, the 3 king-rank prodigies watched the rising tides with arrogance. Brother Sun scoffed, looking down at the water. "This canal? What is there to fear? Block it or bury it. It's a matter of minutes." Brother Qian sneered. "Too simple. Boring, even." But then, Brother Zhao's face went pale. "Look. The water. Something is wrong." The surface erupted. Roaring water dragons breached the waves. Zhao screamed, "It's a forbidden spell. Run." The torrent swallowed the 3 kings instantly. The comment section descended into chaos. The kings were eaten. The Northwest Project hides a terrifying secret. What the hell is happening? The screen cut to black. Signal lost. Panic spread through the viewers like wildfire. Brother Zhao's eyes bulged in horror. Rising from the depths, a colossal shadow with eyes glowing crimson red. Brother Qian shrieked, all dignity lost. "Help! Save me!" But it was too late. A titanic foot descended, blotting out the light. Zisheng stood immovable. He raised a hand, crimson energy spiraling from his fingertips. His gaze pierced the 3 kings like a blade. "Who are you? Why do you seek destruction here?" Brother Zhao stammered, trembling. We are prodigies of the 3 inland clans. We only came to investigate." Zisheng's lip curled in disgust. "Is that so?" "Foolish." Zhao cowered, unable to meet his eyes. "We finally understand the gravity of the situation." Zisheng's mind raced. These 3 are king-rank prodigies. The alien assassins aren't just here. They are targeting the clan's headquarters. He spun around, barking an order. "Take me to your clans. Now." The 3 froze, confused. "Transport. To you?" Zisheng's voice thundered. "Move, unless you want your bloodlines erased." Realization struck them cold. Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Night had fallen over the snow-capped peaks, but the white snow was stained with the glow of an inferno. Zisheng and the 3 kings arrived, only to witness the ancestral home consumed by a sea of flames. Brother Zhao screamed until his throat tore. "Father, patriarch, second uncle, is the Zhao clan gone?" He collapsed, crushing his knees into the earth. Brother Sun gripped his shoulder, silence his only comfort. Meanwhile, Chu Tian and Zisheng inspected the carnage. Bodies lay scattered like broken dolls. Zisheng stood over the dead. Silence stretched, heavy and suffocating. Just as I suspected. The signature of a grade A alien. Zhao wept, but Zisheng was made of steel. Stow your tears. This is no time for grief. His eyes burned with cold fury. If you want vengeance, follow me. He turned to his companion. Chu Tian. Teleport us to the Qian clan. Phoenix Ridge, another pillar of fire pierced the heavens. Black smoke choked the stars. A scream of pure agony echoed through the void. No, this was a massacre. Zisheng didn't hesitate. Next, to the Sun Clan, Jade Capital Mountain. The air trembled with despair. A colossal black shadow blocked the moon. The Grade A calamity, the flaming heavenly eagle. It unleashed a hellstorm of fire, incinerating everything in its path. Panic reigned supreme. The screams of the dying filled the night. Perished together. A warrior of the Sun Clan, body wrapped in suicidal flames, tackled the celestial eagle. He detonated his very soul in a final act of defiance against the alien filth. A cataclysmic explosion shook the heavens. Through the smoke, the clan leader's anguished roar pierced the air. Leader, the three venerable kings charged, eyes bloodshot with rage. Wretched beast, today we stake our lives against yours. While the Sun Elder advanced without fear, Xu Sheng and Chu Tian stood motionless, observing the chaos with cold calculation. The black beast radiated crimson spiritual energy, its voice dripping with disdain. Humans. Small, weak, helpless little insects. You are only fit to be corpses. Suddenly, Xu Sheng launched himself skyward, a crimson blade manifesting in his grip. Violet aura erupted around him, twisting into a violent tornado. His voice cut through the wind, ice cold. Is that so? His gaze was sharp enough to sever steel, his tone brooking no argument. Today, I will teach you the true terror of humanity. The three venerable kings roared in unison, unleashing their ultimate arts. Army Breaker Slash. Fortress of Earth. Annihilation Fire. A colossal white greatsword materialized in the void, humming with destructive power. Flames roared and boulders rained down like a meteor shower. The gale force winds tore through the sky, ripping feathers from the black beast's wings. Violent violet plumage mixed with the fire and debris, turning the very atmosphere into a weapon that hammered against the creature. The inferno surged, threatening to incinerate everything in its path into nothingness. But a sudden backlash of wind blasted the three kings backward. They groaned, hitting the ground hard. Then, Xu Sheng's voice floated down. You three are injured. Stay back and witness how this is done. An instant later, a pillar of crimson light descended from the heavens, locking onto the celestial eagle. Xu Sheng wasted no breath. He unleashed a barrage of slashes. Feathers rained like snow as radiant red sword chi tore through the sky. The three venerable kings watched in stunned silence. Elder Zhao gasped first. That killing intent. It is the aura of an Asura. Elder Qian realized the truth. He is the Northwest Asura, not a forbidden spell mage. Elder Sun clenched his fist. We have hope for vengeance. Pummeled by the assault, the celestial eagle's eyes burned with sadistic malice. It retaliated with a breath of apocalyptic fire, a spinning vortex of flame aiming straight for Xu Sheng. Suddenly teleport. Chu Tian triggered her spatial ability, instantly shifting Xu Sheng's position to evade the devastating blast. The beast blinked, bewildered by the empty air. Xu Sheng glanced back with a smirk. Good timing, little sister, Xu Sheng roared, channeling his energy. Asura demonic slaughter. One strike. A massive wave of crimson power crashed into the monster. The eagle's eyes widened as it stared at him. You are not entirely useless. The red aura swept over the beast's head, melting flesh into liquid that dripped grotesquely from the sky. Yet, it still spoke through the melting gore. You qualify. Not as a corpse, but as a slave. Xu Sheng's voice turned frigid. Slave? I'll be your grandfather. Xu Sheng raised his blade. His aura coalesced into a colossal red dragon that roared and lunged with gaping jaws. His voice was void of mercy. You rely on your regeneration? Then I will crush you faster than you can heal. As the dragon struck, the eagle wrapped its wings tight, forming an impenetrable sphere of feathers. Arrogant, ignorant human, it unfurled its wings, exploding upwards surrounded by a corona of blazing fire. Die, the beast shrieked. Xu Sheng gripped his sword. Quit yapping. Asura hell on earth. Sword beams dissected the bird into scattered chunks of meat. Yet, its disembodied voice laughed. Useless. As long as there is fire, I am eternal. Before it could finish, Xu Sheng raised 2 fingers. Ice bone binding formation. 50,000-fold amplification. A crimson runic circle manifested, instantly freezing every fragment of the beast's body in suspended animation. "Damn you, my flames!" The beast fell silent. Elder Qian could barely speak. The flaming sky eagle. Trust? Frozen into blocks? Elder Zhao was equally terrified. The Asura understands array formations too? Ignoring their shock, Xu Sheng continued his hand signs, his fingertips glowing with blood-red light. Single target amplification. 10-fold increase. He flicked the red energy into the foreheads of the three kings. They screamed as power surged through them. Floating above, Xu Sheng looked down at the three warriors kneeling on the ground, the ice bones hovering around him. "You witnessed its regeneration. My ice prison will only hold it for a moment." He landed softly, sword in hand. "Your enemy is helpless. Take your revenge with your own hands." Elder Zhao stammered, "Senior." Xu Sheng cut him off with a sharp look. "Do not ask. Finish this, then report to Defense Line 5 immediately." His voice was calm, but carried the weight of a mountain. "The true enemy of humanity awaits us there." Suddenly, a global notification flashed before everyone's eyes. Shocking reports flood in from the mainland. A-rank alien assassins have breached our borders. The ancient prodigy clans, Zhao, Qian, and Sun, along with the king-tier noble families, have been ruthlessly annihilated. However, hope remains. Zhao Yang, Qian Jing, and Sun Li, aided by the legendary Asura, successfully slew the blazing sky eagle. The great city is buzzing with the news, but the public is furious. Damn those alien scum. Is slaughtering us on the battlefield not enough? Now they send assassins to hunt our prodigies in the rear? This assassination force is even more terrifying than the last. We can only pray the Northwest prodigies can exterminate these pests before it is too late. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, Nan Zisheng and Chu Tian stand atop a towering peak, gazing down at the sprawling metropolis. Zisheng breaks the silence. "Chu Tian, we need to gather a wave of origin stones. We're heading to the East Sea for a hunt. While we're at it, we'll catch every single assassin in one net." Chu Tian nods. "I'm with you." Under the silent night sky, a crescent moon hangs like a silver blade amidst the drifting clouds. Zisheng and Chu Tian hover in midair, hands tightly clasped. Crimson energy gathers around them, condensing into a blindingly bright circle. Zisheng begins to chant, his voice low and ancient. The sound erupts like a storm. "Behold the eastern rocks. Witness the vast ocean. The journey of the sun and moon, birthed from within." The moment the incantation ends, a pillar of blinding light crashes down from the heavens. The galaxy itself seems to shatter in the air. The red circle expands across the ocean's surface, forming an impenetrable wall of spiritual power. Zisheng continues his chant. The sound of crashing waves rises to a deafening roar, and a blue system notification flashes before his eyes. Sea beasts tamed. 70 million level 9 mutated swordfish, 20 million level 9 mutated tiger sharks, 10 million level 10 mutated great white sharks. The ocean surface explodes. From the abyssal depths, millions of sharks and swordfish breach the water. Giant bodies leap into the air, churning the waves until the sea looks like it is boiling. Under Zisheng's absolute control, the ocean trembles violently. The sea creatures swim in a massive formation, circling the center until the water turns into a whirlpool of endless, terrifying blackness. Zisheng's chanting does not stop. His voice resonates, shaking the very foundations of heaven and earth. Momentum of the sacrificial moon. Summon your whetstones. The sea goes berserk, forming gigantic vortices that merge into a catastrophic waterspout. Observing his handiwork from a distance, Zisheng turns to Chu Tian with a grim smile. "This formation is so intense, even I might not escape it easily." Chu Tian replies instantly, her voice full of trust. "Brother Nan, don't worry. I know you can do it. Now, let's see if those assassins dare to show their faces." Meanwhile, a rugged, bearded man holding a coconut stands frozen on the shore. It is the prodigy of the East Sea, Lan Chongkong of the Lan family. He stares up at the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him. He mutters in disbelief, "I have never seen a beast tied like this. The scale, it is absolutely unimaginable." Watching the waterspout tear through the sky, Lan Chongkong snaps into action. He barks orders to his subordinates. "Alert the clan! Prepare for war! I will go investigate personally. Wait for my signal." His men respond immediately. "Yes, sir." Lan Chongkong summons a colossal water dragon, leaping onto its head. He roars, "Water control art! Dragon walk!" As he charges toward the swirling chaos, Lan Chongkong steels himself. "The Lan family has guarded the East Sea for generations. I will not let these beasts cause havoc." But as his water dragon nears the vortex, he notices something terrifying below the surface. Countless fish are gathering. It is an alliance of sea beasts unlike anything recorded in history. Species that are natural enemies are moving in perfect synchronization, like an elite army surrounding him. Lan Changkong begins to panic. Impossible. These species never ally. Suddenly, a cold, powerful voice cuts through the air. You fools. You have recognized the wrong person. Chu Tian whispers to Zisheng. Brother Nan, did you forget to tell them not to attack the city or hurt innocent humans? The red circle flares again, and the cold voice booms with absolute authority. Do not attack the city. Do not harm humans. Exterminate the alien race. Lan Changkong watches in confusion as the fish swarm suddenly retreats from him. Huh? Why did their killing intent vanish so suddenly? Is this the work of the Northwest Beast Taming prodigy? Suddenly, 3 dark shadows materialize behind his back. He spins around to face 3 massive monsters. A serpent with razor-sharp fangs and twisted horns speaks first. Lord of the Great Sea. Another monster, its back covered in spikes and eyes glowing orange, finishes the sentence. If not a slave, then kill immediately. At that moment, a chilling line of text appears on the system interface. Sea beasts, your whetstones have arrived. Lan Changkong feels a chill run down his spine. I'm finished. These assassins are definitely targeting me. They must think I am the beast tamer, but as he braces for death on his dragon, the water ahead begins to bulge. Something massive is rising. Enormous beasts breach the surface, casting a shadow over him. For a second, panic grips his heart, but then, a strange calm washes over him. He knew this day would come. To be used as a test subject by a god-tier tamer. It is an honor. Suddenly, the water erupts with millions of killer fish. They ignore Lan Changkong completely and launch a frenzied attack on the giant alien monsters. Lan Changkong stares, his eyes wide with shock and realization. Is this sea beast tide initiating a vanguard assault? Is a master beast tamer pulling the strings from the shadows? The question lingered in his mind. It wasn't just a fleeting thought. The ocean churned with chaos as countless creatures joined the fray, refusing to be outdone by the rising tide. Razor-sharp swordfish, bloodthirsty sharks, and one-eyed demon turtles launched a frenzied assault. The colossal beast was overwhelmed, thrashing in desperation with only a single eye visible above the carnage. Chaos reigned supreme. A massive great white shark locked jaws with a ferocious serpent in a duel to the death. Suddenly, the white frost worm, the titan of the deep, charged into the melee, declaring war on everything in its path. Roar! A bone-chilling shriek tore through the air as it unleashed a breath of absolute zero. Instantly, a layer of glacial ice encased the battlefield, freezing time itself. The violent serpent and swordfish were helpless against this might, crushed within the freezing encirclement. High above, Chu Tian watched the spectacle unfold with cold calculation. This beast tide will massacre any alien race beneath A rank, he murmured. Xu Sheng stepped forward, his eyes glowing. Indeed, but against a true A rank calamity, they are still lacking. With a wave of his hand, he surged mana into the formation, expanding its dominion across 700 nautical miles. From his vantage point, Lan Changkong noticed strange ripples distorting the very fabric of space around him. A sudden chill spiked down his spine. He spun around only to find the white frost worm looming directly behind him, silent and majestic as a deadly iceberg. Can the sea beast tide not be stopped? He thought, heart pounding. Have they marked me as their next prey? Lan Changkong exhaled a heavy breath. So be it. If death comes today, I will meet it with my sword in hand. He unleashed furious cyclones of water, aiming to crush the monster. But the worm merely opened its maw, exhaling a frost breath that froze his attack in midair. The impact was catastrophic. The force knocked Lan Changkong out of the sky, sending him crashing violently into the unforgiving ocean. Damn it! He grit his teeth. Its energy is overwhelming. Even my water dragon technique couldn't scratch it. How did it gain such terrifying power so quickly? Before he could react, the worm launched a barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes straight at his heart. There was no escape. The ice pierced his defenses, and blood sprayed from his mouth, dyeing the water red. The predator closed in, its frozen gaze locking his body in place. He was trapped, forced to await his execution. Suddenly, from the depths, a school of valiant swordfish surged upward. They tore into the worm, sinking their teeth into its armored hide. Lan Changkong looked up, witnessing a crimson beam of light tearing through the heavens and striking his body. The grand formation. Realizing his chance, he channeled the surge of energy, art of hydrokinesis, boundless ocean. The water boiled instantly. A wave of scorching heat erupted, engulfing the frost worm. The beast shrieked in disbelief as its icy body was incinerated by the paradoxical flames of the ocean. It wasn't just the worm, the violent serpents and demon turtles were caught in the inferno, reduced to nothing but drifting ash. Even Xu Sheng, standing miles away, felt the backlash. The sheer intensity of the formation singed his robes. With this level of power, Xu Sheng assessed, he can easily slaughter any A-rank or even S-rank alien filth. In this domain, Lan Changkong had become unrivaled. Xu Sheng turned to his companion. Chu Tian, bring him to me. We have business to discuss. Chu Tian nodded, his silhouette vanishing. Having slain the beast, Lan Changkong bowed to the empty sky. Senior Beast Tamer and Senior Array Master, I am eternally grateful for your divine assistance. May I have the honor of thanking you in person? His voice boomed across the waves, desperate to pay his respects to the hidden masters. The space in front of him tore open. A void gate materialized out of thin air. Chu Tian stepped out. Lan Changkong froze, eyes widening. You're just a kid? Before he could process the shock, Chu Tian grabbed his collar and dragged him into the abyss. In a blink, he was kneeling before Xu Sheng. Before Lan Changkong could utter a sound, Xu Sheng pressed a finger to his lips. Shh. Listen closely, Lan Changkong. If the East Sea is to become the ultimate trap, a hunting ground to lure and exterminate the alien assassins, do you have the resolve to shoulder this burden? Lan Changkong didn't hesitate for a heartbeat. If it is to protect this world, I will embrace this duty with my life. Good. A sinister smile played on Xu Sheng's lips. Then prepare yourself. I am amplifying the formation within your body tenfold. From this moment forth, you are the king of the East Sea. 100 million beasts bow to your will. When the alien assassins return, lead the tide and obliterate them. Xu Sheng pressed his palm against Lan Changkong's forehead. Boom. The array activated, surging with limitless power. As you command. Lan Changkong's roar merged with the crashing waves, a vow etched into the soul of the ocean. The ritual complete, Chu Tian looked up. Crimson energy swirled ominously in the distance. Look there, the void gate, defense line, 7 is on the brink of collapse. Damn it, he muttered, dread creeping into his voice. Something terrible is coming. The sky bled red. Countless alien beasts swarmed like frenzied sharks scenting blood, gathering their forces for the final strike. The A-rank alien commanders received a psychic transmission from Senior Nan. The order was absolute. Abandon defense line 7. Retreat to line 6 immediately. All military might was diverted instantly. The target was the 5th defense line. This would be the decisive killing field. Commander Wang orchestrated the grand retreat from the shadows, ordering everyone to conserve their strength for the apocalypse awaiting them at the 5th line. Chu Xinghei's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Commander Wang, lead the main army to safety first. We will stay behind and cover the retreat. We'll buy time for everyone. He didn't wait for an answer. Power surged as he activated the final formation. His control over the energy absolute and terrifying. The horde of alien beasts closed in, a tide of nightmares. Yet, Chu Xinghei stood like an unshakable mountain. We hold this ground. Not a single step back until the 6 armies are safe. Suddenly, a legendary figure stepped forward. Emperor Han Wu, charge into battle. Children, you must retreat. The 5th line needs its future defenders. We old bones will become your shield. Even if we drain our last breath, no alien filth shall pass this line. Xinghe hesitated, torn between duty and honor. But Su Changge, the master strategist who saw the board clearly, intervened. His voice was gentle but firm as he persuaded the young hero. Respect the will of the elders. You are wise. You know the truth. What matters is the greater picture. Standing amidst the encirclement of hell, Chu Xinghe inhaled sharply. He screamed his soul out to the heavens. The great righteousness of our seniors, the honor of the beast tide. We swear to fulfill this mission. He affirmed the compassion and resolve of the prodigies with burning conviction. Su Changge bowed deep, his voice trembling with emotion. Farewell, seniors. Farewell, brave souls of the beast tide. The news spread like wildfire. The 7th defense line had fallen back. Only the army of the undead and the defiant beast tide remained, fighting a suicidal resistance. The intelligent strike force at the 6th line fought a desperate delaying action, buying precious seconds for the 5th line's preparation. 300 million warriors gathered at the final bastion. Among them, over 80 million awakened souls ready to bleed. In the East Sea, the Lan family's true god descended. An A-rank alien assassin obliterated in a heartbeat. 4 grand projects in the northwest were finally complete. From the sky, a sea of humanity flooded the city, looking up in unison. The people of the northwest awakened, the undead talent surging within them. They swore a blood oath to the 5th line, ready to burn their lives for the land's survival. At the burning sky formation, Xu Sheng and Chu Tian stood in the abyss, facing the coming storm of the final war. Xu Sheng's eyes blazed with determination. Tonight, I complete the ascension. Everything falls into place. The source of the burning sky. The power of the origin stone. I will devour it all. Smoke billowed as the earth cracked, and a terrifying aura erupted from the depths. The origin stones in his hand vanished into energy. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, until a staggering 100 billion stones were consumed. and power exploded like a cosmic storm. At the Forest of Steel project, Xu Sheng stood amidst the monoliths, chanting the ancient incantation, Forest of Steel, Golden Manipulation. Instantly, a massive tornado tore through the air, steel liquefied, turning to water before hardening into diamond-tough armor. Iron and steel fused in an alchemical miracle. In a blink, 100,000 forbidden steel curses locked into place. An endless engine of destruction was born. Next, the volcanic source. The world turned to hellfire. Thick black smoke choked the sky, the ground bled magma like an erupting volcano. Xu Sheng raised his hand to the heavens. Rivers of lava rose like dragons, crushing everything in their path. 100,000 magma curses ignited. Pillars of crimson fire pierced the very dome of the sky. The forbidden curse. Origin of the spirit. The destroyer. His ability reached the absolute maximum. The ultimate talent was activated. He commanded not just nature, but the stars themselves. Yet, Xu Sheng frowned as he looked at the curses, calculating his next move. The star origin forbidden curse. To unleash a curse of this magnitude now, the blue star itself might shatter. No, he had to wait. It must be saved for the critical moment. Bathed in violet light, Xu Sheng issued his command. Now, we need beasts. We need the undead. We need formations. Across the interior, we summon them all at once. Chu Tian understood instantly. Understood. Xu Sheng slammed his hand onto the earth. A shockwave of crimson power swept through the dimension like a tsunami. A roar echoed through time, calling upon the ancient masters, the ancestors of the awakened generations. The three kingdoms. Wei rose against the brutal tide. Shu fought through the 5 passes, spears high at Changban Bridge. Wu's legacy shone like the sun, a legend spanning 1,000 years. The Song dynasty's fire blazed across 10,000 mountains, the Yuan's iron cavalry, the Ming's unyielding defense, the Qing's golden armor gleaming in the twilight. Heroes of history, answer the call. The ultimate ability reached its zenith. Hundreds of millions of undead warriors returned from the void. The army of history was ready for war. Xu Sheng looked down from the heavens like a god of war. His voice shook the foundations of the world. Ancestors, prepare for battle at the 5th line. This is where we make our stand. He turned, his decree ringing with absolute power. Under the vast heavens, there is no land that is not the king's territory. Under the vast heavens, every living soul bows before the king. He unleashes his full beast-taming might. Poisonous insects, venomous vipers, and mutant monstrosities all heed the absolute command of Zisheng. From the 4 corners of the earth, the beast tide surges. A soul-shaking broadcast reveals the apex tamer of this era, his ability pushed to the absolute limit. Zisheng roars, and the summoning energy erupts. 1 billion land beasts. 100 million sea leviathans. He awakens the ancient bloodlines within every species, expanding his dominion to encompass every mutant creature in existence. The fires of life are ignited for the coming war. Frenzied beasts and eldritch horrors flood in from the ends of the earth and the deepest trenches. The heavens burn crimson under a blinding radiance. Scarlet beams pierce the sky, heralding the awakening of primordial power. The beast tide swells without end, crashing toward one destination, the 5th defense line. Zisheng grips his iron staff, raising it high, a silent vow to fight until the bitter end. But as he stands defiant, fresh blood spills from his lips, painting his face in a grim crimson mask. His energy is critically depleted. Agony tears through his body, bringing him to the brink of collapse. Nan crumbles. He props himself up with his left hand, driving his blade into the earth with his right, just to stay upright. He has nothing left. Chu Tian realizes the danger and rushes to his side in a panic. Brother Nan, you've overdrawn your strength. You can't keep this up, but destiny waits for no man. Zisheng gasps for air, his eyes burning red as he speaks with iron resolve. I must endure. We have no time to hesitate. Tian trembles, trying to talk sense into him. But what if you fall? Your body is at its limit. Zisheng forces himself up. Blood streams down. Yet his will is unbreakable. There is no time for second thoughts. The final formation is missing. Take me to the 5th defense line, now. Seeing the fire in his eyes, Chu Tian can only nod. Yes, sir. At Great Xia's 5th defense line, they streak across the sky like arrows, wasting not a single second. Upon arrival, Zisheng spreads his arms wide, invoking the forbidden arts. Massive formations activate. The Hellsword Chi Array. 100 million power units spanning 10,000 kilometers. The Purgatory Fire Array. Another 100 million units, 10,000 kilometers of destruction. The heavens-piercing formation rises. Layer upon layer, the formations stack, creating an impenetrable fortress around Great Xia. Suddenly, a grotesque silhouette rises from the hills. It resembles a colossal ancient tree, its massive limbs twisting into the sky. A crown of infinite branches spreads out, topped by a glowing, unbloomed flower bud pulsating with radiant light. Zisheng feels the majestic, crushing weight of the formation's power. Agony racks his body. Sweat pours like rain as his physical form screams for release, pushed far beyond its breaking point. Meanwhile, the legend returns. Through the chaos, he hears the call. His timing is absolute perfection. Chu Tian rushes forward, voice choking with tears. Brother Xinghe, Brother Nan, your hair, it's turned completely white. Zisheng smiles gently. Be good. It's all right. Brother is here now. The Qin siblings exchange worried glances. What happened to you? Zisheng answers, his voice steady. This white hair, it is the mark of my resolve. Now, you will finally understand everything. Disaster strikes. The alien legion crushes the final defenses of the northern and southern glaciers. Both regions have been annihilated. The horde advances, obliterating the defense lines of the Chuanqi nation, without mercy. Only the Eagle nation still stands, offering desperate resistance. But then an S-class calamity descends. Millions of monsters swarm the battlefield. The Eagle nation is facing total extinction. Drones buzz overhead, broadcasting the nightmare. Soldiers and civilians alike are drowning in the alien onslaught. The final hour has come. Zisheng steps forward to address the world. The 5 great god-tier prodigies of the Northwest. They are all me. The declaration hits like a thunderclap. What? Disbelief ripples through the crowd. Some accuse him of spouting nonsense to sow chaos. But then, Zisheng slowly removes his mask. Gasps echo everywhere. Senior Nam? Isn't he the deserter the whole world despises? They can't believe their eyes. Even Zhang Yuan, who had his suspicions, stands frozen in shock. Is it really him? Impossible. This is an insult to our idols. How can a deserter be them? Rage boils over. Drag this liar down. How dare he impersonate the beast god I worship? Chaos erupts. No one can accept that the reviled Senior Nam is the hero they've been waiting for. Confusion and fury mix in the air. Zisheng ignores the noise. He unleashes his aura, revealing the 5 great talents one by one. The Asura, the beast taming code, necromancy, tactical arrays, forbidden curses. I finally have the qualifications to speak. His declaration stunned the crowd into silence. Those who witnessed his true power, they couldn't believe their own eyes. His sister's joy overflowed. This is wonderful. Even if the world ends today, at least my brother can finally live freely for once. That brat. He was always looked down upon. But now, he finally gets to show the world who he really is. He's being a bit dramatic, sure, but I have to admit, he should have done this a long time ago. She smiled. It's about time. No more hiding in the shadows. No more enduring the insults. He raised his voice, commanding and absolute. The alien races are targeting me, as the strongest warrior of Great Xia, and the veteran with the most experience killing this scum. I cannot run from this burden. All troops, abandon defense line 5, fall back to the reserve line. We fortify our position now. General Wang, the supreme commander, issued a ruthless decree. From the elderly to the sick, everyone defends the northwest towns. Protect the food supply at all costs. The order was absolute. The army only engages in a death match. After the defense line shatters, the counterattack begins. Arrays light up the sky. Forbidden curses lead the charge, followed by a stampede of war beasts. The warriors knew death was certain, yet they charged forward, burning with resolve. Reinforcements surged from the rear. Ability users scanned for weaknesses, patching every gap in the formation. Even the civilians at the back refused to surrender. They stood their ground with iron will. Tears streamed down a citizen's face. I always said the eldest young master was different. He really is our god. Who said he wasn't? Didn't you guys mock him before? It doesn't matter now. The truth is revealed. It was him all along. Nan issued his final command to the army. Gather every scrap of military equipment at the 5th defense line. If we fail here, humanity has no future. Despite the perfect strategy, Senior Nan harbored a deep worry. What if a triple S-class entity appears? Or something even worse? I need volunteers. I'm forming a suicide squad. We're charging straight into the Void Gate to counterattack. I don't need an army. I need 10 elites. 10 warriors strong enough to cover each other's backs. The call was answered instantly. The generation's brightest stars stepped forward to face death. First up, Chu Xinghe, 23 years old. The pride of the Chu family's 130th generation. Ancient god, peak stage. A master of atmospheric domination. Next, Su Changzhe, 25 years old. Ancient god, peak stage. A ghost controller. Famous for a cursing ability that no one can match. He's ready to curse the aliens into oblivion. Then came the twins, Qin Sui and Qin Ying, 18 years old. Ancient god spirit summoners, ready to unleash hell. Lan Changkong, 23 years old, ancient god water elementalist, the nemesis of the East Sea tribes. I'm joining, Zhang Yuan said with a smirk, but pray you don't frame me for anything this time. I won't comment on combat, but I promise you supplies and gourmet food. Her cooking ability, it wasn't just food, it was god-tier sustenance. Don't forget, you still owe me a favor. She looked him in the eye. Take me with you, and we'll call it even. Senior Nan smiled back. With an ability like yours, I was begging for it. Suddenly, a Ferrari roared onto the battlefield. Su Ling, 23 years old, level 10, ability user. Thank you for this chance. She stepped out, her expression solemn. I apologize for my past words. Her danger intuition screamed at her, but she knew her place was here, in the suicide squad. Next, Zhao Care, 20 years old. Her power? Time reversal. Level 10. I can only turn back time for 15 seconds. I need to grow stronger. My parents ordered me to follow you. They trust only you. I awakened my healing powers on the battlefield before. Consider this my next great leap. Determination rang in her voice. Zhen Lianyi and Su Xiaonan stepped forward next. They knew this was a one-way trip. One healer isn't enough for a suicide mission, Zhen Lianyi stated. We're going. Let us atone for the world's misunderstanding of you, Su Xiaonan added. Nan looked at these warriors. His eyes shined with gratitude. Thank you, all of you. Then it is decided. The counterattack suicide squad is officially formed. He turned to the horizon. The enemy is here. All units. Battle stations. The arrays hummed with power. The forbidden curses ignited. From all directions, a tide of monsters and war beasts crashed into them. The undead army rose. They swarmed the walls, shielding the human warriors from the initial impact. The defense troops charged. We can do this. Senior Nan pointed his blade toward a tier in reality. Chu Tian, open the gate. Chu Tian was the first to move. Bursting with spatial energy, he ripped open the portal. The warriors followed without hesitation. They prepared to dive into the abyss. We destroy this void gate together. We end this chaotic era right now, Nan roared. The suicide squad charged, ready to face the unknown. Through the swirling energy of the sphere, a glimpse of something unexpected. A small house, glowing with the warm, golden light of home. Shadows flickered ominously ahead of the safe house. Zisheng narrowed his eyes, sensing something off. What is this place? Chu Tian answered immediately, her voice filled with pride. A dimensional pocket I carved out, a sanctuary. Time flows here just as it does outside. Use it to recover, feast, heal, and store our arsenal. Consider it an independent universe, untouched by the chaos outside. She beamed with a bright smile. I call it the Resting Tomb. Hearing the ominous name, Zisheng's expression remained frozen, a mask of cold indifference. His voice held zero emotion. Our time is precious. We cannot afford such indulgence. Su Chang'e stepped up, patting his shoulder with a sigh. Listen here, Zisheng. Are you even human? Unless you are some immortal deity living on wind and dew, you need to eat and sleep. Even the strongest warriors collapse without rest. 3 days? 5 days? Do you honestly think we can wipe out the aberration scourge in a single sprint? He shook his head in disbelief. Your brain is too rigid. Who says warriors cannot enjoy a moment of peace amidst the slaughter? We haven't slept in days. Look at you after that last battle. Even your hair looks like it is turning gray from stress. The others chimed in, trying to soothe Zisheng's tension. Even if the name was weird, they had to respect the creator's effort. Apocalypse or not, adults should never disappoint a child's kindness. Stepping inside, Lan Chang gasped, his eyes scanning the room in awe. Incredible. This is truly the room of my dreams. Seeing him stand there with arms wide and eyes sparkling, the group couldn't help but burst into laughter. Look at that pose. He thinks he is the main character of a blockbuster movie. Hihi, an old soul with a maiden's heart. How do you even reason with someone like that? Ha ha ha. Zisheng glanced behind him, puzzled. You two are acting strange. Aren't you going to explore? Qin Yingxi and Sui Sui answered in perfect unison. We swore to follow our benefactor to the death. Zisheng was left speechless. Fine, let's move. Back at the house, Su Chang'e kicked the door open, grinning. Haha, what a pair of wooden blocks. True plant summoners indeed. But his words died in his throat. The scene inside froze him in his tracks. Ugh, what is this? The others filed in, their jaws dropping in collective horror. Is this a dream room or a funeral parlor? Does this kid have psychological issues? Haha, as expected of my sister. Chu Xinghe stepped forward, unfazed. It feels peaceful. This style basically summarizes my entire childhood. True enough, full black and white portraits of everyone hung neatly on the walls, lined up with chilling precision. They formed a perfect row. Chu Tian smiled with satisfaction. I am so relieved everyone likes it. Su Chang'e snapped, his vein popping. Big sister, with which eye do you see that we like this? Unlike the others, Zisheng nodded thoughtfully. Not bad. It embodies the philosophy. To live is to walk towards death. I approve. The girl shrugged. Nothing so profound. I just wanted to be prepared in advance. Too tired to argue, Suchangge dove onto the bed, instantly surrendering to sleep. I am passing out first. Lanchang sat nearby, trembling slightly at the decor, yet the bed was undeniably comfortable. If I close my eyes, I cannot see the death portraits. The girls turned their attention to washing up and cooking. I will check the kitchen and storage. We need real food. Zisheng scanned the layout. Where are the alchemy and healing rooms? Does the bathroom have a large tub? This calm. Surely this is what the world will feel like when the apocalypse finally ends. Chu Xinghe sighed. You think too much. Why not learn from Suchangge? Look at him sleeping like a log. Smart people exhaust easily. Go rest. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Sister Yuan wielded her spatula like a master swordsman. This is our inaugural banquet. I must make it magnificent. The pantry held enough supplies for a year, but a shadow hung over her heart. After tonight, would they ever share a meal together again? Just then, Sui Sui entered with a basket. Sister Yuan, fresh vegetables, just harvested. My brother is planting more outside. Sister Yuan spun around, eyes wide. Already? That fast? Ah, I forgot you two are plant spirit summoners. Wait, why labor over farming? Can't you just summon the crops instantly? The girl smiled softly. Brother says vegetables must be grown in the earth, the soil clinging to the roots. That is what makes them feel real. Even if we are gone tomorrow. Sister Yuan waved her hands frantically, cutting her off. Shush, none of that talk. I will handle the greens. Everyone out! Too much smoke and oil in here. It stings the eyes. Sui Sui nodded obediently. Oh, okay. The scene shifted to the alchemy lab. Xiaonan chuckled, eyes gleaming. That girl, Chu Tian. She is definitely not simple. Even the heavy equipment teleported with us? Xiaonan checked the gear, eyes widening. How else could we work? She didn't look up. I need to synthesize combat stimulants immediately. Every second counts, she continued, voice steady. I'll focus on rapid regeneration serums and stamina boosters first. Inside the medical ward, Nan Zisheng sat on the bed, running a hand over the fabric. The only clean white sheets in this entire hellscape. That little girl acts fast. Meanwhile, outside, Chu Tian's eyes glowed as he monitored the void. Fluctuations detected. Distance to the void gate. 300 kilometers. We can establish a scout point at 30 kilometers. It will let us watch the enemy transmission arrays like hawks. Zhao Care crossed her arms, staring down at the boy. Hey, brat. Let me ask you something. You created this entire small universe. Why not just forge a new blue star and hide humanity inside it? Chu Tian sneered. Then why don't you have a chest? Don't you want one? Or do only flatboard women like you have the right to survive? Is the life of a child a joke to you? His words hit a nerve. Fury exploded in her eyes as she clenched her fist. What did you say, you rotten brat? Su Lang stepped in, blocking her path. Calm down, Care. He's only 9. He just accidentally spoke the truth. Before they could argue further, Chu Tian dropped his head, his expression shifting to pure tragedy. Being flat is fine. At least you can live. To create this sanctuary, I sacrificed 50 years of my lifespan. He sniffed dramatically. I might not even live long enough to be rejected by a flat-chested girl like you. Guilt washed over Zhao Care. She stepped forward, stuttering. I'm sorry. Inside, Chu Tian smirked. Adults are so easily manipulated. Back inside the safe house, a feast had been laid out. The air was thick with the scent of spices. Sister Yuan smiled warmly. Soup is served. I cooked a bit of everything. The team cheered. That smell. My appetite has officially awakened. Once the squad gathered around the table, Zisheng broke the silence. While we are all here, I need to outline the next phase of the operation. Lanchang didn't stop eating. Nan Zifeng, let us eat first, talk later? Chu Xinghe cut in, his voice grave. I will speak on his behalf. Teleportation gates are active. The front gate leads back to Defense Line 5, our retreat path. The rear gate leads to the Void Gate. There is a red button on the handle. Press it to warp to the scout point, 30 kilometers from the enemy. We have a secure audio link established. He looked toward Zisheng. Su Leng and Zhao Care will guard the scout point in shifts. Zhang Yuan, Chen Lianyi, Xiao Nan, and Nan Zishan possess lower combat power. You remain here. Logistics and support only. Zisheng, is this acceptable? Zisheng smiled. Perfect. You read my mind. But Nan Zishan slammed her hand on the table. I refuse to accept that arrangement. My combat power might be low, but my buffs are essential on the field. If someone takes a critical hit, I can stabilize them instantly. And for safety, Chu Tian will protect me. The little girl raised her hand. Leave her to me. No problem. She grabbed his arm. Brother, don't sideline me just because we're family. Zisheng sighed, defeated. Fine. You come to the front lines. He turned to the group. Everyone else, finish eating. You have 3 hours to rest. Then, we march. We will rotate shifts based on the battle's flow. If there are no objections, dig in. Xiaonan nodded. Being told I'm too weak to fight stings, but I know my place. I'll follow orders. Agreed, another member chimed in. Stubbornly rushing to the front would just make us burdens. We serve better from the shadows. The tension melted into the warmth of the meal. Sweet tofu. Pass it here. You have zero taste. Salty tofu is the only way. I'm vegetarian, thanks. Lan Chang, are you sure you aren't 2 years old? Did you fake your age? Suzanga, do you know what manners are? I'm not talking about you. My pickled cucumber brother. People in their 20s look fresh. Why do you look like you've been salted for 20 years? Who is your pickled brother? Sister Lianyi. Are you spreading stinky tofu on a donut? Seriously? Don't judge me. I follow my own culinary path. Scene shift. The atmosphere darkened inside the observation cube. Su Leng stared at the screen. Beyond the alien species. I detect the aura of hundreds of awakened humans. Zhao Keir narrowed her eyes. Those uniforms. It's the Buddha Squad, the million-strong traitors who defected to the Ah-San Nation. She analyzed the data. 2 factions guarding the Void Gate. Lowest rank is Tier 8. The highest is at the Old God rank. Zisheng's expression went cold. Understood. Then we slaughter the guard dogs first. Chu Tian looked at them, his childish face deadly serious. Is everyone ready? Opening this door means entering their world. He clasped his hands together, energy surging. Then let the games begin. Open! As they breached the inner sanctum, a colossal shadow loomed over them, waiting. The massive figure boomed. Nan Zisheng. I hear you seek to launch a counter-offensive from the Void Gate. We have awaited your arrival for an eternity. Listen well. The alien race is the true God, the great achiever in Dharma, the formless form, the great freedom Tathagata. Jia Li. The Buddha is merciful. You need only submit. And, before the sentence could finish, Su Chang'e cut him off cold. Submit to your grandfather. You're just a loyal dog playing God. I ought to sew that mouth shut. If I don't beat you back into liquid today, I don't deserve the name Su. Let's see if you have the strength to back up that mouth. With zero fear, the entire squad charged forward as one. Laughter rang out. Well said, Su Chang'e. The battlefield is always livelier with your trash talk. I've only got one thing to add. Let me try. Committing evil in the name of Buddha? It makes me sick to my stomach. He spat on the ground. Well, I guess everyone has their weak points. Guardian Anop pressed his palms together, his voice thundering. Since you refuse to repent, we shall use the Vajra force to forcibly enlighten you. Namo Amitabha. As the chant faded, the massive phantom guardian unleashed a blinding golden punch. Mortal hell slash. Zisheng refused to back down, gripping his weapon and accelerating straight into the clash. If a god blocks me, I kill the god. If a Buddha blocks me, I kill the Buddha. With a single devastating strike, Zisheng shattered the Vajra attack into dust. Yet Guardian An stood firm. He instantly launched his next technique, Great Buddha, Indestructible Golden Body. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe roared, unleashing his own power. Aura Domain! They united their defenses to repel the phantom, the collision erupting in a heaven-shaking boom. Their formation is complete. Their total power has already surpassed ours. That indestructible golden body. They're trying to drain our stamina in a war of attrition. Zisheng's eyes glowed blood red. We can't let them stall us out. We have to shatter their formation immediately. No sooner had he spoken, when countless giant phantom hands materialized, boxing them in. Vajra Guardian, 10,000 fists, unity. Inside the defensive cube, Chu Tian and the others watched in horror. This is bad. If we keep wasting energy defending, forget about winning. I'm afraid we can't even get close to them. You're underestimating Brother Nan and the others. Getting close isn't easy. Back on the battlefield, Zisheng suddenly glanced up and shouted, Chu Tian. The girl responded instantly. On it. The massive phantom hands closed in, threatening to crush them into oblivion. Suddenly, a violet light enveloped the team. Space warped, and in a blink, they vanished from their positions. Just as the crushing blows landed on empty air, a spatial gate tore open right beside Guardian An. Familiar silhouettes surged forth. Zisheng led the charge, roaring, Thunder Asura, Forbidden Curse slash. Panic seized the Guardian. Quickly! Vajra Prajna Protection Mantra. Instantly, rows of his disciples materialized, forming a living human shield wall. Zisheng didn't hesitate. You guys take out the 4 great Vajra Guardians. I'll handle the leader and the trash. Slaughter them all. Su Chang'e grinned. You got it. Plenty to go around, so no kill stealing. The Blockhead brothers count as 1 unit. Qin Yang blinked in confusion. Blockhead brothers? Is he talking about us? But there was no time to argue. Su Chang'e shot toward the old guardian, screaming, "Puppet Colosseum, you hypocritical old vulture, show me every dirty trick you've got." The elder fumed, clasping his hands. "Your karmic sins are too heavy, you require immediate purification." This was Guardian Vigai. Su Chang'e sneered. "Come then, let's see if you purify me, or if I beat the holiness right out of you." Elsewhere, Chu Xinghe was unleashing a barrage of attacks, giving no quarter. Aura domain, isolation. You think you're a god-tier guardian? Your opponent is me, Chu Xinghe. He stood defiantly before his foe. Buddha only saves those who save themselves. I suggest you give up before this gets painful. Guardian and Chongkong summoned a massive hydro-vortex. Water barrier, isolation. Unscathed, the guardian shook his head. Water is the essence of benevolence. It does not contend. Benefactor, you are walking a path against the Tao. Guardian Diba began to preach, but was cut off. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no time for lectures. Nearby, the Sui brothers summoned twisting vines. Forest of thorns. The disheveled guardian clasped his hands. Amitabha, I prefer silence. The brothers grinned. So do we. Zisheng, aura blazing to the heavens, activated his sovereign ability. O fallen souls of the damned, rise, fight for your master once more. Instantly, an army of spirits clawed their way out of the void, their eyes burning with eternal hatred. He pointed his blade at the enemy. Slaughter these false idols. Leave none alive. The battle for survival had truly begun. However, Guardian Anop was no ordinary elder. In the blink of an eye, he materialized directly in front of Tuthong with a thunderous presence. Truly terrifying power. No wonder the gods favor you, he sneered. I intended to recruit you, but you talk too much. The next one to die is you. Suddenly, blinding golden light erupted from his mouth. The three poisons of Buddhism manifested: greed, anger, and ignorance. You have committed them all. Greed for the mortal realm, anger against the gods, and ignorance of karma. Since you are a sinner, you must suffer the retribution. Dense scriptures swirled around Tuthong, a dizzying cage that forced him to clutch his head in agony. Ugh, it was a direct spiritual shockwave. Shut your mouth. In that critical moment, Tuthong turned the tide. He roared, unleashing a counter-curse. Elemental forbidden spell, the great sound of void. He charged forward, shattering Anop's light. I, Nam Tuthong, hate nothing more in this life than hypocrites playing God. You speak of greed, anger, and ignorance, yet you are the ones greedy for divinity, angry when mortals resist, and ignorant enough to call your betrayal justice. They clashed head-on like moths flying into a flame. Anop was forced to summon a barrier just to survive the onslaught. I am willing to become an Asura for the sake of this world. But what about you? You trample your own kind just to become Buddhas. Tell me, who is the true Buddha, and who is the real demon here? Anop retorted, Vajra body protection, but Tuthong refused to yield, delivering a devastating slash that cracked the holy shield wide open. Forbidden spell. Asura, purgatory flame. Watch me burn away your hypocritical mask. Just as Anop seemed destined for destruction, the atmosphere shifted. A phantom of the Tathagata Buddha appeared, blasting Tuthong backward with immense force. You are too disrespectful. It seems you will not submit unless I reveal my true Dharma form. Behold, the great Tathagata. Tuthong wiped the blood from his lip and smirked. True Dharma form? Really? Is this the mission the alien race gave you? Does Buddhism not teach that form is emptiness? Your obsession with appearances proves your cultivation is trash. The insult struck a nerve, sending Anop into a blind rage. What would you know? I am the reincarnation of the Tathagata. Tuthong burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. I have never seen a Buddha with such a fragile heart. Do you think just because your name is Shakya, you are actually Shakyamuni? In my eyes, you are nothing more than the yellow-browed monster from the Little Thunder Monastery. Energy gathered in the giant Buddha's palm, forming a cataclysmic strike. Anop bellowed. Your sins are profound. I must banish you to the Avicii hell of the 6 paths of reincarnation. A colossal pressure crushed down, tearing the very earth apart beneath Tuthong. Heh. Avicii hell? I have lived there for years. Save your cheap tricks. Tuthong struggled to his feet. Is this formation all you have? Let me show you what true hell looks like. Before Anop could react, Tuthong shattered the suppression and lunged forward. 5 elements hell array, activate. Cold sweat poured down Anop's face. Impossible. How could my god-tier formation crumble in a single blow? Tuthong descended from the heavens above him, his long sword poised for the kill. Let me tell you, you are no god, and your magic is nothing but a child's drawing. If you have no new tricks, then it is my turn. A phantom red dragon roared into existence around him. Forbidden spell, Asura magma strike. Anop countered. Cloud riding defense. The 2 powers collided violently. Ugh, Vajra shield, Asura glacial bind. Chains erupted, locking Anop in place. Golden lock formation, seal. An instant later, a deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. The barrier shattered into dust. Anop screamed in terror. No, alien god, save me. His body began to disintegrate into light, leaving Tuthong stunned. Huh? He suddenly vanished? Did an S-rank alien intervene? In my past life, humanity was wiped out shortly after the S-ranks appeared, so I rarely encountered them. I have no idea what species or power I am dealing with. But before he could process it, a familiar voice cried out from behind. Son, save me! Tuthong whipped around, his blood running cold. His father was being strangled by Anop. Stop right there, or I will kill him. Surrender now, Nam Tuthang. It is rare for the alien god to praise someone like you. Just submit, and the alien god will spare your lives. Nam Son Hung cried out again, Son, help me. Meanwhile, Tan An, Thuk, and Tutue were fighting for their lives against a swarm of horror bugs, their shields barely holding back the parasitic sea cleansing. Suddenly, Anop roared across the battlefield. Silence, or the old man dies right now. Tutu spun around, her eyes widening in panic. Oh no, that is the benefactor's father. That split second of distraction cost them dearly. The monsters struck, shattering their shields and sending them flying backward. Ugh. Seeing the danger, So Thien reacted instantly, weaving a spatial circle to teleport them to safety. Once safe, Nam Tusa quickly rushed over. Sister Nam, I know what to do. Summoning her willow branch spirit, she declared, I will stall that guardian. You find a way to coordinate with Brother Nam to save him. Chu Tian locked eyes with the colossal phantom, his voice thundering through the void. Spatial teleportation. Before the enemy could even process the shift, a vortex swirled open, dragging him helplessly into the abyss. I cannot protect you right now, Chu Tian roared, his power flaring. Get back. Scram at least 100 miles away from me, now. Meanwhile, the battlefield trembled elsewhere. Chu Xinghe and Gu Changge stood back to back, facing an enemy whose pressure weighed down like a mountain. Killing intent sharpened his gaze like a blade. He shouted to his allies, do not waver, focus on the battle before you. Put your faith in Nan Zisheng's victory. Gu Changge unleashed his energy, binding the phantom's massive arm in a vice grip. I don't need your lectures, he spat back. Worry about your own survival. You wretched old ghost. Never expect me to lose focus. A mocking smirk curled on his lips. Now speak. What exactly is that pathetic excuse for a divine whip? Isn't it a little too short? He taunted. You can't even touch us with that toy. Enraged, Deepak exploded with fury, charging forward. Insolent brat. How dare you insult a divine artifact? The scene shifted to Lan Changkong, where the heat was becoming unbearable. A colossal wave of flames roared toward him. Acting fast, he summoned a barrier of water to intercept the blast. Shiva's punishment, the karmic fire lotus. Yet, witnessing this apocalyptic power, fear was nowhere to be found in his eyes. It is merely fire mixed with poison, he scoffed. Why put on such a holy act for something so basic? I am the chosen firefighter. Extinguishing flames is my profession. He unleashed his counterattack. Boundless ocean. Seeing the chaos around him and no one paying attention, Anop's patience snapped. He tightened his grip, his voice dripping with malice. Do you truly not fear that I will slaughter him right here? He turned his glare toward Nan Zisheng. Nan Zisheng, if you do not kneel and submit this instant, I will end his life without hesitation. The young hero remained terrifyingly calm. Father, he asked, his voice steady, I need to confirm one thing. Do you truly wish for me to kneel to save your life? Nan Shanhyung's face went pale as a sheet, cold sweat pouring down his skin. What? What sort of question is that? Of course I do. I am your father, he screamed desperately. Do you really want to watch me die right in front of your eyes? Suddenly, Chu Tian descended from the heavens. Brother Nan, I can try to divert Uncle Nan's captor, he whispered urgently, but there are risks. You will have to endure the consequences. Nan Zisheng shot him a glance, cutting him off instantly. No need. Your mission is to protect my little sister and the others. I will save father myself, Zisheng declared. Just teleport me to him, as close as you can get. The young girl nearby nodded firmly. Understood. Seeing them whispering, Anop's anxiety spiked. Nan Zisheng, he warned darkly. I advise you not to try any cheap tricks. I can end him in a single breath. Zisheng looked up, his expression unreadable. Tricks? What could I possibly do? But before the words even faded, his afterimage dissolved. In a split second, he materialized directly behind the enemy. I am simply saving my good father. Without a shred of hesitation, Nan Zisheng swung his blade. A clean, decisive slash cut through them both. The illusion shattered as they screamed in agony. Why? How did you know? Because, Zisheng replied coldly. You underestimated the old man. His eyes narrowed. Now, S-rank shapeshifter. Isn't it time you revealed your true form? Realizing his disguise was useless, the creature shed its skin. The vile alien entity finally revealed its grotesque appearance to the world. The creature stared at Nan Zisheng, baffled. I was told humans value kinship above all else, it rasped. Yet you faced your father's plea for help with such indifference? Was my performance flawed? Zisheng looked down at the monster with pity. A race, born without emotions, will never understand what it means to be human. The alien hissed, its voice grating. Compared to those hypocritical Buddhas, I actually had high hopes for you joining us. Consider this, the final mercy I offer to a bug like you. Once you miss this, disrespecting the villain's monologue, Zisheng launched himself like a fired arrow. No need, just die. The impact was instantaneous, tearing the alien's body asunder. A trembling, guttural voice echoed from the remains. Truly. A stubborn little insect. Then do not blame me for using the cruelest method to break you. Nan Zisheng didn't even blink. Shut your mouth. He slashed again, targeting the limb. Magma slash. Zisheng laughed loudly, mocking his foe. It seems your only talent is shapeshifting and cheap parlor tricks. Your actual offense and defense are pathetic. Those Buddhas fell because of their own greed. But my will is iron, and my determination will be your end. Yet, the alien refused to accept defeat. Nan Zisheng. I still do not believe it. There is no way you are indifferent to your father's life and death. If the previous one was a fake, then this time, I will show you reality. The words hit Zisheng like a physical blow. He froze, his eyes widening in sudden horror. Memories flooded his mind, dragging him into the past. Vivid images of days long gone flashed before his eyes. A younger Nan Zisheng cradled a baby in his arms, his face soft with love. I'm sorry, my love. I returned late. You have suffered so much, but there is good news. We have claimed victory over the three kingdoms. Our borders will be safe from their harassment for years to come. His mother smiled gently. What should we name our son? How about Nan Zisheng? A name for a victor. Time flowed like a river. The boy grew, but the world was harsh. He ran home one day, tears streaming down his face. Father, sniff, the bad kids, they bullied me, he sobbed uncontrollably. His father looked at him sternly. Did you strike back? They were taller, stronger. There were too many of them, he wailed. I was too scared. Nan Zisheng sat down, gripping his son's shoulders firmly, cutting off the excuses. So you gave up to fear before you even fought back? You just cried? His father's eyes bore into him. Tell me, son, did begging for mercy make them stop hitting you? Zisheng wiped his tears and whispered, No, they just keep bullying me. His father sighed, his voice stern but not without warmth. Listen to me, son. Next time, don't be afraid. Fight back. Even if you can't beat the whole pack, latch onto one of them and bite down hard. Put your life on the line. Following his father's command, the fear vanished. Young Zisheng fought back with the ferocity of a wild beast. Is Nan Zisheng crazy? The bullies screamed. Let him go. Save me. He's lost his mind. Panic erupted as the once timid boy refused to let go. Watching from the shadows, Nan Zisheng smiled with grim satisfaction. That's my boy. They won't dare look you in the eye again. Later, as Zisheng applied salve to his father's wounds, he asked a question. Father, you are so strong. Why do you let them hurt you like this? The older man hissed in pain as the medicine touched his skin. Silly brat. Getting out with just a few scars instead of losing my head? That's what I call a victory. His expression darkened. Do you think war is like those fairy tales you read? The battlefield is hell. Sacrifice isn't just possible, it's inevitable. A comrade of mine was captured. He became a prisoner of war. And I had to kill him with my own hands. The memory shifted to a news broadcast. Hello, Mr. Nan Zisheng. We heard you immediately signed up when the veteran recall order was issued. On screen, he replied stoically, It is a responsibility I cannot refuse. Back in the present, Nan Zisheng's eyes burned with hatred. How do you know these memories? The xeno-race creature smirked. Because these thoughts come directly from your father's mind. You pathetic insects. Killing me would be easy for you, wouldn't it? He snapped his fingers, and a shadowy illusion rose from the ground behind him. But the figure caught in the shadow's grip was none other than Nan Zisheng. Blood dripped from his lips as he cried out, Son! The alien threw the battered man to the ground. Don't misunderstand. I didn't inflict these wounds. He did this to himself on the front lines. In fact, you could say I saved him. As the words left the creature's mouth, Nan Zisheng's body convulsed, letting out a gut-wrenching scream. Now, it's his turn to repay the favor. Su Leng's voice suddenly cut through the comms. Captain of Defense Line Number 5 just confirmed Nan Zisheng is officially missing in action. Nan Zisheng replied coldly, Understood. He looked up. His father was now completely under the alien's control. I have merged with his blood, the creature gloated. I am your father, and he is me. Release me, and you save him. Kill me, and you kill him. Nan Zisheng, can you really bring yourself to strike? Zisheng stood frozen, silence stretching like a taut wire as his mind raced. Seeing the hesitation, the creature grew arrogant, convinced of its safety. It let out a twisted laugh. Ha! Humans really are born weak, shackled by useless emotions. Since you can't act, I'll be taking my leave. The creature prepared the earth escape technique. Suddenly, Zisheng spoke, his voice trembling. Father, what should I do? Through the alien's mouth, Nan Zisheng's true voice forced its way out. Son, save me, the alien gasped. What? How do you still have consciousness? Before the creature could finish, Zisheng erupted with a blood-red inferno. Old man, stop acting. Magma forbidden spell. The giant shadow was engulfed in flames, shrieking in agony. Arg! Why? The alien inside Nan Zisheng's distorted body couldn't understand. He said the exact words I simulated earlier. Words to trick you. You knew he was real this time. What is wrong with you humans? Meanwhile, Nan Zisheng used her holy light to heal the injured squad members. Chu Tian turned to the group. Brother Nan can summon spirits. Why doesn't he just summon Uncle Nan back right now? A female companion answered quietly. I think it's the same reason he refuses to summon anyone who died on the Xeno battlefield. She gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with sorrow. He wants them to rest. He hopes that when the war finally ends, he can give them a proper reunion. If he summons them now, they could die again on the battlefield. And a spirit that dies twice faces eternal oblivion. Nothing remains. The young girl sighed. He always tries to carry the weight of the world on his own shoulders. There's just no changing him. Frustrated, she stomped on the alien bugs scuttling on the ground. Speaking of which, these things are impossible to kill. Sui Sui immediately launched a barrage of attacks to exterminate the stubborn pests. Let me handle it. Suddenly, a figure charged in, roaring. You bastards! Where is my general technique? Where did you hide it? Sui Sui turned to Qin Ying. Brother, we can't wait for others to wipe our butts for us. He urged the team to clean up the battlefield. Apart from the chaos, Nan Zisheng stood silent, watching the vengeful spirit fade away. A portal opened, and Zhang Yuan stepped through, carrying supplies. Sun's up, time to eat. Seeing her, Su Chang'e ran over to help. Huh? This early? You really are dedicated to your job, she shrugged. It's the only skill I have. If I don't work hard, I'll get fired, won't I? Wasting no time, they headed toward the rest of the squad. Everyone, come get your food. Chu Tian, go call Su Leng and Zhao Keir. Breakfast is ready. The girl nodded energetically. On it. The scene shifts to Zisheng, staring at the pile of ash and dust on the ground. His heart clenches in a vice grip of agony. He whispers, his voice trembling, Please, plant a tree right here where my father rests. If not, I am terrified I will never be able to find him again. Tan Yingxi, watching with deep concern, nods solemnly. Consider it done. Engulfed in roaring flames, the alien creature lets out a final, guttural scream. Arg! Why? Even if I told you the truth, you lower life forms would never comprehend it. This is exactly why you humans multiply like vermin. Suddenly, Tan Yingxi interrupts the dying, rambling, standing tall beside the pyre. Save your breath, you rotten old man. A faint memory echoes. You brat. Your old man will be waiting to reunite with you. Seeing Nan Zisheng completely reduced to ashes, Zisheng can no longer hold back. He drops to his knees, wailing in despair. I swear to you, he screams, his voice tearing through the smoke. One day, I will make sure we are all reunited with Grandma. But, for now, please, just sleep. Take a deep, long rest. Wait for me to finish cleaning up this hellscape. I will come to take you home, and we will eat all your favorite meals together. Meanwhile, on Nan Zisheng's side, there is no time for grief, as the swarm of insects multiplies endlessly. Get the hell out of here, you parasites. Chu Tian grits her teeth, shouting through tears. I am sorry. Uncle Nan, I am so sorry. We are just a burden to everyone, she sobs while blasting the insects away, but is immediately cut off. This has nothing to do with any of you. This was the decision made by my brother and father. I understand everything happening here. It is just hard to suppress my emotions like my brother does. Let people laugh if they want, but do not waste your pity on me. Zisheng snaps. He descends into madness. Unleashing a barrage of devastating attacks, he activates Hell on Earth and the Dragon Wind technique. His eyes flash with a terrifying crimson light as he roars, Clean up. Standing silently behind him, Lan Changkong watches the carnage unfold. Now, only the stoic brothers remain on this side. Su Chang'e steps forward, suggesting, perhaps we should go over there and assist them? Chu Xinghe raises a hand to stop him. No need. They must walk this path to grow stronger on their own. Seeing the tide turn against them, Raj turns to flee in terror, cold sweat drenching his back. Damn it all, the squad has been annihilated. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupts from behind. Stand still! Where do you think you are running? As he dashes away, Raj desperately throws out a swarm of parasitic beetles. Tan Yingxi does not hesitate. He counters with parasitic seeds of his own. The seeds latch onto the bugs, tightening their grip, using evil karma to fuel the cycle of samsara. He gives Raj absolutely no chance to escape. Tan Yingxi summons vines laced with alloy thorns to bind him tight. Raj screams in agony as he crashes down, wailing in absolute despair. Why? Why did the Buddha not save me? From Raj's corpse, a massive ancient tree instantly sprouts, towering towards the sky. Sui Sui stands before the grim sight, answering his final question. I believe it is because Buddha only saves those who save themselves. Back at Zisheng's position, he commands the resentful spirits with a booming voice. If you seek liberation, I will give you one chance. Rise up and march to the 5th defense line. Use your undead souls to atone for your sins. I use my Buddha nature to save the world, and the world helps me escape the cycle of reincarnation. And turns back, panic rising. My Dharma aspect. It disappeared. Why? Chu Xinghe explains coldly. What you call a Dharma aspect is merely a false illusion created by the alien race. Wake up. Your so-called alien gods are all dead. The enemy shrieks in denial. No, that is impossible. On Lan Chongkong's side, the suppression is absolute. It is truly bizarre. Why did the enemy, once stripped of their avatar, become exactly like a fearful human? Before, they seemed so brave, yet now they cower in cowardice? But Su Chang'e refuses to let this opportunity slip by. Pal sneers. It is because they were blinded by evil arts, deluding themselves into believing they were gods. What a joke. Forget all the fancy moves. True power comes from stimulating one's own potential. The result? Their illusions have shattered, their faith has collapsed. In an instant, they realized they are nothing. They are terrified. As the saying goes, stupidity leads to death. The words barely land before a strike pierces Anop's chest. Deepak is also obliterated, leaving no corpse behind. The old man's body is sliced into countless fragments. Blood sprays through the air like a macabre fountain. With the slaughter finished, Zisheng's group stands in silence, gazing at the tree Tan Yingxi planted. Sitting nearby, Su Chang'e watches over them with a calm gaze. He turns to Chu Tian. If we do not eat now, the food will go cold. Chu Tian, teleport them over here. It is time for a meal. The young girl nods obediently. Yes, sir. Some time passes, and finally, everyone is seated together. Zhang Yuan hands a lunchbox to Zisheng. Captain, let's eat. Zisheng whispers, thank you. Su Chang'e places a chicken leg in his bowl with a smile. Iron is hard, but rice is steel. You need strength. Chu Tian does the same, sharing her food with Nan Zisheng. Suddenly, the whole team moves in unison, piling food high into Zisheng's bowl as a silent gesture of comfort. Witnessing this, a wave of emotion washes over him. He cannot let them down. He begins to eat. Su Chang'e urges him on. Don't just stare at it. Eat up. Only when you are full can you get back to work. A quiet moment passes until the meal is done. They place the empty lunchboxes on the ground, the silence heavy but shared. Zisheng looks towards Su Leng, who is sitting beside him. Su Leng, I need you to recompile the alien library and share it with the soldiers on the 5th defense line in real time. Take this down. S-class alien, 2nd demon, special characteristics, illusion creation, shape-shifting, and the ability to possess living hosts. Listen closely. Their physical defense is pitiful, but do not underestimate their illusions. And hear this. If a comrade or loved one gets possessed, do not hesitate. Strike them down instantly. She acknowledged the order with a steely gaze, but before another word could be spoken, a red alert screamed through the comms. Catastrophe at the 5th defense line. An S-rank entity has descended the Sonic Bat King. The front lines are already drowning in blood. Rumor has it, this beast hails from the fallen kingdom of Shunqi. Its arrival confirms a terrifying truth. This monster was the architect of that nation's destruction. Su Leng didn't even get the chance to respond. Above their heads, space tore apart. The void gate had opened, dumping a horde of rank A monstrosities right on top of them. From the gaping maw of the portal, nightmares poured forth. A swarm of grotesque beasts flooded the area, hungry for carnage. Zisheng rose to his feet, his expression unshakable. Chu Tian, you're with me. We're heading to the 5th line to provide backup. The rest of you, slaughter every last rank A filth here. Meanwhile, the 5th defense line had become a living hell of smoke and fire. Portals ripped open across the sky like weeping wounds. Enemies rained down, turning the ground into a symphony of explosions. On the Forbidden Spell battlefield, the situation was dire. One-eyed rank A abominations marched alongside colossal four-armed beasts. In the beast-tide sector, berserk gorillas were tearing through the ranks. They dominated the fray, crushing everything in their path. The undead battlefield was no less brutal. Lethal techniques flashed, lone blade assault clashed against 18 wooden hands in a dance of death. Suddenly, the atmosphere warped. A terrifying ripple descended from the heavens, forcing even the rampaging gorillas to look up in confusion. But comprehension came too late. In a split second, their massive bodies were shredded into nothingness. Commander Wang watched in horror. The invisible force swept through, staggering the soldiers. No enemy in sight. No sound to be heard. What kind of ghostly attack is this? He felt his own internal energy boiling, threatening to detonate. "Calm your mind," he screamed internally. "Silence the heart. Sink into the abyss." Regaining his focus, Commander Wang pointed toward the horizon. "Trace the trajectory. The attack is coming from that black cloud in the distance. 10,000 steel eagles. Hear my command. Charge, tear that cloud apart." But as the veil lifted, despair set in. It wasn't a cloud. It was a colossal Bat King. The commander gasped. "A bat-type Xenerace? Frequencies beyond human hearing. It's a sonic assault. It resonates with our energy cores to trigger self-destruction. This damage output, it's undeniable rank S power." Knowing they faced slaughter, Commander Wang roared. "All units, fall back. Retreat to the underground bunkers. Preserve your strength." And someone get a message to Zisheng immediately. Meanwhile, deep within the slaughterhouse, the trio continued their frenzy. Since awakening the necromancer talent, their blade work had become a blur. "Look at this speed. We're slaughtering machines now. I never dreamed I could wield this kind of power. Who says the old can't fight? We're in our prime." But outside, the nightmare escalated. The sonic waves intensified to a crushing pitch. The invisible pressure brought the army to its knees. Soldiers clutched their heads, screaming as their minds threatened to shatter. The tide of battle had turned completely. Humanity was helpless. High above, the Bat King opened its maw, unleashing a devastating blast. Just then, heroic arrivals. Zisheng and Chu Tian burst onto the scene. Zisheng analyzed instantly. "Sonic waves? Is that your trick? This ends now. I need to nullify the sound to save the city." He channeled his power and shouted, "Forbidden element. Great soundless domain." Instantly, a shimmering barrier materialized. A 500-kilometer zone of absolute silence. Established. System alert. High-tier forbidden spell activated. Cost, 100,000 points. Remaining balance, 500,000 points. A heavy price, but worth every point. Commander Wang felt the pressure vanish. The sonic attack. "It's gone. It's Zisheng." He drew his weapon. "Soldiers, the tide has turned. Charge." Freed from the torturous sound, the soldiers gasped for air. They looked to the sky, awe returning to their eyes. What just happened? I thought my head was going to pop. A powerhouse. Someone god-tier has descended upon the fifth line. Don't just stand there. Let's get to the front and witness this. High in the air, Zisheng locked eyes with the beast. "Chu Tian, warp me right into its face. I'm taking it down." Behind him, she nodded firmly. On it, space bent around him. In a heartbeat, the portal deposited him within striking distance of the Bat King. Zisheng unleashed a lethal slash, but the creature was a blur. It dodged the strike with terrifying agility. Fast, too fast. Fine, let's speed things up. He switched tactics. Forbidden spell. Woodbind. Forbidden spell. Thunder. Massive wooden roots erupted from the void to snare the beast. Simultaneously, Zisheng called down the wrath of the heavens. Thunder slash. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky, aiming for the kill. Yet, the Bat King weaved through the storm, untouched. Not a single scratch. It's outrunning lightning itself? Zisheng grit his teeth. Standard attacks won't even graze this monster. Suddenly, the Bat King hovered in place. It turned its grotesque gaze toward Zisheng and opened its mouth wide. Boom! A beam of condensed darkness exploded from its throat, rocketing toward him. Death was inches away, but Zisheng reacted. With a roar, he swung his blade, slicing directly into the abyss of darkness. Light forbidden spell, shatter this darkness for me. But in his desperation, he missed the critical opening. A presence colder than death materialized instantly behind him. The anomaly's eyes blazed like infernal pits. Before Zisheng could react, a sonic shockwave of apocalyptic force slammed into him, launching his body through the air like a rag doll. Forbidden spell, sound elimination. It was a single target spell, utterly useless against this overwhelming power. He needed a combination. He had to find the limit, the perfect synergy to unleash true devastation. Desperation fueled his hands. He cast spell after spell, stacking the soundproofing layers. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000, 10,000. 100 million times. Yet, it was like trying to hold back the ocean with a sheet of paper. Zisheng gritted his teeth, forced to retreat. To nullify a sonic attack of this magnitude, he would need a multiplier of at least 100 million active constantly, but his reserves were critically low. The remaining source stones could only fuel 4 billion more spells. He could not win a war of attrition against this monster. Suddenly, Chu Tian materialized from the shadows, her voice trembling. "Brother Sheng, the blast radius. It is too massive." She looked down in horror at the city below. The defensive barrier was warping under the pressure. The soundproofing layer was stretched too thin. It was on the verge of shattering completely. Seeing the imminent catastrophe, Zisheng pointed downward, his voice thundering. "Green forbidden spell. Soundproofing. Amplify 3 billion times." With the barrier temporarily reinforced, he turned his sharp gaze to the girl. "Keep moving. We cannot stay here. Chu Tian, teleport us both away from the 5th battlefield. Now." "Understood," she cried out. But fate was cruel. Before the magic could leave her fingertips, the winged nightmare appeared behind her. A ghost of pure malice. A point-blank sonic cannon blasted into her small frame. She plummeted from the sky, agony twisting her face as blood sprayed from her lips in a tragic mist. As she fell helplessly through the air, massive wooden roots erupted from the void, coiling around her body to catch her. Wood forbidden spell, canopy guard. Zisheng lowered her gently toward the commander. "Commander Wang, protect Chu Tian. Do not let her leave the soundproof barrier." With her safety secured, his eyes snapped back to the anomaly, burning with cold fury. Sound forbidden spell. Amplify 100 million times. Sound elimination. As he chanted, he unleashed a torrent of lethal sword slashes. If physical attacks failed, and interference failed, he would use the enemy's own weapon against them. Hovering high above the chaos, Zisheng poured every ounce of his soul into the counteroffensive, fighting to reflect the anomaly's sonic destruction. The effect was slight, but it was working. He didn't hesitate. He chained the attacks, weaving a symphony of destruction. Green forbidden spell, sonic wave attack, amplify 100 million times. The beast tasted its own medicine. The reflected blast slammed into it, knocking the creature backward. It opened its grotesque maw, letting out a shriek of pure misery. One of its ears burst from the pressure. Fire and hatred erupted in its eyes. It was hurt. The strategy was working, but the monster's rage only fueled its power. It conjured a blinding purple sphere of concentrated energy. It aimed straight for Zisheng, intending to vaporize him instantly. But Zisheng would not give it the satisfaction. Sonic convergence, directional forbidden spell, amplify 100 million times, he fired back. But the disparity in raw power was heartbreaking. The beast was simply too strong. The impact sent Zisheng flying backward, his defenses crumbling. He roared, "Vine shield, source stones remaining. 150 trillion. A massive tree trunk caught him, halting his momentum just before he crashed. He gasped for breath, his mind racing. Directional sonic wave at 100 million magnification, and it was like throwing a pebble into the sea. My current resources can only maintain 1.5 billion spells. I cannot gamble on defense. I need a single, decisive strike to end this. Generating sonic energy from nothing was too costly. But what if he didn't create it? What if he used the forbidden spells to convert existing ambient sound into a weapon? Sitting here thinking would only lead to death. Zisheng made his choice. He launched himself like a bullet toward the anomaly, screaming, "Conversion forbidden spell." The beast fired another blast, but this time, the energy twisted. The attack reflected instantly, shredding the creature's own wings. "Just a mosquito bite to you?" Zisheng smirked as the beast flinched. Taking advantage of the confusion, he dove straight down toward the city. "That is right. My voice alone has limits. But what if I channel the voices of billions of great Xia citizens?" Sensing the shift in the battle, the anomaly went berserk, trying to pursue, but it was too late. "Break!" Zisheng commanded. Commander Wang looked up, terror in his eyes as Zisheng landed. "Zisheng, is it over? Can we not hold?" Zisheng's expression was grim. "Sound elimination spell, boosted to 500 million. The soundproof barrier will collapse in 10 seconds. Order every citizen in the city to scream at the top of their lungs. Right now." The commander didn't understand the science, but he understood the urgency. Understood. He grabbed the communicator, his voice trembling with authority. "Great Xia is in peril. I beg of you, every citizen, every soul, scream with me." Commander Wang gave them the rallying cry, the heartbeat of their nation. "Great Xia will prevail." Hearing this, the people did not hesitate. "Great Xia will prevail." From every corner of the war zone, a tsunami of human voices erupted, shaking the very heavens. "Great Xia will prevail. Great Xia will prevail." Even the spirits of the fallen and Zisheng's shadow soldiers joined the roar, creating a weapon of sound that would pierce the sky. The soldiers didn't need to be told twice. They roared, pouring every ounce of their soul and vitality into the formation. "Glory to Huaxia! Victory is absolute. Absorbing this torrent of hope and willpower, Zisheng felt his strength surge. The tides of battle were finally turning in his favor. He raised his blade to the heavens, the forbidden spell devouring the energy greedily. But just then, the aberrant bat descendant descended with killing intent. It unleashed a devastating sonic boom that ripped through the air. Directional sonic blast. But Zisheng refused to yield. A crimson dragon avatar materialized behind him, soaring to meet the challenge. The forbidden spell converted the sonic energy instantly. Power accumulation. 1 billion points. The aberrant bat shrieked, unleashing a second wave of apocalyptic power. Directional sonic wave. The two catastrophic forces rushed at each other like moths drawn to a dying flame, the distance closing in a heartbeat. At point-blank range, the crimson dragon tore its maw open. Red lightning crackled as it roared the soldier's conviction. Huaxia shall prevail. The sheer pressure of the sonic counterattack shattered the beast's spirit. For the first time, the monster knew fear, scrambling backward in terror. Too late, its body crumbled under the pressure as the dragon coiled around it, crushing its bones. Zisheng's eyes flashed cold. Listen well, this is the dragon's roar of Huaxia. Repent for your arrogance, kneel before the strength of humanity. The dragon unleashed a point-blank roar directly into the creature's auditory canals, a sound not of this world, designed to liquidate the brain. It couldn't withstand the vibration. With a sickening pop, the aberrant's body exploded into black dust. The nightmare was finally over. Zisheng exhaled a long, shaky breath, gazing up at the clearing sky. Phew. But there is no time to rest. I must return to the Void Gate to stop the Sonic Bat Legion from teleporting. Commander, if an S rank appears here, alert me instantly. Commander Wang saluted sharply. Understood. Zisheng turned his gaze to the unconscious girl in his arms. Chu Tian, are you with me? Can you open a gate to Anla Sanctuary? Hearing his voice, she fought through the darkness. Her trembling hand rose, pointing to the side. I can do it, she whispered, summoning a portal. But the effort drained her last drop of vitality. Her hand dropped as consciousness slipped away again. Chu Tian. Zisheng grit his teeth. No time for words. He scooped her up and dashed into the portal. Hang on. I'm getting you to a healer right now. Meanwhile, outside the Void Gate, the battle raged on. Chu Xinghe unleashed his signature technique, tearing through the mob of monsters. Killing domain. Su Chang'e wasn't lagging behind, his blade weaving a net of death around the A-rank aberrations. Just a few turtles left? Useless hard shells. Can't even make a decent soup out of them, he scoffed. Nearby, Lan Changkong summoned a colossus of hydro energy. A massive water tornado swept across the battlefield, devouring everything in its path. I underestimated you lot before, but I am not the weakling I was yesterday. The Sui brothers moved in perfect synchronization. Their wood element exploded forth, summoning titanic vines that constricted the snake-like aberrations. Heavenly prison bind. The vines tightened until bones snapped. Moments later, the last of the alien invaders lay dead. Ha! Finally. Su Chang'e wiped sweat from his brow. All that energy spent. I feel like my last meal was a waste. Starving again. Chu Xinghe frowned, looking south. I wonder how Zisheng is doing. Lan Changkong shrugged. No news is good news. True enough, Su Chang'e agreed. But their respite was cut short. The sky ripped open once more. Another void gate materialized. Chu Xinghe looked up, his eyes narrowing. Wait a second. The Void Gate stopped sending A ranks for a moment. Is there a pattern to the spawn times and creature types? Oh ho? Su Chang'e smirked. Sharp eyes, brother. You might be onto something. He tapped his comms. Su Leng, record the exact interval of every teleportation wave and the rank of the beasts. We need data. Roger that. Su Leng's voice crackled back from her vantage point. But before they could analyze further, the new gate pulsated. A vile mixture of black and green miasma poured out like a waterfall from hell. The corruption spread with terrifying speed, suffocating the light. Su Chang'e's face went pale. Holy, what the hell is that thing? Back at the Anla Sanctuary, Zisheng burst into the medical wing with Chu Tian. The room froze. Chen Liani gasped, her eyes going wide. She's critical. Get her on the bed, now. I'll grab the new regenerative serum I synthesized. Seeing Chu Tian's deathly pale face, panic flared in Chen Liani's chest. She didn't hesitate, prying the girl's mouth open and pouring the potion down her throat. This medicine is gentle, but it takes time to circulate, she explained rapidly. Her internal organs have taken massive damage. Even when she wakes up, her spiritual channels are fried. She won't be using her powers anytime soon. Suddenly, Su Leng's voice pierced the air. Captain! Emergency! A new S-rank aberration has emerged at the Void Gate. Abilities unknown. Zisheng stood up instantly. I'm on my way. Captain, wait! Su Leng shouted. Chu Xinghe told me to stop you. He said, "Believe in us." He said if they can't even handle this level of threat, they don't deserve to stand by your side as teammates. The captain carries a far heavier burden. Su Leng's voice trembles with panic. The report is catastrophic. America has fallen. An army of traitorous espers follows the S-rank calamity, the Sky Ripper. They are marching on Defense Line 5. Impact expected in 5 hours. Zisheng feels the weight of the world crushing him. He stares at Chu Tian, lying unconscious on the hospital bed, her eyes seemingly sealed shut. After the battle with the Sonic King, my reserves are empty. Without origin stones to power the Forbidden Array, I can't control the undead or beasts. Only Asura remains, but he is too weak. Great Sia's stockpile is critically low. To replenish, we would have to hunt beyond the borders. Without a teleportation gate, that is impossible in this time frame. Suddenly, Xiaonan rushes in, clutching a small vial. I developed a stimulant last night. It triggers an explosive burst of stamina instantly, but Chen Lianyi forbade it. The cost is too high. It burns away life force as fuel. For the healthy, it is a desperate last resort, but in her condition, the damage would be irreversible. Zisheng's expression darkens. Agreed. I cannot sacrifice a 9-year-old child like that. I will summon the falcon instead. We will move slowly, step by step. Defeated, Xiaonan tucks the vial away. I'm sorry. I will find another way. Before the words settle, Chu Tian forces herself up. Her frail body shudders violently. Let me do it. Zisheng rushes to her side. Chu Tian, you're awake. But he cannot let her throw her life away. Hush now. You're dreaming. Everything you heard was just a nightmare. She cuts him off. Brother Nan, you are a terrible liar. And I am not a toddler you can soothe with sweet words. Her face grows paler by the second, draining of blood. Panic rises in Zisheng's chest. Chu Tian, that is an order. Do not be reckless. She manages a weak smile. Brother Nan, have you forgotten? I once pretended to be mute just to follow you. With a thought, she uses telekinesis to pull the pill through the air. I have always been a willful child. Why would I stop now? You know me best, Brother Nan. War waits for no one. Before he can react, she throws the pill into her mouth. The effect is instantaneous. Her back arches violently, throwing her off the bed. A scream of pure agony tears from her throat. Her eyes roll back, leaving only the whites. Zisheng screams her name in terror. Suddenly, her small hands clamp onto his face, silencing him. She hops off the bed, landing lightly. The weakness is gone. Brother Nan, I am overflowing with energy. I have never felt power like this before. We must go now, before it fades. Zisheng searches her eyes. Chu Tian, are you truly all right? More than all right, she vows. Forget crossing borders. Right now, I could carry you off Blue Star itself. Hearing this, he turns to Xiaonan. Give me some of those pills too. She nods. On it. Chen Lianyi interjects. If you must do this, take extra healing potions. It might mitigate the backlash. He nods grimly. Understood. Before they can depart, Zhang Yuan enters, carrying 2 steaming bowls. If you must go, fill your stomachs first. I cooled it down. It is ready to eat. They take the bowls, gratitude in their eyes, and down them in one go. Thank you. Don't mention it. Meanwhile, at the Void Gate, Su Changge's team faces a nightmare made flesh. Chu Xinghe speaks. I kept Zisheng away for a reason. This S-rank monstrosity is ours to handle. Su Changge steps forward. No problem. It hasn't shown its true power yet, only size. Let's test the waters. I'll use the puppets to probe its weakness. Shadows erupt from him. Rise, my legion. Without hesitation, the puppet swarm charges the grotesque abomination, intent on slaughter. But before they can even strike, the monster's aura devours them. Flesh melts instantly. Just bones left? Is it acid? The puppets wither away, reduced to dry husks in seconds. It can even corrode my shadow constructs? Seeing the danger, Chu Xinghe slashes the control threads. Danger, cut the link. Su Changge stumbles back. Damn, sorry, I lost focus. If it's corrosion, we must stop it from spreading before we can move. Su Changge turns to Lan Changkong. Look at that decay rate. Your sword won't work here. And the wood user is useless against this. Old Lan, unleash your hydro arts, now! Chu Xinghe shouted. Lan Changkong blinked, confused for a split second. Old Lan? Is that my nickname? There was no time for banter. The situation was critical. Infinite Ocean, Aqua Cube. Lan Changkong roared, abandoning the conversation to cast his ultimate technique. In a heartbeat, the liquid prison solidified, encasing the monstrous beast in a tomb of glacial ice. Silence fell over the battlefield, but the victory was short-lived. Before they could even exhale, cracks spider-webbed across the surface, and the ice shattered explosively. The monstrosity surged toward them like a tidal wave of death, its speed defying its massive size. It was crashing down on them. Defense formation. The Sui brothers stepped forward, their twin energies merging into a colossal barrier to shield the team. Reinforce. Thickness to 10 meters. 50. 100 meters. Yet, under the beast's corrosive assault, the shield groaned. Fissures appearing with thunderous cracks. "Brother, we can't hold this. It is tearing right through us," they screamed, desperately pouring mana to repair the crumbling wall. Chu Xinghe glanced back, his mind racing. Lan Changkong's aqua cube is dissolving, but it hasn't vanished, Chu Xinghe analyzed. It is still restricting the beast's expansion. Defense is holding barely. Now, we need an offense. We must identify its weakness immediately. Water restricts its movement, Chu Xinghe continued. But what about fire? Lan Changkong shook his head grimly. We have no pyro users among us. Qin Yingxi interjected, eyes lighting up. I can cultivate highly flammable spirit flora. We just need a spark to ignite them. Chu Xinghe gripped his blade, eyes narrowing. My sword intent can generate the friction needed. Let's combine our arts. Synergy ignited. Without wasting another breath, the duo launched themselves out of the barrier and into the fray. Standing atop a surging vine, Chu Xinghe channeled his chi, his blade humming. Sword art. Friction clash. A blinding spark erupted, setting the roots ablaze as they pierced the abomination's flesh like flaming spears. But the inferno failed. Instead of burning, the beast's body split and multiplied. Cellular fission? The group gasped in horror. It regenerates by dividing. Before Chu Xinghe could retreat, a massive explosion rocked the air, blasting him backward like a ragdoll. As he tumbled through the air, he saw the nightmare pursuing him, blobs of corrosive sludge locking onto his position. Gotcha. Su Changge's puppet strings lashed out at the last second, reeling Chu Xinghe to safety just as the acid rain hit. Incoming. Lan Changkong raised a hydro wall to deflect the splash damage. Chu Xinghe, report. Status? I'm alive, he grit out. But nearby, the Sui brothers were reaching their breaking point, their bodies trembling violently from exertion. The corrosion is outpacing our regeneration speed, one brother cried. The barrier is about to collapse. Chu Xinghe turned to the water mage. Lan, can you manipulate that black rain? Impossible, Lan replied, sweat beading on his forehead. That isn't water, it is liquid fission material. I cannot control it. However, I can still manipulate the water mixed within it. Chu Xinghe nodded. Fire can trigger a detonation to slow it down, but we need a direct hit to the core. If we can bypass the outer corrosion layer and ignite the core from the inside, Chu Xinghe theorized, we can turn the tide. Su Changge rubbed his chin, a dangerous glint in his eye as the plan formed. Bypass the layer? Space element, Nan Zisheng realized. She clutched a spatial bubble artifact left by Chu Tian. It was a gamble with death. Shrouding herself in the warp bubble, Nan Zisheng charged straight at the gargantuan monster. Will this thing actually hold against that level of corrosion? She thought, heart pounding. Life or death, here goes nothing. The world blurred, and suddenly, she phased through the outer shell and entered the beast's body. I am in. The spatial barrier holds, she broadcasted. Cheers of relief erupted from the team outside. Excellent. Nan Zisheng noticed Chu Xinghe's wounds. Chu Xinghe, hold on. I will apply healing arts first. Ignore me, Chu Xinghe commanded. The main shield is collapsing. Use your holy light to counter the corrosion. Can it withstand the acid? Without hesitation, she thrust her palm forward. Holy light barrier. A blinding radiance erupted, halting the black sludge in its tracks. The divine energy actually repelled the monster's rot. It works, but my mana pool is limited, she warned. I can only cast this magnitude of holy light 2 more times. Chu Xinghe's eyes flashed with determination. 1 moment is all we need. 2 casts are plenty. Deploy the holy barrier now. Relieve the brothers before they collapse. Nan Zisheng obeyed, expanding her light to cover the entire team. Holy light, absolute defense. Here is the final plan, Chu Xinghe barked. I will enter the spatial bubble and slice open a path to the core. Qin, prep the explosive seeds. Su Changge, use your puppet to deliver the payload into the wound. The team acknowledged the order. 0 hesitation. Nan Zisheng enveloped Chu Xinghe in the spatial sphere, and together they soared into the sky, piercing the battlefield's chaos. Stay focused, Chu Xinghe whispered, his sword humming with lethal energy. Just synchronize with my blade. We end this now. Nan Zisheng steeled her resolve. Ready. The moment of destiny had arrived. Both warriors raised their hands in unison, their voices thundering with command. Prepare for impact. Instantly, the 10,000-sword holy light domain enveloped them in blinding radiance. As their commands fell, a torrent of majestic golden light pierced the darkness, engulfing the colossal beast. The monstrosity howled in agony, its massive maw gaping wide as the holy energy burned through its defenses. The creature's body contorted and twisted grotesquely, Countless eyes across its flesh snapped open, frantically darting around to locate the source of its destruction. After a tense moment of observation, their sharp gaze pierced through the chaos. Finally, they identified the monster's fatal weakness. The core has been located. Suddenly, Nan Zisheng swayed, a wave of dizziness washing over her. Chuxing, he cried out in concern. Nan Zisheng, she grit her teeth. I am fine, just spiritual exhaustion. Do not worry about me. Hearing this, he turned his gaze downward, barking an order. Su Changge, hurry, the beast is regenerating rapidly. Understood. Su Changge responded instantly. As if prepared for this exact moment, he summoned a legion of his demon puppets, his voice echoing with power. Puppets, charge, he commanded. Wooden brothers, deploy the explosive seeds. The duo responded in unison. Yes, sir. Bodhi blast seeds, embed. With preparations complete, the demon puppets surged forward like a dark tide, diving straight toward the pulsating core of the anomaly, even as the monster's aura corroded their bodies, melting flesh until only bare white bone remained. Their skeletal arms still reached desperately for the blindingly bright core. At the very last second, the explosive seeds slipped from their grasp, landing perfectly on target. Target acquired. Seeing the success, Chuxing he triggered the detonation sequence. Upon the signal, Chuxing he unleashed a devastating fire blast toward the orb. Qi domains clashed, sword energy collided, and sparks flew in a chaotic dance. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, followed by a blinding flash of white light. Taking the full force of the blast, the anomaly's massive body shattered instantly. It exploded into countless fragments before it could even react. Its form disintegrated, raining down like a meteor shower of destruction, incinerating everything below in a sea of flames. Chuxing He shouted urgently, "Hurry, everyone into the bubble space. The water cube is about to collapse. We need to break out now." The moment they sealed themselves inside, the water cube detonated. The shockwave sent their protective sphere hurtling through the chaos, bouncing wildly. Inside the cramped space, Nan Zisheng's eyes went wide. She gagged, "Ugh. How long has it been since you lot took a bath?" Chuxing he flushed with embarrassment. The Chu family has strict hygiene rules. I have always been a fanatic for cleanliness. If you do not believe me, take a whiff. Turning his head, he saw Su Changge practically pressing his nose against him. Lan Changkong barked in annoyance. Su Changge, where exactly are you sniffing? What is wrong with you? I was just checking. Why are you all looking at me like that? Lan Changkong defended himself. I am a water element user from the East Sea Heavenly Pride. Even thinking with your toes, you should know it isn't me. Suddenly, Sui Sui raised her hand. It is probably me. She continued innocently. Brother said soil is the most precious thing, so I could not bear to wash off the mud. Qin Ying forced a smile, trying to stop her. Oh, my silly sister. You did not have to take it that literally. Hearing this, Su Changge burst into amused laughter. Ha ha ha. As expected of the wooden siblings. Chuxing, he cut him off. Since we have escaped the danger, do we really need to stay squashed in here chatting? Without a second of hesitation, Nan Zisheng dispelled the sphere, releasing everyone into the fresh air. My legs are completely numb. She walked over to Sui Sui and took a sniff. It is true, you smell like earth. But this is not the scent I smelled earlier. The girl grinned awkwardly. Ah? Does that mean I do not have to bathe? Qin Ying quickly corrected her. My dear sister, I do not think that is what she meant. Determined to find the source, Nan Zisheng approached Su Changge and Lan Changkong. She sniffed them casually. Su Changge recoiled dramatically. The scent on my body is so delightful even ghosts praise it. Do not get so close. I am still a pure maiden. Man. I have my dignity. She cut him off coldly. It is not you two either. Before the words faded, Chuxing he stepped forward, a playful glint in his eye. As the saying goes, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. He paused, wincing. Miss Doctor, do you still have enough energy to heal me? Nan Zisheng's face filled with worry. Are you in pain? He smirked. Just teasing. I can wait until we get back to rest. Just as the atmosphere turned tender and romantic, Su Changge ruined the moment. Of course he hurts. How could he not? It hurts like hell. If you do not treat him, he might actually kick the bucket. Chuxing. He flushed red. If you do not speak, no one will think you are mute. With the crisis averted, everyone finally exhaled. Su Changge sighed internally. Fine. For the sake of my brother's happiness, I will willingly play the mute dog. Anyway, Su Changge announced, you all go back and recover first. I will stay and keep watch. Lan Changkong stepped up. Although I still find you incredibly annoying to look at, I have some strength left. I will stay with you. Su Changge grinned. That is my brother. Full of loyalty, unlike someone who forgets his friends the moment he sees a pretty face. Meanwhile, in the frozen wastelands of the South Pole, the ice was littered with the corpses of fallen penguins. Chu Tian gazed at the scene. This is the first time I have seen penguins in such a state. Are you okay? Standing beside him, Zisheng replied softly. Just wait until we achieve victory. Then, I shall summon their souls back to keep you company. Would you like that? He nodded. Of course. Whether it is victory or penguins, I accept it all. The young girl gently stroked the cold bodies of the fallen creatures, whispering a quiet affirmation. Venturing further into the glacial landscape, they finally spotted a pile of crystals shimmering in the snow. There it is, the final origin stone, Horde of the Blue Star. Once we collect this batch, we can finally grasp victory in this war, can't we? Indeed. Let us not waste another second. Zisheng moves with blinding speed. He sweeps the entire mountain of ore into his dimensional storage in a blink. 100 quintillion origin stones remain. Resource collection complete. His voice booms across the frozen wasteland. Great warriors of Antarctica, unrivaled heroes of history, awaken! March to Huaxia's 5th defense line. Raise your blades once more for humanity. Fight for the Blue Star. He strikes the earth with his palm. Boom! The ground cracks open. An army of spectral beasts erupts from the ice, soaring into the heavens like a dark tide. Witnessing this god-tier summoning, Chu Tian's eyes go wide. She turns to him, curiosity burning. Brother Nan, I have to ask. On our journey, you resurrected the fallen armies of every destroyed nation. Yet, you haven't summoned a single heroic spirit from Huaxia. Why is that? Zisheng smiles, a shadow crossing his face. Because of selfishness. He gently pats her head, his touch tender amidst the chaos. My selfishness, for Huaxia. I pray that after this calamitous war ends, the human world will never again know the pain of civil strife. No more racial conflicts, no more international tyranny. I want a world where people can live in true peace and prosperity. Chu Tian listens, awe washing over her. Brother Nan, you're a true idealist. Her voice fills with admiration. Your dream is difficult, but it is breathtakingly beautiful. I really want to see that day come true, she giggles. By then, I'll have so many penguin friends, won't I? Zisheng gazes into the distance, his eyes burning with absolute conviction. We will. His expression hardens. Now, let's move. It is time to slaughter the Void Ripper. A massive teleportation formation ignites the air. Through the rift, a nightmare awaits. A colossal scorpion with 6 glowing eyes stands like a mountain. They step through the void gate. Zisheng faces the beast and the traitorous army hovering in the sky. His voice cuts through the wind. You lot certainly know how to pick a location. Spacious. Excellent feng shui. A perfect place for your graves. The monstrous scorpion chitters, its mandibles clicking. So, you must be the legendary Mr. Zisheng? I am the Void Ripper. I have looked forward to this meeting. Zisheng remains calm, though his brow quirks. You open your mouth and immediately surprise me. You speak the standard Blue Star language better than most natives. You are the most polite alien filth I have ever met. Unlike those other savages who can't speak, or the ones who just scream insects, die, while attacking. Honestly, you have better manners than the charm demons. The Void Ripper explains, its voice eerily calm. The charm demons relied on illusions to capture millions of Buddha followers. I understood their failure, but I could not grasp what happened on your end. Now that I see you, I understand everything. Zisheng smiles coldly. You flatter me, Your Excellency. Hearing their casual conversation, the humans hovering above lose patience. A voice booms down. If you understand the situation, then surrender now. Do not be foolish. Stop this meaningless resistance for the sake of the Blue Star's future. The Federation stands as the elite race. We hold the authority. On behalf of all humanity, we have made the best choice. It is Captain Joe of the Federation. He clenches his fists, intoxicated by his own power. The traitorous crowd cheers. Only the great Federation can make the Blue Star glorious again. Long live the Federation. Long live the Federation. Witnessing this shameless display, Chu Tian turns away in revulsion. She spits on the ground. P2. Disgusting. What a wretched mistake of creation. Zisheng bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, you kneel like dogs, yet you act like kings? If you don't win an Oscar, it's a waste of talent. Joe's laughter dies instantly. Murderous intent floods his eyes. You refuse to surrender, and you dare to laugh? Shall I smash that face of yours into paste with my hammer? Before the clash begins, the Void Ripper interjects. Joe, if you wish to battle, then battle. Why waste breath on words? In this slaughter, I need to witness your worth. If you lose here, it proves you are nothing but trash. Joe salutes. Understood, Commander. Desperate to prove himself, he charges at Zisheng. Lightning crackles around his hammer. Die! Zisheng does not flinch. He stands immovable as a mountain. Just you? A mere demigod tier? You aren't even worth my gaze. Come at me together. Zisheng's mockery strikes a nerve. Zhou roars in fury, losing all reason. He slams his weapon down. Boom! An explosion annihilates the ground below. Luckily, Zisheng and Chu Tian soar into the sky just in time to evade the Thunderhammer's blast. Floating above, Zisheng's lips curl into a sneer. You call yourself a thunder god with that pitiful spark of energy? Zhou summons a massive avatar. A giant beast manifests behind him, jaws gaping wide. Shut your mouth, Thunder Dragon! Zisheng remains unimpressed. You speak of dragons? Have you ever laid eyes on a true dragon of Huaxia? Let me broaden your horizons. Zisheng raises his blade to the heavens. Crack! Golden white lightning erupts, tearing the sky apart. Today, I will show you true power. Forbidden spell, elemental thunder, overdrive. The clouds shatter. A golden dragon descends from the void. Its eyes blaze with divine light. It dwarfs Zhou's pathetic lizard, twice its size and radiating infinite power. The true thunder god dragon has arrived. Snap! With a single bite, the golden dragon swallows Zhou's avatar whole. It dissolves into nothingness. Zhou screams in horror. No! My thunder dragon! He crashes to the earth, trembling. His eyes bulge, unable to process the reality before him. This is impossible. He didn't even get the chance to finish his sentence. A barrage of golden lightning tore through the air, drowning him in a chaotic sea of thunder. Z's pathetic shield shattered instantly under the bombardment. The impact sent him flying backward, his screams echoing through the battlefield. No. Impossible. In a heartbeat, he was charred to a crisp. Defeated by a mere skeleton, his lifeless body slumped onto the cold ground. Witnessing the carnage, Zisheng smiled with cold satisfaction. Is this some twisted obsession with greatness? By the way, that B on his head, does it stand for the great biggies? He scoffed. In Huaxia, that letter stands for something far less flattering. The alien Scorpion King narrowed its gaze, its terrifying eyes locking onto the trembling survivors. Your captain died, a useless dog's death. What about the rest of you? Its voice dripped with malice. I have no problem disposing of worthless trash myself. The soldiers froze, paralyzed by fear. Silence hung heavy in the air as they struggled to process the threat. Finally, the bearded soldier snapped out of his daze. With a roar of desperation, he charged straight at Zisheng, barking orders to his squad. Brave warriors, follow my lead. His eyes burned with vengeance. We will avenge the captain. Kill him. Revenge for the captain. This was Johnny, the vice captain of the American squad. Yet, facing their charge, Zisheng didn't flinch. Instead, a twisted grin of amusement spread across his face. An ominous green aura erupted from his body, swirling like a storm of souls. Ha ha ha. You really won't shed a tear until you see your own coffins, will you? His eyes glowed. But I admire the spirit. Since you'll all be my undead soldiers soon enough, let's test out my new technique on you. Without a second of hesitation, he unleashed a colossal tornado, tearing toward them. Forbidden spell. Windblade storm. Forbidden spell. Sonic shockwave. The hurricane shredded through their ranks. Thousands of windblades sliced into the American soldiers, turning their formation into a bloodbath. Resistance was futile. The sonic blasts hammered them, rupturing eardrums and shattering their very bones from the inside out. In the face of annihilation, Johnny clenched his fists, veins bulging as he screamed. Shield of the deep earth! The ground trembled as a massive stone dome rose up, encasing them completely. Even Zisheng raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Not a bad tombstone you've made there. He chuckled darkly. But isn't burying yourself alive a bit too cruel? Let me help you rest in peace. Mana surged as a massive phantom of an earth dragon materialized behind him. Art of the earth dragon. Roaring silently, the dragon dove into the ground. It pierced through the bedrock, shattering their defenses and channeling the sonic destruction directly into their bunker. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped the earth apart. Johnny's broken body was launched into the air, his screams of agony piercing the dust cloud. Gah! No! Johnny gasped, his mind reeling in disbelief. How could you possess such power? He collapsed, sprawling helplessly on the dirt. Zisheng stepped over the corpses of Johnny's fallen squad, looking down with cold eyes. You want to be great again? That's simple enough. He knelt, pressing his palm against the blood-soaked earth. A complex magic circle ignited beneath his fingers. Undead summoning. Arise. Dark energy flooded the battlefield. Fight for the blue star. Fight for Huaxia. Go. Reinforce the fifth defense line. The ground churned as the fallen soldiers rose once more. They transformed into vengeful wraiths, their hollow eyes burning with spectral fire. For the blue star, they chanted in unison, flying off to join the war. Witnessing his potential pawns vanish, the Scorpion King remained eerily calm. The creature's mandibles clicked. Mr. Zisheng, you truly are a valuable specimen. But alas, I know a man like you would rather die than serve. So, Negotiation is off the table. Its aura flared. Let's end this. No more wasting time. Zisheng lunged forward, his sword gleaming in the chaotic light. I have to admit, you're the smartest alien scum I've ever met. Much sharper than those brainless succubi. I'll give you credit for that much. Instantly, he summoned a wall of wailing wraiths to shield his advance. But an enemy is still an enemy. Hell on earth / Watching the incoming strike, the scorpion calmly cloaked itself in a dense, golden aura. Is that so? But I still want to test you. Zisheng, how about a wager? The moment the wraiths touched its golden shield, they were vaporized into nothingness. A duel of skill. If I win, you serve me. If you win, I pledge my loyalty to you. Zisheng paused, a smirk curling on his lips. Now, that is an interesting offer. But if you win, I die. And if I win, whether I keep you or kill you depends entirely on your worth. He attacked again, channeling his energy. A massive, reverse-rotating tornado erupted from his blade. Reverse Dragon Storm. Futile. The terrifying storm slammed into the scorpion's defense but shattered harmlessly into gentle breezes. The scorpion's tail ignited with blinding crimson flames. Very well, let us play by your rules. With a snap, the tail whipped forward, launching a barrage of scorching fireballs straight at Zisheng. He didn't flinch. His hands moved in a blur, weaving a circular seal in the air. Icebound formation. Amplify. 50-fold. In this moment of extreme peril, a deafening boom shattered the silence, tearing the very earth asunder. Debris flew into the air, choking the battlefield in a thick haze. Yet, standing tall amidst the chaos was Zisheng, protected by an impregnable fortress of his own creation. The alien scorpion refused to yield. It launched a frenzied assault, each blow detonating with explosive force. But seeing its attacks futile, the beast shifted tactics. Energy began to gather, coalescing into a fireball, far surpassing anything seen before a sphere of pure destruction. Without hesitation, it unleashed the colossal sphere at breakneck speed. Witnessing the incoming doom, Zisheng's hands moved in a blur. Frost formation. Amplify 100-fold. A cataclysmic blast rocked the area. But when the smoke cleared, his barrier remained pristine, not a single crack marred its surface. The alien scorpion scoffed, its voice dripping with mockery. Mr. Nan, surely you don't think this petty trick can save you forever? Heavenly fire, meteor rain. Suddenly, the sky turned crimson. Countless blazing orbs descended from the heavens, screaming toward the earth. Zisheng's eyes snapped open, blazing with resolve. He gritted his teeth, cutting off the beast's taunt. Instead of retreating, he charged straight into the heart of the meteor storm. If that's how you want it, then witness a power I've kept sealed until now. A brilliant crimson aura erupted around his body as he activated the forbidden spell. Spirit Origin. Command! The voice echoed like thunder. Instantly, the massive meteors froze in midair, defying the laws of physics, before slowly turning their trajectory. They were no longer aiming for Zisheng. With the star-shifting technique, the bombardment reversed course. In the blink of an eye, the fiery death was cast back into the void of space, vanishing without a trace. Begone! Leave the blue star and return to the cosmos. The alien scorpion watched in utter disbelief, its mind reeling. You can control the very stars themselves? Why haven't you used this power to defend the planet before? Zisheng lunged forward, his answer sharp as a blade. Listen closely, you wretched void beast. Your dragon tornado, magma bullets, and meteors are useless against me. If you have any other tricks, use them now. The moment the words left his lips, his sword descended in a devastating arc. Asura dragon slaughter. But before the blade could connect, the beast's tail whipped around with blinding speed, smashing Zisheng backward. If possible, the creature hissed, I truly do not wish to fight you, sir. With cat-like agility, Zisheng slammed his feet into the ground to halt his momentum. Save your breath. You're not the type to kneel and surrender, are you? We can talk after I beat you into submission. Wasting no time, his aura transformed, conjuring the phantom of a colossal fire dragon. Forbidden spell. Molten giant dragon. Zisheng commanded the beast to kill. The scorpion, sensing the lethal threat, raised its massive tail to intercept the strike. Give it up, the creature taunted. Our strength is equal. There will be no victor here. It wasn't a bluff. The clash resulted in a stalemate, with neither side suffering a scratch. But Zisheng had already moved. Capitalizing on the distraction, he materialized directly above the monster's head, blade raised high. Then take this, Asura Hellslash. Before the blade could fall, the ground beneath the beast exploded, forcing Zisheng to abort the attack and leap to safety. Don't get cocky. Zisheng landed, analyzing the battlefield. Was that an earthquake ability? No. In that split second, he noticed something. The creature panicked to protect its back. Usually, that deadly tail guards its rear from above. But right now, the tale was entangled with his molten dragon. The realization hit him like lightning. Found it. Your fatal weakness is your back. A cruel smile touched his lips. Once the weakness is exposed, the game is over. He slammed his sword into the earth. Purple light surged from the ground. Earth style, 10,000 soil return. He wasn't finished. Zisheng's eyes glowed blood red as he invoked the next element. Lightning style. Instantly, ominous black clouds swirled above, crackling with the destructive power of 1,000 storms. 10,000 lightning tribulation. A barrage of lightning bolts descended like divine judgment, targeting the scorpion's exposed back with inescapable speed. Stop! I yield! The scorpion screamed in terror. I surrender! I will serve you for eternity! The sudden plea made Zisheng pause, eyebrows raised in surprise. Oh? He scoffed. And why should I trust an alien species like you, especially one as cunning as you? How exactly do you intend to prove this sudden loyalty? While he spoke, the lightning remained suspended inches above the beast's spine, humming with lethal intent. His gaze turned icy. Choose your words carefully. If your answer displeases me, the tribulation falls. The creature trembled. Mr. Nan, I understand your suspicion. Proving faith is difficult. But if you are willing to gamble on me, could you perhaps withdraw your molten dragon first? I will use my own tale to prove my sincerity. I swear upon my life, there is no deception here. With no other choice, Zisheng withdrew his power to see what this creature plotted. Even if it was a trap, he would face it head-on. Even with a second chance, I could never defeat you, the creature hissed, bowing low. I thank you for your mercy and wisdom. As it spoke, the scorpion's deadly stinger curled back, piercing its own carapace to retrieve a small, hidden pouch. My lord, behold my greatest weakness. Zisheng peered at the wriggling spheres inside, confusion knitting his brows. What are these? The beast replied solemnly. These are my children, the final seeds of the Scorpio race's civilization. To prove my absolute loyalty, I entrust the last hope of my people to your custody. Zisheng smirked cold. Entrust them to me? Then, without warning, his blade flashed in a lethal arc straight toward the sack of eggs. The creature recoiled just in time. How do I know these are children and not biological weapons? Zisheng demanded. His blade locked onto the target again. For all I know, you're tricking me into nurturing a parasitical army to destroy us from within. Seeing its offspring on the brink of annihilation, the creature panicked. Without hesitation, it raised its pincer to block the strike. The blade sliced clean through, severing the claw and spraying green blood across the ground. Yet it stood motionless, staring at Zisheng. I deactivated my armor to let you strike freely. Do you believe me now? Zisheng lowered his weapon. I believe you 50%. But now, you must tell me the reason behind all this. The Scorpio alien took a breath and began to reveal the harrowing truth. Because my people are no different from yours. We were invaded, slaughtered. In my heart, I am a rebel. Just like you. Hearing this, Zisheng burst into laughter. That is a fresh perspective indeed. An invader claiming to be a victim? Is there nothing you won't say to survive? The creature shook its head. You doubt me because you do not yet understand the true nature of the battle of the 10,000 races. The truth behind the invasion? Zisheng narrowed his eyes. Explain yourself. All of this, the beast hissed, is merely a game orchestrated by a supreme cosmic civilization known as the Divine Will. The so-called 10,000 races are just slaves, driven from our homes to participate. And Blue Star? It is simply the chessboard chosen for this round. The catastrophe humanity faces now is nothing but a cleanup operation, a prelude before the true duel of the races begins. Now, do you understand why the mindless beasts you fight are merely cannon fodder? Zisheng absorbed the information, his expression darkening. So, in their eyes, humanity isn't even a player? We are just dust to be swept away before the game starts? The Scorpio alien nodded grimly. That is precisely the reality. Tell me, Zisheng commanded. Tell me how the gods destroyed your world. The creature's eyes glazed over with memory. Before the fall, the Scorpio race ruled over planet N68. After thousands of years of civil war and evolution, we finally achieved a utopian civilization of peace and unity. But our golden age was short-lived. The divine will descended upon us without warning. They commanded us to enter the battle of the 10,000 races for their amusement. We refused. Our warriors launched a massive counterattack, but we paid a blood price for our arrogance. The power of the divine will was beyond comprehension. It was a slaughter. My kin lay dead in heaps. Comrades, family, everyone fell. Our world was consumed by a sea of apocalyptic fire. They controlled the very elements of the cosmos. Our entire war lasted less than 30 minutes before we were utterly crushed. The tragedy is that my people refused to yield. They chose extinction over slavery. I alone am the traitor of the Scorpio race. Not out of cowardice, but because I could not bear to see our civilization erased. I am the sole survivor. I was teleported here to Blue Star to join this hunting game. Zisheng stood frozen, shaken by the revelation. An entire civilization wiped out. In less than half an hour? I need to know one thing, Zisheng asked sharply. Why place your bets on me? Since our first encounter, you looked at me differently. The scorpion answered instantly. Because on you, I smell the scent of the divine will. Zisheng's eyes widened in shock. He looked up, stammering. What? That's impossible. It is faint, like a dying ember, but the essence is identical, especially when you fight. Your control over the elements belongs to the gods. Before the creature could finish its sentence, Zisheng looked down at his own hands, lost in thought. Before his death in the previous life, his 5 great talents tree had succeeded in a bizarre way. Coupled with his sudden rebirth, could everything be orchestrated by the gods? And if so, what was their ultimate goal in this twisted game? The scorpion stared at him and added, Furthermore, I sense something on you. An aura similar to the civilization of my own race. Rather than being slaughtered by you in this game, I would prefer to submit. It bowed its head. Zisheng nodded. Reasonable enough. Let's not waste any more time. Zisheng's eyes narrowed as he pressed on. Now tell me, what value can you actually bring to my cause? The beast replied instantly. First, power. I can crush any alien species below S rank, and I can stand toe-to-toe with other S rank entities. Second, the Void Gate. I know its teleportation mechanics and, more importantly, the method to destroy it. That was all Zisheng needed to hear. Zisheng decided to take the gamble. Not bad. But I have one condition. From this moment on, you obey my orders until we win this war. If you bet on the right horse, and we achieve victory, I will release you back to your home planet to continue your civilization. Hearing the promise, the scorpion bowed low, barely containing its joy. Thank you, my lord. I have no further business here. Zisheng turned his back to the creature. Chu Tian, time to head back. The young girl stepped out from her hiding spot, replying, Coming. But the moment she saw the giant scorpion still breathing, she froze. Huh? Why is that thing still alive? And what's with that submissive pose? Zisheng waved a hand, offering a casual introduction. This is Old Lai. He's the newest member of our squad. Chu Tian stood there, completely dumbfounded, scratching her head in confusion. Huh? Zisheng continued, ignoring her shock. Let's teleport back to the Void Gate battlefield first. I'll explain everything slowly on the way. A massive teleportation gate materialized in the sky above them. He signaled the scorpion to enter the spatial transfer. However, before anyone could step through, the teleportation gate flickered and shattered into nothingness. Chu Tian looked worried. It won't work. His body is too massive. The gate can't handle a single transfer of that size. The scorpion realized the issue. Oh, my apologies. I can actually shrink or take on a form similar to yours. The only downside is that transformation seals away my combat abilities. Zisheng cut him off impatiently. Stop yapping. If you can change, then do it now. I don't need you to fight right now anyway. With no other choice, the creature began its slow metamorphosis. Understood, my lord. After a moment of flesh molding and shifting, a human-like figure emerged. It had a voluptuous, curvy physique. The skin was a glossy, dark obsidian. The body was unmistakably that of a woman, yet a scorpion tail still twitched behind it. But, in the blink of an eye, the horror revealed itself. The body was female, but the head was that of a rugged man. My lord, is this acceptable? Witnessing this abomination, Chu Tian's blood boiled. Her fists clenched tightly, trembling with the urge to strike. She didn't know why, but she suddenly had an overwhelming desire to beat someone up. Zisheng was equally helpless, his face darkening as he clutched his head. His fist was itching too. He stepped forward with a warning. Old Lai, change into a man. A full man. Match the aesthetic standards of Blue Star. If you don't, we might actually kill you ourselves. Realizing the danger, the creature scrambled to comply. Right away. Taking a deep breath, a muscular male body finally formed. But this time, the tail was no longer on his back. It was growing from the front, pointing upwards. The scorpion asked innocently, My lord, how is this? Chu Tian and Zisheng stood frozen in place, their eyes dead and soulless. Unable to hold back any longer, they both rushed in, stomping and kicking him into the dirt. Do you have a fundamental misunderstanding of human aesthetics? What do you mean by putting your tail in the front like that? After receiving a brutal beating, Old Lai finally adjusted his form correctly. I apologize, my lord, I still have much to learn. Zisheng let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that looks much more comfortable to the eyes. Chu Tian carefully handed a piece of cloth to Old Lai. Wrap this around your waist. Don't embarrass us. The creature nodded gratefully. Thank you, my lord. The scene shifted to the Void Gate battlefield. Su Chang'e and Lan Changkong stood guard. Their eyes were glued to the sky. The Void Gate had been silent for hours. Why was there no movement? Chu Xinghe spoke up. Indeed. High-level alien teleportation likely follows a specific pattern. Suddenly, a portal manifested nearby, and Old Lai stepped out, answering the question. That is correct. There is a pattern. Seeing the stranger, Su Changge and the others instantly dropped into combat stances, highly alert. Who goes there? He doesn't look human. But stepping out from behind Old Lai were Zisheng and Chu Tian. Relax, new teammate. S-rank alien. His name is Li. You can call him Old Lai. The defenders gasped in unison. What? Old Lai pointed toward the sky and explained. The Void Gate only activates and opens at sunrise. Right now, the mass teleportation is mostly for aliens of A rank and below. S-rank entities are only transported in small numbers around noon. Therefore, there is no need to stand guard here at night. Zisheng crossed his arms and cut to the chase. So, how do we close the Void Gate? Old Lai replied grimly. Inside the gate itself, every race possesses a spatial transfer path, a teleportation sequence, and a corresponding node. Our mission is to traverse that path, slaughter the alien races lurking within, and shatter the teleportation node to halt their next advance. Hearing this, a question arose in shock. But once destroyed, can't they just rebuild it? Rebuilding is possible, Old Lai answered, his voice grave. But the rules of the game forbid it. He explained carefully. A destroyed node means game over for that race. The gods themselves will move to erase them from existence. The weight of Old Lie's words settled heavily. Lan Chang couldn't help but ask, how does this divine emperor even exist? Can we truly win against such a being? Zisheng replied calmly. Whether we win or lose, we take it one step at a time. But Su Changge had no patience for existential dread. He rushed over, draping his arms around them with a grin. Forget that dog emperor. Didn't Old Lai say the next wave isn't until sunrise? That means we have time to return to Anlabas, eat, and sleep. Laughter broke the tension. Brother Su makes sense. Let's not waste another second. Zisheng glanced toward Chu Tian to check the situation, then called out to Su Lang and Zhao Keir. The young girl smiled in response. Moments later, the entire team had finally gathered back at the safe house. A magnificent feast was spread across the table, colorful and mouth-watering. Su Changge still couldn't believe it. An enemy turned ally? This development was beyond unexpected. Zhang Yuan smiled warmly. Having a new friend is a blessing. Come on, everyone, let's eat. Old Lai, please, make yourself at home. Don't stand on ceremony. Old Lai's eyes widened at the invitation. Don't stand on ceremony? My home? Shedding all hesitation, he opened his mouth. And with a single, massive inhale, he vacuumed every scrap of food from the table. Done. Zisheng stood frozen, his mind unable to process the sight. Debris flew through the air as the team watched in horrified silence, teeth gritted in frustration. In the blink of an eye, the lavish feast had vanished. Not a crumb remained. Was I still being too polite? Old Lai asked innocently. I'll take another portion then. Before he could finish, the team lunged, raining punches and kicks upon him. He clearly didn't understand that make yourself at home was just a figure of speech. Ha ha ha. The profound depth of Huaxia culture was a lesson he would learn the hard way. After a thorough beating, Old Lai was tossed outside, sprawling onto the dirt. Tears streamed down his face as he trembled. Our cultures are so similar. Being too polite gets you beaten here too? I should have just asked for the menu. With the feast ruined, the team had no choice but to set up a barbecue outside. It was time for round 2. Let's roast some meat. Everyone, show off your skills. Qin Ying took the lead. With a casual wave of her hand, she summoned fresh eggplants, peppers, and vegetables grown instantly on the spot. Beside her, Lan Chang summoned pure water to wash the produce, a luxurious waste of his hydrokinesis. Once cleaned, Chu Xinghe and Su Changge competed in a display of blade mastery, slicing the ingredients into perfection. You take the chunks, I'll take the slices. Zisheng wasn't idle either, mounting a fragrant whole pig over the fire. I'll handle the head. Just then, Old Lai approached, determined to redeem himself. I must show them my worth this time, but Zisheng immediately waved him away. Old Lai, stop right there. You eat the leftovers. If that's not enough, you can feast on the battlefield tomorrow. Confused but obedient, Old Lai nodded. Ah, understood, Your Excellency. Finally, the sizzling skewers of roasted meat were ready. Zisheng handed out skewers as the strategy meeting began. Tomorrow, we enter the Void Gate. Speak your minds. First, Old Lai, you handle any aliens exiting the teleportation portal. Can you do it? Old Lai gave a thumbs up. No problem at all. Zisheng turned his gaze to the rest of the group. And if an S-rank alien teleports in, who will intercept it? Su Changge replied confidently. There are plenty of corpses outside. Between my necromancy and Old Lai, we can take it. Add my sister to the mix, Zisheng added. She can provide support. As the tasks were distributed, the teasing began. Wait, aren't you separating from her? Su Chang'e, your jealousy is sourer than pickled cabbage. The banter continued. Su Leng raised her hand. Captain, Care and I want to join the frontline combat. Zhao Care nodded beside her. Exactly. We understand the patterns now. There's no need for base defense. Real combat will help us grow faster. Seeing their determination, Zisheng laughed. Very well. Tomorrow, you two form a squad with Su Chang'e. Chu Tian, Chu Xinghe, Old Dan, and the Wood brothers will follow me into the Void Gate. Chu Xinghe nodded. Understood. But aside from these arrangements, listen up. I want everyone to consolidate their combat data from the last 48 hours. Combine it with your current power levels and technique mastery. Analyze everything. We need to identify every weakness and push our limits to perfection. The team immediately buzzed with the new topic. Brother Wood, your skills are too rigid. Why not fuse them with the poison system or the explosive root technique? And Old Tan, your earth and water affinities. Have you considered evolving them into ice or landslide variations? I can even synthesize custom acidic coolants tailored specifically to your combat needs. My regeneration serum is nearly complete. It should be a game changer for the front line. I am also finalizing a new nutrient formula. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The Void Gate trembled. A horde of monstrosities surged forth, desperate to breach the line. Witnessing the chaotic tide, Zisheng pointed to the sky and roared, "The Void Gate has opened. Everyone into position. Prepare for battle." Chu Tian received the signal. She instantly raised her hands, shouting, "Spatial link, activate." Space warped and twisted as a magnificent portal materialized. Without hesitation, the team charged through the shimmering gateway, plunging into the unknown. Follow me, we slaughter our way in. After a moment of disorientation in the void, the group landed safely on the other side. The vertigo. Stabilize your minds and adjust your breathing. Once the dust settled, Zisheng broke the silence. Is everyone intact? Lan Changkong nodded in confirmation. Zisheng scanned the structure of the tunnel. Look at the color grading. The threat level of these races is likely organized by the intensity of the hue. The darker the color, the higher the rank. This tunnel goes deep. Zisheng didn't hesitate, marching straight toward the teleportation node at the end. Low-level trash. We assess the situation, then we exterminate. The team swept their gazes across the alien landscape, muttering, "This passage is completely different from the outside world. It seems to adapt to the ecology of the inhabiting race." Standing guard near the massive gate ahead were two lizard-like monstrosities, chatting casually in their guttural tongue. "Hey, interpreter, when this gate opens again, are we getting deployed to the battlefield?" The other hissed back. "Interpreter? Doubt it. I heard the main invasion force from our planet arrives tomorrow." But before he could finish, a deafening explosion shattered the air, blasting the gate into a million fragments. Stepping through the smoke and debris with terrifying calmness was none other than Zisheng and his squad. He looked up at the towering fortress of stone and earth looming before them. This must be the teleportation transit hub. It is spacious enough. The main node is undoubtedly inside that stone citadel. The lizard guards, seeing the intruders, flew into a rage. They screeched, charging forward in a frenzy to slaughter the humans. Zisheng didn't even blink. He summoned a cataclysmic gale that pierced the heavens. Forbidden spell, stacking wind blades. The lizards didn't even have time to process their doom. They were swept up, screaming in agony as the wind tore them apart. A moment later, the entire stone castle was obliterated, reduced to a massive pillar of smoke. A system notification flashed in the air. Jin Shi tribe. Game over. Witnessing the devastation, Lan Changkong's jaw dropped. One move? Did he just wipe them out in one move? Maybe we weren't even needed here. Who am I? Where am I? What am I even doing here? Meanwhile, Zisheng's eyes were glued to his status panel. Origin stones, remaining. 98.86, 4 quintillion. Using the forbidden spell didn't consume a single stone. Is the spiritual energy in the void so rich that it negates the cost? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sharp, searing pain shot up from his hand. He looked down and froze. His arm was being consumed, covered by an ominous, unknown substance. What is this? Zisheng stared at his corrupted limb. Is this the price? The cost of using my powers within the Void Gate? If this is the toll, then what lies at the end of this path? Seeing him standing there in a trance, Chu Xinghe asked with concern, "Zisheng, what's wrong?" Zisheng snapped back to reality. It is nothing. We cannot waste time. He urged them forward. Let's move. The faster we seal these nodes, the safer Huaxia becomes. Sui Sui nodded firmly. Understood. However, while the others remained oblivious, Chu Xinghe had noticed the anomaly. His expression. Something was off, he thought. But if he doesn't want to speak, I will have to wait until we return to ask. Time marched on. Above them, countless teleportation gates hovered in the void. Each of us takes a gate, Zisheng commanded. I will handle the S-rank threats. The rest of you, clear out anything below S-rank. Chu Tian scanned the battlefield, readying herself. Zisheng analyzed the layout. The gate in the dead center. That has to be the highest difficulty. That deep gold zone ahead definitely houses an S-rank species. As he looked up, he spotted a sinister skull icon etched above the portal. A skull? Is that the charm demon? Does one need to be S-rank or higher to earn an icon? Beside it was a gate marked with a bat symbol. Everything here is an S-rank threat that has appeared on the battlefield before. The icon for Lai Kong is dim. Is it because aside from him, his entire race has been exterminated? There was no time for hesitation. Zisheng charged straight toward the charm demon's gate. I will wipe out these familiar faces first, then we deal with the rest. Peering into the chaotic void, shock flashed across his eyes. Could it be? Traces of lingering spiritual energy? A pathway forged from pure mental energy? But wait, is this a one-way portal? Unless the gods unlock the gate, the monsters inside remain trapped for eternity, yet we can breach their domain with such ease. What game are the gods playing with these rules? If this is mere entertainment, why not unleash hell all at once? The logic eluded him, causing Zisheng to grit his teeth in frustration. Is our suffering truly just a pastime for the divine? Stepping through the rift revealed a massive clearing. Before him lay a vast lake, teeming with shadowy figures submerged in its depths. These were the kin of the charm demon he had slain. Their gaze was fixed intently on the shimmering portal. Is today the day the gate opens for us? I wonder how Big Sister fared after she crossed over. It matters not. Those outside are nothing but inferior livestock. Our intellect and power are absolute. We will crush them. But their arrogance was cut short. The gate burst open, revealing a nightmare they knew all too well. Jaws dropped as terror seized their hearts. What? What is happening? It is not yet time for the summoning. But Zisheng's blade answered before they could finish, decapitating the nearest demon. You call this a counterattack, you trash? Impossible. Seeing their kin fall, the hive mind reacted instantly. All forces engage, unleash the psychic assault. A colossal vortex of water erupted, aiming to crush him. The sheer scale of the swarm's power took him by surprise. Impressive coordination. Without missing a beat, he erected a spiritual barrier, enveloping himself in protective light. Maximum mental defense activated. Two charm demons twisted their bodies like serpents, merging their power to issue a command. Units A-131 and A-132 initiate seduction protocol. Others provide cover. Instantly, two stunning beauties materialized, draping themselves over Zisheng. Handsome warrior. You look so exhausted. Let us ease your weary burdens. Just relax. Zisheng's mind reeled. Is this blood mist an aphrodisiac? Or a high-level illusion? The sensory assault intensified by the second. Come to us. Give in. Fall into depravity. Forget the battle. Forget the pain. There is only pleasure here. Under their hypnotic whisper, Zisheng's eyes slowly fluttered shut. Very well. I am coming. But it was a trap. With cold precision, his blade flashed, cleaving the seductress in two. Go to hell, you wretched hag. The second demon tried to flee, but she was already dead. How much do you underestimate humanity to think such cheap tricks would work? Witnessing their failure, the demons shrieked in confusion. The intelligence was flawed. It had no effect. Desperate, the hive mind shifted to a more sinister tactic. Tentacles erupted from their skulls, piercing straight toward Zisheng. Neural link established. Force open his memories. But before the connection could solidify, steel flashed. He severed the psychic tendrils in a single breath. Not a chance. Grip tightening on his hilt, he launched himself into the fray. All of you, die. However, the brief contact had been enough. A charm demon cackled, her voice dripping with malice. We found them. The ones precious to his heart. Flesh warped and shifted. One by one, the monsters took the faces of his comrades. Chu Tian, Su Chang'e, even Chu Xinghe stood before him. Assume their forms. Yet, facing the faces of his friends, Zisheng threw his head back and laughed. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Do you idiots even understand why they are important? Shameless monsters, mocking humanity with such shallow imitations. His laughter died instantly, replaced by cold fury. He became a whirlwind of death. Blade beams crisscrossed the air, shredding the imposters into confetti. Living hell, slash. Before they could process their mistake, spiritual fire consumed them. Their screams echoed as they burned into nothingness. Ah! Zisheng stuck the landing, delivering the final blow without mercy. Total annihilation. Silence returned as the enemies dissolved into ash. Practice makes perfect. Much easier than the last encounter. Next target. The Sonic Bat Kings. Wasting no time, Zisheng locked onto the swarm of alien bats. Hovering in the firmament, he channeled his energy. A massive phantom of a golden dragon materialized behind him, ready to strike. In a flash, the dragon devoured the swarm, granting them no quarter. Forbidden sonic art. Dragon roar countershock. The bat's nest was instantly engulfed in an inferno. It is done. Zisheng exhaled, relieved, but a sudden sharp pain shot through his arm, forcing a grimace. This cursed mark again. He stared at the pulsating sigil on his skin. Earlier, I used the Asura power without triggering the curse. Is it because the Asura arts don't consume origin stones? So this is the price I pay for bypassing the resource cost. Yet, defiance burned in Zisheng's eyes as he clenched his fist. My reserve of origin stones is dangerously low. It won't be enough to survive the battlefield awaiting me outside the Void Gate. Screw it. Compared to death, this pain is a small price to pay. Whatever the ultimate cost may be, I will win this war first. I'll deal with the consequences later. Target, the Spear Demon. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Chu Tian stood vigilant, monitoring the vital signs of the entire team. The battlefield ahead was dominated by familiar legends, Su Xinghe, Lan Changkong, the Wood Brothers, and the formidable Zisheng. It seemed their progress was going perfectly smoothly. There was nothing left for her to do here. If she had known it would be this easy, she would have brought some roast chicken to enjoy the show. But before Su Tian could even finish that thought, a deafening explosion erupted from right behind her. The air itself screamed in agony. The entire dimension violently trembled. Terror seized her heart as she realized with horror. The space around her had been locked down. She could not move a single muscle. As the thick smoke and dust slowly drifted away, it revealed the terrifying silhouette of a colossal green dragon. It stood there like a mountain, letting out a ferocious roar that shook the heavens. Before Su Tian could even process the nightmare before her, the beast transformed, its scales shifting from emerald green to blood red. Its eyes beamed like blinding searchlights, and its massive maw gaped open. The little girl was completely paralyzed by the dragon's pressure. She could not twitch a finger. Despair washed over her as she choked out broken whimpers. Help. Me. Just as death seemed inevitable, Zisheng materialized like a phantom behind the beast's massive frame. He dove toward her, screaming her name, Su Tian, to stop the monster from slaughtering the girl. He instantly unleashed a forbidden technique, the lightning element curse. Countless bolts of lightning crashed down from the firmament. They slammed directly into the body of the Tribulation Dragon. Thunder Prison. Flash Step. He had to save her. Through the portal, a spirit vine suddenly shot out. It wrapped tightly around Su Tian's waist and yanked her into the safety of the void. Waiting on the other side was Sui Sui. Her arms were already outstretched to catch the frightened girl. Finally, the nightmare was over. They were safe. Escaping the jaws of death, Su Tian broke down instantly. Sui Sui held her tight, her voice trembling with worry as she called out to her friend. Seeing the little girl terrified to the point of screaming tears, the duo tried to comfort her. Boo-hoo. I was almost dragon food. It is okay. It is okay. After all, she is just a child. But the moment she heard those words, Su Tian instantly regained her composure and snapped. I was not scared. You guys are just unfeeling blocks of wood. Why should I be the only one afraid? I was just. Seeing her stubbornness, he could not help but chuckle. Right. Our little lady is definitely not scared at all. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Zisheng was locked in mortal combat with the colossal dragon. Suddenly, the situation took a catastrophic turn. The spatial flow became chaotic, and his lightning attacks simply vanished. Su Tian's protective space bubble shattered into dust. Watching the beast rampage, a terrifying realization hit him. Does this dragon's breath possess the power to freeze time and space? The beast had already launched its attack. He had to warn Su Chang'e immediately. At the same time, outside the Void Gate, Old Lai had reverted to his primal scorpion form. He unleashed a barrage of blazing spheres, heavenly meteor fire. With just a few strikes, the alien horde was obliterated. Not even their corpses remained intact, in stark contrast to his violence. Su Chang'e's group was casually lounging under a tree, enjoying some water. This S-Class Old Lai really lives up to the hype. Against these lower-level mobs, it is a complete one-sided massacre. Exactly. Today, I finally understand the saying, one man guards the pass, and 10,000 cannot break through. Ha ha ha. Do not judge him by how much rice he eats. Every grain is worth it. We did not even have to lift a finger to wipe them out. As the praise ended, Old Lai transformed back into his human form, giving a thumbs up. You guys flatter me too much. It was just a small warm-up. Witnessing this, Su Chang'e barked out an order. Who told you to transform back? Keep fighting. Do not get arrogant just because of a few compliments. Old Lai scratched his head, stammering. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Right at that critical moment, a transmission from Zisheng cut through the air. Suchanga, an S-Class Azure Sky Dragon is breaking out. Its breath can temporarily freeze space and time. Everyone, watch out. Hearing the warning, Suchange's expression instantly turned grave. Understood. As the words left his lips, the dragon tore through reality. In its gaping maw, a blinding golden sphere of energy was forming. The big boss had arrived. The fireballs Old Lie had just fired suddenly froze mid-flight. Suspended eerily in the void. Old Lie's entire body locked up. He could no longer move a muscle. A teammate screamed in panic. Old Lie, watch out for the breath. But the dragon's voice boomed, shaking the soul. Die, traitor. It was too late. He was frozen solid. Seeing the imminent catastrophe, Suchange finally made his move. He launched thousands of razor-sharp threads toward the beast, heavenly puppet silk. The threads weaved together with godlike speed, forming an impenetrable barrier to restrain the monster. Heaven and Earth Dragnet. Before the dragon could even react, its massive body was bound tight. The wires constricted, biting into scales. They thought the battle was over, but they were dead wrong. The creature's power was absolute. With a single, devastating flap of its wings, the threads snapped like twigs. Dragon breath. Freeze. Whoosh. Even the heavenly puppet silk was instantly frozen in time. It was useless. However, in that split second of distraction, Suchange's threads wrapped around Old Lie and yanked him backward. Priority 1. Save Old Lie. But tragedy struck. Old Lie's arm had already been hit by the dragon's shockwave. It was gravely injured. There was no time to hesitate. A teammate instantly activated a restoration ability to treat the wound. Sacred light healing. But above them, the sky darkened. The dragon dove down once more, eyes locked on its target. It had no intention of letting the traitor live. Where do you think you are running, traitor? Suchange stepped forward, blocking the path. Old Lie is our comrade now, you stupid lizard. If you want to kill him, you will have to go through me first. Hearing those words, Old Lie's heart trembled. Tears streamed down his face like rain. He had never been defended like this before. Oh, my precious teammates. The burly man threw his head back in laughter, his massive frame shaking. Just a tiny scratch, and you're wailing like babies? Su Leng clasped her hands together, analyzing the energy flow. Based on the fluctuation, this time freeze ability. It mimics the mechanics of the body immobilization arts. The duration is exactly 10 seconds. But here is the flaw. When it exhales, it cannot channel any other abilities. Care screamed a warning. Suchanga, incoming, dragon breath. Just as she spoke, the beast's maw erupted, unleashing a blinding torrent of scorched earth fire. Suchange didn't hesitate. He flashed backward in a blur, narrowly evading the incinerating blast. You think a little paralysis scares us? Change sneered, his aura flaring. Your ancestors were pulling these tricks before you were even an egg. The taunt hit the mark. The dragon roared in fury, its jaws snapping as it charged. Shut up and die! With the beast blinded by rage, Change seized the moment. He activated his technique, awakening the demon puppets. The puppets surged forward, fusing together in a metallic symphony. Puppet transformation. Great shield defense. Suddenly, Su Leng's voice cut through the noise. Watch out! The claws. Too late to dodge. The dragon's talons slammed into the shield with a deafening boom. Guh! Su Leng gritted her teeth, preparing the next warning. The tail! Behind you! Change leaped back, but sweat trickled down his brow. Passive evasion wasn't a strategy, it was a slow death. Zhao Care realized the fatal flaw. This is useless. Voice transmission is too slow. By the time we speak, the danger has already struck. Su Leng squeezed her eyes shut, her focus intensifying. There is one way. Let me attempt a spiritual link. She threw her arms wide, weaving emerald light into a sensory network. Sensory resonance. Link established. Blood tears streamed from Zhao Care's eyes as she pushed her limits. Prediction eye, maximum output. Hurry, I can only hold this for 10 seconds. With the future now visible in his mind, Chang'e's eyes blazed with resolve. Lao Li, cover me. Understood. As the dragon lunged with terrifying speed, Lao Lie was already moving, launching a barrage of fire from the rear. Heavenly Fire Meteor. Forced to defend against the bombardment, the dragon instinctively triggered its defensive art, Dragon Breath Frost Seal. But this defensive pause was exactly the opening Chang'e had been hunting for. Now, Heaven and Earth Net, execute. At his command, razor-sharp wires erupted from the ground, binding the beast instantly. Heaven and Earth Net, slaughter. Chang'e clenched his fist, the wires constricting with brutal force. Let's see how you like being minced meat. He thought it was checkmate, but the dragon refused to fall. A crimson sphere pulsed within its maw. Chang'e gasped. The reverse scale on its chest. Does it possess resurrection properties? Good thing I can see the future now. To sever its lifeline, he launched a wire straight at the glowing scale. Don't you dare! Got you! With a violent yank, he ripped the reverse scale cleanly from the beast's flesh, the touch of crimson, to reducing a giant dragon to a mere worm. Chang'e caught the scale, a smirk playing on his lips. This treasure is mine. Behind him, the dragon's body disintegrated into countless fragments. Dead without a whole corpse, he exhaled a long breath. Phew, it's finally over. But victory came at a price. Zhao Ke and Su Leng collapsed, their spiritual energy completely drained. Chang'e's heart dropped. He rushed to their side, panic in his voice. Su Leng, Zhao Ke, Lao Lai reverted to human form, sprinting over with open arms. Don't worry, I can carry one of them too. Before he could land a finger on them, a barrier slammed down. The healer scoffed. Hug, in your dreams. Back off. I'll open a healing circle. Fine, fine. Bathed in the healing light, color returned to the girls' faces instantly. Kier fluttered her eyes open. Finally. We weren't just dead weight for the team this time. I never considered myself a burden. But, I suppose we were somewhat useful. Chang'e straightened up, bowing respectfully. This victory belongs to you two. Our team wouldn't be complete without you. He produced a white porcelain bottle. Here. Rapid recovery pills, from Chen Lianyi. Without hesitation, Care and Su Leng swallowed the pills. Hey. Rare to hear a human word from you. I thought your dogmouth couldn't spit out anything nice. The touching moment shattered instantly. Chang'e froze, his expression darkening into annoyance. The pills worked like magic. Strength flooded back into their limbs. No more weakness. This medicine is god tier. Full health instantly. Changji's voice dropped an octave. Full health, is it? Zhao Ke sensed the danger. Wait, what are you doing? Su Leng tried to bolt. Run. Tactical retreat. But Chang'e was faster. He grabbed her by the hair. Now, which little chick said I have a dog mouth? She threw a haymaker punch. Bastard. Unhand this old lady right now. Call me grand aunt if you must. Zhao Ke, the child elder of Tianshan, snapped, her aura flaring. But who exactly are you calling an old hag? Do you have a death wish? Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Say that one more time. I dare you. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Su Leng could only shake his head and chuckle. Those two. Such children at heart. Suddenly, Elder Lai appeared behind them, his voice heavy with nostalgia. But isn't that how it's always been? Tell me, he continued, gazing into the distance. Doesn't this remind you of the old days, back when we were small, chasing each other under the sunset of our home planet? Ah, the fleeting beauty of our lost youth. Scene change. Inside the dimensional rift, the siblings of the Qin family scanned their surroundings. This is it, they noted. The final B-rank alien transfer station. Shall we test our new combination attack? Agreed. I'll take the lead. Without hesitation, she slammed her palm against the earth. Abyssal wood summon. Massive roots erupted from the ground, weaving together to form a colossal, towering tree. Heaven-propping suppression. Standing behind her, Qin Yingxi unleashed his own power. My turn. Earth root extinction. The ground shattered as countless roots surged upward from the deep, tearing through the bedrock like angry dragons. The wooden tendrils constricted around the spatial gate, crushing it instantly. A second later, boom, a deafening explosion buried everything in dust. Sui Sui beamed through the haze. Brother, that was amazing. We really owe Su Chang'e for that advice. The siblings stood tall, pride swelling in their chests. Do you feel it? Our cultivation speed has skyrocketed since entering this place. The spiritual energy here is far denser than the outside world. Qin Yingxi tossed a recovery pill to his sister. Next is the A-rank zone. Restore your stamina first. She caught it with a determined nod. Got it. Let's use this time to evolve a few more techniques. Meanwhile, Lan Changkong was a whirlwind of destruction, slaughtering monsters while maintaining an impenetrable water barrier. He roared, Cryo-freeze agent. Instantly, the fluid shield hardened, transforming into thousands of razor-sharp ice spikes aiming for the sky. Dual control volley, ice rain. The avian monsters screeched in agony as they were shredded mid-air by the relentless barrage. Wasting no time, Lan Changkong channeled his frost energy, shattering their gate with a single, devastating blow. Staring at the vial in his hand, a grin spread across his face. Su Xiaonan's freezing potion is a godsend. With this catalyst, I finally possess mastery over both water and ice elements. Scene change. Over at Chu Xinghe's location, he faced a legion of stone golems. The monsters slammed their weapons down, unleashing a crushing domain of blade energy. Seizing a momentary gap in their defense, Chu Xinghe unleashed a flurry of sword slashes. With bodies that hard, a direct assault is just a waste of time, he analyzed coolly. Going straight for the source seems faster. Realizing his target wasn't them, the stone golems turned in panic. Their core was exposed. Protect the tower! But it was too late. Chu Xinghe smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. Oh, you finally noticed? Of course, he hadn't been idle. Sword domain, mirage. Countless afterimages flooded the battlefield, leaving the stone golems confused, unable to distinguish friend from foe. While they hacked blindly at phantoms, the real Chu Xinghe had already materialized behind their defensive line, right at the tower's base. Sword in hand, he whispered. Who decided the domain master has to stay inside the domain? Without hesitation, he severed the tower in a single stroke. You lost, because your thinking is too narrow. The path to victory was becoming clearer. In a separate dimension, Chu Tian reported in. Brother Nam, Su Changje, has already cleared the outer battlefield. My brother has also wiped out the A-rank aliens. Zisheng nodded at the news. Progress is faster than expected. Once Su Changge's team recovers, we will warp in and destroy the teleportation hub of the Dragon Wing Terrors. He narrowed his eyes. I've never seen an S-rank race like this. I'll go in first to scout. Do not follow unless I signal. Chu Tian agreed. Understood. Zisheng stepped through the rift, his sword tearing open the portal. But as he scanned the new world, his eyes went wide with shock. What on earth? Floating right in front of Zisheng were massive, grotesque jellyfish entities. They drifted silently in the void. Are these jellyfish? Flying in the air? A swarm this massive, yet not a single sound? Is this a hive mind consciousness? Before he could finish the thought, a jellyfish lashed out, driving a massive tentacle into the ground where he stood. He dodged by a hair's breadth. Reflexes are sharp, he noted. But the creature remained silent. Can't speak? Low intelligence type? Exploiting its slow recovery, Zisheng doubled back, his blade flashing. He severed the tentacle in one clean cut. Asura, Dragon Slayer. But then the impossible happened. The severed tentacle reattached itself instantly, leaving not even a scar. Worse still, a drop of the creature's blood had splashed onto him during the clash. Smoke began to rise. Zisheng's weapon and his arm were corroding rapidly before his very eyes. Agony twisted his features. His blade, now jagged and useless, clattered to the ground. Unarmed, he locked eyes with the porcelain-skinned monstrosity looming before him. Lightning wasn't enough? Now it has corrosive poison too? This was getting complicated. To take this beast down, Zisheng knew he couldn't do it alone. He needed Chu Tian. He whipped his head around, his voice thundering over the chaos. Chu Tian, spatial bubble, now. Without hesitation, the girl weaved her magic, launching a massive, shimmering sphere toward him. In the blink of an eye, the transparent barrier enveloped Zisheng, sealing him safely within its dimensional walls. His gaze bore into the jellyfish swarm. They regenerate instantly after being sliced, he muttered. Blades are useless here. It's time for arrays and forbidden curses. No more games. Beneath his feet, a complex formation ignited into existence. Frost array, he roared. The crimson seal on his hand pulsed with warning, but he ignored the backlash, focusing entirely on the freezing monster. Frozen solid? He hoped the glacial prison would buy them time, but suddenly, cracks spiderwebbed across the ice. With a shattering crash, the beast broke free. Ice is ineffective! Zisheng gritted his teeth. He immediately switched elements, invoking the fire attribute Forbidden Curse. Draconic Flame, but this move was a fatal miscalculation. As the flame dragon collided with the jellyfish, the heat only intensified their toxicity. The poison mist exploded outward, denser and deadlier than before. Damn it. Fire acts as a catalyst for the poison. Even more shocking, Zisheng's defensive barrier began to sizzle. It can even corrode the spatial bubble? Death was knocking. He signaled Chu Tian, and she poured more power into the shield to reinforce it. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a new forbidden curse, Directional Sonic Wave. The sonic blast struck, but the jellyfish didn't flinch. Instead, they absorbed the sound energy completely. They can even devour sound waves? The swarm lunged at Zisheng again. The bubble held, but he knew it was a ticking time bomb. At this rate, Chu Tian won't last much longer. If we continue like this, I have to find their weakness, fast. A risky plan formed in his mind. He summoned streaks of azure and gold lightning, crackling with intensity. Chu Tian, 3,000 lightning tribulations. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine. History repeated itself. The jellyfish absorbed the lightning strikes, as if feeding on them. Even lightning fails? As he spoke, a radiant sphere of energy materialized in his palm. Then let's see if you can handle raw explosive force. He unleashed the blast. Nothing. Not a scratch. It didn't explode. They're just getting stronger. Chu Tian reached her breaking point. Her small frame trembled violently. Brother Sheng, the corrosion is too strong. I can't hold on. Zisheng wasn't faring much better. Agony shot up his arm, forcing him to clench his jaw until it nearly cracked. The backlash is tearing me apart. Then, epiphany struck. If direct impact doesn't work, what if I reverse the flow? Swallowing the pain, Zisheng raised his trembling hand. Forbidden curse, he whispered. his eyes gleaming with determination. Elemental lightning absorption. Streams of golden lightning were violently sucked into his palm. The concentration of energy was immense, sending waves of torture through his body. Yet, he endured. Holding a colossal sphere of compressed lightning, he shouted, "Compressing thunder element! Chu Tian, prepare to teleport." Trusting him blindly, she nodded. "Ready." Zisheng hurled the unstable sphere forward. "Such massive energy cannot be wasted," Zisheng roared. "Target the enemy." Without a second thought, they leaped through the portal, traversing space in an instant. On the other side stood the dragon, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha. My clan has finally risen. I shall devour all creation and rule this universe as its absolute king." His victory speech was cut short. While his maw was still wide open, a blinding beam of light shot straight down his throat. "Huh?" The dragon froze. Was that an ant? Kaboom! The explosion tore his body into a million bloody fragments. The blast was so cataclysmic it obliterated the dimensional connecting tower instantly. With the threat neutralized, Chu Tian collapsed, free-falling toward the ground. "Brother Sheng, I'm spent." Zisheng's heart lurched. Chu Tian, but there was no time to rest. They were back in the fray. The jellyfish horde began spewing poison again. No lightning, but plenty of poison left? He shouted, "Guardian Tornado!" As the wind shielded them, his mind raced. If the reverse lightning curse worked, then a reverse water curse must be the answer. Forbidden curse. Elemental water absorption. Zisheng slammed his hand forward, violently ripping the moisture from the jellyfish bodies. The water swirled into his palm. Zisheng's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. Compress. The hydro energy converged, condensing into a volatile sphere, mirroring the lightning orb from before. Drained of their power, the jellyfish monstrosities plummeted from the sky. They struck the earth in a chain of deafening explosions, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Witnessing the destruction, a wild grin broke across Zisheng's face. With a wave of his hand, he drove the massive water sphere forward. The payload shifted targets, crashing into the dragon horde and decimating their tentacles in a gruesome display of force. He wasn't finished yet. Conjuring a condensed fireball, he triggered a forbidden earth curse. The ground split open, and a colossal stone dragon erupted from the depths, burying the enemies alive. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing agony assaulted Zisheng's nerves. The corruption had climbed all the way to his neck. The more he abused the forbidden spells, the faster the cursed markings spread. The burning sensation was becoming unbearable. Dragging his exhausted body, he stumbled over to where Chu Tian lay motionless. His stamina was hitting rock bottom. The others likely weren't faring much better. Twilight was setting in. With Chu Tian still unconscious, he gently placed a recovery pill between her lips. "Be a good girl, Chu Tian. Take this and heal up. Once you swallow that, we're going home." Her eyelids fluttered open, her gaze hazy, as she looked up at Zisheng. "Big brother, did we win?" He smiled softly. "Yeah, it's over." Wasting no time, he activated his telepathy to broadcast a message to the team. "All units, regroup at the corridor immediately. We are returning to the shelter." Receiving the order, the team finally emerged from the depths of the dimensional gate. "Phew, we finally wiped out the dragon wing firmament nest. Our teamwork wasn't half bad today, right?" Su Chang'e remarked, carrying Zhao Keir in his arms. Did you hear the victor? We can finally clock out for the day," Nan Zisheng added from the back. "Oh, absolutely. Once we get back, I am demanding overtime pay." Old Lai blinked in confusion. "Wait, do I qualify to ask for payment too?" Su Chang'e burst into laughter. "Haha, look at you, Old Lai, learning our Huaxia-style humor already?" Time flew by, and soon the sky turned pitch black, adorned with shimmering starlight. Inside the safe zone, the atmosphere was chaotic. There was a backlog of injuries needing urgent attention. "Xiaonan, hurry. We need antiseptic and gauze." Damn it, how did we get this battered in just a single day? After a frantic round of treatment, the situation finally stabilized. The team gathered around the dinner table, the tension easing into conversation. Luckily, the injuries aren't life-threatening. Apply the salve, get some sleep, and you'll be fine by morning. You're all starving, right? Eat up. Filling your stomach speeds up recovery. Zhang Yuan shot a sharp look. However, that statement does not apply to you. Old Lai chuckled good-naturedly. "Understood. You warned me beforehand that my seat at the table is purely for lively atmosphere." As it turned out, Zhang Yuan had already prepared an entire roasted hog outside specifically for him. "That's right. Your main course is out there. This room can't handle your appetite. Go feast to your heart's content once we're done here." Old Lai looked visibly moved. "All right. I'm touched." Lan Chang suddenly piped up. "Su Chang'e, you're getting rusty. I took down 27 A-rank species solo today." He cut Su off before he could retort. "And you? You led a whole squad and still got thrashed the moment you entered the gate." Suddenly, Old Lai turned to Lan Chang. In this situation, isn't the standard cool response? But we just took down an S rank? The innocent delivery made Su Chang'e roar with laughter. Ha ha ha. Old Dan, look at that. Even Old Lai knows how to roast you now, Su Chang'e interrupted. He learns nothing but trash from following you. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe looked toward Zisheng. Entering the Void Gate this time leveled up everyone's abilities significantly. The S-rank species are practically extinct now. Reports from Great Xia's 5th defense line confirm that the dimensional rift is shrinking. Su Leng added, "Victory is within reach. Don't shoulder the pressure alone, and stop hiding your condition." Hearing that, Zisheng knew the jig was up. Fine, let's not ruin everyone's appetite. I'll explain after dinner. Later, inside the research lab, Zisheng finally removed his outer tunic, revealing a torso mapped with terrifying, dense curse patterns. Don't panic yet, just look. Does anyone recognize this? Xiaonan gasped in horror. Is that some kind of tattoo? Chen Lianyi stepped forward. Are these curse runes generated from overusing forbidden spells in the void? His brows furrowed slightly as he nodded. She reached out, tracing the dark lines on his skin. Does it hurt when I press here? No pain now, he replied. It only burns when the curse activates after I cast a forbidden spell. Since they couldn't identify the specific curse, they grabbed a syringe to draw Zisheng's blood for analysis. We need a sample to run a full breakdown. Before rushing to the lab, Chen Lianyi instructed, Zishan, try using your holy light healing on him. We'll be right back. Outside, Chu Xinghe and the team waited anxiously. How is he? Two people looked expectantly at Xiaonan, but she could only shake her head helplessly. I honestly have no idea. Inside the inner chamber, Nan Zisheng summoned her healing arts, focusing all her energy on Zisheng to find a breakthrough. Holy light purification, but her efforts were in vain. No matter how much divine power she poured in, the dark sigils branded on the boy's skin refused to fade. Her expression darkened with frustration. Was it useless? Refusing to give up, Nan Zisheng gritted her teeth and switched tactics. Enhanced healing, sudden reaction. A sinister purple light erupted from within, the curse marks themselves, pulsing with malevolent energy. Zisheng groaned in pain. Urgh! Before Nan Zisheng could process the anomaly, the energy coalesced into a monstrous form and lunged, knocking her to the ground. Zisheng shouted, Sister! Hearing the commotion, Chu Xing, he burst into the room and caught Nan Zisheng before she hit the floor. Zishan? Panic laced his voice. Are you hurt? He asked. I am fine, she replied quickly. But the real horror was on Zisheng's arm, where tiny writhing monsters were manifesting from his flesh, causing him immense agony. Was that a counterattack? Did the curse just retaliate against the holy light therapy? Even a healer of Nan Zisheng's caliber could barely believe what she was witnessing. Correct, she realized. This curse is a living entity with defensive mechanisms. We have never encountered anything like this. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed from the corridor. Xiaonan and Chen Lianyi rushed in, clutching 2 test tubes tightly in their hands as they spoke in unison. We tested the tissue samples. Aside from pigmentation, there are absolutely no physiological abnormalities. Nan Zisheng was stunned. No abnormalities? Impossible, she insisted. It clearly attacked me just now. At the very least, it should show signs of a parasitic organism. The mystery only deepened. This situation defied all medical logic, and to find the truth, they had to push the experiments further. Zisheng looked at them with steely resolve. Do whatever you need to do. Test it. Chen Lianyi poured a vial of green solution over his arm. First attempt, chemical pigment removal. But the skin remained unchanged, and Zisheng felt nothing. The curse showed 0 signs of weakening. It was a complete failure. Chen Lianyi sighed. Gentle methods are useless. We have to try Xiaonan's approach. Xiaonan stepped forward, holding a menacing vial. This is a necrotic corrosive poison extracted from the alien race. Her eyes held a trace of concern as she looked at her patient. You can recover from the corrosion, she warned. But the process will feel like being torn apart alive. Do you need anesthesia? Zisheng smiled confidently. How weak do you think I am? Stop wasting time, he commanded. Just do it. We cannot afford to delay. Xiaonan tipped the vial, pouring the acid directly onto his arm. Intense agony exploded instantly, forcing Zisheng to grit his teeth and suppress a groan. Arg! In mere seconds, the acid burned a hole straight through his flesh, shocking Chen Lianyi. The poison devoured the skin and meat, yet it had absolutely no effect on the cursed seal itself. Another failure, but as she peered into the wound, Xiaonan noticed something terrifying. Look, even on the corroded flesh, the seal remains visible. It is not just skin deep, she noted grimly. It is etched onto the bone. Chen Lianyi gasped, rushing closer. To remove this mark, we would have to amputate the entire arm. Zisheng cut them off. Forget it. For now, this curse does not seem to be causing immediate life-threatening harm. Nan Zisheng stepped forward, her hands glowing. Brother, let me heal the corrosion wound for you first. But before she could even cast her spell, the wound began to knit itself together at a miraculous speed. Wait, she stammered. Does the curse mark possess regenerative abilities? Zisheng's eyes flew open. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge. Could it be that this is not a curse at all, but a new ability I have acquired? If that is true, he mused, then the more I use forbidden spells, the stronger my body's regeneration becomes. Seeing the crisis avert, Su Changge chuckled with relief. So it was just a false alarm. All right, everyone, show's over, let's disperse. Meanwhile, outside the medical ward, the Sui siblings were busily engaged in a secret project. They coordinated perfectly, activating their special technique. Warm little wooden house, rise from the earth. Instantly, a cozy wooden cabin sprang up, complete with a portrait of Old Lai hanging above the entrance. Witnessing this gesture, Old Lai was overcome with pure happiness. Back on my home planet, my job was construction, he reminisced. I built homes for everyone else. I never imagined that one day, someone would build a home for me. Truly, a friendship that transcends species. The siblings grinned, pointing at their creation. Ha, it is finished. Old Lai, go take a look, see if you like it. I will, he replied. The interior was spacious and airy, featuring a comfortable bed placed perfectly in the center. The style is different from my people's architecture, Old Lai noted, but I can feel the warmth of your hearts in every plank. But there was more. Sui smiled mischievously and pressed a switch on the wall. Click. As the lights hummed to life, a projection filled the ceiling images of massive, terrifying, giant scorpions. That projection is a special housewarming gift from Chu Tian. Seeing his favorite creatures, Old Lai could no longer hold back. His body trembled as tears welled up in his eyes. A literal torrent of tears erupted, flooding the room and washing Qin Yingxi and Sui out the door. Boo-hoo-hoo. Thank you, everyone. I am so incredibly satisfied. Is that really necessary? Why the drama? That evening, under the open sky, Chu Xinghe stood chatting with Chu Tian. He handed over a handful of shimmering bands. Tianer, the rings you asked for. They are finally ready. Each one was crafted to perfection, sized for specific fingers, with names engraved on the inner bands. Oh? Her eyes lit up as she snatched a specific one from the pile. This design is unique. It's for Sister Nan, isn't it? Brother, you are done for. You've fallen into the trap of love. Chu Xinghe gently patted her head, a wry smile on his face. You're too sharp for a kid. Hurry up and process them, then get some sleep. She giggled, clutching the treasure. Hey, all right. Not a second to waste. Chu Tian channeled her energy. Space magic flooded the ring. Once activated, she slid it onto her finger with a satisfied hum. With these spatial storage rings, the next trip into the Void Gate would change everything. Carrying supplies would be effortless, and harvesting high-tier monster materials for research would be a breeze. Watching her excitement, Chu Xinghe smiled, a look of pure satisfaction and pride. That's right, our Tianer is truly the best. Suddenly, a voice broke the moment. Su Changge shouted from a distance. Chu Xinghe, I'm done here. Come, lend a hand. Xinghe turned to his sister. Tianer, I need to check on this. You go to sleep first. Okay. Good night, brother. She headed inside, leaving the men to their work. In front of Su Changge lay 3 stones, pulsing with a mysterious light. The alloy blade Nan Zisheng used previously. It had shattered completely during the last battle. Perfect timing. I brought back 3 reverse scales from the blazing sky dragon. Changge's eyes gleamed. Let's see if we can forge him a new masterpiece with these. Chu Xinghe examined the materials. They look decent. But looks aren't enough. Let's test the durability first. You control the scales. I'll hit them with sword intent. It was time for a stress test. Su Changge wrapped the scales in energy and launched them into the air. Bring it! Chu Xinghe didn't hesitate. He unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp sword beams. Sword domain unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. The slashes connected, yet the scales remained flawlessly intact. Not even a scratch. Durability is solid. But one test wasn't enough. He struck again. Su Changge laughed in delight. Did you see that? It's the deceleration effect of the blazing sky dragon. No doubt about it. These materials, they were born to become a god-tier weapon. The reverse scale naturally possessed a slowing attribute. Forging a weapon from this? It would be devastatingly useful. That very night, the real work began. First, smelting the dragon scales. Then, the hammer fell. Clang, clang, shaping the blade, flattening the steel, and finally, plunging the red-hot metal into the quenching water. Hiss, it was finished. A complete, perfect blade lay before them. It was magnificent. Let's call it the reverse scale Mo Dao. Tomorrow morning, Nan Zisheng is in for a huge surprise. Meanwhile, in Nan Zisheng's room, his face was pale as a sheet. His breath came in ragged, terrified gasps. Inside his mind, a nightmare unfolded. He stood before a colossal, ancient tree. A god? What exactly are you? What do you want from me? A voice echoed from the abyss. My past is your present. My present is your future. The voice commanded, come, become me. Let me be free. Suddenly, massive branches surged forward, wrapping tight around Nan Zisheng's body. Huh? What do you mean? The entity replied coldly. Keep walking forward. Do not look back. The answer lies ahead. The roots tightened their grip, crushing the air from his lungs. He was trapped. He couldn't move a muscle. In the blink of an eye, the giant tree transformed into a wooden maw, swallowing him whole. Then, the phantom tree began to dissolve, fading into dust and nothingness. Witnessing this, Nan Zisheng's eyes snapped open in the dream. Don't go! Tell me the truth! But before he could scream, the nightmare shattered. He bolted upright in bed, gasping for air. The familiar morning light filtered into the small room. Pant, pant. Seeing him jolt up, Chu Xinghe, who was resting nearby, asked in concern, Nan Zisheng, are you all right? Zisheng forced a stiff smile, trying to hide the terror. Ah, I'm fine. Just a bad dream. Xinghe looked at him steadily. Everything is on track. Don't worry too much. Rest is the most important thing right now. Zisheng nodded slowly. Yeah, I get it. I'll go back to sleep. As he lay back down, his face remained deathly pale. Cold sweat drenched his body. He could only pray that it was just a dream. Early the next morning, the team assembled outside on the barren ground, staring at the looming gate ahead. Listen up. Nan Zisheng took command. Lao Li, you guard the perimeter today. Make sure no fish slip through the net. Lao Li saluted sharply. Understood, Captain. Mission guaranteed. Zisheng turned to the others, his eyes hardening. The rest of you, follow me. We kill our way in. The team roared in unison. Yes, Captain. As they stepped through the spatial rift, the scenery shifted. Before them lay gates of distinct colors. Blue, red, yellow. Look at those colors. The S-rank species we have to kill today will be monstrous. We split up. If you encounter danger, report immediately. Once you're done, don't linger. Everyone, regroup at the passage. Nan Zisheng added one final, cautious warning. The dark blue insignia on the door pulses ominously. It screams of biohazards, most likely a dangerous virus strain. Chu Xinghe, take Qin Ying and Qin Sui. This sector seems tailored for your team's skill set. You can handle this. His gaze shifts to the side. The dark yellow door bears the mark of a hornet. This trial will demand flawless coordination and sensory perception. Su Changge, gather Lan Chang, Su Leng, and Zhao Care for this one. Su Changge smirks confidently. Consider it done. I've been hunting hornets since I was a brat. This is child's play. Now, only Zisheng and Chu Tian remain standing in the hall. Chu Tian, follow me. We take the dark crimson door. Stepping through the void, they find themselves in a distorted dimension, facing yet another colossal gate. The walls of the tunnel look grotesque, as if devoured by some virulent, corrosive energy. Anxiety tightens his expression. Could an alien species with high-level corrosion abilities be lurking inside? Murderous intent flares in his eyes. Perfect. It's time to christen this new blade they gifted me. Without hesitation, Zisheng unleashes the reverse scale blade. One strike cleaves the massive door in two. He follows up instantly. Asura dragon slash, but the scenery behind the shattered door freezes him in his tracks. His eyes widen in shock. It's a wasteland of absolute ruin. Thick, suffocating dust swirls in the gloom, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Strange. There's no one here. Brother! Chu Tian stumbles back in terror, pointing upwards. Look above. Following her gaze, Zisheng finally sees it. Damn it, that head is massive. Did it manage to warp here just by locking onto our coordinates? This beast is in a league of its own compared to the trash we've fought before. Its body towers like a jagged mountain of stone, a silent sentinel guarding the spire. The Sangzang demon statue. A booming voice shakes the earth. The ants dare intrude before I have even fully descended? Spare me the monologue. Zisheng launches a devastating sword wave straight at the tower. Direct attack. Above, a colossal skeletal phantom manifests, roaring into existence. Asura reverse scale, demonic friction. But the monster is no pushover. Fire erupts from its ancient eyes, raining destruction below. Sangzang. Nirvana annihilation. In a blink, the beam obliterates the skeletal phantom, reducing the majestic attack to mere dust. The demon statue instantly gathers its energy again, launching a second ruthless strike directly at Zisheng. He barely manifests a protective barrier in time. Gah! The impact is too heavy. His body fails to react, and he's sent tumbling backward. Glancing down, Zisheng freezes. His arm. It's withered and gray. Sang Zong. Is this the power of decay? Suddenly, the blade in his hand pulses with light. My reverse scale blade is unaffected. Did the weapon's absolute zero attribute neutralize the decay? Before he can even process the theory, the withered flesh revitalizes. His arm returns to normal in an instant. My regeneration factor kicked in? No time to overthink it. Zisheng spots the weakness. The red light fires from its forehead. Chu Tian, warp me up there. Receiving the command, the girl triggers her spatial art without hesitation. Flash. Zisheng materializes instantly atop the demon statue, driving his blade straight toward its eye. Asura realm, Hell Slash. The strike transforms into a colossal ice dragon, sinking its fangs into the statue's eye. Time freeze. Wait, it's resisting the temporal lock? Ridiculous. A blazing red beam erupts point blank from the center of its eye. Boom. Fire and ice collide in a catastrophic stalemate. Neither side gives an inch. But mortal flesh cannot rival a demon indefinitely. Zisheng feels his strength draining. The time freeze. It's reached its limit. I can't hold it back. The energy backlash hits him like a freight train. He's hurled backward through the air. Gah! Seeing the peril, Chu Tian conjures a portal to catch him. Brother! Teleporting now! But before the spell completes, the massive shadow of the demon statue looms over her. Insolent insect. A torrent of flame crashes into her spatial sphere, shattering it instantly. Perish. Zisheng's face twists in pure horror. His vision goes black with rage. Chu Tian. To save him, she had exposed herself to cast that spatial anchor. She wasn't fast enough. The demon statue's crimson flame engulfed her position, obliterating her technique mid-cast. Miraculously, the main impact missed. The flames only grazed the tips of her hair, but where the fire touched, her raven hair turned stark white in seconds. Chu Tian gasps, trembling. My spatial manipulation. It's useless against the Sangzang divine power? There's no time to think. Zisheng charges back into the fray, his blade screaming. Forbidden art. Earth element. A titanic pillar of rock erupts from the ground, forming an absolute shield in front of the girl, intercepting the deadly flames. Aegis of the great earth. Yet the demon statue is relentless, unleashing another torrent of hellfire from its eye to melt through their defenses. Under the devastating power of the Spear of Light, all creation returns to the void. Sparks explode against the boulders, scattering destruction in every direction. Realizing his defenses are crumbling, anxiety grips Zisheng. He roars, pushing his spiritual energy to the limit. Double forbidden spell. Instantly, a massive wall of stone rises to shield him, standing in a defiant line. But it's useless. The spear light pierces through the barrier like paper. Just as he prepares his next move, a sudden realization strikes him. His eyes snap open in shock. He has to get Chu Tian to safety. Chu Tian, run. Get out of here now. She freezes, hesitating, unwilling to leave him behind. But brother, he cuts her off coldly. Don't worry about me. I won't die. You being here is just a burden. The harsh words strike her heart, and tears burst from her eyes. With no other choice, she nods, her voice trembling. Okay. She summons a spatial sphere, tears streaming down her face as she whispers, So, I really am just a burden. As she disappears, Zisheng finally exhales a heavy sigh of relief. Whoosh! Finally. The kid is safe. The demon statue shifts its terrifying gaze solely onto him, boring little ant. But fear is nowhere to be found in Zisheng's eyes. He points his blade straight at the behemoth. Plenty of alien trash have called me an ant before, he declares with unwavering resolve. But look where we are. I'm still standing, and they've all turned to dust. Without hesitation, Zisheng soars into the sky. Behind him, the phantom of a colossal ice dragon manifests. Double forbidden spell. In a heartbeat, the dragon coils tightly around the demon statue, locking it in a grip of absolute frost. Heaven and earth freeze. But he isn't finished yet. The ice dragon opens its maw, unleashing a breath of catastrophic cold. Reverse scale dragon breath time freeze. The giant is encased in a massive tomb of ice. Just when it seems the beast is sealed, a blood-red light flares deep within its eyes. A booming voice shakes the heavens. Spear light. Universal illumination. Instantly, the glacial prison begins to melt at a terrifying speed. As the ice dissolves, the center of the statue's eye burns like a red sun. With a deafening crash, it shatters its confinement. Petty tricks. Is that all you have? Zisheng sneers. Forbidden spell. Single wood arc. A massive log materializes beneath his feet. Riding the surge of energy like a wave, he charges straight toward the demon statue. The monster refuses to yield. It unleashes a chaotic storm of spark beams, an inescapable heaven and earth dragnet. Relying on his godlike reflexes, Zisheng weaves through the deadly barrage, dodging every strike with effortless grace. It changed its attack pattern. This light is far more intense than before. One hit, and I'm a dead man. But then, a thought strikes him. Light? Wait. If this was true light, the speed would be instantaneous. The energy it's firing, these are just condensed spear particles. If I move at the speed of true light, I can bypass them entirely. Zisheng decides to gamble it all on one strike. He unleashes a flurry of blinding sword slashes. The demon statue scoffs at his defiance, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. How pathetic. But as the statue charges its energy, Zisheng explodes with golden lightning. In a flash, he vanishes from his position, his target, the eye. Reappearing instantly at point-blank range, he roars. Reverse scale dragon breath time freeze. Boom! The massive eye shatters. Zisheng drills straight through the lens and breaches the interior. Inside, he discovers the truth. It's a control room piloted by grotesque creatures. Terrified by his sword's radiance, they tremble, sweat pouring off them like rain. Their bodies twist and convulse in fear, looking like wretched, dying worms. Zisheng scans the cockpit, shocked. So, this is your true face? I wasn't fighting a single entity. I was fighting an entire platoon. Before he can process it, the creatures glare at him, their eyes glowing red. They scream in unison, "Kill him!" Zisheng reacts instantly. An ice lotus blooms in his palm. Ice array, layered seal. In a split second, the entire crew is flash frozen into statues. If these things were put in a museum, they'd certainly draw a crowd. He takes a closer look. On second thought, they're too ugly to keep, and they look like they'd rot quickly. With a wave of his hand, he shatters the ice, blasting their bodies into frozen dust. Job done. He sweeps the debris into his dimensional storage. Storage ring. Collect. I'll research these remains later. As Zisheng exits, the massive demon statue loses its power. It collapses with a thunderous crash, crushing the tower beneath its feet. Looks like I don't need to destroy the support pillar myself. He gazes into the distance, smiling. Now, let's go find Chu Tian. I was pretty harsh with her earlier. I hope the little brat isn't too angry with me. Suddenly, a mental transmission pierces his mind. It's Zhao Care, her eyes weeping blood. Captain! Get here, fast! Su Leng. He can't hold on much longer. What? Zisheng's blood runs cold. The story rewinds to before the chaos, back when Su Changze's team first stepped through the gate. What met their gaze was a monstrosity of nature. A beehive of truly staggering proportions loomed before them. Damn, that thing is massive. Intrigue danced in his eyes as he assessed the target. Time to test the waters and see what we're dealing with. Su Changze didn't waste a second. Crimson threads erupted from his hands, shooting straight toward the colossal hive like seeking vipers. 10,000 ghost threads. He commanded the wires to slice through the hive's outer shell, expecting it to crumble. Cut it apart for me. But the hive stood there, solid and unyielding. Not even a scratch. Wow. This is nothing like the hive's back on the blue star. It's tough as steel. Brute force wouldn't work. He had no choice but to switch tactics. Formation shift. Su Changji's attacks rained down on the hive's surface like a storm. A cacophony of thunderous impacts echoed as thousands of threads probed for a weakness. But before he could even analyze the feedback, snap, his spirit threads were severed instantly. He clicked his tongue in disbelief, completely caught off guard. Su Leng suddenly froze, her instincts screaming. Something's wrong. A terrifying power just exploded outward. Zhao Care scanned the area frantically. Could it be a spirit swarm? Lan Chongkong frowned, scanning the empty air. A swarm? Why don't I see anything? Invisibility, she warned. Defense up, now. Lan Chongkong didn't hesitate. He instantly summoned a barrier of water to encase the entire team in a protective sphere. Infinite Sea, Hydrocube. The ultimate defense was set. As soon as the shield materialized, the water surface began to ripple violently. Shockwaves from unseen impacts battered their defenses. Look at the water! They're crashing into us! How do we fight what we can't see? Su Changze shouted over the noise. Care! Can you track them? She shook her head, terror creeping into her voice. No! We have to rely on instinct. The invisible assault grew more ferocious by the second. The water barrier began to fracture. This is bad. We can't hold this forever. To turn the tide, Su Leng and Zhao Care synchronized their voices. Sensory link. Share vision and maximize the eye of foresight. The spell took hold instantly. The pupils of both Su Changze and Lan Chongkong flared with a menacing crimson glow. No more time to waste. Su Changze launched his counterattack. If he couldn't see them with his eyes, he would hunt them with his senses. His threads lashed out, ensnaring the invisible enemies for a split second. But they were too fast. Their movement speed was god tier, making them nearly impossible to pin down. Sudden disaster struck. An attack bypassed their defenses, stabbing straight into Su Leng's arm. She cried out in pain as the formation faltered. Su Leng, Zhao Qier screamed. Dark, corrupted energy erupted from the wound, eating away at her flesh. A gaping hole appeared where the stinger had hit. Su Chang'e saw the blood and made a snap decision. Old Lan, water isn't working. Switch to ice, now. Lan Changkong didn't ask questions. He combined his hydrokinesis with freezing air. A massive block of ice materialized, freezing the atmosphere in an instant. And it worked. The drop in temperature revealed the truth. The invisible monsters were finally exposed. The kinetic energy vanished. Trapped within the ice were the outlines of the invisible bees. They're vulnerable to the cold. Opportunity had arrived. Su Chang'e grinned, his confidence returning. At least we can slow them down. This makes things much easier. Create a path. Use the ice as a tunnel. We're going straight to the center to kill the queen. But before they could execute the plan, Su Leng collapsed. Her consciousness was fading as she stumbled backward. Ugh, these bees possess a lethal poison. Zhao Qier gasped. We need to save Su Leng first. She poured a high-grade potion into Su Leng's mouth, but her face paled. The toxin is spreading too fast. Potions aren't enough. Lan Changkong analyzed the situation grimly. I can freeze her to slow the poison, but the frostbite could permanently damage her. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Su Chang'e barked the order. Signal Nan Zisheng. Tell Chu Tian to get her to the sanctuary immediately. On it. Zhao Qier replied, preparing the transmission. But Su Leng struggled to her feet, her voice weak but determined. Lan Changkong, freeze the wound first. I can handle the frostbite. Going into that hive is suicide without my sensory abilities. You need me. Lan Changkong hesitated, torn between safety and duty. Don't dally, Su Chang'e shouted. Do as she says. He looked at Su Leng with intense focus. Su Leng, don't push yourself too far. Victory matters, but survival matters more. She managed a faint smile. Don't worry, I know my limits. Lan Changkong unleashed his power, freezing Su Leng's poisoned arm in a block of solid ice. Cold ice congelation. Just as the wound was sealed, Su Chang'e sensed a shift in the air. The swarm was reacting. Another wave is coming. Old Lan, get ready. He stared down the approaching buzz, shouting his command. Infinite Sea. Lan Changkong unleashed a glacier of power. He encased the entire colossal hive in a prison of ice, sealing every exit. Frozen 1,000 miles. As he maintained the spell, Lan Changkong roared. Ice tunnel formation. This was their chance. Su Chang'e and Lan Changkong charged into the frozen passage. A blitzkrieg strike to end this quickly. Meanwhile, Su Leng's vision began to blur. Trembling, she pulled a pill from her storage. Zhao Qier tried to grab her hand. Sister Leng, stop. If you use a stimulant now, your body will completely overload. But determination burned in Su Leng's eyes, refusing to listen. We cannot afford to hesitate. If we do, we become nothing but dead weight. She cut him off sharp. Then I will walk this path with you. At the very least, our shared strength will rise to the occasion. Su Leng nodded, his resolve set in stone. Agreed. The moment the words left his lips, the pill took effect. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from within Su Leng's body. She screamed, a raw sound of agony and power. Far away, Lan Changkong and Su Chang'e froze, sensing the anomaly instantly. Their sensory perception and foresight. Had they evolved? Just what kind of forbidden technique did those two use? No time to question it. They had to fight. Failure was not an option. Meanwhile, outside the combat zone, Chu Tian spiraled into self-doubt. I am just a burden. What can I even do? Zisheng shouted, Chu Tian, snap out of it. Su Leng and the others are in mortal danger. Seeing her drowning in sorrow, he realized with a start she wasn't just sad, she was furious at herself. He thought. In the end, she really is just a child. With no other choice, Zisheng patted her head gently. Chu Tian, I only wanted to protect you. Please understand. But the tears only flowed harder. I know you want to keep me safe, brother, but that just proves everything you said is true. Only the useless need protection. Zisheng slowly crouched down, interrupting her spiral. I was wrong, Chu Tian. You are strong. You are absolutely not a burden. We protect each other. Even if we are burdens, we carry that weight together. Look at the situation. Right now. Don't the others need your protection? Those words finally pierced through the darkness. Her spirit reignited. She channeled her energy and tore open a spatial gate. That's more like it. Since you admitted your mistake, I'll forgive you this once. But don't let it happen again. With space transfer active, hesitation vanished. They stepped into the void and warped directly to Su Leng's position. Su Leng, Zhao Qier, we have arrived. Seeing Su Leng's battered state, Zisheng urged immediately. Sister Su Leng, let me teleport you to the rear for treatment. But she refused to budge. I can still hold on. We talk about injuries after we win this war. Her stubbornness terrified Chu Tian, but there was no swaying her. They had to respect her will. We respect their wish. We wait 10 seconds. The little girl asked nervously, should we charge in and help? Zisheng shook his head. No, I believe in them. They can finish this. Meanwhile, Su Chang'e and Lan Changkong were pushing deep into the enemy hive. The massive threat approached, but their teamwork was flawless, a symphony of destruction. Ice spikes met spiderwebs in a perfect combo. As the net ensnared the swarm, he roared, horizontal sweep slash. In an instant, the space was purged. Not a single bee remained alive. Deep within the central chamber, the ominous tower finally came into view. Su Changji laughed, pure adrenaline fueling him. Head for the queen's chamber. The key to their teleportation lies with the queen bee. Her main body cannot hide. And just as predicted, sitting upon her throne in the center, was the monstrosity herself. I never expected mere insects to breach this far. Before she could finish her arrogance, the duo launched their assault. You look like that and have the nerve to call humans insects? Save your breath. We're taking down this hive. Lan Changkong unleashed his signature art once more. Countless jagged icicles materialized, shooting forward like a deadly rain, frost spikes. Yet the queen bee danced through the attack with terrifying ease. You think this little frost can stop me? Su Chang'e joined the fray, launching thousands of crimson threads. Heaven and earth dragnet, but the queen scoffed. Your movements are pitifully slow. The situation was critical. Old Lan, distract her. I'll strike the teleportation hub directly. His eyes locked onto the queen, burning with intensity. He moved like lightning, attacks faster and heavier than before. But the queen bee was a blur, evading every strike. Bone-penetrating frost. Seizing the split second the queen was distracted, Su Chang'e slipped past defenses and reached the tower. The queen shrieked in horror, turning her head just in time to see. No! She tried to retreat, but a massive wall of solid ice rose from the ground to block her path. Trying to play defense now? In your dreams. But from the center of the queen's chest, a gem erupted with blinding crimson light. Heart of flames. A deafening explosion shattered the ice barrier into dust. She didn't stop there. The queen detached her poisonous stinger, firing it like a missile straight at Su Chang'e's back. He was oblivious, focused entirely on the tower. Heavenly silk slash, eyes blazing with fury. He roared, "Shatter for me!" Crack. The tower crumbled, exploding into thousands of useless fragments. It was over. The queen bee screamed in despair, "My hive." But before she could react, an ice arrow pierced straight through her chest. Green blood sprayed across the chamber. The shooter stood cold and precise. Lan Changkong. Strike while the enemy is down. That is the rule. At that exact moment, Su Chang'e watched the venomous arrow tear through the air toward him. With a graceful tilt of his body, he let it pass. Child's play. But his arrogance blinded him to the shadow lurking behind. A second arrow struck home, piercing straight through his back and out his chest. Su Chang'e's world began to spin, colors bleeding together in a dizzying haze. My vision. Is this the poison? Or merely an illusion of the mind? The toxin surged like molten lead, tearing a scream of absolute agony from his throat. Witnessing the horror, Lan Changkong cried out in panic. The hive formation finally shattered, exploding into 1,000 fragments of light. Chu Tian cheered. We did it. Absolute victory is ours. But the celebration died instantly. Lan Changkong was dragging a fallen Su Chang'e from the wreckage, screaming, "Don't just stand there, save him." Suddenly, Su Leng's strength failed her, and she collapsed to the cold ground. Zhao Keir gasped, "Su Leng!" Zisheng caught her just in time, his eyes hardening with resolve. "Chu Tian, move. Teleport to the opposite gate. We must find Nan Zisheng immediately." The young girl nodded, channeling her power. Space warped around them as they shifted into the Plague Lord's inner sanctum. Carrying their wounded, the team emerged from the rift. But the sight waiting for them froze the blood in Zisheng's veins. Deep beneath the earth, Chu Xinghe and Nan Zisheng lay motionless. Like broken dolls, they showed no sign of life. "Brother!" Chu Tian sobbed, rushing to Chu Xinghe's side. Zisheng knelt beside Nan Zisheng, lifting her gently. "Zisheng, wake up! What happened here?" Her eyes fluttered open, weak and trembling. She pointed a shaking finger toward the ominous tower, now shrouded in a thick, green miasma, the concentrated plague virus. It escaped the teleportation. Her voice faded before she could finish, darkness reclaiming her consciousness. Zisheng shouted, "Zishan!" But there was no time to mourn. He turned to Chu Tian, his voice like iron. "Get everyone to the safe house. Find Chen Liani and Su Xiaonan. Now." "Understood," she cried. As the others prepared to flee, Zisheng stood alone, facing the danger. The infected beasts have warped outside. Can Old Lai hold them back? He gritted his teeth. "I need to get to the Void Gate first. Be careful." Chu Tian vanished with the wounded. Meanwhile, At the battlefield beyond the Void Gate, Old Lai sat amidst the chaos, plucking leaves with a heavy sigh. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. Waiting alone is such a drag. Suddenly, the Void Gate trembled violently. Old Lai jumped up, eyes wide. Huh? Back so soon? But his grin vanished as a chilling realization struck. The energy signature was wrong. A figure emerged, bizarre attire, a masked face, and an aura dripping with virulent poison. Old Lai narrowed his eyes. An S-rank alien species? The virus entity sneered at the old warrior. A pitiful traitor. A weak deserter. Old Lai didn't waste breath on words. He unleashed his power, launching a devastating barrage of blazing spheres. Heavenly Fire Meteor! The flames engulfed the creature, tearing a screech of agony from its throat as its body began to disintegrate. Before Old Lai could even blink, the creature was gone. Nothing remained but a cloud of white, powdery dust drifting in the wind. Huh? That's it? Old Lai scratched his head, dumbfounded. Did I use too much power? Was that really an S rank? Or just trash? Seeing the threat gone, he reverted to his human form, looking utterly confused. Tesk, that has to be the most boring fight in history. Just then, Zisheng stepped out from the portal, scanning the area. Old Lai, did you see an S-rank alien pass through here? Old Lai pointed a thumb at himself, beaming with pride. Saw him? I blasted him into dust with 1 shot. Zisheng froze. What? That's impossible. It's true. I didn't even. But Zisheng cut him off, panic rising in his voice. Where is the dust? Where did the fragments go? Old Lai pointed toward the sky, where glittering green motes danced in the breeze. Up there. The wind took them. Zisheng's face went pale. Damn it. That wind leads straight to the 5th battlefield. I have to go back. He turned to run, but his body betrayed him. Horrifying sores erupted across his skin in an instant. Hey, Zisheng, Old Li shouted. The young hero buckled, coughing up a violent spray of fresh blood. Curse it all, Zisheng gasped, wiping his mouth. Am I infected too? Suddenly, the mark on his arm pulsed with a sinister red light. The cursed seal had awakened. His heart clenched in a vice grip of agony, forcing a guttural scream from his lips. He could feel it, the foreign entity invading his veins, tearing through every inch of his flesh. The virus was alive inside him. The parasite swarmed, but the cursed seal was faster. It surged forward, obliterating the infection with ruthless efficiency. The pain vanished as quickly as it had come. Zisheng took a deep breath, his body feeling lighter than air. The curse. It purged the virus? He glanced sharply at Old Lai. This plague spreads through contact. Chu Tian and the others might be in danger. Old Lai paled. Wait, does that mean I'm? Zisheng shook his head. If you were infected, you'd be dead by now. You're safe. There is no time left to hesitate. Tuthong raised his blade, the steel humming with energy. Forbidden art. Hurricane, he roared. Everyone, retreat to the safe zone. The portal to the 5th defense line is active. Meanwhile, the safe zone had transformed into a grim infirmary. So Thien gasped, clutching his chest. Old Lamb, does your body feel wrong? Lam Trong didn't answer. A heavy silence hung between them until their eyes met. Horror dawned on them. Festering, ulcerated sores were erupting across their skin. Damn it, one of them cursed, trembling. Even my face. It's rotting away. Agony crashed over them like a tidal wave. They convulsed, vomiting black blood as their complexions turned ashen. Inside the lab, Tianam and Tran Lianwei were fighting a desperate war. It's a genetic bioweapon, Tianam analyzed. It specifically targets carbon-based lifeforms. It triggers massive hemolysis, liquefies internal organs, and severs neural pathways instantly. The reproduction rate is catastrophic. I'm initiating the thermal resistance test now. The results were devastating. High temperatures aren't killing it, she reported, voice shaking. It's mutating into an aerosol form instead. She grit her teeth, switching to cryogenics, freezing with liquid nitrogen. But the screen flashed red. Damn it. The virus is still active. Even submerged in liquid nitrogen, it thrives. Absolute Zero can't even slow down its reproduction cycle. Its biological structure violates the laws of physics. Tran Lianwei's face was pale with dread. We have no choice. We must run counter-agent trials on every known drug, one by one. But before she could finish, a violent cough racked her body. Blood splattered onto the pristine lab floor. They ripped off their masks, faces twisted in helplessness. It was too late. Cough. The transmission rate is too high, Tianam rasped. We're infected. Our time is running out. We have to work faster. Suddenly, the doors burst open. So, Thien stumbled in, voice desperate. Sister! To Trong Ka and to Lan. They show no symptoms, but the exertion was too much. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed hard onto the cold floor. So Thien, Tianam panicked. Get her on the bed, now. I need to extract a blood sample immediately. While the chaos unfolded, Tu Nam rushed to collect a sample from Tu Trong Ka. Observing his condition, a realization struck her like lightning. The residual bee venom in his bloodstream, that was the key. That was why he remained immune. To verify her theory, she dropped the venom-laced blood onto the viral culture. The reaction was instantaneous. Tu Nam's eyes widened in disbelief. Fighting poison with poison. It actually works. However, she hesitated. It only inhibits the virus's activity. It doesn't eradicate it. Tran Lien Y stepped forward. Inhibition is enough. If we can delay the outbreak, we buy everyone time to survive. Just then, a silhouette sprinted into the lab with frantic urgency. It was Tu Thong. He didn't waste a second. Test my blood, he commanded. With no other options, Tran Lien Y nodded. All right. She drew the blood and applied it to the pathogen. The result shattered their expectations. Tu Nam gasped. The virus, it's been completely obliterated. Despite the victory, Tran Lien Y remained anxious. But we don't understand the properties of his blood yet. There's no time for analysis, Tu Thang interrupted. Saving lives comes first. Without flinching, he slashed a deep line across his wrist. Crimson vitality flowed freely. I'm leaving this sample. Synthesize the cure. Now. I'm heading to the 5th defense line immediately. Once you have the serum, rendezvous with me there. Scene shift, the 5th defense line. It was a picture of hell. The defenses had collapsed. Soldiers lay scattered like broken dolls, coughing up their lifeblood. Neither man nor beast was spared. One by one, they fell. Their bodies ravaged by the invisible predator raging within their veins. Seizing the advantage, the alien horde surged forward, roaring their bloodlust. Kill them all. Only the undead spirit stood firm amidst the chaos. Hold the line, a commander screamed. Damn it, fight back. Back at the portal, having made his sacrifice, Tu Thong and Lao Liet stepped through the spatial rift, descending directly into the slaughter at the 5th line. Tu Thong's eyes burned with cold fury. Lao Liet, we sweep the field. Understood, the old warrior grinned savagely. This plague means nothing to us. Let's cleanse this filth. In an explosion of energy, Lao Liet reverted to his true form, a colossal armored scorpion. He unleashed a barrage of destruction. I'll handle the long-range bombardment. Magma spheres rained down. A spirit commander looked back in terror. An S-rank beast? Has Tu Thong fallen? Intercept it, now! But Lao Liet ignored them, focusing his wrath solely on the enemy horde. Meteor fire rain. The spirit commander froze, lowering his weapon as he witnessed the carnage. Wait, it's not attacking us? Confusion replaced fear. Is that monster on our side? Can humans actually tame an S-rank calamity? Just what kind of power does Tu Thong possess? High above the battlefield, Tu Thong looked down like a sovereign. Spirit seniors, gather the wounded and retreat to the inner city. Immediately, a female spirit hesitated, looking at the overwhelming odds. But she clenched her teeth, accepting the reality. There is no other choice. Another voice urged, let's just follow Duke Nan's orders and go. Once the crowd vanished, Zisheng was finally free to unleash hell upon the alien horde. He raised his blade high toward the heavens. System alert. Origin stones minus 100 million. Origin stones minus 100 million. Origin stones minus 100 million. With unlimited resources at his fingertips, he poured in another billion. Earth element forbidden spell. Activate. Without hesitation, he brought the blade down. An earth-shattering strike capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. The moment the command fell, the earth swallowed everything. A massive cloud of white dust rose like a mushroom cloud, burying the land in an instant. The specters watching were left trembling in awe. This power, it is simply defying the heavens. Master Zisheng is no longer the man he used to be. Caught off guard, the alien swarm plummeted into the abyss, screaming in agony. Seizing the moment, he signaled his companion. Old Lai, summon the abyssal magma. Old Lai grinned. You got it. Instantly, a pit of molten hell materialized, incinerating every creature that fell. They clawed over each other in terror, desperate to escape, but there was no way out. Climb, move! Seeing them stack like ants to scale the cliff, Zisheng looked down with cold eyes. A disorderly mob, killing intent flashed in his gaze as he slammed his palm down and roared. Heaven covering, earth overturning. The cliff face shattered into a billion shards, dragging the alien horde back into the depths. Escape was no longer an option. Submerged in boiling magma, they were reduced to nothing but ash. But Zisheng wasn't done yet. This is your punishment. Boulder after boulder rained down, sealing their doom. Push them all down. Silence finally returned to the land. From high above, the specters looked down, magnificent, yet terrifying. Another spirit whispered, the battlefield is so clean, It is as if a war never even happened. Ha ha ha, job done. Zisheng landed softly on the ground, exhaling a long breath of relief. Phew. After training in the Void Gate, the power of my forbidden spells has leveled up insanely. Old Lai shrugged. I don't feel any different. Maybe I was just too strong from the start? Zisheng was left speechless at the narcissism. But, suddenly, something felt wrong. His body froze. His eyes lost their light. Seeing this, Old Lai rushed over, grabbing his shoulder. Zisheng, why did you just blank out like that? But inside his mind, Zisheng's consciousness was being pulled away. Was my soul dragged out? Where is this? Before he could finish the thought, a streak of light pierced the darkness. Through the light, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Crucial information was flowing directly into his mind. A crowd of humans, faces twisted in fear and cruelty, shouted, I heard there is a plague on the northwest border. We must isolate them immediately. To stop the spread, we must burn the infected alive. Not just the sick, burn everyone in the zone. Who knows if the virus is incubating? Kill them all, the mob roared in agreement. Burn them. Eradicate the threat forever. But the soldiers on the defense line are infected too. If we burn the army, who will fight the alien race? I heard the alien numbers are dropping anyway. We don't need protectors. Exactly. The aliens might not kill us, but the infected will. Why take the risk? It is unfair to us. Hearing these shameless words, rage boiled in Zisheng's blood. Enough. Who is showing me this? What is your goal? A cold voice echoed back. Burn them. Forever. In the blink of an eye, a colossal, leafless tree manifested before him, the divine tree. Is it you again? The tree spoke, its voice ancient. That was a real conversation happening right now. Tell me, how does it make you feel? Zisheng replied. How do I feel? His expression darkened, his fists clenching until they turned white. Humanity's heart is rotten to the core. They are beyond saving. Definitely not worth sacrificing my life to protect. Suddenly, he looked up and smirked. Ha, that is what you wanted to hear, isn't it? Humans might be trash, but I won't take lectures from an alien species like you. I have walked a path where thousands cursed my name. This cheap trick won't scare me. The great tree burst into thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha. No. No. What you say next is what I truly desire to hear. Hope you continue to entertain me. Do not disappoint me, child. Zisheng frowned. What do you mean? He roared in anger. Answer me. What is your game? But when he threw a punch, the tree dissolved into mist. A fading whisper echoed, reach the end. Come to me, and you will understand. Just like before, reality snapped back instantly. Zisheng clutched his throbbing head, gasping for air. That was too damn weird. Old Lai looked at him with concern. Bad dream? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from above. The undead called out, Zisheng, the warriors are reaching their limit. The moment the words fell, space tore open, and a teleportation gate materialized. Miracles do happen. Stepping through the portal, the soldiers who had been at death's door were finally free of the plague. Vitality returned to their faces as they marched out. My God, has the battlefield been completely swept clean? But the respite was short-lived. Warning, a massive wave of alien species is charging toward us from 100 kilometers out. Chu Xinghe whipped his head around, his gaze sharp as he issued the next command. Ignore the rescue squad. Everyone else, follow me to intercept the enemy. The soldiers roared in unison. Sir, yes sir. Meanwhile, Chen Lianyi wasted no time, seizing this precious window to focus on healing the remaining wounded. Chu Tian, it is time. Let us begin. The young girl nodded firmly. Understood. With a thought, she manifested a colossal barrier, an isolated spatial dome enveloping everyone beneath it. Standing behind her, Shan raised his hands, channeling the holy light to replenish their essence. Zisheng approached the heavy machinery that had just been hauled in, his eyes scanning the equipment. Looks like you figured out a solution, he noted. Xiaonan met his gaze, her expression serious. We did. But the cost is steep. The price is you. He didn't flinch. Speak. What do you need me to do? She explained the grim reality. To save everyone at maximum speed, we need a continuous supply of your fresh blood. The drain will be immense. Can your body withstand it? Before she could finish, Zisheng spread his arms wide, surrendering himself to the process. Do it. Let us hope my regeneration ability can keep pace with the demand. He stood bare-chested as dozens of needles pierced his skin, sinking deep into his veins. The machines hummed to life, and the red liquid began to flow, draining from him in alarming quantities. Beside him, Chen Lianyi monitored the extraction closely, watching as the crimson essence pooled within the containment chamber. Meanwhile, Xiaonan had finished her preparations. She hoisted a massive heavy cannon onto her shoulder, locking onto the target. Signals were exchanged. Cannon 1, armed and ready. Cannon 2, locked on. The moment the timing aligned, they pulled the triggers, launching the payload simultaneously. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the air. The shells detonated high above like brilliant fireworks, scattering a mist of blood across the sky. The crimson rain descended, covering the entire area where the infected soldiers sat. The healing mist blanketed every inch of the encampment, growing heavier by the second. The effect was instant. Soldiers whose faces had been deathly pale began to flush with color. The virus was retreating. Moments later, the transformation was complete. Men and women who couldn't move minutes ago now stood tall. Their pain completely vanished. The soldiers, they're saved. Hearing the cheers, Zisheng let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. Thank heavens, it worked. But the mission wasn't over. Chen Lianyi turned to him, concern in her eyes. To cover the entire infection zone, we need to launch at least 2 more rounds. Can you handle the strain? She started to say, if you can't, but he cut her off. I can do it. His vision began to blur, the world spinning slightly. I can feel it. My blood is already regenerating. Inside his chest, Zisheng's heart convulsed violently, squeezing under the pressure. His organ pumped furiously, struggling to replenish the deficit. Minutes later, the cannons fired again. 2 more crimson clouds bloomed, and the remaining victims were cleansed. Cheers erupted across the camp. We're saved. Zisheng is our god, our savior. Night fell, and the chaos subsided. Inside a quiet room, Zhang Yuan gently blew on a spoonful of hot porridge. Seeing this, Zisheng struggled to sit up. You don't have to. I can feed myself. She silenced him with a look. You're still too weak. Just let me do this for you. Eat. This is a secret blood-replenishing tonic. Chen Lianyi and I brewed it specifically for your recovery. As Zhang Yuan fed him a spoonful, she updated him on the situation. Chu Xinghe and Old Li are still cleaning up the battlefield at the 5th defense line. They're buying time for the main force to rest. Meanwhile, Su Leng and Zhao Ke have sent word to the interior. They're cracking down hard on the rioters who caused chaos during the outbreak. Nearby, Chu Tian lay motionless in deep sleep. The little girl had completely exhausted her energy reserves. Shan was by her side, channeling power to help her recover. Zisheng glanced at the sleeping girl and sighed heavily. It's been hard on her. She's just a child. It has, Zhang Yuan agreed softly. Everyone only has tonight to recover. Tomorrow, the battle begins. Seeing the anxiety clouding her face, he smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Victory is within our grasp. There are only a few alien teleportation gates left within the Void Gate. It's almost over, he continued, his voice steady. Even though the final stretch will be the hardest, ultimately. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in horror. Zisheng, you're bleeding. A dark stream was dripping from his nose, pooling in his palm without him even realizing it. My blood? He stared at his hand. Even now, he tried to joke. Wow, is your tonic that potent? It's making me overflow. She didn't laugh. This isn't a joke. Look at it. Why is your blood black? The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. They immediately took a sample of the dark substance for emergency analysis. The results left Xiao Nan paralyzed with shock. This blood. It contains the exact same matter as the curse we encountered before. Zisheng's regeneration ability. It stems from the curse itself. Did the massive regeneration trigger it? Has the curse fully saturated his bloodstream? She trembled, whispering to herself. What is the final stage of this curse? If the curse originates from the alien species, then eventually he will become Chen Lianyi. Cut her off sharply. Stop. Do not lose your composure. Look at the scans. The corruption hasn't covered his entire skeletal structure yet. We still have time to save him. Dawn broke, bringing a new day. Zisheng, seemingly recovered, stepped through the teleportation gate and asked, Report status. Is everyone back to peak condition? The response was a thunderous unison. Health bars full. We are ready for war. Cutting down enemies like vegetables won't even make us break a sweat. Seeing their burning morale, a wave of relief finally washed over him. Listen up. Old Lai, Qin Ying, Qin Sui, Su Leng, and Zhao Ke, you hold the perimeter. Guard against any abyssal beasts trying to teleport out. The rest of you, stick to me like glue. We are likely facing an SS rank calamity today. I need everyone at 120% focus. Do you hear me? Sir. Yes, sir. Lying deep within the void, only a few gates remained. Standing before them were the final 5 thresholds of the Void Gate. Judging by the aura and color spectrum, the red, gold, green, blue, and silver gates all house SS rank nightmares. But that pitch-black door at the end, that is likely the realm of the only SSS rank entity. Zisheng's sharp gaze locked onto the crimson portal. Our first target is the red gate. Prepare to breach. Chu Tian prepared her spatial arts, standing at the rear, her hand raised in confirmation. Roger that. Just like that, the team warped inside without a scratch. But the moment reality reformed, Su Chang's jaw dropped in sheer horror. Holy hell, what in the world is that thing? It's The Abyss Gazer, he continued, voice trembling. Wait, its core isn't even anchored to the ground? And look above it. Are those storm clouds meant to be its crown? Chu Xinghe narrowed his eyes. There's an eye sigil painted on the door. Could it be? It hasn't even opened yet? Zisheng raised a hand. Stay sharp. Do not engage recklessly. We test it first. Su Changye stepped up, his signature crimson threads shooting forward like vipers to probe the monstrosity. I'll take point. Heavenly devil silk. But the moment his threads made contact, they didn't just break. They evaporated into nothingness. Is its body coated in corrosive slime? Zisheng grit his teeth. We rarely see this archetype. Only Chu Tian and Nan Zisheng have the data. Before they could analyze further, the creature's massive red eye snapped open. It stared directly at Zisheng's squad. Foreign species confirmed. The team froze, adrenaline spiking. The entity's voice boomed in their minds, initiating self-cleansing protocol. In an instant, the pupils of every team member turned blood red. Su Changye blinked, confused. What the? Is this its attack? I don't feel any pain. No itch. No damage. Is this really an SS rank? Chu Xinghe cut him off, sweating. No. I have a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. Determined to uncover the mechanic, Zisheng gripped his blade and charged. I'll probe it myself. Dragon Vein Sword Art. With a roar, he unleashed a barrage of phantom skull projections, hurtling toward the one-eyed beast. Asura Hellslash. But before his devastating combo could land, a shadow flickered. Suddenly, Chu Xinghe flashed in front of the attack, shattering the skull phantoms with a single strike. Zisheng's eyes widened in shock. Chu Xinghe, have you lost your mind? Reason has left your eyes. What are you doing? Before Zisheng could process the betrayal, a lethal slash came flying at his neck. Today marks the date of your death. Ambush from behind. Countless red threads intertwined with surging waves, binding Zisheng's body in an inescapable trap. Su Changge, Lan Changkong. Their eyes were empty. They had all lost their sanity. Where do you think you're going? Kill, kill, kill. The bloodlust was overwhelming. Nan Zisheng, fighting to keep her consciousness, cried out. Ugh, big brother, it's a mental assault. Chu Xinghe and the others are being mind-controlled. My holy light is barely keeping me safe. But her warning was cut short by a piercing scream. Ah! Zisheng scanned the chaos, his heart sinking. Am I the only one immune to this mental corruption? That bastard creature. It wants us to slaughter each other while it watches the show. Before he could think, Su Changye launched a barrage of razor-sharp threads, slicing into Zisheng's flesh. Heavenly puppet silk. Damn it! Zisheng swallowed the scream of pain. If I fight back, I have to control the output of my forbidden curses. I need to protect myself without killing my own team. Roaring with determination, he unleashed his power. Forbidden art, directional sonic boom. The shockwave blasted outward, shattering the binds around him. Get off me. Break. Suddenly, Chu Tian activated her spatial manipulation. In a flash of light, she teleported the others away, removing them from the immediate kill zone. That split second bought Zisheng time. The wounds on his body began to knit together rapidly. Regenerating small cuts like this is child's play. With Chu Tian's spatial support, the risk of me accidentally hurting them dropped significantly. But the relief was short-lived. Lan Changkong materialized behind him like a ghost. Controlling them is hard, but killing you is harder. Without hesitation, a phantom water dragon roared to life, crashing down on Zisheng. Water dragon chant. The impact was brutal, slashing his body while ice froze his legs to the ground. Zisheng countered instantly, his aura erupting in crimson flames. Forbidden fire. Meltdown. One crisis averted, another begins. Su Changye was already closing in from the blind spot, soul silk ready to decapitate. Pure instinct took over. Zisheng twisted his body, barely dodging the fatal strike by a hair's breadth. Before he can even react, death descends from the heavens. Chu Xinghe plunges downward, unleashing a domain of 10,000 piercing swords. With no room to dodge, Zisheng is forced into a corner. He summons his ultimate defense, Forbidden Curse, Alloy Shield. He thinks he is safe, but Chu Tian instantly shatters that illusion. Trying to hide in your turtle shell? Not today. Impossible, she roars, tearing through his defenses. Come out and face your judgment. Countless blades plunge into his flesh like rain. Zisheng collapses in agony, slamming into the ground below. He underestimated them. Their coordination is terrifyingly flawless. Seizing the opening, Su Changye and Lan Changkong strike as one. He is bound. Take his head now. Despair twists across Zisheng's face. If this continues, he will rot here forever. To shatter this deadlock, he must embrace destruction no matter the cost. Forgive me, brothers. With no other choice, Zisheng prepares to unleash his true forbidden power. Asura Hellslash. As the group rallies, he counters with the reverse-scale dragon breath. Space and time warp under the immense pressure of the clash. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto the one-eyed monstrosity nearby. A mere dragon's eye dares to deceive me? Without hesitation, he launches a devastating strike straight at its pupil. Forbidden curse, alloy spike. I will blind you where you stand. Facing the incoming death, the giant eye remains wide open. A robotic voice echoes, analyzing tactical trajectory. Massive tentacles surge forward, seizing the attack and rendering it useless. But Zisheng refuses to yield. He instantly fuses a new spell, Forbidden Curse, Molten Lava. He doubles down, unleashing a secondary barrage to overwhelm the beast, Alloy Bullet Barrage. Yet, after taking the full force of the bombardment, the one-eyed beast remains unscathed. It merely lets out a low, mocking groan. Zisheng drives his blade downward with world-shaking force. Let's see you defend against this. Asura, hell. A pitch-black beam erupts from the creature's pupil. Absolute control. Erase. Instantly, Zisheng's mind fogs over, and his eyes bleed into a crimson red. Agony splits his skull. It feels like something is forcefully drilling into his very soul, hijacking his consciousness. His sanity crumbles. Zisheng grinds his teeth as the darkness takes total control of his mind. Through his corrupted vision, his allies twist into grotesque abominations. The command rings in his head. Exterminate the demon race. Kill without mercy. Chu Xinghe's team stands frozen, puppets on a string. Zisheng joins their ranks, chanting robotically, "Exterminate the demon race. Kill without mercy." The air explodes as former allies clash. The only sound is the maddening chant echoing through the battlefield. Kill. 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 Watching from below, Zishan trembles in horror, unable to comprehend the chaos. It's over. Please, stop. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she rockets into the sky to intervene. Stop this madness right now. Burning life force, holy light purification. As the divine light washes over them, the mind control shatters, and clarity returns to their eyes. What was I doing? But the nightmare isn't over. The one-eyed beast refuses to let its prey escape. Its voice booms, gaze into the abyss. Once again, the red light flashes, and the chains of control tighten around their minds. Zishan's body begins to disintegrate into particles of light. Tears stream down her face, but her resolve is iron. Sacrificial offering. Let holy light purge all evil. Zisheng screams in terror. Zishan, stop this instantly. But she cuts him off, her voice fading. Brother, forget about me. Seize this chance and kill it. Sister, his heart shatters, but he cannot waste her sacrifice. He must fight. With his body at its limit, he stacks forbidden curses. Summon heavenly fire. Shi Yang. Control the winds. A colossal golden sphere materializes from Zisheng's blade. Heavenly fire manifestation. The orb swells, growing larger by the second like a miniature sun. Shi Yang, now. The moment has come. Zisheng swings his blade with a thunderous roar. The massive sun-like sphere crashes toward the one-eyed beast. The creature's pupil constricts in fear. Energy spike detected. Power levels critical. System overload. Analysis failed. A warning siren blares from the beast. Initiating protocol. Total destruction mode. Hearing the ominous declaration, Zisheng refuses to let it recover. He delivers a cataclysmic slash. Behind him, the phantom of a colossal flame dragon manifests, roaring into existence. The flame dragon merges with the sphere, incinerating everything in its path. It looks like a killing blow, but the beast survives. Rage burns in its eye. Activate. Ultimate defense mode. Zisheng grits his teeth, refusing to accept defeat. Divine punishment. He unleashes a storm of attacks, stacking layer upon layer of destruction. Boom! A deafening explosion shakes the world, sending a mushroom cloud into the sky. Amidst the chaos, he commands the flame dragon to target the core. Destroy the main tower. The flame dragon engulfs the central core in a hellish inferno. Silence falls. The tower is dust. The monster is gone. Witnessing the victory, Zishan smiles through her fading form. Brother, we won. I'm so proud of you. Her body is now half gone, dissolving into starlight. Zisheng rushes to her side in panic. Zishan, save your strength. I'm taking you back to base right now. Chen Liani and Su Xiaonan. They will definitely find a way to save you, but fate was cruel. It was already too late. She turned back, a final, heartbreaking smile gracing her lips. Brother, my time has run out. If you truly wish to save me. As her voice faded, her physical form dissolved into nothingness. Then you must summon my spirit. Witnessing his sister vanish before his very eyes, his sanity snapped. A primal, agonizing scream tore from his throat, shaking the heavens. Nan Zisheng was gone. The team stood frozen in grief behind him. But for Nan Zisheng, this loss shattered his soul. His expression darkened, and suddenly, he began to laugh. Ha, ha ha ha. Savior of the world, savior of humanity. In the end, I couldn't even save my own flesh and blood. Ha ha ha. He threw his head back, howling like a madman. 5 great talents? The strongest on Blue Star? What is the point of all that power? Ha ha. It's all a sick joke. Seeing his captain broken, Lan Kong wept, hanging his head in shame. I'm sorry, Captain. It's our fault. We were just burdens. Nan Zisheng's eyes, filled with hatred, snapped back to them. Yes, you're absolutely right. Ha ha. If not for you useless trash dragging me down, my sister would still be alive. Hearing this confirmation, Lan Kong sobbed harder. I am useless. We are all useless. But Su Changge had heard enough. His patience shattered. Gritting his teeth in fury, Su Changge sprinted forward and drove a heavy fist straight into Nan Zisheng's face. Nan Zisheng, get a hold of yourself, Su Changge roared. Don't let your grief give those DM'd, cursed words an opening to consume you. The impact of the punch forced him back to reality. The madness in his eyes faded slightly, replaced by a dazed confusion. Su Changge screamed at him, I ask you, why didn't you just kill us useless burdens back then? Why did you hesitate? What held you back? Remember the photo by your bedside. Did you think we followed you without the resolve to die? Did you think we were weak? His voice cracked with desperate emotion. Are you mute now? Speak to me, or do you want to hit me back? Come on. Seeing Su Changge losing control, Chu Xinghe rushed in to intervene. Changge, stop. That's enough. But Su Changge wasn't finished. He shoved Chu Xinghe aside. Useless. Without a second of hesitation, he made his declaration. I officially withdraw from the team. From now on, the life and death of a burden like me has nothing to do with you people. Chu Tian ran forward, tears streaming down his face, blocking his path. You bastard, you coward, you think you're the only one hurting right now? Even if I get scolded, I never thought of abandoning everyone. You're the oldest, yet you're acting more childish than me. Lan Kong stepped in as well. Exactly. Su Changge, act like a man. A few harsh words shouldn't break you. Besides, this time, it really was for our sake. Chu Xing, he added his voice to the mix. Changge, I understand your pain, but self-hatred must have a limit. Even if I want to destroy myself right now, I'm holding it back. We still have a path to walk. We cannot fall here. Hearing their conviction, Su Changji slumped to the ground, defeated. Just stop paying attention to me. Let me have some peace. Chu Xing, he turned his sharp gaze toward the captain. Nan Zisheng, those words apply to you too. We cannot let guilt destroy our will to fight. Nan Zishan didn't sacrifice her life just so we could self-destruct or wallow in regret. Nan Zisheng whispered, yeah. Chu Xing, he stepped closer, offering a gentle smile. Now, summon Nan Zishan's spirit. Nan Zisheng hesitated, stuttering. But Chu Xing, he pressed on. I know what you're afraid of. I can't bear it either. But this was her dying wish. Put yourself in her place. Would you want her to wait? There is no other choice. Nan Zisheng steeled his heart. He activated the skill. Forbidden Art. Spirit Summoning. Nan Zishan. As the words fell, she manifested from the ether. But this time, her form was different, ethereal, transcendent. Brother, thank you for bringing me back. I am so proud of you. Overwhelmed, Chu Tian rushed forward and embraced her spirit form, bawling his eyes out. Boo-hoo. Sister Zishan, she patted his head gently. Silly boy, I'm back now. Why are you crying? Meanwhile, outside the Void Gate, Lao Lie's group stood guard. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Huh? Is the Void Gate opening? Are the aliens teleporting out? Zhao Ke scanned the area nervously. Strange, I don't see any alien forces. Su Leng narrowed her eyes. Could it be invisible monsters? Her eyes flashed, transforming into the mystical yin-yang pupils. No, not invisibility. It's a formless atomic energy field. To protect the team from the unseen threat, Su Leng activated her ultimate support technique. Sensory Link, Perception Resonance. Zhao Ke immediately followed up. Prophetic Eye, open. The team's senses merged into a single network. However, Lao Li felt nothing. Am I the only one not connected? Is it because of my race? Suddenly, a vision flashed in Kier's mind. Lao Li being incinerated by a fireball. Lao Li. Zhao Ke whipped around, shouting the warning. 3 seconds. 3 o'clock direction. Incoming attack. Defend yourself. Lao Li started, surprised. Oh? Realizing they were looking out for him, a warm feeling swelled in his chest. My teammates still have me in their hearts. Even if I can't link with them. With renewed resolve, he unleashed a powerful countermove. Magma Bomb. Block it. Boom. The attack was neutralized in an explosion of fire and rock. As the technique unleashed, an inferno roared to life. Scorching flames exploded around Old Lai, turning the battlefield into a furnace. Zhao Keir shouted the countdown. 2 seconds until omnidirectional impact, heeding her warning. Old Lie's tail swept out, conjuring a stormfire barrier of wind and flame. Thanks to his quick reaction, the team was shielded from the initial catastrophe. Zhao Keir's voice cut through the chaos. Attack incoming. Above and below, the Qin siblings responded in perfect unison. Resonance activate. We see it. Qin Ying slammed his hands down. Massive timber surged from the earth, weaving a fortress of golden metal vines and nano-orchid lashes. Standing beside his sister, he channeled his energy into her, forming the parasitic wood shield to absorb the kinetic force. But against this overwhelming power, their defense was paper-thin. A single strike of the enemy's fire shattered the vines into dust. Su Leng grit her teeth. Passive defense is a death sentence. We won't last. We must find its true form and decode its pattern. Suddenly, Zhao Keir's eyes widened in horror. It's too late. The attack, it's already inside the barrier. Disaster struck in a heartbeat. The blast sent the Qin siblings flying, crashing hard against the ground. Desperate, Old Lai expanded his massive pincers, wrapping Su Leng and Zhao Keir in a protective embrace. Su Leng, Zhao Keir, brace yourselves. A barrage of colossal fireballs hammered against his shell, searing his flesh with agonizing pain. Watching him take the brunt of the assault, the girls cried out in panic. Old Lai, hang in there. Old Lai forced a grin through the agony. Don't worry, I can hold the line. Amidst the chaos, Su Leng's analytical gaze caught something. I saw it. A 3mm spark before the explosion. That must be its core. She continued rapidly. The core flashes for a split second when energy gathers. Its position is random. Her eyes darted around the battlefield, scanning for the telltale sign. We need to cut the sensory resonance immediately. Focus every ounce of perception on spotting that flash. It's our only path to victory. Hearing this, Old Lai made his resolve. He would become their unbreakable fortress. I will be your shield. You just focus on hunting that bastard down. Protected by Li's massive frame, Su Leng and the others felt a surge of hope. They immediately activated their ultimate abilities. Divine Prediction. Full release. 10 seconds of absolute foresight. Meanwhile, the Qin siblings fought desperately, summoning giant timber walls to deflect the relentless barrage. Snow Eye Barrier. Suddenly, Zhao Keir shouted, her eyes glowing. Got him. 5 seconds. Core converging at 8 o'clock. 15 meters out. Qin Ying, Qin Sui trap it the moment the blast fades. The brothers responded instantly. Little sister, I'll cover you. Take the shot. Understood. She unleashed a surge of power, sending titanic vines shooting forward to form the 10,000-layer alloy web. It happened exactly as Su Leng predicted. The moment the ominous light flickered, the vines snapped shut. The invisible terror was finally ensnared in their trap. Shrink! Qin Sui roared. Fusion prison. Contract. Seeing the creature immobilized, she smiled in relief. Brother, we did it. But Su Leng's instincts screamed danger. Don't let your guard down. Beneath that seal, it's triggered a self-destruct sequence. Zhao Keir gasped. 10 seconds until total burial. The blast radius will wipe out everything to the 5th defensive line. Old Lai's voice boomed with authority. Qin Ying, Qin Sui, drag that core deep underground into the magma layer. Quickly, I will contain the explosion. With no other choice, they obeyed his command. Iron gold roots transport. The vines plunged deep into the earth as she executed the technique. As the roots dragged the beast down, Old Lai had already prepared a massive cauldron of molten lava below, ready to swallow it whole. He dove into the abyss, roaring with power. Molten core eruption. A deafening boom shook the earth as the volcanic shockwave collided with the prison. It happened in a blink. The catastrophic energy detonated, collapsing the very crust of the earth upon them. Old Lai. But then, Old Lai's aura shifted from fiery red to deep icy blue. In the name of Scorpio, I sacrifice my star core. Eternal glaciation. A blinding white seal materialized absolute zero. The explosion was frozen instantly in time, buried beneath a tomb of ice. Witnessing the miracle, Zhao Keir cheered. He did it. Qin Ying immediately cast his vines to retrieve their savior. Hold on, Old Lai. I've got you. As they hauled him up, relief washed over them. That was incredible. You never told us you had a god-tier move like that. Old Lai let out a weak chuckle. Heh. What a pity. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his lips. He whispered, that technique, can only be used once in a lifetime. Zhao Keir screamed, Old Lai. Just then, space distorted above them. A portal ripped open. Zisheng's team finally burst onto the battlefield. Reinforcements have arrived. Seeing the new arrival, Su Leng froze in shock. Zishan? Is that you? Zisheng cut in urgently. It's a long story. We need to save Old Lee first. But Old Lie's vitality was fading fast. His voice was barely a whisper. Wait, don't waste your energy. I'm done for. If you win this war, promise me one thing. Send my descendants back home. Zisheng snapped back furiously. Shut the hell up. You can take them back yourself. There is no such thing as giving up in my squad. Heal him. Now. Zishan stepped forward, hands glowing with brilliance. Holy light. Resurrection. Witnessing this miraculous sight, Qinying cried out in pure joy. Look, Old Lie's body. The cracks have stopped spreading. Sister Zishan did it. Sui Sui chimed in, her voice full of hope. She can actually save him. But fate was rarely so kind. Zishan's expression remained grim. No. His structure, his very composition, is alien compared to humans. I am merely buying time against the inevitable. Once my energy runs dry, his collapse will resume. Su Leng stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. I sense the root cause. It is the spirit core within his brain that is failing. Zishan, focus your entire power output directly into his spirit core. Hearing the command, Zishan shifted her target instantly. Holy light, heed my call. A pillar of radiance struck the core. It is working better than before, she gritted out, sweat beading on her brow. But I can only maintain this intensity for a few moments. Su Chang'e stepped up next. Su Leng, Zhao Care, coordinate with me. I will use my puppet threads to stitch his physical form back together. The duo responded instantly. On it. Sensory resonance. Clairvoyance active. Su Chang'e's eyes glowed as he used X-ray vision to guide his restoration arts. Deep within Old Lee's body, shattered bones were pulled together. The threads danced, weaving his fractured frame whole again. Sui Sui and her brother joined the fray. Little sister, we cannot just watch. Use the alloy vines to reconstruct his destroyed outer shell. Understood, brother. Meanwhile, Lan Chang invoked his elemental arts. Water-style technique. I will freeze the fissures, Zisheng commanded. We must slow the energy leakage by any means necessary. Chu Tian, teleport Chen Lianyi and Su Xiaonan here immediately. Bring the heavy equipment, the girl nodded. Chu Xinghe shouted, Tian I am coming too, just in case. Yes, she replied. Seeing everyone fighting so desperately for him, Old Lie was overcome with emotion. Tears streamed down the warrior's face. Please. Stop wasting your strength. My core is spent. All of this. It is futile. Zisheng's fury exploded. Shut up. Whether it is futile or not, we do not know until we try. His voice softened but lost none of its intensity. You may not be our race, but you are family. If there is even a 1% chance, we take it. Zishan interrupted. Old Lie, save your breath. Speaking only drains your remaining energy faster. I am reaching my limit, she gasped. To slow the dissipation, I must burn my own soul force to sustain you. Zisheng hesitated, but she reassured him. Do not worry, my ghost form is far stronger than before. I have calculated the risks. Seeing no other option, Zisheng nodded grimly. Then I will lay down a support array for you. A complex formation ignited beneath their feet instantly. Zisheng roared. Necromancer amplification array. 50 times boost. Power surged, but Su Leng's face remained dark. This is still just a stopgap measure, Su Leng warned. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Wait, I have a crazy theory. It might just work. What is it? Zisheng demanded. She replied, the annihilation light core we found earlier, the one sealed underground. Energy is energy at its base level. That annihilation core is just a massive composite energy source. Its density is insane. What if we fuse that annihilation core into Old Lie to replace his failing power source? Before she even finished, Zisheng was already moving. He launched himself toward the cliff. We have to try. I am going down to retrieve it. You all prepare for the transplant procedure. Deep below, the prize awaited, but the annihilation core was encased in a massive block of ice. He had to extract it without shattering the containment. One wrong move meant a catastrophic explosion, and all their efforts for Old Lie would be in vain. Zisheng steadied his breathing. He drove his sword into the ice with surgical precision, testing density, cutting through the outer frost layer now. At the same moment, space warped above ground. Through the teleportation gate, Chen Lianyi and Su Xiaonan arrived. We are here. Su Leng wasted no time. Lianyi, Xiaonan, analyze Old Li's core constitution immediately. We need to know if he can handle the transplant when Zisheng returns. On it, Xiaonan replied. She activated her scanner, data streaming across her vision. Composition: thermal death energy 80%, wind energy 10%, seismic energy 10%. These are primordial forces. Old Lie was forged from magma, tornadoes, and earthquakes. A moment later, Zisheng rocketed out of the abyss. In his hand, the dangerous artifact pulsed. I have the Annihilation Core. Check the compatibility, now. Xiaonan stepped forward urgently. Let me see. Her eyes widened as she read the readings. Decay energy. 100%. It can fuse with his core, but the conflict will be violent. Forcing this replacement carries immense danger. Old Lai's original energy might be completely devoured. Xiaonan delivered the final verdict. Even if he survives, he risks mutation or total paralysis. Zisheng went silent. He turned his gaze toward the dying warrior. Old Li. I'm betting on a miracle here, hoping to turn a dead end into a new beginning. But ultimately, the final choice lies with you. He didn't flinch as he gave his answer. Then listen to me. If I lose control, if I mutate, you end me. Do not hesitate. To have fought alongside this team, that was enough for one lifetime. I don't care if I end up crippled or powerless. As long as I can open my eyes and see you all again, that is enough. The captain cut him off with a grim smile. Rest easy. I promise you, if the worst happens, my hand won't shake. Zishan, detach. Lian Yi, you're up. Xiaonan barked the command as the surgery began. Hearing the order, Zishan's spirit form slid out of Lao Lie's battered vessel. Boom! Zisheng slammed his hands down, unleashing a forbidden earth spell to shield the team. The shockwave was merciless, hurling everyone back from the tower. The tower crumbled in a fiery inferno. Su Leng's eyes widened in disbelief. Incredible. I can feel Lao Lie's life force surging back. That explosive energy, it's pouring right out of him. Lian Yi gasped, hope flaring in her chest. Does this mean the fusion surgery actually worked? Hold your applause. A cold voice cut through. Even if he possesses the annihilation power now, it means nothing if he loses his mind to it. Wait. Zisheng narrowed his eyes at the dust cloud. The shockwaves are dying down. Has he suppressed the energy? Panic flickered in his voice. Wait. Where is his body? A shadow loomed within the gray mist. Matter wove together, bones knit, and flesh formed from nothingness. Lao Li was reconstructing himself. The figure stepped forward, his voice trembling with awe. I'm alive? And in human form? He clenched his fist. This sensation is unique. This is pure annihilation energy. My demon heart is silent. Yet this new power. It's wilder. More dangerous. Su Leng peeked out from her hiding spot, her jaw dropping. Is that really Lao Li? Stammered, eyes sparkling. He looks absolutely god-tier right now. Chu Tian clutched his head in despair. Heaven help us. He's not just cool, he's gorgeous. He's actually prettier than the girls now. Chang Kong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If that's the result of the surgery, sign me up next. Lao Li threw his arms open, grinning. Captain, everyone, the old man is back. Su Ling's face went crimson. She whipped around instantly. Gah, why did you come out stark naked? Have some shame, you exhibitionist. Unlike the prude Su Leng, the rest of the squad didn't blink. Lao Li smirked. What? Enjoying the view? Don't tell me you're all too shy to look away? And Xiaonan turned beet red, while blood trickled from Lian Yi's nose. Oh please, she scoffed, wiping her face. I have X-ray vision. It's not like I haven't seen it all before. Strictly for scientific research, of course. She paused, drooling slightly. Though, that crystal core embedded in his chest is a masterpiece. Su Chang'e's patience snapped. He tore his own shirt off in a rage. You shameless peacock! Put some clothes on before you approach the team. With a flick of his wrist, the torn fabric flew through the air, wrapping perfectly around Lao Lie's vital regions. A perfect makeshift pair of briefs. There, Su Chang'e huffed. Much better. Xing, he rolled his eyes. So men get jealous of beauty too? Pathetic. Zisheng stepped in. Enough clowning around. Lao Li has returned from the grave. That is a victory worth celebrating. Suddenly, Lao Li dropped to his knees, head bowed low. Captain, everyone, please, accept this bow of gratitude. Zisheng rushed forward, hauling him up. Stop that. We don't do that here. Tears streamed down Lao Li's handsome new face. No, please. If you all hadn't risked your lives in that hellhole, I'd be dead 10 times over. Recovering from her earlier swooning, crossed her arms with a pout. Drama queen. Xiaonan sighed, shaking her head. A tiger can change its stripes, but not its nature. He's still the same old idiot inside. Su Leng smiled softly. I think it's better this way. He's adorable. Meanwhile, the handsome god was sobbing uncontrollably, snot bubbling from his nose, ruining the majestic image completely. My rugged good looks are gone forever, Lai wailed. But hey, at least I'm not dust. A vein popped on Chang Kong's forehead. Captain, permission to beat him up? Just once? Su Chang'e cracked his knuckles. Organization approved. Get him. Instantly, the two men lunged, pummeling Lao Li into the dirt. Ow! Why are you hitting me? Lao Li yelped. Chang Kong and Chang'e kicked him simultaneously. You get a god body upgrade and still whine? Stop showing off, you narcissist. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lao Li's hand jerked forward instinctively, firing a blinding beam of energy. Boom! An explosion tore through the ground right between them. Zisheng shouted, alarmed. Lao Li! Stand down! Lao Li stared at his smoking palm, terrified. I didn't mean to. My body just reacted. I don't know what's happening. Ina stepped forward, voice calm. Don't panic. His neural pathways haven't synced with the new power source yet. It's just a reflex discharge. Zisheng's gaze hardened. You need training. Immediately. Listen to me. Lai, if you hurt a single teammate, I will put you down myself. Am I clear? Lao Li saluted, sweat dripping down his brow. Crystal clear, Captain. I'd rather die than lose control again. Zisheng turned to the others. Su Chang'e, Chang Kong, report. Any damage? Su Chang'e brushed dust off his shoulder. Just a scratch. No permanent damage. Chang Kong grimaced, rubbing his arm. Lucky he held back. That raw energy beam? It hits harder than his old lava arts ever did. Zisheng sighed, rubbing his temples. Enough excitement for one day. Everyone, return to the nest. We regroup there. Scene change. The nest. Nightfall. Zhang Yuan froze. Seeing Zishan's current spiritual state, the tears she had been holding back finally broke free. Sister Yuan, please don't cry. Zishan floated closer, her spectral voice soothing. I'm fine, really. The only downside is I can't taste your cooking anymore. But look, I'm lighter, faster, freer. That only made Zhang Yuan wail harder. You think that helps? Not being able to eat my food isn't the only tragedy here. My poor little sister. Zishan gently supported her friend. All right. I will remember every single flavor for you. But don't just focus on me, look who has arrived. Zhang Yuan stared at the approaching figure of old Li with total confusion. This man was a stranger, but the newcomer pointed at himself and spoke. It's me. Old Li? Zhang Yuan gasped, completely dumbfounded. Huh? Old Li, what in the world happened to you? Zisheng stepped forward. It's a long story. Seeing the situation, Zhang Yuan ushered them inside. Then let's eat first. We can talk while we dine. Meanwhile, at the void gate, a strange energy pulse ripples. It wraps around the perimeter, coiling sinisterly around a lone tree. The scene shifts to Zishan, sitting alone under the pale moonlight. The moon remains unchanged, yet the warmth of the family dinner feels miles away. Since I'm not at the table, will everyone feel disheartened? She wondered. But if I sat there without eating, their sadness would only be deeper. Even old Lai acts like a living human now, while I remain the outcast. Just then, Xinghe stepped out, concern in his eyes. Zishan, what is weighing on your mind? She spun around, eyes wide. Xinghe? Why aren't you inside eating properly? Did you run out here just to tempt me? He held a rice bowl in his hand and sat beside her. Exactly. How did you guess? I want you to know that even if you look different, it changes nothing. Does this bother you? No, I meant eating with you. Zishan smiled softly. You are always terrifyingly clever. I'll reluctantly accept this kindness. Now eat, before it gets cold. Xinghe looked up, a hint of melancholy in his voice. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, Zishan teased. Are you trying to confess your love? It's an old-fashioned line, but it makes me happy. It's just a pity. We no longer have that possibility. You see? I can't even blush anymore. Xinghe flashed a radiant, sun-like smile. There is nothing to regret. You simply gained freedom before I did. I believe that sooner or later, we will become Taoist soul partners. Zishan laughed until tears nearly formed, resting her hand on his shoulder. What kind of twisted joke is that, Chu Xinghe? Usually, you are so gentle and elegant. I never expected this side of you. Inside, Chang'e grinned. Did you hear that? He's actually cracking jokes. And she's laughing. Zisheng nodded with satisfaction. Let's not make this heavy. Dwelling on sorrow only makes the atmosphere suffocating. Chang Kong raised his glass high. Exactly. Let everyone enjoy this moment and find joy while we can. All things considered, it's not bad. Zishan is still here, and old Li has been reborn. We must celebrate. The group toasted with jubilant cheers. To old Lai, to our soul friends, cheers to this moment. Today we have wine. Today we get drunk. After the feast, everyone fell into a deep slumber, leaving only Xinghe and Zishan awake outside. Zishan urged him. Xinghe, the night is deep. Go back and rest. You don't need to keep me company. I don't require sleep, so I can stand guard for everyone. Xinghe shook his head. Fine. I will listen to you. But promise me if you feel bored or lonely, you must wake me up. Zishan nodded. Okay. I agree. She leaned in closer. She kissed Xinghe's forehead tenderly and whispered, Thank you. I love you. Xinghe. Suddenly, a surge of unknown power erupted. Zishan stood up instantly. What is that? Xinghe moved in front of her, shielding her. Impossible. The dimension created by Chu Tian is independent. External mist shouldn't be able to penetrate. If it entered from outside, it means this substance ignores spatial laws. Stay alert. It might be an invasion by a foreign race, Zishan warned. But she knew he had to be the careful one. I'll check over there first. Is it some kind of invisible particle? The holy light defense seems intact. Could it just be normal fog? Xinghe cautiously prepared his technique, while Zishan observed. Don't be careless. This might only be ineffective against spirits. I'll strike first. Sword domain, open. Whatever it is, let's try to blow it away. Furious wind sword slash, but the mist didn't move. What? It's completely unaffected by sword chi. Damn it, this is absolutely no ordinary fog. The mysterious gas seeped into Xinghe, making his eyes heavy. Ugh, so sleepy. Zishan. Go get Zisheng. Seeing Xinghe collapse, panic surged through her. Xinghe? Is he just sleeping? I don't sense any other abnormalities in his body. This is terrifyingly bizarre. Suddenly, she saw strange skeletal shadows invading the house. Zishan rushed in, shouting, Brother, Lian Yi, Xiao Nan, wake up immediately. She froze. Everyone was already deep in slumber. Are they all? She ran to shake Zisheng. Brother, wake up. Holy light mantra. Damn it, he won't wake up at all. She scrambled to the next person. Old lie, you're from a foreign race, you shouldn't be affected. Old lie, wake up. No. Did taking a human form make him vulnerable too? Sister Leng has sensory powers, maybe she can resist, but she's out cold just like the others. Sister Leng, can you hear my voice? Please, you have to wake up. Zishan felt a flicker of reaction. She knew her message got through. So why were her eyes still closed? Why wasn't she waking up? Inside the dreamscape, Suleng unleashed her full power. Was this a time freeze? No, it was absolute zero. The biting cold at her fingertips felt so real, proof she wasn't dreaming. She had finally awakened the god-tier frost ability. Cheers erupted around her as the team rushed forward in celebration. This is amazing, Suleng. Finally. We aren't just useless support characters anymore. We awakened our god-tier powers too. From now on, we're not just living health potions. We can stand on the front lines and fight right beside you. Ha! Forget standing beside them, we might even be stronger. But just as the triumph peaked, a distant voice sliced through Suleng's euphoria. Sister Leng, can you hear me? Wake up. Suleng froze, bewildered. Who was that speaking? The voice felt alien, yet familiar. In the waking world, Zishan screamed desperately. Sister Leng, wake up. Inside, Suleng covered her ears. It's so loud. It seemed Ke and Lian Yi were deaf to the intrusion. They leaned in, concerned. Suleng, what's wrong? I hear a screaming voice. It's splitting my head open. Suleng groaned. You guys really don't hear that? Ke blinked blankly. What voice? We didn't hear a thing. Suleng's brow furrowed. Was she the only one? Who exactly is sending this transmission? Sensing something was wrong, Suleng immediately activated her ancient god perception to scan the area. Outside, anxiety gnawed at Zishan. Suleng was their last hope for survival. Sister Leng, please, can you sense me? Through her sensory domain, a figure materialized. Suleng watched Zishan's image form. It looked so familiar, but who was she? She turned sharply to the dream Ke. I'm linking my perception with you. Share your yin-yang vision with me, now. Ke hesitated. Suleng. This is... Suleng narrowed her eyes. What was wrong with Ke today? Her reaction was bizarre. She was usually sharp-tongued and decisive, never stammering like this. Suddenly, a massive energy spike erupted. Damn it, the alien race is teleporting in. The group rushed to intercept the invaders, shouting back at her. Suleng, don't hesitate. Attack with us. Come on, Suleng, let's slaughter them all. But a cold dread settled in Suleng's gut. Something felt fundamentally wrong. It feels like these aliens are attacking just to distract me from that voice. She scanned the terrain. And since when was there a river next to the dimensional gate? Zishan's voice pierced through again. Suleng, Sister Leng, wake up. Suleng analyzed the sound. This mysterious person knows my real name, and she calls me Sister Leng. That implies intimacy. She must be someone close to me. With my level of perception, I shouldn't have forgotten anyone. Yet she keeps telling me to wake up? A terrifying thought struck her. Am I dreaming? In the real world, Zishan gasped in relief as Suleng's hand twitched. But the relief was short-lived. Her body was rapidly aging before Zishan's eyes. Terrified, Zishan checked the others. It was a nightmare. Everyone was exhibiting signs of accelerated aging. Was there a time limit? If they didn't wake up soon, they would wither away and die. I have to wake Sister Leng immediately, and until then, I must keep their bodies alive. Holy light healing. Sensory amplification. Zishan poured her energy into Su Leng, forcing a connection. A wave of familiarity washed over Su Leng. The blurry figure sharpened. Su Leng finally recognized her. Zishan. That's right, we all went to sleep after the meal. I am dreaming. That explains how I awakened a new power so easily. She pinched herself. Ugh, pain? But why was the pain so vivid? This isn't a normal dream. It's a mental prison designed to trap my consciousness. Su Leng steeled her resolve. She focused her perception to transmit a thought. Zishan, can you hear me? Did an invisible alien species infiltrate the camp at midnight? Zishan's voice trembled. Yes. A white mist invaded the compound. Everyone collapsed instantly. No matter what I do, nobody will wake up. And it's getting worse. As the coma drags on, everyone's bodies are aging rapidly. My power can only slow the process, not stop it. You're the key, Sister Leng. If I can wake you, maybe we can save the others. Please, you have to wake up. Inside, Su Leng nodded. I understand the situation now. I'm trapped in a hyper-realistic dream domain. To escape, I need to find the anchor that holds this illusion together. The enemy is a formless energy field, so this dreamscape is constructed from that same energy. That means the anchor isn't a physical object I can break. So, what binds me here? This dream gave me god-tier powers. It let me fight side by side with him and the others. This is my deepest desire. And the source of my insecurity. This dream only exists because of my inferiority complex. The emotional crutch supporting this fantasy. That is the anchor. If I want to shatter this illusion, I can't just fight monsters. I have to conquer my own heart and accept my true self in the real world. Even though I crave power like Nan Zisheng and the others, I won't drown in self-doubt. In the waking world, I am elite. My presence has turned the tide of countless battles. I am no dead weight to this team. Without me, their formation crumbles. I am indispensable. The illusions shattered into nothingness. Su Leng trembled, her resolve hardening. Right now, her comrades needed her more than ever. A shift occurred in Su Leng's physical form. Zishan's face lit up with relief. Sister Leng, you've finally broken free. The healing aura intensified instantly. Su Leng gasped for air, clutching her chest. Zishan, you've worked hard holding the line. Listen, focus your holy light on the entire zone. We need to slow the aging process and buy everyone precious time. Leave the awakening ritual to me. Zishan nodded. Understood. Holy light illumination. Su Leng activated her technique. Full sensory release. Permeate. The dreamscapes revealed their true colors. Zhang Yuan shone with a pure white. Lian Yi and Xiao Nan glowed a soft pink, while Ke radiated a faint crimson. Chu Tian, Qin Ying, and Qin Sui. Their dreams burned with an intense, deep red. Lan Changkong, Su Changge, and Chu Xinghe were bathed in blood-red light. Lao Li was a void of deep purple. The intensity reflected their innate potential. But what did these hues signify? Did they correlate to the depth of the dream trap? Wait. Nan Zisheng's core. It was a swirling black vortex, a chaotic anomaly compared to the stable fields of the others. Why is it like this? Panic rose in Su Leng's voice. Zishan, my sensory force. That vortex is devouring and assimilating it. Zishan analyzed the situation quickly. It's like a curse intertwined with rebirth. His body can withstand the strain longer. We must wake the others first to rebuild our combat strength. Su Leng agreed. You're right, Zishan pointed out a target. Zhang Yuan's dream is the shallowest, but it's collapsing faster than anyone else's. Target, confirmed. Zhang Yuan. Su Leng focused. Sensory link. Connect. The scene shifted into the chef's consciousness. An announcer's voice boomed. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the Ultimate God of Cooking tournament is none other than Zhang Yuan. Her dishes are not merely a feast for the eyes and tongue. They possess the miraculous power to extend life itself. The crowd erupted. God of Cooking. Zhang Yuan. God of Cooking. Suddenly, an old man in the audience gasped, clutching his chest. Sir! What's wrong? A scream pierced the air. Someone help him! Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate, leaping from the stage to the rescue. Make way, Zhang Yuan commanded. The old woman wept. He's stopped breathing. The chef assessed him instantly and produced a glowing dish. Eat this special pastry. It was a desperate gamble turning death into life. The moment the food touched his lips, the old man bolted upright. The old woman wept with joy. My dear, you're awake? The old man fell to his knees, overwhelmed. Wife, why do I feel decades younger? She scolded him through tears. Don't just stand there. Thank the god of cooking. She saved your life. The crowd witnessed the miracle and roared. The god of cooking is invincible. She literally brought him back from the dead. Did you see that skill? She's not just a chef anymore. She is a divine being. Rumor has it monsters are breaching the border, with the god of cooking joining the war. Victory is guaranteed. She'll probably cook those beasts for dinner. Ha ha ha. Her work done, Zhang Yuan turned away, whispering to the wind. Zishan, I finally have the face to join you on the battlefield. Su Leng watched from the shadows, the truth dawning on her. So this was Zhang Yuan's deepest desire? Her perfect world? Su Leng rushed forward. Zhang Yuan. Wait. Zhang Yuan's figure began to fade into the horizon. Su Leng panicked. Damn it. The dream is triggering a spatial jump. Bang! An invisible barrier slammed Su Leng back. A space-time wall? Inside a dream? She couldn't break through. I have to retreat and recall my senses. In the real world, sweat poured down Su Leng's face as the barrier repelled her. Zishan saw her eyes snap open. Sister Leng, what happened? It's worse than we thought. Su Leng gritted out. The dreamscape is generating spatial jumps and space-time barriers. Its power level is off the charts. Without a sensory force matching its frequency, waking them is nearly impossible. We need a dual-pronged approach. I have to enter the unstable space-time zone. Zishan nodded instantly. Sharing sensory load. Consciousness link. Engage. Inside the illusion, Zhang Yuan was consumed by guilt. Zishan, I was too late. I let you suffer alone. I deserve death, but don't be afraid. Even if only your head remains, I have the power to bring you back. Just wait. Once you're healed, I'll show you how I slaughter those monsters with my own hands. God of cooking art, heavenly medicine, bone reconstruction, body regeneration, divine lotus soup. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the madness. Stop this, Zhang Yuan flinched. Who's there? It was Su Leng. She slapped the bowl from Zhang Yuan's hands, the liquid splattering. That isn't medicine. You can't consume that. Zhang Yuan stared, confused, before rage took over. What are you doing, you bastard? Do you want to die? Su Leng stood her ground, trying to break the spell. Zhang Yuan, get a grip. Listen to me. None of this is real. You are trapped in a dream. Even if you manage to resurrect him within this illusion, it is nothing but a hollow fantasy. Doing this won't bring anyone back in the real world. All it will do is drain your life force until you die. Zhang Yuan's eyes burned with fury, refusing to listen. What nonsense are you spouting? What kind of monster are you? Su Leng barely dodged the incoming strike, her mind racing. Damn it. She doesn't even recognize me anymore. Words alone won't break through this delusion. Mere sensory sharing isn't cutting it. Things have gone too far. I have to take a gamble. Forgive me. Su Leng unleashed her full power, forcing a multi-layered sensory invasion directly into Zhang Yuan's psyche. It was a forbidden technique she had never dared to use before, praying the backlash wouldn't kill them both. Zhang Yuan collapsed to her knees, screaming in agony. Arr! Suddenly, the scene shifted. A lavish feast appeared, surrounded by beloved faces laughing and chatting in perfect harmony. Tears streamed down Zhang Yuan's face as the truth shattered the illusion. Is this reality? No, this is just the cruel reality of my own powerlessness. She turned away, sobbing through her resolve. I'm sorry, Zishan. Even in my despair and agony, I've been nothing but useless. But I, Zhang Yuan, will not drown in a false dream. I will not bury my head in the sand like a coward. Break! She smashed the medicine pot, shattering the dream world instantly as she jolted awake. Zishan's face lit up with relief. She's awake! Sister Yuan, you finally came back to us. Su Leng quickly retracted her mental probe, but the strain was immense. As Liu Chao stumbled, Zishan rushed over, panic in her voice. Su Leng, what happened to you? Su Leng gritted her teeth, forcing a reassuring smile. I'm fine. Don't panic. Just a little dizzy. I knew it, she thought bitterly. Invading a dream sequence triggered a severe backlash, but there's no time to be weak. Saving the others is the only priority. Heeding Su Leng's command, Zishan turned her holy light toward Zhang Yuan, beginning the healing process. Zhang Yuan made a swift decision. Su Leng's mental energy was drained, and Zishan's holy light wasn't infinite. I have to step up. Stop! Zhang Yuan ordered. Don't waste your holy light on me. Save your energy for the others. Zishan hesitated. But, sister, you're not stable yet. Zhang Yuan's gaze was steely. Let's put aside the issue of physical aging for a moment. Even if my body is failing, I want to rely on my own strength. I remember every single medicinal food recipe I concocted in that dream. I'm going to recreate them in reality. If they work, I can relieve the burden on everyone. Seeing her determination, Zishan nodded. Okay. I believe in you. Meanwhile, deep within his own consciousness, Zisheng was locked in a desperate struggle. His will was iron. Forbidden spell, Sun-chasing flame dragon. Roaring flames engulfed the monstrous tree, eliciting a twisted scream. Gah! Ha ha ha! The entity mocked him. I granted you the power of regeneration, yet you disappoint me so. Weak. Do it again. Kill me. And become me. Zisheng grit his teeth, confused. What the hell is your goal? You manipulate everything but refuse to fight back properly? Is your grand plan really just to have me kill you? And what does becoming you even mean? The entity's voice turned cold as the void. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. This is your solitary trial, and your inescapable destiny. Only by ending my existence will you understand why you were chosen. Elsewhere in the subconscious realm, Xiaonan and Lian Yi were toiling away. Xiaonan, we did it! Lian Yi cried out. It's a success. Lian Yi threw her arms around Xiaonan in pure joy. I told you, using the aberrant materials would restore Zishan's body completely. Xiaonan gripped her arm back, eyes shining. Yes, you were right. The fusion is perfect. The recreated Zishan looked even more radiant than before. Unseen by them, Su Leng materialized in their shared consciousness, observing silently. Just as I thought, she mused. Lian Yi and Xiaonan share the same dreamscape. Their obsession is Zishan and power. Su Leng wasted no time. Wake up! She initiated a forceful multi-layer invasion to shatter their delusion. But the exertion was too much. She collapsed in the real world, coughing up blood as a splitting headache blinded her. Zishan was there instantly, her hands glowing. Sister Leng, hold on. I'm channeling the holy light. Lian Yi watched with growing dread. This is bad. At this rate, Su Leng won't be able to hold on much longer. She turned sharply to Xiaonan. Stop staring. Extract and analyze the gray mist immediately. We need that awakening potion now. Xiaonan nodded. On it. Then, a thought struck her. Wait, do you remember the Abyss Observer? That mental attribute aberrant? I have a hunch. After this dream, if we want to create a true awakening potion, we need that creature's essence as a catalyst. Lian Yi frowned. You're right. Dreams are mental constructs. But no one brought back materials from that thing. Who's going to go back to the Void Gate to get it? I'll go. Zishan stepped forward, her voice firm. Lian Yi hesitated. But, with Su Leng and the others aging rapidly, we need your holy light here. Zishan bit her lip, torn between duties. Suddenly, a confident voice cut through the tension. Leave this place to me, Zhang Yuan declared, stepping into the light. I've tested it. My medicinal cuisine might not be as miraculous as in the dream, but it's definitely effective against the aging curse. Lian Yi's face broke into a relieved grin. That's incredible, truly a blessing in disguise. It appears this dream wasn't a waste of time after all. Zishan prepares to depart, her eyes filled with determination. I leave this place in your capable hands, she declares, rushing off to gather the necessary materials. Lian Yi waves a frantic goodbye as Zishan's figure recedes. You must return safely, do you hear me? She turns to comfort the others, masking her own worry. Don't worry, she will make it, no time to waste. Lian Yi immediately begins enhancing the mixture. This is no ordinary brew. It is an awakening potion, designed to amplify the restorative properties of their medicinal food to legendary levels. Excellent work, Zhang Yuan encourages, his voice steady. Su Leng steps forward, lifting the bowl of glowing liquid. Without hesitation, she drains it in a single breath. The effect is instantaneous. Vitality floods Su Leng's veins, her recovery rate skyrocketing beyond all expectations. It works, she gasps, power returning to her limbs. Seeing the miraculous results, they immediately distribute the potion to the rest of the group. The rapid aging plaguing the group is finally brought under control, their vitality stabilizing. However, amidst the relief, a shadow remains. Only Zisheng shows absolutely no reaction to the medicine. Su Leng steps in to calm the rising panic. Do not blame yourselves, she commands softly. The captain carries a forbidden curse on his soul. His condition is unique, far beyond normal means. I will enter Ki Air's consciousness first. We need her sensory abilities to probe the truth of what is happening. Su Leng dives into the mindscape. Inside Ki Air's consciousness, a breathtaking sight awaits a boundless sky set ablaze with brilliant stars. It is a vision of pure, ethereal beauty. She drifts through this shimmering, illusionary dimension. Beneath her feet, a mystical current swirls, the water dancing in an ancient rhythm around her. Two carp, one pitch black, the other pure white circle each other in perfect harmony, forming a living yin-yang symbol. Ki-Er is immersed deep within this mystical void, floating at the center of the formation. Ki-Er's eyes shimmer as she gazes into the spinning yin-yang. Humph, she muses, realizing the truth. So, this entire universe resides within my own eyes. She activates her technique, time acceleration. In a flash of light, Ki-Er undergoes a transformation. She seizes control of her mental realm, her voice commanding the very laws of physics. Time. Pause. Su Lang watches from the shadows, analyzing every movement. Ke-er's dreamscape is incredibly peculiar, she thinks, her suspicion growing. Although it shares the common theme of thirsting for power, her obsession feels fundamentally different from the others. But what exactly sets her apart? Ke-er suddenly speaks, sensing the presence behind her. Su Lang, you have arrived as well? Su Lang steps forward, unable to hide her astonishment. Ke-er, you remain lucid? You knew I was coming? The girl turns, a knowing smile on her lips. Naturally. I not only knew you would come, but I also foresaw that you would be the one to awaken me from this dream. Cold sweat forms on Su Lang's brow. You realize this is a simulation? But how? Ke-er turns her gaze back to the void. Because this is not merely a dream. It is a memory from my childhood. My true power lies sealed within this place. This river of time. It is my very origin. Su Lang is thunderstruck. What did you just say? Ke-er reaches out, grasping Su Lang's hand firmly. It is a long story to explain. Fully releasing the seal is impossible in such a short time. We have more pressing matters to attend to. We must return to reality immediately. With a gasp, Ke-er snaps her eyes open in the real world. Zhao Ke-er, you have returned, Su Lang exclaims, relief washing over her. Ke-er, Su Lang, save the questions, Ke-er interrupts sharply. We must check on the others. I will handle Zisheng personally, his situation is the most critical. Without delay, she activates her psychic abilities, diving into Zisheng's consciousness to scout the dangers lurking within his mind. Ke-er navigates the abyss of his soul. Time, bypass all barriers. Inside the mental realm, Zisheng is locked in a desperate struggle, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he fights for his life. Qingshen sneers, looking down from above. A mortal struggle. Is this truly the extent of your power? How utterly dull. If you wish to challenge me again, you must first complete the trial of ascension and obtain your own godhood. Sweat drips down Zisheng's face. Trial of ascension? What does that mean? He receives no answer, only a devastating attack, as Qingshen strikes without mercy. The impact sends Zisheng flying. Cough. Qingshen's voice booms. The trial consists of 7 heavy layers. Only when you reach the summit can you ascend to godhood and wield power equal to my own. Back in reality, Ke-er strains against an invisible force, desperately trying to breach the defenses of Zisheng's mind. Zhang Yuan rushes to her side, anxiety etched on his face. Ke-er, what is the situation? Ke-er recoils, blood trickling from her lips as if struck by a physical blow. It's impossible. His dreamscape is completely different from anyone else's. His mind. It is structured in 7 layers, descending into an infinite abyss I cannot fathom. And the energy blocking me isn't just the Void Dreamer's influence. There is a presence there, a colossal, overwhelming power that defies our imagination. The moment I made contact, I was violently rejected. I suspect that energy belongs to a god. Zhang Yuan freezes. A god? Have they finally made their move against Zisheng? Zhang Yuan asks, panic rising. Then, what is our plan? How do we fight a deity? Ke-er shakes her head weakly. I do not know. With my seal still intact, I cannot peer into the timelines to see if he will ever wake up. To escape this dream, he must rely solely on his own strength. Our only other option is to wait for the entire team to awaken and combine our powers to break him out. Meanwhile, Zisheng's physical body is racked with agony. His jaw clenches tight, veins bulging as cold sweat pours down his face in a torrent. Scene shift. Chaos erupts. A ferocious beast tears through a settlement, leaving a trail of destruction while humans scream in pure terror. Ah, the beast is here. Run for your lives. Someone warn the village chief immediately. Suddenly, Zisheng materializes in the middle of the carnage. He looks around, bewildered. Wait, isn't this Tao Yuan village in Ye City? I already tamed the beasts in this area. Why are they attacking again? Ding, a system window flashes before his eyes. Trial of Ascension. Level 1 initiated. Theme: Peace and Benevolence. Objective: rescue the majority of the villagers from the beast tide. Time limit: 3 days. Reward: 1/7 fragment of the divine godhood of judgment. Zisheng descended from the heavens, arrogance radiating from his very being. This was the legendary trial of divinity? It felt less like a challenge and more like a bad joke. Without hesitation, he activated his absolute skill, beast taming. But as his hand grazed the creature's forehead, the monster didn't bow. It snarled, baring fangs dripping with malice. Panic surged through Zisheng's veins. His heart skipped a beat. His divine taming ability. It had failed? That split second of hesitation cost him dearly. The beast struck, sending him flying like a rag doll. He crashed into the dirt but instantly sprang into a defensive stance. He tried to summon his dragon pulse blade. Nothing. No energy. No weapon. He stared at his empty hand in horror. His spatial ring vanished along with his powers. A blue screen materialized before his eyes. System alert. In this trial, you have been reset to 0. The 5 great talents are sealed. To reclaim your godhood, you have 2 paths. Option 1. Search the village for the lost legacy and face the beast tide. Option 2. Survive and conquer using only your mortal flesh and blood. Talents will be restored upon completion. Cold sweat trickled down Zisheng's spine. A factory reset? So, this was the true trap waiting for him. There was no time to complain. The beast lunged. Its speed was blinding, a blur of fur and claws. Zisheng leaped, driving a brutal kick into the creature's jaw. The impact sent the monster staggering. He might have lost his magic, but his martial arts mastery remained untouched. He didn't let up. Man and monster collided in midair, a raw contest of strength. It was a battle of primal instincts. Its strength was overwhelming. But wait, the pressure from its left claw was weaker. An old injury? That was his opening. The beast's eyes glowed crimson with bloodlust. Hungry, are you? Zisheng roared. He gripped the creature's fur, using its own momentum against it. Get down! He slammed it toward the earth, but the monster twisted in the air, landing perfectly. It immediately retaliated with a lethal swipe. Zisheng barely evaded the strike. Pain flared in his side. It had been centuries since he last tasted his own blood. This mortal vessel was too fragile. Brute force wouldn't work. He needed a strategy. His fingers closed around a jagged rock. Hey, over here. The beast snapped its head toward the sound. A feint. Gotcha. Zisheng's eyes narrowed. Now die. The stone flew like a bullet, smashing directly into the creature's face. Terrified by the sudden aggression, the beast turned and fled into the woods. Zisheng collapsed, gasping for air. Let it run. Without his divine talents, finishing that fight would have cost him his life. His wounds weren't regenerating. This was bad. A beast tied in 3 days? With this weak human body, he would be slaughtered instantly. He had to find the hidden clue. He had to unlock his powers before the apocalypse arrived. Darkness overtook him as consciousness faded. Scene change. Warmth wrapped around him. He wasn't on the cold ground anymore. Zisheng's eyes fluttered open. Where? A gentle face hovered above him. His heart stopped. Zishan? Is that you? The girl blinked, confused. Zishan? You must be hallucinating. My name is Xuan. I'm the doctor of Peach Blossom Village. Reality sank in. It wasn't her. He lowered his gaze. Forgive me, Sister Xuan. Thank you for saving my life. Stay still. Xuan pressed a hand to his shoulder. You lost too much blood, and don't thank me. We are the ones who owe you everything. If you hadn't driven that beast away, our village would have been painted in blood by now. You are a true hero to us. Suddenly, the door burst open. A young boy rushed in, face pale with terror. Sister Xuan! Disaster! Xuan turned sharply. Shuo? Breathe. What happened? Shuo trembled. The shaman. She had a vision. In 3 days, the great beast tide will wipe us out. Xuan's face went white. What did you say? There's more, Shuo cried. To survive, we must open the altar. We have to sacrifice the village's purest woman to summon the god of 5 talents. The boy's voice cracked. And the purest woman in the village. Sister Xuan, it's you. Zisheng froze. The god of 5 talents? That was him. This was the clue, but the price. They wanted to slaughter Xuan to summon him? The peaceful facade shattered. Kindness? Mercy? No. The true trial wasn't fighting monsters. It was facing the cruelty of human nature. Scene change. Under the flickering firelight, the shaman's voice dripped with poison. Only Xuan's blood can activate the altar. It is the only way to survive. The village chief's son slammed his fist on the table, unable to stomach the madness. Are you insane? Xuan has saved countless lives. She saved my own children from death's door. And this is how we repay her? With murder? Is there no other way? The shaman's eyes were cold and dead. Heaven's will cannot be defied. If not her, then who? Your wife? Your 2 daughters? Will you offer them to the knife? The man choked, silence suffocating his defiance. Defeated, he sank back into his chair, his spirit broken. You said, only sacrificing Xuan will work? Correct. The shaman sneered. Now you understand. Your righteous anger is useless against necessity. He stood up one last time, trembling, but his voice was weak. This is madness. Silence, the old village chief barked. The shaman has never been wrong. Gather the villagers. If someone must play the villain to save us all, then so be it. Meanwhile, back in the hut, Shuo grabbed Xuan's hand, tears streaming down his face. Sister Xuan, run. You have to leave this cursed place now. Xuan simply refused to accept the dark reality. Her voice trembled. But everyone in the village has always been so kind to me. I can't believe they would ever turn on me. Shu cut in sharply. Sister Xuan, but what if they do? Suddenly, Zisheng stepped forward. Xuan, listen. If you can escape the village, it proves there is a way out for everyone else too. 3 days. That is all the time we have to evacuate before the beast tide annihilates everything. We need to scout a path ahead, right now. Xuan saw the logic and nodded. But beneath his calm exterior, Zisheng's mind was a chaotic storm. Nothing about this felt right. It was too simple. Yet, they had no choice but to exhaust every single possibility to survive. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was a loophole in the trial's rules. Meanwhile, back in the village, the atmosphere grew tense as everyone was summoned. I was just heading to the fields. For some unknown reason, the village chief had demanded an immediate, mandatory assembly. Who isn't busy? I left my medicine drying. Annoyance rippled through the crowd. Did you hear? They say the savage beasts are attacking today. That must be why we're here. At the same moment, Xuan, Shu, and Zisheng sprinted toward the outskirts, leaving the confused villagers behind. Xuan? Where is she rushing off to? Someone shouted. The chief ordered everyone to the altar. Where else could she be going? Must be a family emergency. A neighbor waved dismissively. Go on then, Xuan. You handle your business. I'll fill you in on the meeting later. Shu led the charge, speed blurring his vision until slam. He crashed violently into an invisible wall. Zisheng stepped forward, hand pressing against the air. Ripples appeared. A barrier. The entire village was sealed tight. Shu gasped, rubbing his head. What in the world is this? Why can't we get out? Xuan's voice shook with sudden realization. Wait, if we can't leave, does that mean the beast tide can't enter either? Zisheng shattered that hope instantly. No, this barrier is unidirectional. It allows entry, but forbids exit. Xuan went pale. Why? Why would they do this? Shu looked between them, panic rising. Sister Xuan, what do we do now? She steeled herself. We have to go back. We need to assess the situation. Zisheng realized the game instantly. The god is forcing me into a corner, he thought. He has used every dirty trick to trap us here, but I won't be a pawn on his chessboard so easily. Scene shift. The crowd erupted in fury, hurling objects at the chief. Village chief, have you lost your mind? Burn Xuan alive based on a baseless accusation? You're speaking nonsense. This is madness. Xuan watched from the shadows, relief washing over her. See, Shu? I told you. They would never hurt me. Shu frowned, unconvinced. If they're good, why did the chief suggest it? Is he the only villain here? Zisheng observed coldly. Perhaps they only defend justice because it hasn't cost them anything yet. Suddenly, the witch, who had been shoved aside, cackled. Fools, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Ignore the laws of karma, and you will suffer. The consequences are yours to bear. Terrified by her words, the mob tried to flee only to smash against the invisible barrier. We can't get out. We're trapped like rats. The ground began to rumble. The beast tide. It's here. Someone save us. Monsters burst from the tree line, tearing through the crowd. Xiao Bao, no, help me. Blood sprayed across the barrier. Thunder crashed like a judgment from the heavens. The survivors froze, watching the slaughter, their screams dying in their throats. Zisheng watched the shift. Now comes the price. The atmosphere of solidarity evaporated instantly, disappointing, but tragically human. The village chief seized the moment. Citizens, my heart bleeds to do this, but as your leader, I must prioritize the survival of the many. Even if I must become the villain to save you all, so be it. The storm is coming. Go home. Think about your lives. Tomorrow at dawn, we will cast our votes to decide Xuan's fate. Tears streamed down Xuan's face, her heart shattering into a million pieces. Vote on my life, as if I am cattle? Her voice broke. Am I not one of you? Do I not belong to this village? Zisheng looked at the altar, seeing the shadow of the green god, Qingshen. The carvings on this altar, they match my 5 great talents, exactly. How ironic. Let's test this. He sliced his finger, letting a single drop of crimson fall onto the cold stone. Nothing. The stone remained inert. No glow. No energy. The path was completely blocked. The voice of Qingshen echoed in his mind. Nan Zisheng, stop struggling. If you want your power back, there is only one way. Sacrifice Xuan. Without your energy, you cannot stop the beast tide. You will fail your mission and die here like a dog. Zisheng sneered. Cut the act. You don't want Xuan's life. You want to sacrifice my humanity, don't you? I lose my humanity, and divinity takes its place? Is that your game? Why should I play along? Qingshen's voice dripped with amusement. You are sharp, Nan Zisheng. You see the truth, yet you are a fool. Your arrogance blinds you. Zisheng shot back. Humph. And your stupidity is your hubris. Qingshen burst into manic laughter. Pfft, ha ha ha. Interesting. I can barely contain my excitement. In 3 days, make your choice. Do not bore me. Zisheng's eyes burned with cold fire. Oh, I won't disappoint you. But I will never let you have your way. My rebirth and my power may be under your control. But every choice I make, every step I take, is mine and mine alone. The so-called trial this time? It was no exception to the cruel rules of this world. The scene shifts to Shuo and Xuan. She held a ripe tomato in her hand, her voice trembling. Shuo, receiving gifts used to bring me such joy. So why? Why do I feel like weeping when I look at this today? Shuo's reply cut deep. Because these aren't gifts, sister. They are the price of your death. Look at them. The cowards won't even show their faces while sending you to your doom. Xuan turned away, whispering brokenly, truthfully, they didn't need to hide like this. If my death is truly the only way to save everyone, then perhaps I could accept it as my fate. But to end like this? My heart simply cannot accept it. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. If you cannot accept it, then reject it. Zisheng emerged from the shadows like a guardian deity. You called me the hero of this village, didn't you? Then let this hero protect you. Xuan gasped, her eyes wide. But you are already wounded from fighting that beast. Zisheng smirked with confident swagger. Do not worry about me. I have a plan. But you must promise me one thing. Tomorrow, no matter what happens, you must have the will to live. Do not waver. If you give up, then everything is for nothing. Xuan looked at him, confusion mixing with hope. The scene shifts. The day of judgment had arrived. The elders gathered the villagers for the ultimate decision. Sacrifice Xuan to the gods for protection against the beast tide. Or refuse? 2 boxes sat before them. One for life, one for death. The box of life means we all perish together. The box of death means Xuan dies alone, and the village is saved. Choose wisely. Before the first vote could be cast, Zisheng flashed forward. With a single kick, he sent both ballot boxes flying. There will be no voting today. The crowd erupted in panic. What is he doing? Without a vote, how do we decide? Does this outsider intend to doom us all just to save one girl? Zisheng stood high above them, his voice booming like thunder. I offer you a third choice. We form a death squad. I will personally command the defense, teach you to set traps, and lead you to slaughter the beast tide. Those willing to risk their lives for true freedom, stand with me now. I won't force you. But know this, anyone who dares suggest sacrificing Xuan will answer to me. Fear rippled through the crowd. But we are just simple farmers. We struggle even to slaughter a pig. Is 2 days enough? Zisheng pointed a thumb at his chest, radiating confidence. You saw me defeat a tiger with my bare hands, correct? Let me tell you that was child's play. I have faced down entire armies of beasts before. I will pass on every ounce of my combat experience to you, from digging death traps to striking vital points and defending against the horde. I will teach you everything. As long as we stand united, hope remains. Qing stepped forward, his eyes burning with resolve. 2 years ago, a grave illness nearly took me. It was Xuan who gave this old man a few more years of life. Should I repay her kindness with betrayal? I cannot do it. Kid, I will fight by your side. I, Qing, would rather die fighting than live with the shame of a sacrifice. Little Shi clenched his fists. I would rather die with honor than live as a coward. Their courage ignited a fire in the others. Count me in. Even if I die, I'll die standing tall. And me. If I don't risk it all now, my conscience will never know peace. Xuan watched them, tears streaming down her face. You treat me with such love. Even if I die for you now, I would have no regrets. But a cold voice cut through the moment. Sister Xuan, hold your joy. The danger is far from over. The village chief sighed heavily. Let us try the young hero's method. If we survive this calamity, it will be the village's greatest blessing. The witch sneered, her face twisted with malice. Humph, fools who do not know their place. You dare defy the will of the heavens? Just wait. Soon, very soon, you will all be kneeling, begging me to perform the sacrifice. The scene shifted to the preparations. Zisheng directed the elderly to dig trenches along the village borders, at least 3 meters deep. Plant sharp bamboo stakes at the bottom. Cover them with dry grass and loose soil. Remember, leave no trace of the trap. Zisheng's voice rang out as he instructed the fighters. When facing a beast, do not panic. Keep your movements fluid. Never meet their brute force head-on. Deceive them, find an opening, and strike their legs. Cripple them, then finish them. And the women of the village, do not think you can rest. Gather every clay pot you can find. Fill them with boiling oil. When combined with fire, these will become devastating flame bombs. As night fell, exhaustion set in. A villager wiped sweat from his brow. Young hero, it is getting late, and a storm is brewing. Should we rest for today? Zisheng's expression darkened instantly. Do you truly want to save yourselves, or are you just putting on a show? Secretly hoping to sacrifice the girl and run? If you truly value your lives, you will not stop until the storm breaks. His words silenced the crowd. Shame washed over them, but the rain began to pour down in relentless sheets. The storm is here. We must retreat for now. If we stay out here, the elements will kill us before the beast tide even arrives. That's right. After all, we aren't machines made of iron. Zisheng lowered his head, silence his only answer. While the others faltered, only the village chief stood tall, digging through the exhaustion. Don't look so grim, young hero. Us old bones don't need much sleep anyway. Zisheng felt a pang of respect. Chief, the old man's eyes told a tragic story. I know how it looks. You think the man who started this sacrifice shouldn't be standing here. You might not believe me, but I intended to join Xuan in death the moment the ritual ended. I would have been buried right beside her. As the chief, I must choose the many over the few. But as a man, I have sinned against Xuan. But you showed us a third path. I will bet everything on this final gamble. Call it my atonement. A genuine, relieved smile broke across Zisheng's face. Chief, I trust you. The chief's resolve ignited a fire in the others. He's right. We can't throw away hope yet. If we want to survive, we must carve our own path. If we die, we can only blame our own weakness. Sacrificing the innocent? To hell with that. Hope blossomed in Zisheng's chest like a wildfire. This resilience is why I fight for humanity. The boxes of life and death. They weren't just about Xuan's fate anymore. Your vote decides your own survival. But as time passed, oddies began to fail. By sunset, agony racked their limbs. That bastard Zisheng, he's working us like cattle. I was blind to listen to him. Why suffer like this when we have an easier way? Sacrificing Xuan guarantees our safety. When the god descends, we live. Why should we suffer for her? Like a viper in the grass, the shrine maiden appeared before the broken men. You realize it's all meaningless, don't you? Even if you obey him, the village is doomed. There is no miracle coming to save you. Lin, the chief's son, looked up in desperation. Then what do we do? Half the village opposes the sacrifice now. What power do we have? Please, great shamaness, show us a way out of this hell. The witch smirked coldly. Stop playing the fool, Lin. The answer has always been in your heart. Tomorrow night is the final deadline. Live or die. The choice is yours. Lin's expression darkened as a murderous idea took root. I understand. The darkness in his eyes spread to the men around him. We're with you, Lin. You're the chief's son. We follow your lead. Let's go home first. We need to prepare. Meanwhile, a chorus of wailing women surrounded Xuan's home, kneeling in the dirt. Xuan, we beg you. You saved my daughter once. Please, save her again. Do it for the children. My boy is only 3 years old. How can you be so cruel? You delivered my baby with your own hands. Will you watch her die now? The guilt-tripping was relentless. Xuan froze, memories of Sister Wang's delivery flooding back. She remembered holding the infant, smiling. It's a girl, Sister Wang. A little cotton-padded jacket. I'll teach her medicine myself. But little Shu cut through the haze. Xuan, remember your promise to the hero. The fog cleared from Xuan's eyes. Right. If I waver now, everything Zisheng did for me becomes worthless. But the mob wasn't finished. Sister Wang stepped forward, feigning misery. Look at this poor baby. You held him. He's crying for his life. If I were you, I'd jump onto that altar without hesitation. But the little girl whispered, terrifyingly loud. Mommy, why did you pinch me? I saw you. You said Sister Xuan saved our lives. So why can't we give them back to her? If she saved us, shouldn't we repay her? A sharp slap silenced the child. Shut up, you brat. You know nothing. Giving it back means death, you idiot. Xuan stepped back, bowing politely. Sisters, please go home. Let me think for tonight. Little Shu waved his stick furiously. Get lost, all of you. As the doors slammed, the women's masks crumbled. Saint? Ha! She's just a selfish monster, heartless wretch. Sister Wang turned to Lin's wife with a sneer. This isn't working. What now? The woman's eyes gleamed with malice. Don't panic. My husband has a plan. While those idiots are busy training, we'll kidnap Xuan, drag her to the altar, and kill her ourselves. Under the cover of pouring rain, Lin led a shadow army towards Xuan's house. Zisheng is ruthless, but we have the numbers. Act first, report later. Once the ritual is complete and the god descends, even that hero won't dare touch us. Hoes and shovels raised in the dark. The mob roared in unison. We follow you, Brother Lin. Tonight. She dies. With a deafening crash, he kicked the door open. Little Sock stood his ground, guarding the entrance with trembling defiance. The boy shouted, "What do you people think you're doing?" Lamb gripped his sickle tight, shoving the boy back with the cold steel of his weapon. "What are we doing?" he sneered. "We are sacrificing one selfish life to save the entire village." Sok gritted his teeth. "You wouldn't dare. The village chief hasn't given the order." Lamb struck the boy down instantly. "I am the chief's son. My word is the chief's word. Filthy brat, get out of my sight," he barked at his lackeys. "Tie this kid up immediately. Don't let him run off to warn anyone." The mob roared in agreement. Bound tight and bleeding, the boy struggled against the ropes in vain. "You bastards," he screamed. "Let me go." Ignoring the cries, Lamb stormed into Huyen's room and seized her. Shock washed over her face. "Brother Lamb, what are you doing?" His eyes were cold as ice. "Bind her. Drag her to the altar at once." Terror seized Huyen's heart as tears streamed down her face. "No, please, someone save me." But the fires were already lit. Blazing torches lit up the high heavens. "Look!" someone shouted. The moment the fire was lit, the rain stopped. "It's a sign. Even the heavens are helping us complete the sacrifice." By now, Huyen was helplessly bound to the cold stone pillar. A dark shadow seemed to rise from the earth, the manifestation of human selfishness. The witch raised her ritual tools, her voice chanting the ancient curse. "Netherworld, guide the way." The blood moon descends. Flesh becomes firewood. The altar of doom opens now. Ancient god descend. The 5 talents awaken. Beast tide retreat. 1 life for 100. Peace for all living things. Those who defy fate shall rot in mountains of corpses. The ritual officially begins. She pointed a bony finger. Step 1. The blood offering. Villagers, step forward. Each of you must carve a single wound upon her body. But be warned, do not strike a fatal blow yet. We must let her fresh blood soak the entire altar first. Lam stepped up, his eyes gleefully cruel. Understood. He swung his sickle, slicing a deep gash across Huyen's thigh. Lam's eyes glowed like a savage beast. "We are past the point of no return. Don't hesitate. If you want to survive, strike now." One by one, the villagers lost their humanity. They transformed into caged monsters, driven by fear and madness. Lam is right. If we wait, we all die. It's just one little cut. What are you afraid of? They descended upon her like vultures. Blade after blade carved into Huyen's skin. She screamed in agony, her voice breaking into a desperate, hopeless wail. "Boo-hoo," a woman sneered, slashing down. "I've hated you for years. You rely on that pretty face just to seduce men everywhere you go. The village beauty, the kindest soul, you're nothing but trash." Hanging by a thread between life and death, Huyen finally saw the true darkness of the human heart. "All the kindness you showed me, it was just a mask of lies. I wish I could rip your chests open and see if you even have hearts inside. But it's too late. I have no chances left." Her blood dripped down, seeping into the cold earth below. A crimson glow began to pulse beneath their feet. Meanwhile, Tu Thong was busy securing his hideout, completely unaware of the nightmare unfolding. Only when the blood-red light pierced the sky did he freeze. His eyes widened in shock. That direction. The altar? "Damn it! Huyen is in danger!" he shouted to his group. "Everyone, follow me to the altar, now!" Tu Thong sprinted, his heart racing. Who could be this heartless? Back at the ritual, the witch raised her arms. "The altar is open. The final step of the sacrifice. Throw your torches. Burn her body and soul to ash. Hurry, before that wretched Nam Tu Thong returns to ruin everything." Cold sweat ran down the witch's face as she screamed. "Burn her!" As the deadly torch flew toward Huyen, a hand suddenly shot out from the shadows. Tu Thong caught the flaming torch mid-air. He stood like a guardian deity before Huyen, shielding her from the mob. "I want to see which one of you dares to touch her." The mob gasped in terror. "Nam Tu Thong?" The witch shrieked. "Those who defy the heavens must die." Exploding with killing intent, Tu Thong struck the witch, sending her flying. "Past life or this life, defying the heavens is what I do best. You can predict the beast tide." His eyes glowed with terrifying power. "But you didn't know that the god your sacrifice summoned is me." "Ah." The witch trembled in disbelief. "You? Impossible. You are just a..." Tu Thong silenced her permanently with a single blow. "I have no time for your nonsense." The villagers' jaws dropped in horror. He killed the witch." Ignoring them, Tu Thong slashed the ropes, binding Huyen. He caught her collapsing body. "Hang in there, Huyen." Her voice was faint as a whisper. "Nam." Suddenly, Lam charged forward, screaming like a madman. The sacrifice was almost complete. "Don't let him ruin it, or we will all die together. Everyone, charge. I don't believe he can take us all on." As Lam attacked, the village chief suddenly rushed onto the scene. "You animal, you ungrateful son," the chief roared. "You dared to do this behind my back? Everyone, follow me." Stop them. Atheon, take Huyen and get out of here. Bandage her wounds immediately. Leave this mob to me. She grabbed Huyen. Understood. Lam didn't repent. His madness only deepened. Father, move aside. We cannot let her leave. The whole village will be destroyed. Tuthong roared. You unfilial piece of trash. Radiating pure murderous aura, he launched his attack. Since you all seek death so badly, don't blame me. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. My butcher knife is made for slaughtering animals like you. Listen closely. Every single one of you who cast a vote in that box of death. What you voted for was your own funeral. Scum like you aren't worth my protection. After slaughtering the men, he turned his cold gaze to the women. One held up a knife in terror. Don't come any closer. Don't kill me, I have a child. Zisheng is not a man who knows the meaning of mercy. When you dared to lay your hands on Xuan, did you not once stop to think of your own little one? Raised in your shadow, that child is destined to become just as depraved as you. The trial mission demands that I save the majority of these villagers from the beast tide. But tell me this, if I slaughter them all before the horde arrives, haven't I technically saved them from the beast's jaws?